Born into an imperial family, with a natural Dao body and imperial lineage, both parents are emperors, and 5 goddess sisters fiercely protect their brother, making for an unbeatable background. Chen Daoxuan believes this is a naturally invincible path. Wait a minute. With such an unbeatable background, is there even a need for a cheat? Awaken the destruction divine tree. Bury the heavens, bury the earth, bury the gods. The divine tree is ruthless, treating emperors as mere fodder. It contains 9 paths of annihilation, divine mechanisms. Rising from desolation, reviving from ruin. The first divine mechanism is the supreme Dao soldier. With such a start, the once cherished white moonlight still dares to think of me as a backup. She really has some confidence. Chen Daoxuan states, "Good and evil are never absolute. I have great love, love for the heavens, love for the earth, love for all living beings. For the sake of this pure and flawless love, sometimes I must reluctantly use some small means. Bury the heavens, bury the earth, bury all the demonic gods of the heavens." Chapter 1. The heir of 2 emperors. How could he be a backup? On the Xiantian continent, in the eastern state, at the Chen family's conference hall. Xiantian High. Your son sleeping with my daughter on Xian Mountain is causing a huge uproar outside. Right now, Anren is already pregnant and starting to show. Even though I am unwilling, for Anren's sake, I have no choice but to agree to this marriage. How about, let your son join the Nayland family in 7 days? Nayland's cold gaze swept over Xiantian High and his wife, causing them to break into a cold sweat. The Nayland family, as one of the few great families in Eastern State, has the invincible Tang Gate backing them. Being able to marry into their family can be said to be a heavenly blessing. However, Xiantian High wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reluctantly said, "Shinner said that the one who slept with your daughter on Qiyun Mountain was the young master of the Tang Gate." Tang Chenan, what did you say? Nayland's anger surged like a tidal wave, shaking the entire conference hall. Are you saying my Anren is immoral and shameless? Xiantian High hurriedly explained, "No, I just believe that Shinner wouldn't lie." Nayland took 3 steps forward, grabbing his collar and glaring. As the saying goes, catching a thief in bed, everything must have evidence. Without evidence, you dare to slander my Anren's purity? Do you want me to annihilate your entire Chen family? Head of the Nayland family, please calm down. Xiantian High was about to explain. Nayland suddenly struck out with a palm. Uffed. Xiantian High was instantly sent flying, smashing a table to pieces. "Master!" Immediately, cries from Madame Chen echoed. "This marriage, you must agree to, whether you agree or not. You must agree. If I don't see Chen Daoxuan come to the marriage in 7 days, I will annihilate your entire family." Nayland couldn't be bothered to say more, issuing a command, and the elders rose one after another. Each cast a disdainful glance at the Chen couple as they left. Once everyone had departed, Xiantian High could only pound his chest in grief and anger, looking to the heavens and howling. Isn't this forcing Shinner to be a backup? The child isn't his, and Anren's heart isn't with him either. This is a tremendous humiliation for any man. I absolutely do not agree to this marriage. Even if I die, I will never agree. Cough. In the back mountain, at the Qing Tong cottage, Chen Daoxuan was bound tightly, lying on a wooden couch in a star shape, unable to struggle. For snow-white clad, stunningly beautiful, and extraordinarily elegant fairy sisters stood before him, successively shedding their clothes, staring at their beautiful bodies, curvaceous and striking. Chen Daoxuan panicked. "What are you doing? Quickly put your clothes back on." The leading woman, with fiery eyes, sat beside him. "I told you, this is something you must experience as the heir of the imperial family when your training period is over." "What heir of the imperial family? I don't understand. Don't untie my belt." Chen Daoxuan was about to go crazy. Early in the morning, he had just gone out to relieve himself. Before he even had a chance to pull up his pants, he was captured by these 4 fairy sisters and bound to the bed. They were named Chunmei, Xiaolon, Qiuzhu, and Dongji. They claimed to be from the upper realms imperial family. They also said he was the son of the Shura imperial family, sent to the lower realm for training since childhood, and now that his training period is over, he must experience matters between men and women to grow up. Isn't this nonsense? Chunmei's hands were a bit clumsy as she loosened his clothes while patiently saying, "Your parents are the current emperors. Their imperial might is known throughout history. As the heir of 2 emperors, your path to becoming an emperor must be steadfast. Before leaving, the realm master said, most young men in the world are pure and vigorous in their youth, easily entrapped by women. We, as your protectors, have come to the lower realm to make you experience the matters between men and women and see through the emotions. This is our mission. Seeing his clothes being tossed to the ground, Daoxuan's eyes became vacant, and he finally gave up struggling. Do I really have to cultivate with you 5 to see through emotions? Yes. We are also first-timers if we do anything wrong. We hope the young master will be understanding. Chunmei looked out at the bright sunlight, her eyes dreamy and shy, her youthful beauty paired with an alluring figure that seemed out of place for her age. Look, the weather. Outside is so nice. Why don't we start now? Daoxuan. Can I refuse? The 4 women replied in unison. Refusal is invalid. In the pond, koi fish and sparrows peeked in from time to time. For hours later, bang! The door was kicked open. Daoxuan and the 4 fairy sisters walked out from the small wooden house one after the other. Xiaolon trembled as she brought a pot of well water to brew tea for Daoxuan. Hearing the pot lid clinking, Daoxuan felt as if he were dreaming. Am I really the heir of the imperial family? Chunmei, yes. Saying this, she took out a golden sandalwood box from her storage ring and presented it to him. This is the 90-year lotus essence pill, which allows you to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and achieve an absolute leap in cultivation within a short time. Though it's a 90-year pill, it is one of the only 2 pills that can ignore any cultivation level and allow the user to absorb it with peace of mind. Only the heir of the imperial family is qualified to take this pill upon reaching adulthood. Taking the sandalwood box, as Daoxuan opened it, a strange medicinal fragrance wafted out, refreshing and invigorating. Emperor-level powerhouses, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the cosmic starry sky, absolutely supreme. This realm is merely a vague legend in the Xian-Tian continent. I never expected that my parents would possess such a realm. Daoxuan couldn't believe he had such a terrifying family background. Isn't this surely an invincible path? Now, recalling the scene on Chiyun Mountain, his white moonlight beneath another man, that wanton and carefree little vixen, Daoxuan suddenly wanted to laugh. Nalan Anren is indeed a great beauty, but compared to the 4 stunning fairy sisters, she was clearly a gray swan in a muddy pond, incomparable in figure, appearance, or charm. I really don't understand. How did I ever take a liking to her? Now that I think about it, she was just all right. By now, he seemed to understand why the imperial family would cultivate their heirs this way. Just as Daoxuan was about to take the 90-year lotus essence pill, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. A beam of golden light, like the sharpest imperial sword from the depths of the starry sky, pierced through the heavens and descended upon the courtyard. Within the light, 28 women in purple misty garments, extraordinarily elegant and ethereal, stepped out one after another with long, slender legs. Seeing the special dark patterns drawn on their shoulders, Dongji furrowed her brows. They are from the Rakshasa imperial realm. My mother's influence? Daoxuan was slightly taken aback. 28 women, led by a sister whose legs seemed longer than her life, walked straight to Daoxuan and bowed slightly. I am Ling Yuan, the leader of the Dark Moon 28 glories from the Rakshasa Empire. Today, I have brought my sisters here on the orders of the clan leader to teach you how to see through the word love. Daoxuan, you're back. Seeing the young master being forcibly dragged into the small wooden house, Dongji felt a bit worried. The young master just took a break. Is he trying to throw away his life? Chapter 2. On the day of the wedding, in a small window, getting ready. In the pond, koi fish swam, while sparrows occasionally peeked from the eaves. 20 hours later. Bang! The door was kicked open. Daoxuan and the 28 blushing, sweating fairy sisters walked out of the small wooden house one after another. This is the 9th grade ascending dragon pill that the clan leader ordered me to hand over to you before leaving. This pill is one of the only 2 9th grade pills that can ignore cultivation levels, allowing the user to safely absorb its powered IT, can help you devour all opportunities in a short period. Among the myriad worlds, there's only this one. At this point, Ling Yuan fixed her beautiful eyes on Daoxuan, glancing warily at Chunmei and the other 3 not far away, and said earnestly, I hope you will take it soon too. Avoid complications. Chen Daoxian gladly accepted the pill. In these 2 days, although he had been forced into situations. But that wasn't the point. The point is, he had seen through the word love and firmly established his next goal, to attain the Tao and become an emperor. Young master, will you come back with us now? Chun Mei asked curiously. Hearing this, Ling Yuan wrapped her arm around Chun Daoxuan's and snuggled into his embrace. Come back to the Rakshasa Empire with us. The contest for the sun is about to begin. And only our Rakshasa Empire can provide you with the best cultivation resources. Bullshit. Chun Mei angrily slammed her palm down, shattering a stone table. He is the young master of the Azura Empire, and if he goes back to the upper realm, it's also going home. Ling Yuan clung to Chun Daoxian, raising her alluring long leg and gently rubbing against him. Who says the Rakshasa Empire isn't his home? Sisters, what do you think? The 28 glories all echoed. Exactly. Chun Mei's expression turned cold. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Upon hearing this, the Dark Moon 28 glories instantly changed their expressions and took up fighting stances. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Seeing that both sides were about to clash, shaking the heavens and the earth, Chun Daoxian casually lifted Ling Yuan's snowy white leg while wrapping his other arm around her delicate waist, and then threw her out. Ling Yuan, who landed on her backside, looked up in shock. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the women, Chun Daoxian poured himself a cup of cool tea and said on, where I go is my business, you have no right to comment, understand? He was the heir of 2 emperors, bearing the top bloodlines of 2 great imperial clans, crushing all supreme bodies. It wasn't up to a group of women to sway his thoughts. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the young master's mindset had undergone an astonishing transformation. He was no longer being led by women. Chun Mei felt overjoyed for a moment. She obediently admitted her mistake. It was my fault for defying the young master. Please punish me. Chun Daoxian. No need for punishment, you stay, and the others can leave. This mountain, ever since they arrived, a barrier had been set up, preventing outsiders from entering. Perhaps his adoptive parents were now anxiously pacing outside the mountain. After all, they had raised him for 16 years. Now that Chun Daoxian was in a position of power, the first thing he needed to do was repay his adoptive parents for their kindness. In the following days, Chun Daoxian consumed 2 9th-grade pills, causing a shocking phenomenon that stunned the entire eastern state. Many old monsters from various sects who had been in seclusion for years also came out to take a look. As for the terrifying scene of divine beings and demons manifesting in the sky, people speculated about who had caused it. Nailin Anren immediately gave the answer. This must be the phenomenon brought on by her brother Tang Chun. It must be. The 7-day appointment arrived as scheduled. On this day, the Nailin family was festooned with lights and filled with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. All the prominent cultivators, powerful beings, and aristocrats in Eastern State were invited to gather here. Nailin Anren, the eldest daughter of the Nailin family and the most beautiful woman in Eastern State, was actually going to marry a third-rate family scoundrel, which many found deeply regrettable. In a small window in front of a bronze mirror, Nailin Anren, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, sat there while her mother, Lu Xiaoji, was styling her hair. Looking at her daughter's exquisite makeup in the mirror, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but complain. The Tang family is really unattainable. Clearly, you are carrying their child, but they refuse to acknowledge it. It's simply hateful. Nailin Anren frowned slightly at her words. Mother, some things shouldn't be said recklessly. Be careful of eavesdroppers. Yes. Lu Xiaoji was immediately frightened into changing her words. Nailin Anren. Moreover, young Master Tang has already promised to support our Nailin family in the future. That is enough. In the world of adults, one must look at the benefits. As long as there is profit to be gained, what does it matter if I give birth to this child for him? Lu Xiaoji tenderly held her daughter's hair. You have such a broad mindset. Ultimately, it's still a favor to that Chen fellow. By the way, I've already prepared a mat for him when you enter the bridal chamber. Let him sleep on the mat and not touch you. Nailin Anren's expression slightly changed as she whispered, That won't do. Lu Xiaoji, why not? Nailin Anren. If this gets out, it will attract outside criticism. Lu Xiaoji was surprised. So you really won't sleep with him? Nailin Anren pouted slightly and smiled. If I have to sleep, then he'll sleep. Why should men have multiple wives while women can't? Don't you think so, mother? Unexpectedly, her daughter's thoughts were so rebellious. Lu Xiaoji felt uneasy in her heart. But out of love for her daughter, she didn't say anything more. In fact, Nalan Anren still had a little expectation for Chen Daoxian. After all, in terms of looks, Chen Daoxian was indeed devastatingly handsome, capable of overshadowing Tang Chun. Moreover, although Tang Chun came from the Tang family and had a prominent background, bringing her many benefits, he was too quick before she was ready. His side had already concluded. How could she be satisfied with that? If Chen Daoxian could truly meet her physical needs, while Tang Chun could satisfy her spiritual and material needs, then sleeping with two men at the same time wouldn't be impossible. Of course, as a very greedy woman, she hoped even more that on this wedding day, Tang Chun could arrive riding on a rainbow with an enviable wealth of betrothal gifts to sweep her away. Nalan Anren lowered her beautiful eyes, murmuring to herself, as the first beauty of Eastern state, gifted in every art, yet I have to marry a man from a third-rate family. I can only say that Chen Daoxian must have accumulated great virtue in his past life to be able to enter my door. Let's see how he treats me after the marriage. Lu Xiaoji hugged her daughter's neck and comforted her. My silly Anren, don't worry, all men are lustful, you are so beautiful. He will definitely treat you like a treasured pearl. Nalan Anren pouted. That's true. If he marries me, he's really picking up a big bargain. Let him secretly rejoice. Creak. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Nalanda walked in, and seeing his daughter so beautifully dressed, he looked very pleased. Anren, there's no need to jump over the fire basin for this marriage, remember to make. Chen Daoxian kneeled directly on the ground, and you step over him, that's the rule. Don't let the guests see a joke that I know, Dad. These matchmakers have already told me. Nalan Anren smiled in response. Chapter 3, The God of Destruction. Burying heaven, burying earth, burying gods. The Nalan family is now just waiting for Chen Daoxian to come and marry in. After all, Chen Daoxuan's looks are undeniable. Could Nalan Anren not be tempted by him? She wouldn't even believe that herself. Because there's one thing many people may not know. Once a woman starts to look good, she can surpass men in every way. The auspicious time is already approaching. But at this moment, Chen Daoxian is still sitting in the backyard of the Chen residence, staring blankly at the fish in the pond. Just 3 days ago, after taking the 9-tiered ascending dragon pill, he unexpectedly unlocked a supreme opportunity, the God of Destruction tree, and he learned a tremendous secret before Pangu opened the heavens. There was a universe more splendid and seamless than the current one. It was all destroyed because of the arrival of a God of Destruction, turning the universe into nothingness. And that God of Destruction transformed into a divine tree, waiting for a fated person to accept his supreme inheritance. The divine tree contains 9 supreme divine mechanisms. And as it grows, at each stage, Chen Daoxian can obtain 1 divine mechanism. Once all 9 divine mechanisms are acquired, he will completely inherit the power of the God of Destruction and become a new god. The world says that the path to becoming an emperor is paved with the bones of countless talented individuals. Little do they know, before the God of Destruction, even powerful emperors are like straw dogs. With both parents being emperors, his background is already invincible. Now, with an unbeatable divine advantage. Even if Chen Daoxian wants to keep a low profile, his strength won't allow it. However, destruction corresponds to the opportunity of life. Life begins with the union of yin and yang. For the divine tree to grow, Chen Daoxian needs to use the secret method of the primordial yin and yang union to perform 81 mysterious postures, skillfully controlling speed, strength, angle, and other aspects to obtain pure life force to nourish the divine tree. This method has extremely strict requirements. Only a partner with a special physique and bloodline can be used by him. For example, someone like Nalan Anren with a wasted physique would be useless. Looking up at the sky, Chen Daoxian gathered his thoughts and calmly said, "Let's go." Yes, Chen Mei nodded and followed in his footsteps. Some things still need to be resolved. The Nalan family wants to force a marriage with a young master from an imperial clan. Then let them taste the consequences themselves. The Chen family hasn't arrived yet. In a side hall of a Nalan residence, Nalanda was pacing anxiously, as if looking for something to hit someone with. The guards looked pale and terrified. No, not yet. How could this be? Nalan Anren sat beside him, covering her face with a red veil, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Her hands tightly clenched the red dress. unsure of how to place them. Didn't he always like me? Didn't he dream of marrying me? Now I agree to marry him. But where is he? What is he doing? Thinking of the Chen Daoxuan who used to care for her so much, bringing warmth to her heart, even though after the scandal on Qian Mountain, he never came to find her again. But she still couldn't believe he would let go. Anren, don't worry. I think the Chen family must have encountered some unexpected situation on the way, Lu Xiaoji said, holding her daughter's icy hand, pretending to be calm. Hearing this, Nalan Anren suddenly pulled down the red veil and threw it on the ground, her pretty face filled with anger. Even if something unexpected happens, he should still come alone. What day is today? Today is the day of my wedding with him. If he doesn't even have this attitude, then I won't marry him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji's mouth twitched, hurriedly picking up the veil and wiping off the shoe prints on it. My little ancestor, all the guests are waiting outside. If you don't marry him, how will your parents face others in the future? Nalanda. Yes, no more nonsense. But Nalan Anren stamped her foot in anger, her eyes red as if she could cry at any moment. I don't care. When he comes, he must kneel and apologize publicly and vow to love me forever. Spoil me and only listen to me. Otherwise, I won't marry him. He doesn't even think I'm Nalan Anren if I want to marry. The man coming to propose can't be less than 8,000. If I didn't think he was the one, would he have this chance? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Looking at his daughter's angry expression, Nalanda could only smile wryly. All right, let him swear. Let him kneel. I'll handle this. She chose the man. Isn't it just for his looks? What can be done? Moreover, with Chen Daoxuan's temperament, he has always been stubborn. When he was 3, he fought and poked someone's eye out and couldn't take a disagreement without going all out. He's not some soft persimmon to be manipulated at will. Otherwise, Nalanda wouldn't have personally gone to the Chen family, threatening them with the lives of their entire family to force him to marry in. Nalanda came to the eaves, his expression serious, secretly clenching his fists. Although this child is unruly and fierce, he is also known as a filial son. Even for his foster parents, he would surely come. He will definitely come. Master, madam, the Chen family has arrived. At this moment, a guard rushed in. Upon hearing this good news, Nalanda and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps they didn't even realize that at this moment, Chen Daoxian had already turned the tables. Transforming from a prospective son-in-law they were about to control into the one who controls the situation. Nalanda signaled his daughter to get ready, then strode out of the side courtyard. As Nalanda and his wife returned to the front square, all the guests were watching with anticipation. Chen Daoxian, as today's son-in-law, being able to marry a stunning beauty like Nalan Anren, makes countless young masters envious. Of course, the fact that Nalan Anren was showing during this event has been widely regarded as something Chen Daoxian did under the Nalan family's strong measures. Being pregnant before marriage is still inappropriate. But for Chen Daoxian to marry into the Nalan family and allow their child to carry the Nalan surname, it still preserves the Nalan family's dignity. The auspicious time is approaching. People are filled with expectation, looking into the distance. The scorching sun baked the white jadestone path outside the square, heat rising. Finally, in the eyes of the crowd, for figures walking side by side appeared. Chen Daoxian actually came without wearing wedding clothes. Look at that woman next to him in maid attire. Oh my God, she's so beautiful. For a moment, many men's gazes were drawn to Chen Mei, and discussions erupted. Seeing Chen Daoxian dressed in black, Nalanda's expression darkened. From a distance, he started scolding him. Chen Tianhai, what's going on? You haven't even put the wedding clothes on him yet. The child is thoughtless, but are you thoughtless too? If you delay the auspicious time, you Chen family will lose face, and my Nalan family will have to deal with it. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, causing Chen Tianhai and his wife to break out in a cold sweat. Their fear of the Nalan family had long since seeped into their bones. But due to everything their son had instructed them on the way here, Chen Tianhai finally mustered his courage, straightened his back, and walked forward. Stop with this nonsense. Nalan Anren is shameless and fickle. She is simply unworthy of my son. We are here today to cancel the marriage. Chapter 4, Canceling the Marriage, Apologizing. Leaving your family intact. Cancel the marriage. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was stunned. Gasps of cold air rose one after another. Many guests stood up in shock, their mouths agape. Nalan Anran was even more stunned, standing there for a long time, unable to collect herself. The guests widened their eyes in disbelief, not expecting the usually submissive Chen Tianhai would dare to propose canceling the marriage on such a day. Isn't this slapping the Nalan family in the face in front of all the aristocracy of Dongzhou? What did you say? You want to cancel the marriage? Nalanda's lips twitched violently, a wave of dizziness hitting him, still unable to believe what he had just heard. He is someone who cares deeply about his reputation. How could such a thing be allowed to happen? And has Chen Tianhai gone mad? He actually came here to play the game of life and death. Considering the issue of face, Nalanda began to restrain himself, his whole body trembling, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Daoxuan, enunciating each word. Chen Shizhi. Do you mean the same? The implication of a threat was obvious. However, today Chen Daoxuan had already consumed 2 ninth-grade pills, achieving an absolute leap in cultivation. This leap transcended the understanding of anyone on the Tianxian continent. A mere Nalan family. Even without Chunmei present, he was not afraid. Facing Nalanda's proud and dark demeanor, Chen Daoxian regarded him as a jumping clown, his calm eyes showing no waves. That's right. Boom! At this moment, a powerful storm of aura swept in from all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of experts from the Nalan family surrounded the area. The scene was incredibly shocking. The guests were stunned and watched in silence. After a moment, Nalan Anran angrily lifted her veil. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Her voice mixed with a crying tone. Chen Daoxian, do you think I can only marry you? Do you think you're the only man left in this world? Chen Daoxian, I never thought so. Nalan Anran. Then why did you come and talk to me about canceling the engagement? You even let your father insult me. Insulting words. Chen Daoxian inexplicably wanted to laugh. Is it really insulting words, or is it stating the facts? You know in your heart. Nalan Anran. Could it be that you really want me to speak of the disgraceful affair between you and Tang Chen on Qiyun Mountain that day? What? The young master of the Tang clan, Tang Chen? This statement caused another uproar. Some guests, who had previously been curious, shook their heads, feeling that Chen Daoxian was speaking recklessly, playing with fire. What kind of power is the Tang clan? They are the overlord of the eastern state. They are a terrifying existence that no faction in the eastern state can afford to offend, let alone a small Chen family. Even the deeply rooted Nalan family is far from qualified to provoke the authority of the Tang clan. Regardless of the truth of what Chen Daoxian said as an adult, such words should not have come from his mouth. Moreover, it was said in public. Chen Daoxuan's words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Nalan Anran was exposed by him in such a way, instantly furious. Don't slander me. I am pregnant with your child. If you don't recognize it, I, Nalan Anran, can raise it myself. Anyway, I have seen your true colors today. Had I known this, I should not have given my innocence to you, the heartless man. Nalan Anran screamed hysterically, trying to cover the truth and preserve her reputation in front of others, tears streaming down her face. Clearly, she was the one who was messing around outside. Now, she was turning the tables, making it seem like she had suffered a great injustice. If a woman's tears are used like this, then Chen Daoxian today has indeed opened his eyes. At this moment, dozens of Nalan family's guards all drew their swords, ready to strike down the 4 of them. Nalan Anran sniffled, wiping her tears. For the sake of the unborn child, I will only give you one last chance. Kneel. Admit your mistake. I will forgive you. Chen Daoxian shook his head regretfully. Hopeless. Then die. Kill. Nalan Anran angrily commanded. In an instant, a sea of sword shadows rushed in. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxian, who was in the encirclement, did not make any movements, only uttering a single word. And dozens of Xian masters were simultaneously blasted away with an invisible wave of energy. Nalan Anran stared in shock at those guards, all of whom fell to the ground and vomited blood. Her pretty face changed drastically. Nalanda instantly flashed forward, protecting his daughter behind him, looking at Chen Daoxian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just now, how did Chen Daoxian make his move? Even he couldn't see clearly. How did this kid suddenly become so powerful? Nalanda was suspicious. Looking at those fallen guards, he finally realized they were all dead. After easily dispatching dozens of guards, Chen Daoxuan turned his fiery gaze towards Nailinda. Just now, your daughter gave me an opportunity, and I have responded to her. To be fair, now I will give you a chance as well. Neil, apologize. I might consider leaving your Nailin family with intact corpses. Nailinda's face darkened. Extremely grim. Little brat. Who do you think you're talking to? Eye to eye. Chen Daoxuan wore a smile of divine favor, looking at him like an ant. Old biting. What do you say? Just having come of age, Chen Daoxuan audaciously challenged Nailinda openly. This left the guests present completely baffled. It should be noted that Nailinda was among the top 10 experts in the Eastern State, not someone a junior could provoke. No matter how stunning Chen Daoxuan's talent was, at his current age, he could absolutely not be Nailinda's match. Was it worth it to seek momentary satisfaction, knowing it was impossible? Just as the guests were lamenting one after another, the sky suddenly trembled. People looked up in astonishment. They saw a golden rock emitting a long cry, descending fiercely. On the back of the rock stood 3 people, and their attire was actually that of Tang Chen's brother. Seeing the man she adored finally arrive, Nailin Anren seemed to be redeemed. Behind Tang Chen were an elder and a young boy. The elder was Tang Kuai, a true Xian Wang powerhouse from the Tang clan. The young boy was named Tang Feng, Tang Chen's cousin. The 3 of them rode on the golden rock, directly landing on the square under the awe of the crowd. As Tang Chen's figure landed steadily, all the guests, including those from the Nailin family, bowed and saluted, showing utmost respect. Chen Tianhai and his wife turned pale as paper, completely falling into despair. Tang Xiao has arrived. It's over. Chapter 5. Tang Clan's Young Master. A godlike, peerless genius. Is it the Tang Xiao? Such a godlike figure would deign to appear here. Am I dreaming? The Nailin family really has a great face. Many people were shocked and incredulous at Tang Chen's arrival. After all, that was the Tang clan. It was a sacred place for cultivation that countless cultivators in the Eastern State dreamed of. Just the name Tang clan was enough to suppress the ages, making countless ancient sects bow in submission. In front of the Tang clan, all sect forces are like chickens and dogs, easily crushed. Tang Chen brother, Nailin Anren, with red eyes, ran to him, completely disregarding the wedding dress she was wearing. She gently covered her abdomen, looking pitiful, eager to gain his acknowledgement, to gain the recognition of the entire Tang clan. However, Tang Chen did not give her the response she expected, only taking out a beautifully packaged congratulatory gift from his storage ring. Congratulations, Nailin's sister, on finding a good match. With his indifferent words, Nailin Anren's heart sank like a stone. After sleeping with him so many times and becoming pregnant with his child, in the end, she couldn't even get the status of a concubine. For a moment, Nailin Anren lowered her head and fell silent. The silent scene led the guests to speculate in whispers. Tang Chen also knew she was angry, reaching out to touch her cheek, not caring about the gazes of others. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Nailin Anren buried her head deep, unwilling to speak. Lu Xiaoji saw this and twisted her waist like a water snake, approaching with a flattering smile. Young Master Tang, you don't know, Chen Daoxuan is now quite tough. Not only did he publicly break off the engagement, but he also just killed dozens of people from the Nailin family and threatened that my family's master must kneel and apologize to him if we want to keep the Nailin family intact. Can you believe what he said? Not only that, Nailin Anren raised her eyes defiantly, adding fuel to the fire. He also insulted my unborn child, calling it a wild seed born of a mother without a father. What did you say? Tang Chen was shocked and pale. Chen Tianhai, hearing this, looked almost dazed, not expecting that Nailin Anren, who appeared to be a pretty little girl, had such a venomous heart. Unable to hold back, he stepped forward to argue. You're lying. When did Shinner say such a thing? Nailin Anren, adhering to the principle of destroying what she couldn't have, puffed out her little chest with righteous indignation. What? Are you already denying what you just said? Or is it because Brother Tang Chen is here that you all started to get scared and cowardly? Chen Tianhai couldn't help but scratch his head. You, how can you talk nonsense like this? Father, there is no need to argue with her. At this moment, a large hand pressed on Chen Tianhai's shoulder. It was Chen Daoxuan stopping him. Arguing with a woman was never wise, especially with one who was shameless and unreasonable. As for whose child she was carrying, others might not be clear, but Tang Chen and Chen Daoxian understood without saying. Their eyes met. Tang Chen's proud gaze was slightly cold, as if looking at an ant. Did you really say that? Chen Daoxian calmly raised his eyes. To add a crime. One need not lack a reason. Since you all say I insulted, fine, I insulted. A waste, a cheap thing, what can you do to me? Hiss. Tang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The crowd was even more shocked. Was Chen Daoxian crazy today? Did he even know who was standing in front of him? Arrogance should come with an understanding of one's opponent. Clap, clap, clap. Tang Chen laughed out loud in anger, clapping 3 times. Good, good Chen Daoxian, a mere mayfly dares to shake the heavens. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian lightly brushed off his robe. Who is the mayfly? Who is the heavens? We'll have to fight to know, right? What? He actually wanted to challenge young Master Tang. Nailin Anren hooked her arm around Tang Chen's, lightly laughing. Brother Tang Chen is the top genius of Dongzhou. Far ahead of you. You're not even in the same world. Chen Daoxian, if I were you, I would kneel down now and knock my head 300 times to apologize to Brother Tang Chen. Maybe there would still be a chance. He no longer had a chance. Tang Chen casually pointed at Chen Daoxian, delivering a merciless judgment. Wind, take his head off for me. Danfang not det da ge. Like a hunt, he locked onto Chen Daoxuan's figure. As he moved forward, the ground's stone slabs cracked inch by inch. An extremely domineering aura swept through, causing everyone present to break into a cold sweat. 7-star Grandmaster. Everyone was horrified. Tang Feng, so young, just over 20 years old, and already a 7-star Grandmaster. Is this the strength of the Tang sect? Seeing the Tang sect genius preparing to strike, Nailin Anren raised her head arrogantly, glaring fiercely at Chen Daoxian. She thought about how he had been so gentle and considerate to her before, but now, just because she was pregnant with someone else's child, he wanted to break off the engagement and betray his vows. Truly disappointing. Kid, have you not heard that insulting the Tang sect means death? Tang Feng raised his cold eyes, casually reaching into the void, and a silver war hammer wrapped in terrifying thunder power suddenly appeared in his hand. The spiritual power radiated outward, taking form. This was a sign of a Grandmaster's strength. As a genius of the Tang sect, Tang Feng didn't even put Chen Daoxian in his eyes. He casually rested the silver war hammer on his shoulder, his disdainful gaze looking down on everything. Nailin Anren, several dozen yards away, could still feel the overwhelming battle aura emanating from Tang Feng's silver warhammer. Before such a powerful being, Chen Daoxian had no chance of survival. He could have avoided all this. As long as he honestly married her and joined the Nailin family, he could command the winds and rains in Dongzhou, achieving a class leap and becoming someone of importance. In the evening, he could have a beautiful wife like her, accompanying him every night for revelry and enjoyment. Wasn't this a good life? But he insisted on being high-minded, unwilling to be the one to take over. Then let him die. Even if he was killed on the spot by Tang Feng, turned into a pulp, she wouldn't feel a bit of heartache. The ominous war hammer might cause the ground to tremble incessantly, and the energy ripples constantly impacted the fragile hearts of the gathered guests. The atmosphere was oppressive for a long time. Suddenly, Tang Feng lifted the silver war hammer with one hand, aiming it at Chen Daoxian. The young master asked me to take your head. Will you come willingly, or should I do it myself? Chen Daoxian waited for a moment. He didn't expect that he would only come up with such a response. Feeling bored, he replied, Nonsense. Chen Daoxian suddenly shifted, and in an instant, before everyone could react, he plunged his palm directly into Tang Feng's chest, grabbing his beating heart in his fingers. Throughout the entire process, Tang Feng had no awareness. When he looked down and saw a large area of red spilling from his chest, his expression changed dramatically, and he felt a wave of pain in his heart. Everyone, bone-chilling. Wait. Tang Chen hurriedly raised his hand and shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a squelch, Chen Daoxian directly pulled out his heart, and, right in front of Tang Chen, he crushed it fiercely. Chapter 6 Tang Sect Divine Technique. Gods and Demons Dance. The scene was extremely shocking. As blood burst forth like fireworks from Chen Daoxuan's hand, everyone couldn't help but take several steps back, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Chen Daoxian. Tang Feng, as a genius of the inner sect of the Tang sect, actually died at the hands of Chen Daoxian in such a nonchalant manner. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? At this moment, Tang Chen and Nalanda, and even Elder Tang Kuei were all dumbfounded. What? What did he just do? Nalan Anren's expression was panicked as she clutched Tang Chun's arm, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. At this time, Chunmei came over with a snow-white silk handkerchief, standing beside Chen Daoxian to wipe the blood from his hands. Seeing this beautiful maid who looked like a celestial being, Nalan Anren immediately became furious. Who is she? Chen Daoxian looked up in surprise. Who she is has nothing to do with you. Nalan Anren gritted her silver teeth. No wonder you changed your heart. It turns out you've been hiding such a vixen by your side. Chen Daoxian know is she sick? Chunmei cast a cold glance, then looked back at Chen Daoxian, choosing to remain silent. Today was the young master's stage. She absolutely could not steal the spotlight from the young master. After Chunmei obediently left, Chen Daoxian once again fixed his provocative gaze back on Tang Chun. Little Mayfly, are you ready to make a move now? Hearing this, Tang Chun seemed to be poked in a hidden pain, immediately breaking down. You're the Mayfly. Your whole family is Mayflies. Don't think just because your movement is fast, you can do as you please. In front of me, you're still no match. Tang Chun was trembling with rage. He hated it most when others called him small. Meanwhile, Nalan Anren slightly tilted her head, instinctively touching her pinky finger. She took half of it and then suddenly shook her head, wrapping her arms around Tang Chun's. Brother Tang Chun, don't argue with someone like that. He.S. just a frog at the bottom of the well, only able to see the sky from the well, and has no idea what it means that there are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. Get lost. Tang Chen pushed her away with a dark face. Although Chen Daoxian hadn't shown any spiritual pressure just now, anyone with eyes could see that this guy's strength might be far above Tang Feng. He was able to kill Tang Feng so easily, showing just how powerful he is. And that foolish woman, Nalan Anren, still underestimates him. I really don't know what she's thinking. Is her brain filled with soy sauce? Seeing Tang Chen finally getting serious, everyone watched with anticipation. Many wanted to see the prowess of this unparalleled genius. Of course, Tang Kuei also had absolute confidence in the young master. Tang Xiao being called the #1 genius of Dongzhou by the world isn't just due to the Tang sect's reputation. It's because of his pure strength. To put it bluntly, with his current power, crushing Chen Daoxian would be no different than stepping on an ant. Looking across the world, among his peers, Tang Xiao is absolutely invincible. Unmatched talent, unmatched bloodline, unmatched background, unmatched resources. Compared to Tang Xiao, even comparing Chen Daoxian to an ant would be an insult to the ant. On the square, Tang Chen and Chen Daoxian were less than 100 meters apart, staring at each other. It was a clash of fire and water. Chen Daoxian, I admit speed is your advantage, but having speed alone won't win you the match against me. Today, I will show you step by step just how vast the gap between us truly is. Tang Chen stepped forward. A scorching, overwhelming spiritual pressure rapidly enveloped his body, surging like a blazing flame. Xianling realm. He has actually reached the Xianling realm. People gasped in shock. Nalanda stood with his mouth agape, unable to regain his composure. He never expected that Tang Xiao's cultivation had reached the 3-star Xianling realm. This is truly eye-opening. A Xianling powerhouse at such a young age is probably unparalleled throughout history. You wouldn't find a second one in all the ancient texts of the various states. Xianling powerhouses can already manipulate a small amount of heavenly energy for their own use, and their bodily functions have undergone a complete transformation. It's a world of difference compared to the great Xian Master Realm. Don't even mention Chen Daoxian being able to easily kill Tang Feng. Even Tang Chen could do the same. A fiery vortex of flames swirled beneath Tang Chen's feet, accompanied by a massive thunderhammer, its overwhelming battle intent reaching its peak. However, at that moment, Chen Daoxian remained unmoved, not releasing any spiritual power. He just stood there calmly, as if a revered master was looking down at a promising young junior. even giving Chen a compliment. Not bad. You're only 5 years older than me and have already stepped into the Xianling realm. At least among mortals, you're quite impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 black lines appeared above everyone's heads. What is he saying? He thinks Tang Xiao is just not bad. Nalan Anren couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Daoxuan, how come I never noticed you were such a braggart? And among mortals? You make it sound like you're a god from the heavens. Chen Daoxuan calmly replied, a god is still human. It's just that he has accomplished what others cannot, which makes him a god. Nalan Anren couldn't listen any longer. Raising her hand to slap her forehead. Good thing I didn't marry this guy. He doesn't even look at himself in the mirror to see where he comes from. Yet he dares to be arrogant in front of my brother Tang Chen. Brother Tang Chen, don't hold back. Beat this underwhelming guy to death. Me? Underwhelming? Chen Daoxuan was quite surprised. If underwhelming is defined like that, then at least more than 80 of the so-called underwhelming guys in the mouths of girls would be wronged. You don't need to say it. I will teach him a lesson. Tang Chen grinned sinisterly, the veins on his arms starting to throb like worms. Suddenly, he planted 1 foot on the ground as an axis and began to spin the thunder hammer rapidly. Is this the Tang sect's divine skill, divine demon's dance? A guest exclaimed in surprise. Divine demon's dance. Upon hearing this term, Nalanda couldn't help but widen his eyes. That is the supreme hammer technique of the Tang sect. Tang Xiao is using such a deadly move from the very beginning. It seems he wants to cover a larger area of attack with the most violent means to prevent Chen Daoxuan from escaping using his speed advantage. Indeed, Tang Xiao not only has heaven-defying strength, but his judgment is also very accurate. His future truly is beyond what we mere mortals can predict. Chen Daoxuan, to die under the Tang sect's divine skill is your supreme honor. Divine, demons, dance. The roar echoed like thunder. Centered around Tang Chen, a massive tornado suddenly rose, crashing towards Chen Daoxuan with a destructive force that could tear the heavens apart. At this moment, Nalan Anren, and Tang Kuei were all looking forward to seeing Chen Daoxuan's body being torn to shreds, wondering what a beautiful sight that would be. However, facing such a terrifying Tang sect divine skill, Chen Daoxuan remained unperturbed, standing firm as a bell, only raising his right hand and pointing a finger at the storm as he faced it head-on. Chapter 7, Supreme Bloodline of the Underworld. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, creating a massive mushroom cloud over the Nalan family square. Including the main hall, dozens of courtyards and houses were flattened by the storm. Fortunately, the guests managed to escape in time, or they would have been caught in the aftermath. Watching the black mist rise in the distance, Lu Xiaoji sat on the ground, completely stunned. Is this still martial arts? It's simply a strike that could destroy the world. What happened inside? The black mist obscured Nalan Anren's view, making it impossible to see the situation inside. People were craning their necks to look. Nalan stood with his hands behind his back, scoffing coldly. It is said that the Tang sect's divine skill, divine demon's dance, adds the force of the hammer with each rotation. Just now, Tang Xiao spun a total of 81 times. The power of this hammer, even I, would either be dead or severely injured if I took it head-on. What? At these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. You must know that Nalan's head is a peak 9-star Xianling. If even he can't withstand Tang Xiao's strike, let alone Chen Daoxuan. Hearing her father's words, Nalan Anren felt very happy, playing with a strand of hair by her ear, her beautiful lips slightly curling up. Just because you can't take that strike doesn't mean our young master can't withstand it. At this time, Chun Mei, who had just comforted Chen Tianhai and his wife from a distance, suddenly turned around and smiled at Nalanda. You, a servant, know nothing. How could you understand the Tang sect's divine skills? Nalanda was taken aback, his expression darkening. You, a servant, understand what? Chun Mei shook her head helplessly. However, at that moment, a series of wind-breaking sounds suddenly echoed through the smoke. Everyone looked puzzled and turned to listen. Suddenly, a powerful ripple swept through, dispersing the mist, revealing Tang Chen relentlessly pursuing and attacking Chen Daoxuan. In contrast, Chen Daoxuan moved gracefully, strolling among the myriad hammer shadows like a playful monkey. Meanwhile, Tang Chen was furious. exerting all his strength but still unable to inflict the slightest harm. This scene completely stunned everyone present. People were agape, utterly dazed, watching the two figures interweaving, each face filled with disbelief. Nalanda, how could this be? Chen Daoxuan not only wasn't defeated, but he also remained unscathed. This is impossible. At his age, he absolutely cannot have reached the Xian King realm. But if he isn't a Xian King realm powerhouse, how could he withstand Tang Xiao's previous strike without injury? The entire venue fell into dead silence. Even Tang Kuei did not expect Chen Daoxuan to be this strong. Looking back now, perhaps Tang Xiao never underestimated him from the start. Perhaps he had already seen Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Divine Demon's dance right from the beginning, unleashing that seemingly overwhelming power of 81 strikes like a mountain pressing down. Amid the ruined ruins, Chen Daoxuan yawned repeatedly, easily dodging Tang Chen's attacks, finding it utterly boring. With a flick of his finger, a burst of energy struck Tang Chen's left shoulder with a loud bang, causing blood to spurt out and making Tang Chen lose his balance, rolling away. He rolled on the ground for dozens of times before finally stabilizing himself in a sorry state. This scene left everyone completely dumbfounded. Young Master Tang Kuei trembled as he wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Tang Chen raising his hand. Today, the prominent figures of the Eastern State had gathered here. If he lost to Chen Daoxuan, not only would he lose his title as the #1 genius of Eastern State, but the Tang clan would also be humiliated. It might even shake his position as the young master of the Tang clan. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Panting heavily, Tang Chen planted his heavy hammer on the ground, sweat dripping down his face. Chen Daoxuan looked up disinterestedly at this little fool who overestimated himself and said, "If you don't have any other trump cards, I will have to erase you." "Erase me?" Hee hee. Tang Chen laughed. It sounded as if he could kill him at any moment. Tang Chen tightened his grip on the heavy hammer, took a deep breath, and gradually closed his eyes. Suddenly, a mass of scarlet, resembling thick blood, strange spiritual power emanated from behind him, quickly enveloping his body. The emergence of the eerie bloodlight made his aura even more malevolent. The surrounding atmosphere turned as cold as an ice cave. "What is that?" The guests looked around in surprise. Tang Kuei narrowed his eyes and sighed. "I didn't expect the young master to use the power of the netherworld. It seems this Chen Daoxuan kid has some skill." "The power of the netherworld?" Nalan Anren tilted her head in confusion. "What is the power of the netherworld?" She looked at her father, only to find him trembling uncontrollably. Nalan just seemed to have thought of something extremely terrifying, his teeth chattering, almost grinding them to dust. "The bloodline of the netherworld supreme," a sect elder among the guests exclaimed. "Supreme?" Chen Daoxuan frowned and looked at Chunmei. At this moment, Chunmei was also staring at Tang Chen. The supreme body is an existence that is considered abnormal even among imperial powers. Tang Chen is just an ant from the lower realms. Logically, he shouldn't possess such a supreme bloodline, right? Ha. Tang Chen suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. "Chen Daoxuan, have you heard of the bloodline of the Netherworld Supreme?" Chen Daoxuan, "No." Hearing this, Tang Chen's face showed even more pride. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Netherworld Supreme bloodline is a special bloodline awakened by my Tang clan's ancestors. Even in the Central State, no power dares to compete with it. Why does my Tang clan stand in the Eastern State instead of the Central State? It's simple, because we don't want those old monsters in the Central State to know the secrets hidden within us." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "So this Netherworld Supreme bloodline is a special bloodline. What a pity. Tang Chen is not a woman. Otherwise, it would be perfect to provide him with nourishment to help the divine tree grow, thus allowing him to gain the strongest divine power in the universe. Alas, what a pity." Chen Daoxuan expressed deep regret, shaking his head repeatedly. "Tang Chen, what a pity." Chen Daoxuan, "It's a pity that you are not a woman." Tang Chen suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, instantly furious. "What does it matter whether I am male or female? When I unleash this netherworld power, you will have the chance to experience the true power of my Tang clan." Chen Daoxuan smiled knowingly. "I look forward to it." Still acting cool, Tang Chen was so angry he wanted to pull his hair. He had never seen anyone so pretentious in his life. In a fit of rage, he leaped into the air, his whole body enveloped in scarlet spiritual light. A swirling vortex of blood-colored energy rapidly condensed, filling the air with malevolent energy. Chen Daoxuan, if I don't kill you today, I'll write the Tang character backward. Great Summer Hammer. Chapter 8. Young Master Tang's All-Out Battle. In the void, a massive shadow of a hammer glowing with blood-red light, towering over several dozen feet, carried a destructive energy storm and smashed towards Chen Daoxuan. The void exploded along the way. The space twisted and even collapsed. With a blessing of netherworld power, this hammer from Tang Chen would make even a profound king's strongman flee in fear. It must be said that Tang Chen is indeed a genius among geniuses in the lower realms. He had the capital to be proud. For him, challenging and defeating stronger opponents was not a difficult task. However, even with all his strength unleashed under the shadow of the giant hammer, Chen Daoxuan remained calm and unhurried. One hand behind his back, lazily raising his right index finger to point at the sky. He still wants to block young master's attack with just one finger? Are you kidding me? If he can catch it, I'll eat shit. Chen Daoxuan was truly too pretentious. Young Master Tang, I beg you kill him. Let him die. Chen Daoxuan's arrogance made the guests unable to bear it any longer. Who could be so pretentious? A hammer capable of killing a profound king strongman was fiercely smashed down. When the massive hammer shadow struck Chen Daoxuan's finger, the destructive storm surged out. Boom! The heavens trembled. The shimmering, blood-colored storm spread out in all directions. The raging wind wreaked havoc on everything in the space, causing everyone to instinctively cover their heads and crouch down, fearing to be caught in the chaos. Chen Daoxuan, let's see if you live or die this time. Nalan Anren stomped her feet in anger. The man she couldn't have, no one else could either. She glared fiercely at the little maid who was 10 times more beautiful than her, thinking that once young Master Tang dealt with Chen Daoxuan, she would have that little maid tortured to vent her anger. The storm raged, turbulent waves filling the air. Chen Tianhai and his wife hid behind Chunmei, trembling as they looked up at the enormous blood-colored energy vortex. Chen Tianhai, Miss Chunmei, is Su'er really all right? Chunmei smiled brightly. It's fine. You will see how strong the young master is soon. The massive storm lasted for an unknown amount of time before gradually dissipating. The sky returned to tranquility. Except for Tang Chen, there was no one else. Holding the hammer with one hand, Tang Chen was nearly exhausted. He took a recovery pill from his storage ring and quickly swallowed it. His pale face improved slightly. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was no longer in the sky, Tang Chen put away the heavy hammer, casually brushing off his robe. This is what happens when you oppose my Tang clan. Nalanda, seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately clasped his fists in salute. Young Master is mighty. Young Master is mighty. Others echoed in agreement. The terrifying strength displayed by young Master today was enough to be passed down through the ages, becoming a legend. His future might surpass his father's, reaching even greater heights. Tang Chen looked down at the overjoyed Nalan Anren, a warm current flowing through his heart. In this battle, he truly gave it his all, and throughout the process, she had been with him. She was even carrying his child. Thinking of his earlier heartless demeanor, Tang Chen felt a bit regretful and said, Nalan Anren, if I say I want to take you as my concubine, would you be willing? This. Nalanda and Lu Xiaoji turned around excitedly, looking at their daughter. The guests were also left in a daze. Only now did they realize that what Chen Tianhai said earlier was true. She was indeed carrying young Master Tang's child. No wonder Chen Daoxuan fought to the death today to break off the engagement. Any man would not tolerate such a thing. It's just a pity that Chen Daoxuan was outclassed and ultimately not young Master Tang's opponent. Tang Chen's words made Nalan Anren wait for a long time. Even being a concubine was her lifelong pursuit. After all, it was the Tang sect, the invincible Tang sect of the world. Compared to the Tang sect, what was the Chen family but a worthless thing? Nalan Anren believed in her own judgment and immediately expressed her willingness, as happy as a child. I am willing. I'm willing to marry you. That's great. Lu Xiaoji cried tears of joy. Her daughter's wish was finally fulfilled. From now on, the Nalan family could also receive the absolute protection of the Tang sect. Nalan Anren covered her abdomen with her hand, raised her head with tears in her eyes, and said, "Young Master Tang, from the beginning to the end, my heart has always belonged to you alone. Do you know? I once thought that if you didn't come to elope today, I would end my life on the wedding night." Tang Chun was greatly shocked and instantly appeared in front of her. He grabbed her little hand and placed it on his chest, feeling extremely pained. "You silly girl. How could you do that? Don't forget, you still have a child in your belly, our child." Tang Chun acknowledged it himself. The guests looked at each other, not daring to speak out. Nalan Anren's exquisite face was full of happiness. "I'm not silly. I just wanted to die to show my determination. To make it clear to you that in this world, no one else can have me but you." Still saying, "She's not silly." Tang Chun was so moved that he hugged her tightly. At this moment, Tang Kuei walked over, his serious face filled with solemnity. "Nalan Anren, since the young master agrees to take you as a concubine, I have to say a couple of words." Nalan Anren shyly broke free from Tang Chen's embrace and said seriously, "I will listen to the elder's teachings." "Good." Tang Kuei nodded with satisfaction. "First, you must not compete with the young master's other wives and concubines for jealousy. You must be understanding, this is the rule." Nalan Anren nodded frantically. "Brother Tang Chun is so outstanding. Having many wives and concubines is only right. I will be understanding." A woman could say such things so candidly. The result could only be one. She was very hypocritical and ambitious. Tang Chun was easily moved by her. But the experienced Tang Kuei would not be. He immediately said, "As for the second matter, after entering the Tang sect, you must suddenly—" Tang Kuei's eyes bulged. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Nalan Anren was puzzled. "What must I do? Please speak plainly, elder." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Kuei fell silent. Instead, he trembled and pointed behind Nalan Anren. Only then did Nalan Anren realize that, including her father and the guests, everyone was staring as if they had seen a ghost, their gazes all focused on one spot. Nalan Anren turned around in confusion. To her astonishment, a free-spirited figure stood behind young Master Tang, smiling at her. "What's wrong?" Tang Chen also noticed that everyone seemed a bit off. Nalan Anren covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Tang, Tang, Tang, young master behind you?" Tang Chen was confused. At that moment, the person behind him raised a hand and gently poked his shoulder. Tang Chun turned around curiously. Before he could see who was in front of him, a hand shadow came at him and slapped him hard across the face. Slap. A loud slap. Tang Chun flew back like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood. Chapter 9. Young Master Tang was killed. He actually didn't die. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Chen Daoxuan not only survived, but was completely unharmed. What on earth was going on? Tang Chen's face was pressed against the ground, sliding continuously, and finally crashed into a wall. Nalan Anren stared in shock at the deep trench carved into the ground, her expression nearly dazed. "Is this the unparalleled genius you were willing to go through so much trouble to cling to as a concubine?" Chen Daoxuan casually rolled up his sleeves and asked with a smile. Nalan Anren's lips parted, speechless. Why? How could he be this strong? Even the young Master Tang, who possessed the bloodline of the Nether Supreme, couldn't harm him in the slightest. Nalan Anren couldn't figure it out. Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all along? Otherwise, with his terrifying talent, he should have been famous all over the world long ago. Even now, Nalan Anren, no matter how foolish, had completely recognized the reality. Chen Daoxuan. This man was never as simple as she thought. Young master. At this moment, a mournful cry came from behind. Everyone turned their gaze to see Tang Chun lying in Tang Kuei's arms, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. His neck was broken. He was dead. Liu Xiaodi gasped, grabbing Nalanda's arm. At this moment, Nalanda was also sweating profusely from shock. Just because of that slap from Chen Daoxuan, the young master was killed. Everyone stared in horror as blood slowly oozed from the corner of Tang Chen's mouth, his entire being already devoid of life, sending chills down their spines. He was really dead. Nalan Anren covered her red lips, unable to believe it. The exceptionally gifted young Master Tang was actually no match for Chen Daoxuan. Just like a mayfly. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from Tang Kuei's body. overwhelming the surroundings, making the entire Na Lan residence feel unbearable. Xian Wang realm. Chen Daoxuan rubbed his chin, intrigued. I must say, this old fellow from the Tang sect still has some skill. Chen Daoxuan, you dare? You dare to kill my Tang sect's young master. Tang Kuei suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot. The violent energy fluctuations constantly shook the entire Na Lan residence. Under this terrifying spiritual pressure, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Xian Wang strongman. So terrifying. Tang Kuei was indeed worthy of being the third strongest in Dongzhou. His reputation was well-deserved. Nalanda, dumbfounded, rubbed his hands, seizing the opportunity while everyone focused on Tang Kuei and Chen Daoxian. He grabbed his daughter and began to retreat. Dad, what should we do now? Nalan Aaron was clearly panicking. She began to waver, doubting whether the forces behind Chen Daoxian were more terrifying than the Tang sect. Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying strength, comparable to the Xian Wang realm at such a young age? This kind of thing wouldn't even happen in Zhongzhou. Nalanda stared at the rebellious figure with great seriousness, cold sweat streaming down his back. Thinking of their previous attitude towards Chen Daoxian, he now wished he could give himself a hard slap. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. He could only secretly pray to the heavens, hoping that there were no forces from Zhongzhou backing Chen Daoxian. Otherwise, the Nalan family, which had been passed down for over 2,000 years, would truly be destroyed in his hands. Xianer. Chen Tianhai called softly from behind. Chen Daoxian turned curiously. Chen Tianhai made a face. Let's call it a day and escape quickly. Chen Daoxian. Chun Mei crossed her arms, glancing at Chen Tianhai. I told you. Today you will see the young master's true strength. True strength? Chen Tianhai and his wife exchanged glances in shock. Could it be that Xianer's true strength was even stronger than that Tang Kuei? Tang Kuei knelt before Tang Chun, knocking his head 3 times on the ground. His originally immortal appearance now looked somewhat haggard, aging significantly in an instant. Young master, it is my fault for not being able to protect you well. I, Tang Kuei, vow to bloodily wash the Chun family today to appease your spirit in heaven. Tang Kuei's old face was exceptionally grim, forcefully knocking his forehead against the ground, his aging body trembling uncontrollably. The young master of the Tang sect actually died here. This was a result no one had anticipated. Nalan Anren's expression was complicated as she lowered her head to touch her abdomen. The father of her child was now gone just like that. Yet, she felt not a trace of sorrow. What she was thinking about was whether Chen Daoxian could withstand Tang Kuei and what would happen to her and the child next. Chen Daoxian looked at Tang Kuei's sad expression and genuinely felt that the old man was quite pitiful. As an elder of the sect, he should have such loyalty to the young master. You should pray to him more. Otherwise, you might not get another chance. Chen Daoxian kindly reminded him. He still had great love. This person loved the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. It was precisely because of this great love that he could empathize with the pain and guilt in Tang Kuei's heart at this moment. However, Chen Daoxuan's good intentions, when they fell into Tang Kuei's ears, became so ironic, extremely harsh. It was subtly misunderstood as a kind of veiled mockery. Tang Kuei's face flushed, and he gradually stood up, his palm gripping the air, and a silver war hammer suddenly appeared. Yet another hammer. Doesn't T or Tang sect practice any other martial arts? Chen Daoxian was somewhat surprised. Upon hearing this, Tang Kuei was enraged. Our Tang sect hammer technique is unrivaled in the world. Don't think that just because you killed our young master, you can look down on the Tang sect. Chen Daoxian was slightly taken aback. I did not look down on you. I just asked out of curiosity. You idiot. Tang Kuei could not bear it any longer. If he heard another word from him, he would explode right there. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, violently erupting. The entire ground began to shake violently. Tang Kuei's teeth were chattering. Suddenly, his figure moved, and a large hammer in his hand swung towards Chen Daoxuan's face. Zulfust! The guests watching Tang Kuei move in an instant all exclaimed in surprise. This time, it seemed that Chen Daoxian also did not react in time. The hammer struck him squarely on the face. Bang! Xianer! Chen Tianhai was shocked. The wind blew through Chen Daoxuan's black hair, making it dance. This hammer had smashed his face, causing flesh to ripple. But he seemed to be fine. Tang Kuei couldn't help but widen his eyes. He took the hammer head on, or did he take it with his face? On purpose? Chen Daoxuan slowly raised his hand, moving the large hammer aside, and looked at Tang Kuei with some sympathy. The next moment, a truly overwhelming aura, like an ancient dragon awakening, erupted from Chen Daoxuan's body. The majestic aura shot straight into the sky, penetrating heaven and earth. The pressure swept across thousands of miles. Xianhuang Powerhouse. Chapter 10. Tang Sect Master in the East State, North Region. Amidst the snow-capped mountains and the northern wind, the Tang Sect's main peak, guarded by dozens of dark iron chains across the ravine, stood proudly and coldly in the world all year round. In a room within the Tang Sect, Tang Xuebua was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Behind her, a viscous scarlet spiritual power surged like blood plasma, extremely strange. Suddenly, a look of suspicion appeared on Tang Xuebua's exquisite face. She suddenly withdrew her spiritual power and opened her starry eyes wide. After putting on her shoes, she hurriedly pushed the door and left. At this moment, the square was filled with people, all gazing towards the horizon. Her father, Tang Hao, was also here. Tang Xuebua immediately approached. Dad, it seems I sense the aura of a Xianhuang powerhouse from that direction. After saying this, Tang Xuebua felt a bit absurd. In the East State, there had only been one Xianhuang powerhouse in countless years, and that was her father, Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's expression was also grave, because he felt the same powerful aura as his daughter. If another Xianhuang powerhouse really appeared in the East State, it would inevitably affect their Tang Sect's dominance over the world. This was not a good thing. Oh no! Tang Xuebua suddenly turned pale. That direction is where the Nailan family is located. Her brother is still there. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze in the square turned towards them, waiting for the sect master to give orders. The arrival of a stranger Xianhuang powerhouse in the East State was no trivial matter. The young master just happened to be in that direction, and they hoped he wouldn't provoke that senior. Xuebua, I will go take a look. You take care of things here for the time being. Tang Hao turned around, his face full of warmth, patting his daughter's fragrant shoulder. Tang Xuebua nodded heavily. Then you be careful. Tang Hao smiled gently. It's nothing. After saying that, he directly stepped into the air and headed towards the direction of the Nailan residence. In the Nailan residence, there were many stunned figures. Chen Daoxian, he is actually a Xianhuang powerhouse. It's over, this is really bad. Nailinda was panicking, feeling anxious. A young Xianhuang powerhouse like this is unprecedented in the entire history of cultivation in the Tianxin continent. Such a person, if there isn't some terrifying backing behind him, who would believe it? Sir, is it really that serious? Even if he is a Xianhuang powerhouse, he may not be able to match Tang Hao, right? Lu Xiaoji asked in fear. What do you know? What if he has some extremely powerful force from Central State backing him? Can Tang Hao withstand those monsters from Central State? Nailinda was furious. If it weren't for his daughter being there, he would have slapped her. How many times do I have to tell you to use your brain? After his shout, Lu Xiaoji also started to panic. What should we do? Although my daughter has had a marriage contract with him for a long time, she is now pregnant with the young master's child. Now, he comes to annul the marriage. And we're making things difficult for him, trying to use the Tang sect to eliminate him. What have we done? Get out. Nailinda finally couldn't hold back and slapped Lu Xiaoji, knocking her over. Dad! Nailan Anren hurriedly stopped him. Over at Tang Kuei's side, he was already so scared that he couldn't speak. He couldn't understand. How could there be someone who just turned adulthood and stepped into the Xianhuang realm? Chen Daoxian. Who on earth is this monster? Seeing his legs shaking like a rattle, Chen Daoxian felt quite helpless. Today, I came to annul the marriage with the Nailan family. Yet you Tang sect, clearly unrelated, insist on getting involved in this mess. Are you regretting it now? Tang Kuei's throat rolled as he blankly nodded. His face had turned pale. At such an old age, it wasn't easy. Chen Daoxian, being a person with great love, helplessly said, How about this? You say one last word, and I will kill you. I believe you can die with your eyes closed. Tang Kuei was momentarily speechless. Chen Daoxian, are you done? Tang Kuei, no, I haven't said it yet. Chen Daoxian used his hand as a sword. Poof! In an instant, he severed Tang Kuei's head. Just then, a wave of spiritual power fluctuation, even more domineering than Chen Daoxuan's aura, suddenly swept out from the depths of the sky. In the sky, large clouds began to roll to the sides, as if clearing a path for someone. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a tall figure slowly walked from the end of the heavenly road. The man had a middle-aged appearance, with a face like a knife, and beneath his elegant exterior was a pair of fierce and inscrutable eyes. With each step he took, the void beneath his feet cracked open. Tang Hao Nalanda rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after a moment, he cried out in shock. What? He is the Tang sect master. Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this. They all turned their respectful gazes towards that towering figure. The Tang sect master actually came here in person. It seemed he was attracted by the Xianhuang realm aura released by Chen Daoxuan. Both being Xianhuang powerhouses, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was only 1 star. However, Tang Hao was 4 stars. It seemed at this time, Chen Daoxuan was truly in deep trouble. Tang Hao, as the recognized strongest in the East State. When he was famous across the continent, Chen Daoxuan hadn't even been born yet. At this moment, Tang Hao looked down coldly at the ruins, first briefly pausing on the headless corpse of his second elder Tang Kuei, and then his gaze fell on the corpse of his son, Tang Chen. The originally refined face suddenly erupted with uncontrollable rage. It was you who killed my son? Tang Hao stared at Chen Daoxuan and shouted sternly. Chen Daoxuan raised his head, looking at the Tang sect leader whose aura was as overwhelming as a tidal wave, and nodded calmly. I did it. Chen Daoxuan was willing to take responsibility. Given that things had escalated to this point, he had no illusions left. It was only a matter of time before he attracted Tang Hao's attention. He did not expect him to admit it so straightforwardly. Tang Hao grinned fiercely. Tell me your name. Chen Daoxuan. A clear and resonant voice stirred up a 100-foot whirlwind. Even facing Tang Hao, Chen Daoxuan showed no sign of fear. The battle between the two Xianhuang powerhouses was inevitable today. Chen Mei was also very curious. She wanted to see if the young master, who had just taken 2 ninth-grade pills and whose strength had skyrocketed, could defeat a powerhouse who had been at the Xianhuang realm for many years. At this moment, both of their auras erupted without reservation. Tang Hao extended his hand into the air, and a giant hammer surrounded by blood-colored lightning suddenly appeared. This hammer was not an illusion created by spiritual power, but a high-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Chen Mei took off the purple haze spirit sword from her waist and tossed it over. Chen Daoxuan caught the sword in his hand, elegantly raised it, and pointed the blade at Tang Hao in the sky. Come on. Chapter 11. No more words, just do it. Fa Xing Tang Hao. Chen Daoxuan was very decisive and did not exchange a single word. This made Tang Hao wary. This kid's identity. After all, in the Xianhuang realm, the difference in strength was vast for each tier. Tang Hao's cultivation level was 3 tiers higher than Chen Daoxuan's. Under such a significant disparity, it would not be difficult for Tang Hao to kill Chen Daoxuan. Moreover, the two had a considerable age difference, and their combat experiences were not on the same level. Tang Hao frowned slightly, looking at the others in the square. He did not see any unfathomable existence among them. He then shouted, Why did you kill my son? This Tang sect leader was quite cautious. No wonder he could manage such a large sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan snorted dismissively. Why don't you ask the guest present what your son has done? Tang Hao scanned the crowd. The guests all lowered their heads, trembling. The confrontation between the two Xianhuang powerhouses was like a battle of gods. They did not want to be the unfortunate ones caught in the middle. Only Nalanda stood up at this moment, facing Tang Hao with cupped fists, and said, Sect Leader Tang, you may not know, but Chen Daoxuan came to withdraw the engagement today, and his actions were extremely tyrannical. He even threatened to destroy my Nalan family's entire clan. Tang Hao, what do you mean? Nalanda. In other words, he won't spare even the child in Anren's womb. Tang Hao grew increasingly confused. Who is Anren? And what does her child have to do with my son Chen? Huh? Nalanda was taken aback, extremely shocked this. My daughter Anren is carrying Tang Chen's child. Tang Hao was greatly shocked. What did you say? Chen has a child? How is that possible? For so many years, he had married and taken concubines, toiling hard, yet he had reaped nothing. Because of this, Tang Hao was deeply troubled. He specifically invited the most skilled alchemist from Dongzhou for Chen, but the diagnosis was that Chen could not have children, due to their Tang family's unique bloodline. Even taking pills had little effect. How could he possibly have a child? Tang Hao's face darkened. Nalanda, there are limits to jokes. Nalanda hurriedly said, "No. How could I dare to joke about this? Months ago, my daughter gave her pure body to Tang Chen, and now she's already showing signs of pregnancy. If you don't believe me, look." Nalanda anxiously pulled Nalan Anren over to show Tang Hao her belly. Tang Hao's expression changed slightly as he pondered. "Is what you carry truly Chen's child?" Nalan Anren was extremely panicked inside, but she put on a sincere expression. "Yes." "Tang Hao, how can you be sure?" Nalan Anren choked with tears. "Because he is the only man for me. I swear to the heavens." In fact, she had a secret that even her father did not know. Just months ago, she not only had relations with Tang Chen, but also once rolled in bed with her childhood friend from the Wang family after a night of drinking. However, she would never reveal this matter, as it concerned her reputation. Tang Hao did not expect that this girl had actually conceived Chen's child, and he couldn't help but tilt his head back and close his eyes, the pain on his face gradually melting away. Chen was dead, but he left behind a descendant. Was this a gift from heaven to their Tang family? Good. Tang Hao nodded slowly. "Once I deal with that Chen kid, I will take you to the Tang sect to give birth to the child." "Thank you, senior." Nalan Anren immediately knelt down. She understood that Tang Chen, that scoundrel, had never informed Tang Hao about her pregnancy. Now that she had Tang Hao backing her up, she had gotten what she wished for. As for Tang Chen, whether he lived or died, she didn't care at all. Tang Hao turned his gaze to Chen Daoxuan. "So, it is because my son did this ridiculous thing, tarnishing your fiancé, that you want revenge?" Chen Daoxuan, "Revenge? Nonsense." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "I think you misunderstood. Who Nalan Anren has relations with is none of my business. I simply came to withdraw the engagement." "Tang Hao, then why did you kill Chen?" Chen Daoxuan asked them. Upon hearing this, Nalanda hurriedly argued. "Sect leader Tang, he harbors hatred and wants to take revenge on us. Young Master Tang fought him fiercely to protect the child in Anren's womb, and as a result." At this point, Nalanda wiped away tears, feeling extremely sorrowful. Chen Daoxian found Nalanda's words amusing. "Your Nalan family members are truly shameless. Clearly, you wanted to use the Tang sect to deal with me, and now you are turning the tables on me. If I had proposed to withdraw the engagement, and you had agreed, without forcing me, to marry into the Nalan family as Tang Chen's substitute, would things have escalated to this point? What? Marry into the family? Substitute?" Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. Nalan Anren angrily retorted, "You're slandering us. When did we force you to marry into the family? Clearly, you wanted to marry me by force, saying you wouldn't marry anyone else." "Ugh." Chen Daoxian quickly turned away. Waving his hand, "You can talk, but do it nicely. Don't disgust me." Nalan Anren, "You." Both sides held firm to their arguments. Tang Hao rubbed his palms together. At this moment, the truth clearly didn't matter to him anymore. The fact that Nalan Anren was carrying Chen's child was undeniable. In that case, even if the Nalan family had bullied him and done something disgusting for the sake of the child in her womb, Tang Hao had to choose to protect her. As a Xianhuang powerhouse and the leader of the Tang sect, he was proud and would not allow himself to calmly reason with Chen Daoxian. Enough. Tang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Chen Daoxian. "You killed Chen. This is a fact. Since that is the case, you must pay for Chen's life." Chen Daoxian helplessly raised his head. "In this world, reasoning is useless. Let's speak with strength." From the very beginning, he had no intention to argue. If it weren't for Tang Hao insisting on clarifying the truth, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath. "Speak with strength?" Tang Hao slightly lowered his head, his face becoming increasingly ferocious. Boom! The terrifying aura of a 4-star Xianhuang powerhouse erupted like a volcanic eruption, pouring into the sky. Just as I wanted, Tang Hao swung down with his hammer. A blood-colored hammer shadow, towering thousands of feet, fell from the sky. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes and quickly positioned the purple haze spirit sword in front of him. With his other hand, he pressed down on the sword body, causing the entire sword to begin to tremble violently. emitting a piercing sword cry. Under this powerful sword cry, countless people covered their ears, their faces full of fear. Divine Wind, Thunder Control Technique. Chen Daoxuan swung his sword to the sky. Chen Mei's expression changed drastically. Between heaven and earth, a stunning sword intent rushed forth like a shooting star, tearing through the giant hammer shadow that had descended with the force of thunder. The giant hammer split in two and exploded on the spot. Tang Hao hurriedly raised the hammer in his hand to block in front of him. Bang! The sword energy struck the hammer, a terrifying force that felt as heavy as a mountain. It immediately sent Tang Hao flying backward. Chapter 12. Supreme Sword Technique. Swiftly killing Tang Hao. Nalan Anren stared in shock at this scene, retreating several steps. She had originally thought that by clinging to the Tang sect, she would be assured a life of luxury and ease. But unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan, this monster, was able to break Tang Hao's hammer technique with sword intent. The two had just started fighting, and Chen Daoxuan had already seized the initiative. Tang Hao skidded back for several hundred zhong before barely stabilizing himself. Astonished as he looked at his numbed hands and the hammer, his eyes filled with shock. However, the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's figure suddenly appeared. Facing a sword strike, Tang Hao hurriedly dodged and retaliated in anger. The two engaged in a breathtaking battle in midair. Before the battle began, everyone believed that Tang Hao would defeat Chen Daoxuan with overwhelming advantage, ending today's conflict. But now, everyone was dumbfounded, because in the sky, Chen Daoxuan was pressing Tang Hao hard, his unpredictable sword technique clearly not something that a mere youth could wield. Even for Tang Hao, facing those tricky angles was extremely difficult. Chen Daoxuan was no ordinary young man. His sword skills were unrivaled across the land. Do you still believe that he has no backing? No. I said before that he is the adopted son of Chen Tianhai. Being an adopted son proves that his biological father might have an impressive background. Yes. The guests, as onlookers, retreated to the sidelines and began to discuss it eagerly. In any case, whether Tang Hao or Chen Daoxuan, one had nothing to do with them. But the Nalan family was in a panic. Tang Hao cannot lose. The Tang sect must not perish. Otherwise, judging by Nalan Anren's earlier performance, the Nalan family would have no place to bury their dead. Dad, what do we do? Tang Hao won't lose to him, right? Nalan Anren was almost in tears. Nalan trembled as he comforted her. No, absolutely not. The Tang sect has a legacy that spans generations. Tang Hao is the #1 person in the Tang sect throughout history. He will never lose to that inexperienced brat. Nalan Anren, MHM, the father and daughter exchanged glances, encouraging each other. Yet, their pants unexpectedly released a faint smell of urine. At this moment, Chen Mei stared intently at the two battling in the sky, her heart surging with waves of shock. No mistake. Just now, the young master's sword technique had a striking resemblance to the sealing throat sword technique. The sealing throat sword technique is the supreme sword technique of the Shura Emperor realm. Only the direct descendants of the Chen family can inherit it. This means that currently, aside from the Shura Emperor Chen Songyuan and the 5 young ladies, there will not be a 7th person in the world who can wield this sword technique. And the 5th young lady has been practicing the sealing throat sword technique for 18 years, yet she can only glimpse its threshold. With the young master's talent, perhaps his speed in mastering the sealing throat sword technique will rival that of the 3rd young lady, who possesses the most terrifying talent in the Shura Emperor realm. In the sky, Chen Daoxuan danced like a dragon, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Behind him, the purple mist spirit sword burst forth with a rainbow of light, suddenly transforming into 99 illusory sword shadows that surged towards Tang Hao like the dawn breaking. Seeing this, Tang Hao hurriedly unleashed the demonic dance. The sword shadows struck the blood-colored storm one after another, until the last sword light pierced through the storm. A muffled groan escaped Tang Hao. The storm dissipated, and Tang Hao clutched his abdomen, raising his eyes in shock. A blood hole was clearly visible in his chest. Blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked incredulously at the young figure standing with a relaxed demeanor, like an otherworldly being. You? Who exactly are you? Chen Daoxuan smiled lightly and replied, I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Puff! Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. His robust body trembled uncontrollably. Below, countless people stared wide-eyed in shock. The Nalan family was nearly in despair. Chen Daoxuan, is he still human? In front of him, Tang Hao was simply no match. Clearly, Tang Hao's cultivation was much higher than his, yet he was so effortlessly defeated by him. It was simply too shocking. This child seems to have not yet used all his strength. Just how strong is he? It's over. Hee. Nalan knelt down, completely stunned. If Tang Hao dies, the Tang sect will surely perish. At that time, the Nalan family will be reduced to ashes, utterly wiped out. A terrifying aura of death quickly enveloped the hearts of every member of the Nalan family, and many began to secretly curse why the young lady treated Chen Daoxuan that way. If she hadn't been carrying Chen Daoxuan, and instead had married into the Chen family as promised, perhaps the result would not be like this. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world, only results. Tang Hao's breath was visibly waning. He was defeated with a sense of relief. Such a prodigious child, even if he went to Central State, would surely have a place for himself. Chainer, you should not have provoked such a monster. Tang Hao's mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile as he looked down at his son's corpse. His vision gradually blurred. As the head of a sect, how could he be a fool? From the moment he arrived here and first saw Chen Daoxuan, he was shocked by the young man's youthful appearance. A young strong man at the level of a profound emperor is simply unmatched even in the holy lands of Central State. What level of monster is this? How could the Tang sect afford to offend him? Yet, the deaths of his son and the second elder had already clouded Tang Hao's mind with hatred. The grudge of killing his son cannot be tolerated. If he can endure this grudge, then he is unworthy to be the head of the Tang sect. Cough, cough. Tang Hao coughed violently, slowly raising his head, only to be taken aback to find that Chen Daoxuan's gaze was now looking in a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Tang Hao's face changed dramatically. It is the direction of the Tang sect. Shuebo, thinking of his daughter, Tang Hao hurriedly said, "Today, it was my Tang sect that provoked you, leading to this consequence. Before I die, I beg you not to harm anyone from my Tang sect, okay?" Tang Hao, such a proud person, also had moments of humility, pleading with others. And the other party was still his enemy. How ironic is that? Hearing these words, Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, looking somewhat troubled. To be honest, I am actually a very kind-hearted person, precisely because I am too kind. I cannot allow your family to continue living in hatred and pain. Destroying your Tang sect and killing your entire family is actually for their own good. These are my sincere words. Can you understand me? Tang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. He had never seen such a shameless person, speaking the most malicious words while trying to present a noble image of boundless love. This little thief can actually be invincible in the Eastern State. Where is the justice in this? Tang Hao spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 13. When the Tang sect could I not provoke? As Tang Hao fell, his face contorted, he looked at Chen Daoxuan's defiant figure and shouted, "Chen Daoxuan, dying at your hands today is not unjust. But the Tang sect, you cannot afford to provoke. I cannot afford to provoke." Chen Daoxuan appeared before him with great interest, grabbing his hair. At this moment, Tang Hao's consciousness was fading, but the ferocity on his face had not diminished. His bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on Chen Daoxuan, filled with supreme hatred and madness. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Tang Hao asked weakly. Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. "Bet on what?" Tang Hao replied. "Bet whether you can leave the Tang sect alive." Tang Hao finally took his last breath. A generation of kings had come to an end. His words ignited a strong curiosity in Chen Daoxuan. What existence in the Tang sect could he not provoke? The more he said this, the more Chen Daoxuan wanted to see. If there really was a power backing the Tang sect, then he would uproot it and eliminate future troubles. The crowd watched in shock as Tang Hao's figure fell into the distance, every face filled with astonishment. After 10,000 years, the first person to shake the Tang sect was actually the inconspicuous son-in-law, Chen Daoxuan, at this wedding banquet. Tang Hao's death announced the downfall of the Tang sect. The guests present, to express their stance, began to leave one after another. Soon, only the people from the Nalan family remained. The Nalan family stared blankly as Chen Daoxuan approached. Seeing the radiant and gentle smile on his face, Lu Xiaoji's eyes flickered, and she immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Chen, I know that as a woman, I may not speak well. I know our Nalan family has gone too far today. Chen Daoxuan came before her, nodding in approval. Since you know you've gone too far, why haven't you killed yourself? Huh? Lu Xiaoji was startled. Nalan Anren hurried over. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Chen Daoxuan, if you still wish to marry me, I will marry into your Chen family right now. I don't want to. Chen Daoxuan decisively refused. What was this woman thinking? How low had she become to still expect a man to want her? Nalan Anren, your affair with another man has nothing to do with me. But you should not have threatened my family with your father and repeatedly spoken disrespectfully to me. Chen Daoxuan casually placed the Zixia spirit sword against her jade neck, causing Nalan Anren to freeze instantly. No, Nalan hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chen, how about this? From now on, our Nalan family will submit to you and obey the commands of the Chen family. As for the marriage, I can no longer let you marry my daughter. I just hope you can spare our lives, remembering the past bond between you and Anren. Chen Daoxuan replied, but I have no bond with her at all. Nalan Anren, in disbelief, had tears welling in her eyes. You said you would treat me well, that you would make me the happiest woman in the world. Chen Daoxuan replied, that was in the past. I was inexperienced. Nalan Anren said, you also said you would work hard with me to manage our family. Chen Daoxuan felt a bit helpless. Yes, but you were pregnant with Tang Chen's child. Nalan Anren protested. I was deceived by his sweet words. Chen Daoxuan retorted, that's nonsense. With a thrust of his sword, Nalan Anren clutched her neck, shocked, and fell to the ground. Anren, Lu Xiaoji gasped in horror. The next moment, Chen Daoxuan's sword fell, instantly splitting Lu Xiaoji in half. Blood gushed out. Seeing his wife and daughter brutally killed by his merciless sword, Nalanda was almost in despair. Chen Daoxuan, I will fight you. Nalanda lunged forward, flashing to Chen Daoxuan's back, aiming a punch at his lower back. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Chen Daoxuan's lower back. But Nalanda was incredulously shocked to see his fist, even his entire arm, shattering. Flesh and blood flew, and broken bones splattered across his face. The pain caused Nalanda to clutch his severed arm and scream in agony. Chen Daoxuan turned and struck with his sword, cleanly severing his head. He effortlessly dealt with these 3 people. The remaining members of the Nalan family, upon witnessing this, fled in panic. Chunmei, the remaining scum is yours to deal with. Chen Daoxuan said indifferently. Yes. Chunmei transformed, and instantly screams erupted from all directions. Chen Tianhai and his wife stared in shock at this scene, not daring to breathe. They knew Shinner had a dark side from a young age. However, the Nalan family, which they once looked up to, was now like a lamb to the slaughter in the hands of Shinner and Chunmei, easily defeated. It felt like a dream, an unrealistic dream. After a while, the Nalan estate was already flowing with blood. Even the guard dogs were not spared, turned into dog meat soup by Chunmei. The 4 of them had eaten their fill. Chunmei then curiously asked, Young master, when do you plan to destroy the Tang sect? Now, Chen Daoxuan lazily stretched. I will leave my parents here in your care. After saying this, he transformed into a streak of light and quickly flew towards the direction of the Tang sect. He had seen through the emotional entanglements. Now his path only had one invincible road left. Before he died, Tang Hao had sworn that the Tang sect was something he could not provoke. He was eager to see what kind of unparalleled expert was hidden within the Tang sect that could make him, Chen Daoxuan, feel unable to provoke. At this moment, the Tang sect was still waiting for the return of the sect master, eager to know who the mysterious aura of the Xian Emperor belonged to. The Xian Emperor is a powerful figure, and in our East State, there's only the sect master. Do you think this strong person could be from the Central State? It's possible. The Central State is the heart of the world, rich in spiritual power, and strong sects abound. It is said that there is a power in the Central State called the Soul Pavilion, which acts extremely tyrannically and specializes in hunting other souls. Hunting souls? Yes. According to the master of the sect, when he traveled to the Central State, he witnessed the power of the Soul Pavilion. It can be said that the Soul Pavilion is the strongest force in our entire Tianxian continent. I just hope that the Xian Emperor's aura is not from the Soul Pavilion, Otherwise, our estate will really be in big trouble. The disciples of the Tang sect gathered in the square. A description from an elite inner disciple had everyone listening with rapt attention. Just then, the elder Tang, Zhan, walked over. Seeing them discussing the Soul Pavilion from the central state, he couldn't help but laugh. The Soul Pavilion is indeed terrifying, but it is not a threat to our Tang sect. Elder, the disciples quickly bowed in response. Tang Shuobua, curious, stepped forward to inquire, Elder, what did you mean by that just now? Tang Zhan stroked his white beard, about to explain something. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, an extremely powerful and tyrannical aura was rapidly approaching from afar. Chapter 14. A sword to annihilate the Tang sect. The Nalan estate. In a still intact courtyard. Chen Tianhai held his teacup, feeling quite uneasy. Earlier, Tang Hao said that the Tang sect was something Xiener could not provoke. He also mentioned betting with Xiener on whether he could leave the Tang sect alive. Chunmei, why don't you go to the Tang sect? I'm afraid there really is an extraordinary figure in the Tang sect that threatens Xiener's life. Chunmei poured another cup of hot tea for Madame Chen, then sat down and said softly, the Tang sect is not far from here. If young master is in danger, I can reach him in a thought. Not far. Chen Tianhai's eyes widened. The Tang sect is thousands of miles away. Chunmei replied, yes, so it's not far. Seeing Chunmei's attitude, he could only keep quiet. But he felt a great panic in his heart, always feeling that Xiener's trip to the Tang sect might encounter unimaginable danger. He truly didn't understand why. In just a few days, Xiener seemed to have changed into a different person. According to her previous temperament, upon hearing Tang Hao's warning, she would certainly stabilize herself first and take the opportunity to investigate the Tang sect. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. But why is he not even making any adjustments now and just charging over? Sigh. I hope Xiener can return safely. Tang sect. Why is there only that one aura? Where's my father? Tang Shuobua's face turned pale. Be careful. He is coming. Tang Zhan quickly pulled her behind him. The void ahead suddenly trembled. A rebellious figure abruptly appeared. The newcomer was surprisingly young, and his aura, at this moment, was completely unleashed. He was a genuine one-star Xian Emperor powerhouse. The powerful pressure of the Xian Emperor realm poured down from the heavens like a mountain flood, shaking the entire Tang sect to its core. And all the disciples of the Tang sect looked horrified, hurriedly retreating under his pressure. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds came from the hall. Over 100 elders dressed in dark robes flew over and landed beside the Grand Elder Tang Zhan, protecting the disciples behind them. Is this the Tang sect? Chun Daoxuan stood in the void, his clear eyes looking down at everyone. This person is so domineering. Tang Zhan's old face changed slightly, and he stepped forward with cupped fists. May I ask what brings you to my Tang sect? Before knowing the details of the other party, Tang Zhan's tone was still respectful. After all, even though he possessed the peak cultivation of a 9-star Xian king, he dared not act recklessly in front of a Xian Emperor powerhouse. Moreover, this young man was surprisingly young. How did he enter the Xian Emperor realm at such an age? In response to Tang Zhan's inquiry, Chen Daoxian suddenly drew his Zixia spirit sword and pointed it at him. I am here to destroy you. What? Destroy us? The people of Tang sect were all in a panic. This unfamiliar Xian Emperor powerhouse actually came to destroy the Tang sect. Why? Tang Zhan found it hard to believe. A wary look flickered in his old eyes. With the sect master absent, they could not afford to be careless. At the very least, they needed to hold on until the sect master returned. As long as the sect master was present, defeating this one-star Xian Emperor kid should not be difficult. With that thought, a forced smile appeared on Tang Zhan's face. What do you mean by that? You see, is there some misunderstanding between us? There is indeed a misunderstanding. Because I killed Tang Hao and Tang Chun, and that Tang Kui, I had no choice but to come here to free you. So you want to have to live in hatred and pain for the rest of your lives. After Chen Daoxian finished speaking, the turbulent airflow around him began to surge wildly, quickly wrapping around the Zixia spirit sword. The thin sword body buzzed loudly, extremely piercing to the ears. The terrifying sword might that emanated was something Tang Zhan had never seen in his life. This Tang Zhan was greatly shocked. The sect master, the young master, the second elder, all died at his hands. Impossible. My father would never lose to you. You are lying. A shout came from behind Tang Zhan. Chen Daoxuan turned to look and saw a graceful figure struggling to break through the crowd, trying to rush out. The woman was beautiful, mature, and well-proportioned, her purple robe tightly hugging her figure. Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes. Who is your father? My father is Tang Hao. Tang Shuebua shouted angrily. Tang Hao. She is Tang Hao's daughter. So, she also has the bloodline of the supreme underworld. Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly. Then, you don't have to die just yet. Tang Shuebua jumped angrily. The one who will die is you. When my father returns, I will definitely take your head. Chen Daoxuan. Even now, she still believes that Tang Hao can come back. This big sister is truly pitiful. Chen Daoxuan shook his head helplessly. Since you know that Tang Hao went to Nalan Mansion, you should know that he hasn't returned yet, which means his chances of survival are slim. Why deceive yourself? Tang Shuebua, you. This statement was already very clear. Chen Daoxuan was not bluffing. What he said was right. If Tang Hao had not encountered any mishap, how could he have sat back and watched him come to destroy the Tang sect? The people of Tang sect could not accept such a bad news for a moment, and many disciples had already started to cry. The sect master is dead. Tang Zhan's face was extremely pained. He staggered back several steps and was supported by other elders, barely preventing himself from falling. Seeing that they were all deeply affected, Chen Daoxuan calmly said, I came here specifically to free you. Perhaps you won't understand, but I truly mean well for you. Chen Daoxuan raised his sword, and the towering sword light instantly illuminated half the sky. The vastness of the sword might echoed for miles. The heavens and earth trembled. Under such terrifying and fierce sword might, even Tang Zhan, with his peak Xian King cultivation, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Kid, what are you going to do? My Tang sect is not a place where you can act recklessly. Nonsense. With a shout from Chen Daoxuan, the sword in his hand slashed down. The sky-reaching sword shadow directly cut through the clouds and descended from the depths of the sky towards the Tang sect. The void along the way completely shattered. He never expected the power of this kid's sword to be so terrifying. It was simply a world-destroying sword. In a moment of panic, Tang Zhan hurriedly grabbed Tang Shuebua's hand and retreated. Boom! A sword fell on the square. The entire ground of the square was torn apart, extending all the way to the main hall in front. With a loud crash, the main hall also collapsed. The ancient and grand hall, the majestic Tang sect, was actually destroyed in an instant under Chen Daoxuan's sword. Moreover, the terrifying sword might that spread out tore apart all the disciples of the Tang sect, and the screams of countless disciples echoed endlessly, like a beautiful yet mournful funeral song, causing a faint pain in Chen Daoxuan's heart. Killing Tang Hao's entire family was not his intention. However, for the sake of great love, he had to do it. As the saying goes, when will grudges be resolved? Only by killing his entire family could this grudge be settled. Grand Elder, Tang Shuebua cried out hoarsely while holding the severely injured Tang Zhan. Looking around, all the other sect elders and disciples had turned into dismembered bodies in utter disarray. The ancient Tang sect perished. Chen Daoxuan, now you have two choices. 1. Cultivate with me, and then I will kill you. I can promise not to dig up the Tang family ancestral grave. 2. I kill you, dig up the grave, and grind your bones to ashes. Chapter 15. The Great Sun in the Clear Sky, the aura of a Xian sect powerhouse. You. Tang Shuebua's face was filled with anger upon hearing this. She had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a frivolous tone. Young miss, agree to him. At this moment, Tang Zhan, with his back to Chen Daoxuan, gave Tang Shuebua a look, pretending to cough and cover his mouth. He took the opportunity to pull out a healing pill and swallow it. Tang Shuebua was not as impulsive as her brother Tang Chen. Seeing this, she nodded slightly. Her snow-white eyes were filled with endless hatred, glaring at Chen Daoxuan. If this is a deal, I want to change the terms of the deal. Chen Daoxuan calmly sheathed his sword. Speak. In order to buy precious time for the Grand Elder to recover. Tang Shuebua gritted her silver teeth and blushed. I want you to carry me on a grand palanquin with a 10-mile bridal procession and a formal wedding. Chen Daoxuan slapped his forehead upon hearing this. That's impossible. Tang Xuebua. Why? Chen Daoxuan. How could I marry the daughter of an enemy? Since I have made an enemy with the Tang sect, not a single one can be left. This is my bottom line. Tang Xuebua. Then let me live. Chen Daoxuan. That is also impossible. He would not allow those who hated him to remain in this world, even if they posed no threat to him. Just by cursing him behind his back, he could not tolerate it. Tang Xuebua. This 1T work, that 1T work, what do you want? Chen Daoxuan said indifferently. I've already said, 2 paths, you choose for yourself. A force as ancient as the Tang sect is very concerned about their ancestral land. Chen Daoxuan's ability to let her keep the ancestral land is already considered a great kindness. Every time he thinks about his own broad perspective, he can't help but feel moved. Tang Xuebua noticed that the Grand Elder's expression had improved significantly, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Can I ask you a question? Chen Daoxuan, go ahead. Tang Xuebua, have you ever thought that since the establishment of our Tang sect, after thousands of years of ups and downs, perhaps we have some trump cards that the outside world knows nothing about? Chen Daoxuan, I have thought about it. Moreover, your father predicted before his death that I would not be able to leave the Tang sect alive. That's why I came. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuebua felt as if a piece of her heart had been cut out, the pain unbearable. What her father said must be referring to the Tang sect's protective formation. The Great Sun Blue Sky. This is a guardian spirit formation powerful enough to kill a Xianwang expert, requiring her father as the formation eye, along with the support of the 108 cabinet elders from the forbidden area in the back mountain, to complete it. According to her father, once this formation is activated, even a peak Xianwang expert would suffer greatly. Unfortunately, her father is no longer in this world. To complete this formation, they can only rely on the Grand Elder to hold the position of the formation eye. Miss, my injuries have mostly healed. At this moment, Tang Zhan finally turned around. Chen Daoxuan slowly nodded. After waiting for you for so long, you can finally act. Let me see what kind of power your Tang sect's trump card truly possesses. What? He is doing it on purpose. Both Tang Zhan and Tang Xuebua were taken aback. This kid is simply outrageous. I hope you won't regret it. Tang Zhan's figure slowly rose into the air, and his spiritual power began to surge violently. At that moment, Tang Xuebua leaped outside the circle, took out a jade flute from her sleeve, and began to play. The sound of the flute was like waves crashing against the shore, grand and continuous. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, in the direction of the back mountain, powerful Xianwang auras began to rapidly spread out among the snow-capped mountains. Looking around, there were actually over 100 old men in Xian robes, all emanating Xianwang auras, flying up from the mountain ravine. Good heavens, so many Xianwang. The Tang sect is indeed extraordinary. Chen Daoxuan nodded in appreciation, giving verbal praise. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuebua became furious, clutching her heaving chest. Her face flushed as she cried out to the cabinet elders. This man killed my father and threatened to destroy our Tang sect. I hope the elders will help me. What? Tang Hao is dead. The leading cabinet elder's mouth twitched in disbelief. But when they felt the surging Xianhuang aura within that kid, they had to accept this reality. Okay, elders, follow my orders. Form the Great Sun Blue Sky formation. The cabinet elders flew up into the sky, each taking their positions, and simultaneously infused their spiritual power into the heavens. At that moment, a beam of holy light descended from the sky, completely enveloping the Grand Elder Tang Zhan. Between heaven and earth, the mysterious light was endless, shining brilliantly. A mysterious power that dominated the world suddenly broke through the clouds. It was like a divine brush painting a scroll in the air, and in no time, a stunning blue formation was condensed. The formation was 1,000 feet in size, extremely dazzling. The terrifying power contained within it could not even be matched by Tang Hao. This is the trump card of the Tang sect that Tang Hao spoke of. Chen Daoxuan stood in place, looking up at a loss for words. Excitement? No, it was disappointment. Tang Zhan glared angrily at Chen Daoxuan. Kid, you have provoked the Tang sect, and you will die today. After saying this, The elders collectively poured a continuous stream of energy into Tang Zhan's body. As Tang Zhan pointed his finger at Chen Daoxian, the huge blue spiritual formation above his head instantly shone like the sun. A rolling storm ravaged everything in the world. A beam of destructive light came crashing down. Chen Daoxian instantly steadied the Zixia spirit sword, holding it across his chest, while his other hand brushed over the sword body. The sword began to tremble violently. The vast sword might reflected for thousands of miles. Divine wind, thunder, true technique. Chen Daoxian unleashed a sword strike. Like a long rainbow piercing the sun, the flying sword light, with a bang, sliced the descending blue beam into nothingness. Puffed, 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 puffed. The cabinet elders were all severely injured, continuously spitting blood. The blue formation shattered with a loud bang. It couldn't withstand a single blow. The elders scattered like broken kites. Tumbling down into the deep mountains, their auras completely gone. Tang Xuebua was so frightened that she directly knelt on the ground. The great sun-blue sky, which the Tang sect was most proud of, actually could not withstand his sword. Chen Daoxian looked at the grand elder's body, which had been split into pieces, shook his head in disappointment, and calmly sheathed his sword. But at that moment, an overwhelming aura, like an endless abyss, suddenly rose from the direction of the back mountain. Between heaven and earth, the space kept collapsing. All the mountains within the vicinity began to sway precariously. Under the impact of that terrifying spiritual pressure, Tang Xuebua was directly blown away, her skirt flying. Chen Daoxian was not blown away, but his expression finally showed seriousness. A Xianzong expert, Nailan Fu and Chunmei both stood up suddenly, looking towards the sky. Xianzong? Chen Tianhai and his wife exchanged shocked glances. Isn't that the terrifying existence that is said to exist only in Zhongzhou? How could it appear in the Tang sect? Chen Tianhai hurriedly ran to Chunmei. You go quickly. We can take care of ourselves here. We won TB in danger. Chapter 16. Soul Pavilion Expert. Soul Qinjue. Who would have thought that the moment the great sun-blue sky formation was shattered would actually disturb a certain old monster hiding in the back mountain of the Tang sect? Chen Daoxian stood alone in the storm, squinting his eyes, seeing a figure appear in the air from the back mountain. A bloodthirsty smile, unconsciously rising at the corner of his mouth. The old man was dressed in a black robe, surrounded by swirling black mist. His aura so evil that it was rarely seen in the world. Tang Xuebua fell into the ruins, braving the fierce storm, and upon seeing the black-robed old man, her face also turned pale. Who is he? Why did he appear in the forbidden area of the Tang sect? The black-robed old man had snow-white hair cascading down his shoulders, his eyes slightly strange. Looking down at the Tang sect's main hall, which had become ruins, he couldn't help but frown. Was it you? The old man glanced at Chen Daoxian indifferently, coldly questioning. Chen Daoxian could feel that this person's aura was extremely strong, already on a different level from him. He immediately focused and gripped his sword, pointing from a distance. That's right, old man. State your name. The black-robed old man let out a strange laughter. Hee, I am an elder of the Soul Pavilion. Soul Qinjue. Soul Pavilion? Chen Daoxian frowned. He had never heard of this force. At this moment, the black-robed old man suddenly took a step forward. His eerie figure directly teleported a great distance away. With another step, he was already in front of Chen Daoxian, surveying the ruins, with blood and bones everywhere. Soul Qinjue seemed to have found treasure, as if he had developed quite an interest in Chen Daoxian. Young man, you are quite impressive. May I ask, which sect are you from? Chen Daoxian smiled upon hearing this. My background is not convenient to discuss, lest I scare you. Haha. Soul Qinjue trembled with laughter. Not to mention this Tianqian continent. Even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, among all the realms, try to scare me with a background is not so easy. How arrogant. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes slightly. You say that as if you are from an imperial clan. Imperial clan? Soul Qinjue's expression changed slightly. Do you know about the imperial clans? Chen Daoxian shrugged. Not really. Soul Qinjue. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only 3 imperial clan forces. 1 is the Shura Emperor realm. 2 is the Rakshasa Emperor realm. 3 is the Songlong Emperor realm. Since you are ignorant, do not rashly speak of the imperial clans. A great emperor can suppress everything, and that is not something you can touch. Are there only 3 great emperors in the world? Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, slightly nodding. His father is the Azura Emperor, and his mother is the Rakshasa Emperor. 2 of the 3 emperors are already accounted for. It seems that this background is truly invincible. Hun Qinjue smiled lightly, staring at Chen Daoxuan. I have traversed the world and have never seen a talent like yours among the younger generation. If I were to give you an opportunity, would you be willing to join my soul pavilion? Or, to put another way, the holy land of the heavenly demons, the holy soul palace, the forces of the holy land. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. No wonder this old man was so arrogant. It turns out that behind the soul pavilion is the power of the holy land, the holy soul palace. Faced with the olive branch extended by Hun Qinjue, Chen Daoxuan fell into a brief silence. Behind him, Tang Xuebo became anxious. The Tang clan had already perished. This elder must have some connection with his father, since he came from the forbidden area of the Back Mountain. How could he abandon the Tang clan and instead recruit him? Tang Xuebo immediately ran out from the ruins, facing Hun Qinjue with utmost respect. Bowing slightly, Junior Tang Xuebo, I have come to see you, Senior. Hun Qinjue, you are Tang Hao's daughter, right? He mentioned you to me. Tang Xuebo was taken aback. So, Senior, you know my father? Hun Qinjue, of course. Tang Xuebo was overjoyed. Senior, you may not know, but this person killed my father and even threatened to destroy my Tang clan. I dare to ask you to uphold justice for my Tang clan. Hun Qinjue's old eyes narrowed into a slit, sweeping greedily over Tang Xuebo's curvaceous body, and said, You want me to uphold justice for your Tang clan. But do you know why your father invited me to the Tang clan back then? Tang Xuebo shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Hun Qinjue, because he promised me that he would give birth to a child with the bloodline of the supreme underworld, raise them to adulthood. And when their spiritual power surpassed the 6th rank, I would take their soul from my soul pavilion. And that child he promised is you. Boom. The old man's words were like a thunderclap, nearly knocking Tang Xuebo down. Her father wanted her to be his sacrifice. This is impossible. Remembering the love and care her father had shown her in the past, Tang Xuebo's eyes filled with tears of anger. This is impossible. My father would never do this to me. Hun Qinjue coldly laughed. If that's the case, then why did he plant the unique soul-nourishing goo of my soul pavilion within you? Soul-nourishing goo. Tang Xuebo clutched her chest, and upon hearing these 3 words, her beautiful eyes nearly went blank. Indeed, there was a strange goo worm inside her. Every full moon night, it tormented her to the brink of death. Her father said it was to suppress the violent attributes of her supreme underworld bloodline that he intentionally inflicted it upon her. Just bear with it, he said. But her brother was not subjected to such a goo. At first, she had doubts. However, the person saying this was her own father. How could she doubt her father? Hun Qinjue couldn't be bothered with this defenseless little sacrifice and shifted his gaze back to Chen Daoxuan. Young man, it is rare for the forces of the Holy Land to come to the lower realm to recruit talent. I think you won't refuse, right? Chen Daoxuan, filled with conflicting emotions, found himself in a bit of a dilemma. At first, I thought that if I could bring your holy soul palace under my command, it would make things much easier in the future. However, managing a force I know nothing about might not be easy. Hun Qinjue. Hun Qinjue, hey kid, it's me who wants to recruit you. Chen Daoxuan. Moreover, I'm actually quite lazy. After thinking it over, it doesn't seem suitable for me. Hun Qinjue. Are you even listening to me? Chen Daoxuan. So, rather than accepting you, it would be better for me to cultivate a group of trusted subordinates myself and let them recruit disciples. I could be a hands-off boss. That would be more appropriate. Hun Qinjue. Chen Daoxuan no longer wanted to think further and once again pointed his sword at the old man in black robes. Let's fight. I know that an existence like me, not under your command, will surely be killed by you. You must be thinking this, right? Hun Qinjue. This kid doesn't listen to what others are saying at all. Watching the sword in Chen Daoxuan's hand begin to emit a sound of sword resonance. Hun Qinjue laughed with his hands behind his back. His old eyes were filled with disdain. A mere 1 star, Xian Wang dares to point a sword at me. It seems you know nothing about the power of the Xian sect. Chapter 17. The terrifying power of the Xian sect. A vast aura enveloped the entire Tang clan. It must be said that the aura emanating from Han Qinjue at this moment was so powerful that it completely exceeded Chen Daoxuan's imagination. Is this the strength of a Xian sect expert? Chen Daoxuan's fiery gaze revealed his eagerness to engage in battle with him. With a flash of silver wind beneath his feet, in an instant, Chen Daoxian appeared in front of Han Qinjue. He unleashed a sword strike, transforming it into 6 sword shadows, each aimed at Han Qinjue's vital points from different angles. Seeing such an unusual sword technique, a hint of surprise appeared in Han Qinjue's old eyes, but as a Xian sect expert, this level of attack was not enough to threaten him. Han Qinjue's body suddenly turned into a series of ethereal afterimages in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, easily dodging the 6 sword energies one after another. His withered old hand silently reached for Chen Daoxuan's throat. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed dramatically. He immediately retreated several steps. But astonishingly, that old hand followed him like a shadow. In a moment of panic, Chen Daoxian bent backward, narrowly avoiding it, while simultaneously sweeping his sword toward Han Qinjue's lower body. It seemed he had struck, but it only left behind 2 afterimages of legs. Han Qinjue seized the opportunity to thrust a palm downward. Chen Daoxian met it with a punch. Bang! The fist and palm collided in midair, sending ripples through the void. Chen Daoxian was unable to match the force and was directly knocked down. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to flip in midair, landing steadily on the ground. The entire earth was left with a massive crater. This is the strength of a Xian sect expert. Simply terrifying. Chen Daoxian excitedly clenched his fist, his gaze even more fervent than before. Throughout the entire process, Tang Xuebo watched in astonishment from not far away. Han Qinjue's strength was beyond doubt extremely formidable, but Chen Daoxian was not an easy opponent either. In a situation where their cultivation levels were so disparate, he was able to briefly engage with the elder and escape unharmed. This was something her father, Tang Hao, could never accomplish. Han Qinjue also did not expect this kid to be as slippery as an eel, initially intending to capture him to force him into submission. It now seemed that he would need to put in more effort. The overwhelming pressure resonated throughout the air, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Under this terrifying aura, Chen Daoxian not only showed no signs of fear or despair, but instead became even more excited. Come again. Chen Daoxian suddenly positioned his sword horizontally in front of him. With his other hand, he swept across the sword's body. The purple mist spirit sword in his hand began to emit a sound of sword resonance that engulfed the heavens and earth. Seeing this scene, Han Qinjue's eyes widened in surprise once more. This man and sword is one. He did not expect that this young man could achieve the state of man and sword as one in swordsmanship at such a young age. To be honest, even he, having lived for thousands of years, had never comprehended such a profound technique. This child is truly defying the heavens. Divine wind, thunder control technique. Chen Daoxian swung his sword toward the sky. A large expanse of void was instantly torn apart, facing this sword that ripped through the heavens and earth. Han Qinjue slowly raised his hand, aimed at the sword light, and suddenly squeezed. Bang! The incoming sword intent was unexpectedly crushed in mid-air. Chen Daoxian stared in astonishment at the invisible sword energy that exploded into a shower of light. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Is the power of a Xian sect expert this terrifying? Han Qinjue still hadn't taken it seriously. The snow-capped mountains were rare on such a sunny day, but the once immortal Tang sect had now turned its main hall and plaza into ruins. The mountain stream was filled with the corpses of Tang sect elders. Only Tang Xuebo still clung to life. To be fortunate enough to witness a super genius like Chen Daoxian challenge a sole predecessor whose cultivation was far superior to his own, Tang Xuebo didn't even dare to blink, fearing that he might miss a wonderful moment. Young man, you are quite impressive. A talent like you, if nurtured by my holy soul palace, will surely surpass me in the future. Han Qinjue, still not giving up, once again extended an olive branch to Chen Daoxuan. How pathetic. He still doesn't realize that the forces behind Chen Daoxuan are far beyond what the Holy Soul Palace can reach. Stop wasting your breath. You Holy Soul Palace are not worthy of recruiting me. Chen Daoxuan gripped his sword tightly and charged at Han Qianjue once more. Faced with Chen Daoxuan's reckless assault, Han Qianjue could only shake his head helplessly, slowly raising a finger and flicking it. Poof! A burst of energy struck Chen Daoxuan's left shoulder, sending him flying. But with a sudden movement, Chen Daoxuan appeared silently behind Han Qianjue, swinging his sword again, only to be blocked with one hand by Han Qianjue. On Chen Daoxuan's side, he was desperately trying various ways to break through Han Qianjue's defense, during which he was injured multiple times by Han Qianjue. Chun Mei stood above the Nalan residence, gazing into the distance, witnessing all of this. A smile gradually formed at the corner of her lips. That's it, young master. You possess the strongest bloodlines of two great imperial clans within you. How could you possibly lose to that guy? What's wrong with that guy? Tang Xuebu stared at the two battling in the sky, disbelief filling his beautiful eyes. Chen Daoxuan was completely outmatched by Han Qianjue from the start, yet he grew bolder as the battle progressed. Now, he is actually able to fight Han Qianjue to a standstill. The battle continued for a stick of incense. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was like a madman, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. Although his cultivation remained at the one-star Xianwang realm, his speed and strength had increased by hundreds of times. Bang! Han Qianjue struck him back again, astonished. What is wrong with you? Chen Daoxuan's face was twisted. His eyes were emerald green, and his entire body was enveloped in a fierce aura, completely ignoring what Han Qianjue was saying. With a sudden movement, he appeared in front of Han Qianjue again, this time facing Chen Daoxuan's sword aimed at his head. Han Qianjue actually dared not take it head-on and swiftly dodged to create distance. However, he was unexpectedly pursued by the frenzied Chen Daoxuan. A sword directly pierced Han Qianjue's shoulder, causing him to retaliate with a palm strike. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a terrifying energy storm against Han Qianjue's full-force attack. Chen Daoxuan's right arm and robe shattered, blood flowing profusely. But at this moment, he clearly no longer cared about the pain. Instead, he exerted himself fully, striking Han Qianjue from the sky. Boom! Han Qianjue crashed into the mountains, raising a huge cloud of dust. Tang Xuebu watched the terrifying, almost frenzied Chen Daoxuan with a heart full of waves of shock. Come on, aren't you strong? Don't die. Hurry up and come out. Chen Daoxuan formed his hands into eagle claws, letting out a roar to the sky. An endless stream of evil energy tore through the sky, revealing a vast starry sky in broad daylight under Tang Xuebu's astonished gaze. Chapter 18. The bloodlines of two great imperial clans, too fierce. Look, the starry sky. That's the direction of the Tang sect. What exactly happened to the Tang sect that a starry sky appeared in broad daylight? In a distant small town, residents flooded the streets, gazing at the vast and colorful starry sky in the direction of the Tang sect, each face filled with shock. At this moment, within a mountain range, Han Qianjue knelt on the ground, coughing violently. His dry old hand gripped the earth tightly, struggling to comprehend why Chen Daoxuan had suddenly become so fierce. In fact, this was the power of the Rakshasa imperial clan, the Rakshasa bloodline. Frenzy state. In this state, Chen Daoxuan would grow stronger with each battle, extremely violent. Therefore, the Rakshasa imperial clan was also known as the Mad Body, and no one dared to provoke them. Chen Daoxuan's ghostly green eyes were still searching for Han Qianjue's figure. A thick mist swirled in the mountain stream. Utilizing the cover of the mist, Han Qianjue was secretly operating his inner spiritual power, slowly gathering it in his palm. The earth began to emit steam under an extremely terrifying heat. Han Qianjue had already seen through it. This child was extraordinarily powerful. It was impossible to recruit him, since he could not be used by his Holy Soul Palace. He must be killed. Floating beneath the starry sky, Chen Daoxuan gradually calmed down, the fierce aura around him suddenly stabilizing. His eerie green eyes fixed on the mountain stream. His lean figure suddenly bent down. Whoosh! He charged directly down. Han Qingyue was shocked to see Chen Daoxuan suddenly rushing in front of him, unable to complete his build-up. He had no choice but to bring his palms together in a hurry. Soul burial. Boom! With Han Qingyue's fierce shout, a giant white scythe appeared between his twisted palms, like the judgment of death. The blade struck fiercely at Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately swung his sword to block. Han Qingyue couldn't help but sneer, "Useless. No weapon in this world can withstand my holy soul palace." Clang. However, before his words could finish, the sword shadow and scythe clashed, producing a burst of star sparks. Han Qingyue's eyes bulged in disbelief. How is this possible? The next moment, the soul burial blade in his hand was actually severed by that thin sword. Poof! A sword sliced through his chest, spraying blood all over Chen Daoxuan. Han Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing directly to the ground. One strike, instant kill. Chen Daoxuan wiped his face with his sleeve, still feeling a lingering fear as he stared at the white scythe, gradually dissipating into black smoke on the ground, and couldn't help but reflect. Fortunately, Shumei's purple haze spirit sword is special enough. If I hadn't had this sword, the outcome of that confrontation might have been entirely different. Chen Daoxuan approached Han Qingyue, looking at his unwilling expression, and calmly said, "Your chest has been cleaved open, yet you're still not dead. The Xian sect experts truly are formidable." Poof! Hearing these inhumane words, Han Qingyue coughed up blood, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him. "Why do you grow stronger with each battle? Why?" Chen Daoxuan recalled the scene from a few days ago, when he had in-depth exchanges with 28 big sisters in the small wooden house on the back mountain of the Chen family. At that time, the leader of the 28 Huang, Ling Yuan, had informed him, "This is the bloodline power of my Rakshasa clan." Chen Daoxuan spoke frankly. "The Rakshasa clan? The imperial clan?" Han Qingyue trembled, his old hands slightly lifting. Chen Daoxuan squatted down and smiled at him. "The Rakshasa imperial clan." Imperial clan. At that moment, Han Qingyue finally realized that he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to mess with. A torrent of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even with the terrifying cultivation of a Xian sect expert, the blood gushing from his chest had already put his life at risk. However, if someone from the Rakshasa imperial realm were to target their holy soul palace, then he would be doomed. Thinking this, tears welled up in Han Qingyue's old eyes as he struggled to hold on to his last breath. Looking at Chen Daoxuan with a pleading expression, I was wrong. Please, a dying man should not bear so much. Sleep well, and be a good person in the next life." Chen Daoxuan struck a punch like lightning at his throat. A column of blood spurted from Han Qingyue's mouth. A dignified Xian sect expert fell just like that. When Chen Daoxuan returned to the Nalan residence with Tang Xuebua, Chen Tianhai and his wife saw him covered in blood and rushed over. "Chen Tianhai, Xin'er, what happened to you?" Chen Daoxuan smiled with emotion. "It's all blood from others." Chen Tianhai sighed in relief. "As long as you're not injured, it's good that you came back safely." Madame Chen also hugged her son, weeping inconsolably. In fact, during the battle with Han Qingyue, Chen Daoxuan was injured more than once, and quite severely too. But he had a secret. Since childhood, every time he was injured, he could quickly recover. He still remembered the first time he discovered this ability. It was when he was bitten by a dog in an alley as a child. The wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. What he didn't know was that this was the ability of the Azura bloodline, the power of super regeneration. With two top-tier bloodlines, a madman physique, and the power of super regeneration, it was a perfect combination. The more he fought, the crazier he became. And he could heal infinitely. Anyone who provoked this madman would regret it. "Xian or she, who is she?" Madame Chen looked at Tang Xuebua in confusion. Tang Xuebua lowered her head sadly. "It's nothing. She's just a dying person." Chen Daoxuan, unfazed, turned to Chunmei. "I give you 1 day to integrate all the forces in Dongzhou and make them all vassals of the Qin family." Chunmei obediently replied, "Yes." Chen Tianhai, "Are you saying, let me manage all of Dongzhou?" He was shocked. However, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "Father, the Qin family will be fully managed by Uncle Sam from now on. Once I resolve the troubles in Zhongzhou, I will take you and mother to the upper realm to enjoy our old age with my biological father. The upper realm. Tang Xuebu stood behind the four, utterly shocked. This madman actually wants to go to Zhongzhou. Is he going to find Hun Gu for revenge? One Hun Qianjue had already injured him to this extent. Is he crazy? Chen Daoxuan's arrogance was something Tang Xuebu had never seen before. For a moment, she didn't know whether to admire his courage or think he was reckless. In any case, this had nothing to do with her anymore. Her life was already on a countdown. Father, mother, you should follow Chumei for now. I need to discuss life with this sister. Excuse me. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Tang Xuebu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and resignedly she followed his footsteps, leaving directly under the puzzled gaze of Chen Tianhai and his wife. Chapter 19. Ascending to the 5-star Xian Emperor Realm. At the back mountain of the Chen residence, in a small wooden house, koi fish swam in the pond, and sparrows occasionally peeked from the eaves. 4 hours later, bang, the door was kicked open. Chen Daoxian and Tang Xuebu walked out of the small wooden house one after the other. Tang Xuebu trembled as she sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, her cheeks flushed and unable to fade for a long time. If I had met you earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. Tang Xuebu murmured, her eyes dim. There are no ifs in this world, only results. Chen Daoxuan's expression was unchanged as he took out a black pill from his sleeve and tossed it to her. You can leave now, Chen Daoxian said. Tang Xuebu stared at him blankly, looking at the first man in her life, her eyes gradually moistening. He is so heartless. Even now, he won't look at her more than once. Tang Xuebu deliberately waited for a moment, hoping to hear some words from him that would make her stay. But in the end, she still heard nothing. Take care. Tang Xuebu wiped her tears, stood up, swallowed the black pill in one gulp, and rushed towards the ruins of the Tang sect. Only then did Chen Daoxian come under the eaves and begin to sit cross-legged and meditate. Just now, he felt as if there was a very peculiar power stirring within him. Not understanding what was happening, his consciousness quickly arrived at the sea of spiritual consciousness. The sea of spiritual consciousness of an ordinary person is only the size of a palm. Even those with holy level supreme strength only have a pool in their sea of consciousness. But Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was like a vast, boundless ocean. In the center of the sea, there was a small island, on which grew a divine tree exuding the flow of Dao rhyme. That was the tree of destruction. Chen Daoxian approached the divine tree and found that after this exchange, the divine tree had indeed grown a bit and sprouted some tender buds. The closer he got to the divine tree, the stronger the scorching sensation within him became. Chen Daoxian could hardly believe it. His consciousness felt like it was burning. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the first divine opportunity is about to arrive? But it didn't seem like it. Chen Daoxian endured the pain of his soul being burned and took painstaking steps towards the divine tree. When he was less than 3 zhang away from the divine tree, the extreme heat began to impact his soul. 2 zhang, 1 zhang. Finally, Chen Daoxuan's palm touched the divine tree. At that moment, it felt as if he had comprehended something from the divine tree. He immediately held his breath and focused. Countless divine lights broke through the blue sea and sky, all converging on his spiritual consciousness. His aura began to rise at an extremely crazy speed. 2-star Xian Emperor Realm, 3-star Xian Emperor Realm, 4-star Xian Emperor Realm, 5-star Xian Emperor Realm. Chen Daoxian opened his eyes fiercely, feeling the continuous power surging from his energy sea, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. I have actually reached the 5-star Xian Emperor Realm. Chen Daoxian was overjoyed. Although his interaction with Tang Xuebu did not immediately grant him the first divine opportunity, he had now figured out a critically important matter. Every time the divine tree grows, it produces overflowing divine power, which greatly enhances his cultivation through the baptism of divine light. Great. This method is great. As long as he hunts special bloodlines, he can significantly improve his cultivation, thus making the path to becoming a god much easier. At this moment, Chen Daoxian suddenly thought a question. That was, during his interaction with Chen Mei and the others, the tree of destruction did not awaken within him. It only awakened afterward. This meant that even if someone among them had a special bloodline, The divine tree had not obtained it. He must do it again. It seems that when Chunmei returns, he needs to clarify this matter. Chen Daoxian had this thought and felt no wrong in it. He was not lustful, nor was he that kind of casual person. Everything he did was purely to gain power. Everything was for becoming the next god of destruction. In the cold ancestral land of the Tang sect, time flowed like wind and snow. With Tang Xuebua's efforts, thousands of new tombstones were added here. The names inscribed on these tombstones included her father, brother, the great elder, cabinet elders, and countless disciples, along with her own, kneeling before a tombstone, looking at the two prominent characters Tang Hao carved on it. Tang Xuebua wept inconsolably, knocking her head 3 times. Father, Han Xinjue said my birth was meant to be a sacrifice for the Soul Pavilion. Can you tell me if this is true? Tang Xuebua cried bitterly. Unfortunately, her father had long since passed away and could never give her the truth. Black, toxic blood slowly oozed from the corner of her mouth, and Tang Xuebua clung to her father's tombstone, gradually taking her last breath. After a day, Chunmei organized all the forces in Dongzhou, making them all look up to the Chen family. Thus, the Chen family of Dongzhou replaced the Tang sect, becoming the new generation of overlords. After completing these tasks, Chen Daoxian set off for Zhongzhou with Chunmei, his adoptive parents. Han Qinjue died at his hands. The Soul Pavilion will definitely not let this go easily. In order to prevent this grudge from dragging on for too long, Chen Daoxian can only personally go to Zhongzhou to destroy the Soul Pavilion. At night, in a small town, at an inconspicuous inn, Chen Daoxian and Chunmei sit side by side on the roof, looking up at the bright moon. Each holding a jar of wine, they clink them together and drink. Chen Daoxian then asks, among the 4 of you, does anyone possess a special bloodline? Special bloodline? Chunmei tilts her head in curiosity. My bloodline is called the Heavenly Evil Bloodline. Bai Ji's bloodline is a mutated one called the 9 Yin Cold Bloodline. As for Xiaolan and Xiuzhu, their bloodlines are rather ordinary. 2 out of the 4 possess special bloodlines. This result already makes Chen Daoxian very pleased. Seeing the sparkle in the young master's eyes, Chunmei's face is filled with confusion. Earlier, when the young master heard that Tang Chun had the supreme ghost bloodline, he had said something strange. He seems to have a special preference for special bloodlines. Thinking of this, Chunmei continues, by the way, young master, there's something else. I observed carefully before. The Tang family's bloodline, although called the supreme ghost bloodline, is not a true supreme bloodline. Chen Daoxian nods slowly. A supreme bloodline cannot just appear casually in the lower realm. Even without Chunmei saying it, he can sense it. Chunmei, do you know why I'm so obsessed with special bloodlines? Chen Daoxian asks after taking a sip of wine. Chunmei shakes her head. Chen Daoxian turns to look at her, because I once practiced a special technique. As long as I can cultivate with a woman who possesses a special bloodline, I can gain a tremendous boost in cultivation. And this technique, I struggled with for many years without success until my battle with Han Qinjue, which allowed me to truly comprehend its essence, leading to my great success. So, do you understand what I mean? Chunmei looks at the young master's fervent gaze. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She nods seriously. I understand. Chapter 20. Promotion to Xianzong. Arriving in Zhongzhou, in a small town on the outskirts, in a purple bamboo forest. Black carp swim in the lake, and cat hawks occasionally peek out from the trees. 3 hours later, as the sky begins to brighten, Chen Daoxian sits cross-legged by the lake, and his cultivation starts to rise at an incredibly terrifying speed. 6-star Xian Huang Realm, 7-star Xian Huang Realm, 8-star Xian Huang Realm, 9-star Xian Huang Realm, 1-star Xian Zong Realm. At this moment, Chunmei is squatting by the lake, splashing her face with cool lake water to cool down. Suddenly, she feels a change in the young master's aura and stands up in shock. What the young master said is actually true. There really are such miraculous techniques in the world. Seeing the young master rise, Chunmei immediately rushes forward, her face glowing with happiness. When we return to the Shura Emperor realm, let Bai Ji cultivate with you again. Chen Daoxian pats her head. After their second deep conversation, and especially a one-on-one exchange, he suddenly realizes that Chunmei has become more charming. Are you not going to sleep for a while? Chen Daoxian asked with a smile. Chunmei lowers her head, her cheeks heating up again. Seeing her silent, Chen Daoxian doesn't press further, turning around and raising his hand toward the lake. With a gentle grip, the entire lake suddenly evaporates with a loud bang. Is this the power of a Xian Zong expert? Chen Daoxian is shocked. No wonder it took so much effort during his battle with Han Qianjue. This kind of power is simply worlds apart from the Xian Huang realm. Seeing the young master in such a good mood, Chunmei's face also beams with happiness. She is already the young master's person, and naturally, her heart is with him. His strength increasing is the happiest thing for her. It must be said that Chunmei's cultivation is still unfathomable. If an ordinary person endured such intense activity for 3 hours, they might not even be able to stand. But she can still fly them all at full speed. Days later, in the territory of Zhongzhou, in the vast ancient forest, Chunmei catches 2 snow rabbits, plucks their fur, and roasts them over a fire. Soon, the aroma of rabbit meat wafts through the air, attracting a few second-tier bull camels to peek curiously. But when their gaze lands on Chunmei, in the depths of their eyes, it seems as if a phoenix engulfed in destructive black flames appears, instantly shocking them into a cold sweat. Startled, they turn and flee without looking back. Young master, this is for you. Chunmei tears off the fattest rabbit leg and hands it to Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian sniffs it. It smells quite good. Seeing his son about to confront the most terrifying force in Zhongzhou, the Soul Pavilion, Chen Tianhai can no longer hold back and asks, Miss Chunmei, may I ask what your cultivation level is? Chunmei casually replies, Xianzun. Xianzun. Chen Tianhai is stunned, nearly passing out. Luckily, Chen Daoxian quickly pours him 2 shots of strong liquor, bringing him back to his senses. She is my protector sent by my biological father, so it's normal for her to have such cultivation, Chen Daoxian says lightly. He has already told his adoptive father about his imperial family background, and Chunmei, if she didn't have some skills, wouldn't be able to be the protector of the imperial family's young master. However, after hearing this, Chunmei quickly explains, Young master, I'm not your protector, I am actually just a backup protector. Backup protector? Chen Daoxian is somewhat surprised. Then who is my actual protector? Chunmei replies, Your true protector is the 5th Mississippi 5th Miss? Chen Daoxian asks, Yes, you have 5 elder sisters. The eldest sister, Chen Luohong, is currently the strongest alchemist in the world, devoted to alchemy, and is now in the Rakshasa Emperor Palace. The second sister, Chen Luyao, is known as the master of the Forbidden Land in the universe's edge, with countless supreme experts under her command. Her power is immense. The third sister, Chen Tianmai, was the most talented person in our Shura Emperor realm, but she mysteriously disappeared 100 years ago and has not been heard from since. The fourth sister, Chen Changle, married a master of the Xuanwu Holy Land and now co-governs the divine Vane Holy Land with him. The fifth miss, Chen Junran, is currently by the Lord of the Realm's side, focusing on her cultivation. When you return to the Imperial Palace, she will be your true protector. 5 elder sisters, and the third sister is missing. Chen Daoxuan's mind is focused solely on this matter. He does not care about how powerful the other 4 sisters are. The fact that the third sister, as a princess of the Imperial Palace, could mysteriously disappear for 100 years while both parents are supreme emperors is illogical. There must be a serious problem. Chen Daoxian senses something strange. However, this is not the time for him to think about these things. He must first destroy the Soul Pavilion, restore peace to the Tianqian continent, and then find his third sister to reunite the family. I believe that my big family should be quite harmonious. Chen Daoxian takes a bite of the rabbit leg. The feeling of it melting in his mouth is truly delightful. It is indeed roasted snow rabbit, a delicacy of the world, unparalleled. Chen Daoxian looks over and says, "Leave me one of the rabbit heads." Chunmei smiles and gives 2 rabbit legs to Chen Tianhai and his wife. At night, the cold wind howls. Chen Daoxian, dressed in thin black clothes, sits cross-legged on the grass, with the surrounding airflow resembling a mirror, smoothly reflecting the glow of the campfire. This is, the highest virtue is like water. It is an excellent method for regulating breath. The young master, at such a young age, possesses such insight. Chunmei, feels inferior. Young master, meeting you and being fortunate enough to be favored by you twice is Chunmei's greatest blessing in this life. No matter what you want to do, Chunmei will always be by your side, becoming your sharpest sword. Chunmei squats in front of Chun Daoxuan, gazing at his extraordinarily handsome face, lost in thought. She guards him like this, not knowing how long it has been. As dawn approaches, the sky is about to brighten. Chunmei got up and stretched lazily. Turning her back, she bent down and placed her hands on her feet, stretching a few times. Suddenly, she froze in place. The sky was dimly lit, a hint of fish belly white heralding a warm and colorful morning. After a night of contemplation, Chun Daoxuan opened his eyes refreshingly. To his surprise, he found himself staring at Chunmei's backside. Chun Daoxuan's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" Chunmei did not respond. Chun Daoxuan leaned forward to take a glance, but he didn't see her trying to pick anything up. But why was she in that position facing me? Chun Daoxuan didn't dare to think further and immediately cleared his throat twice. A special bloodline can only be extracted once. If it comes again, it won't enhance my skills. As his voice fell, Chunmei still showed no reaction. Chun Daoxuan suddenly realized something was wrong. He abruptly got up and discovered that his adoptive parents were lying beside him, motionless, and the entire forest was silent. Not even the wind could get through. The world, apart from him, was completely still, as if painted. Chapter 21. Unrivaled Inheritance. All-encompassing nature, everything in the world was frozen like a painting. This made Chun Daoxuan feel quite uneasy. Just arriving in Zhongzhou, he encountered such a strange occurrence. A mysterious existence that could render this space-time immobile. Even Chunmei could not escape its laws, indicating that the opponent's strength likely far exceeded that of the strong in the Tianqian continent. Who could possess such power? Chun Daoxuan was puzzled. At that moment, not far away, it seemed there was a voice calling out to him. No, it wasn't a voice. It was a kind of mental call. Chun Daoxuan focused his gaze and reached towards Chunmei's waist, drawing out the Zixia spirit sword, cautiously walking in that direction. As he walked, Chun Daoxuan saw many low-level demon beasts frozen in various postures, and birds in the sky were also motionless. Unknowingly, he walked out of the woods and into an open area. On the lawn, at a square table, sat a man. He was young, dressed in snow-white clothing. There was a chessboard on the table. The man seemed to be playing chess with himself. He had a refined demeanor, mixed with a unique aura of solitude. High and unreachable, his presence seemingly dimming the heavens and the earth. "You've come." The man spoke calmly. Chun Daoxuan frowned slightly. "Who are you?" "Chun Luyan." The man casually replied with 3 words. He also shared the surname Chun. Chun Daoxuan was quite curious. "Could it be that you have some connection with the Shura Emperor realm?" "Yes or no?" Chun Luyan gave a vague answer, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. Chun Daoxuan stepped closer and saw that the chess game was at a stalemate. It seemed both sides had their offensive strategies. But in reality, if it continued, the only outcome would be a draw. There was no need to continue this game. Chun Daoxuan unceremoniously sat down opposite him. Chun Luyan seemed unconcerned. "You're quite good." "Because you're quite good," he said, flipping his palm, an ancient black book instantly hovering in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the black ancient book suddenly transformed into a beam of spiritual light that pierced into Chun Daoxuan's forehead. Chun Daoxuan's mind trembled. In that instant, a black ancient book, exuding an ancient and distant mysterious aura, appeared in his spiritual sea. All-encompassing nature, supreme of all realms, invincible in the world. Chun Daoxuan was shocked. At this moment, Chun Luyan said, "The Shura Imperial Palace also has a fragment, but unfortunately, it only records 10 techniques. Even so, your father, after tens of thousands of years, has only mastered the 7th technique." When he said this, there was obvious disappointment in his eyes. Chun Daoxuan focused and looked. The all-encompassing nature in his spiritual sea actually contained 100 techniques, 100 techniques, and his father, a dignified emperor-level powerhouse, had only mastered 7 of them. My God, if all 100 techniques of all-encompassing nature were mastered, how powerful would that be, compared to the 7 divine machines of the destruction divine tree? Which is stronger? Chun Daoxuan was stunned. With his unrivaled background, Not only did he gain a divine tree cheat, but now he had also received such a peerless ancient book from this mysterious predecessor. So many invincible cheats. It was simply against the heavens. Senior, your generation is even higher than my father's, right? Daoxuan asked, raising his eyes. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him had already vanished. Even the table and the chessboard had disappeared without a trace. Xiaoxian, remember, do not tell anyone about this, including your father. The man's voice came again, which shocked Daoxuan even more. The world suddenly returned to calm. Whoosh! In an instant, Chunmei caught up, smelling the scent. Young master, how did you disappear right under my nose? Chunmei stared nervously at Daoxuan. Daoxuan pulled back his thoughts. Was it your eyelids or your backside? Chunmei's face flushed at his words. She turned her back, her small hands clutching her skirt, rubbing repeatedly. Daoxuan smiled helplessly. Let's go, we should set off. Chunmei obediently responded. With the terrifying killing move of all-encompassing nature, Daoxuan felt more confident now. Unexpected inheritances came one after another, further solidifying his desire to surpass the emperor and even the god of destruction. The four continued on their journey. However, just as they exited the forest, a shocking battle erupted in the distance, causing them to stop in their tracks. The aura of peak Xian Emperor. Moreover, there were three of them. Daoxuan gazed toward the distant valley, raising an eyebrow. One of the auras was clearly injured and starting to weaken. The other two still maintained their full strength. It seemed the battle was about to determine a victor. Chunmei, stay here and take care of my parents. I'm going to see the excitement. Daoxuan stepped forward, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the azure sky above, a terrifying energy storm continuously tore apart the surrounding void, causing rumbling thunder to resonate. The auras of the three peak Xian Emperor powerhouses enveloped this space, making the heavens and the earth feel unbearable. Xingyun, you should give up struggling. With the Soul Pavilion backing my Moonwheel Valley, your Star River Valley is destined to be nothing but fish on the chopping board. If it weren't for your remaining beauty, do you think I would have let you last this long? A middle-aged man in an orange robe stood in the void, greedily staring at the beautiful woman in front of him, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire forest, causing it to tremble violently. Beside him stood an old man in black robes, his aged body shrouded in a dark and eerie mist, cackling eerily. From that laughter, it was clear he was a powerhouse of the Soul Pavilion, and where their gazes were directed was a woman wrapped in azure fairy garments, covering her chest with her delicate hands, her stunning beauty radiating. Her autumn eyes seemed to spit fire. There were traces of blood at the corners of her lips, and at this moment her aura had significantly weakened. Yet, facing their threats, the woman remained proud, sanctified, and inviolable. Her cold voice resonating through the heavens and earth. Soul Wuhua. 3 years ago, your Soul Pavilion's Grand Elder made a promise to trade my brother's life for the well-being of my Star River Valley. How can you go back on your word? The old man in black chuckled. In my Soul Pavilion, we do things as we please. What does keeping promises matter? If we don't keep promises, what can you do about it? You. The woman named Xingyun trembled with rage. However, in a moment, she regained her composure. Her serene and beautiful face exuded an innate nobility. As the Lord of Star River Valley, even if I die today, I will ensure that you all turn to ashes. A hint of madness appeared in the woman's eyes as she suddenly raised her hand and pressed it against her forehead. The scorching peak aura of the Xianhuang realm within her began to rapidly expand at that moment. She was in a self-destruct. Quick, stop her. Hun Wuduan was taken aback. He and the man in orange clothing lunged forward together. Just as they were about to collide, a figure suddenly appeared, shielding the woman behind him while sweeping forward with his finger like a sword. Chapter 22. Dimensional Strike. Ruthless slaughter. The terrifying sword energy split the heavens and the earth. The sudden change startled the two, causing them to hurriedly dodge and retreat. The woman, who had been utterly hopeless and about to self-destruct, was now frozen in place due to the appearance of Daoxuan, a Xianzong powerhouse. The three of them looked at Daoxuan simultaneously, their eyes revealing incredulity. Xianzong powerhouses in the world are few and far between. and a young Xianzong powerhouse like Chen Daoxuan was unheard of. Although the man in orange was at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, he had to lower his posture in front of a mysterious Xianzong powerhouse. He immediately cupped his fists and inquired, "I am Yu Chongsang, the master of the Moonwheel Valley. May I ask your name?" Chen Daoxian. His calm and clear voice resonated from afar, leaving Yu Chongsang and Han Wuduan completely stunned. Chen Daoxian? The two exchanged glances. Having never heard of Xianzong with the surname, Chen appearing in the Tianxian continent. How could they have no knowledge of it at all? Yu Chongsang's expression changed as he smiled and asked, "Then may I ask why you have come here?" Chen Daoxian glanced at the old man in black robes and said lightly, "It's nothing. I just came here to kill you too, or perhaps to be killed by you too." What? The expressions of the two changed drastically. This kid actually came looking for trouble. Yu Chongsang suddenly realized. His expression tense as he stared at the noble woman behind Chen Daoxian, sneering. "So that's how it is. You dared to come alone to fight me because you found a Xianzong powerhouse to assist you." Facing this unfamiliar figure, Xingyan also looked bewildered, completely unsure of where to start. Chen Daoxian shot a cold glance at Han Wuduan, a bloody smirk appearing on his lips. The moment he stepped forward, bang, his fist struck directly at Han Wuduan's chest. Han Wuduan spat out a mouthful of old blood, his bloodshot eyes bulging, and his aged body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Chongsang finally saw that he had already appeared in front of Han Wuduan, his terrifying speed causing him to break out in a cold sweat. There exists a fundamental difference between Xianzong and Xianhuang. Chen Daoxian could now let others experience this stark disparity firsthand. Blood continued to flow from Han Wuduan's mouth, and after the initial shock, his eyes revealed madness. "Cough. You dare to strike me. Do you not know the Soul Pavilion?" Yu Chongsang, not far away, kindly advised. "Young man, I advise you to quickly apologize to Elder Han. Otherwise, even if you are a Xianzong powerhouse, offending the Soul Pavilion will surely lead to your doom." "The Soul Pavilion!" Chen Daoxian exclaimed. "What a lawless Soul Pavilion!" Bang! Another punch directly caved in Han Wuduan's chest. Hiss! Yu Chongsang was terrified, retreating continuously. Xingyan was at a loss. Even if he was a Xianzong powerhouse, this was simply too strong. After taking two punches, Han Wuduan's consciousness began to blur. Knowing he could not escape today, he could only glare at Chen Daoxian with venomous eyes, spitting blood through gritted teeth. You will regret this. My father is the third elder of the Soul Pavilion, Han Qianding. You are merely a lowly one-star Xianzong. You are doomed." After saying this, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing his life force about to dissipate, Chen Daoxian grabbed his hair as if lifting a chick, a mocking look in his eyes. "Han Qianding? What a coincidence. I just killed someone in Dongzhou whose name is quite similar to your father's. Han Xinjue. Fourth uncle." Han Wuduan's aged eyes showed a glimmer of shock. He looked at Chen Daoxian, and fear gradually surfaced in his expression as he breathed his last. Seeing Han Wuduan's arms droop down, Yu Chongsang and Xingyan were both drenched in cold sweat. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked so arrogantly to you just now. I was actually incited by that bastard Han Wuduan, which clouded my judgment, and that's why I thought of dealing with the Star River Valley." Chen Daoxian coldly turned his gaze. "What does your matter with the Star River Valley have to do with me?" "Huh?" Yu Chongsang's body stiffened. He looked at Xingyan in astonishment, realizing that this young man had nothing to do with the Star River Valley. He was here for the Soul Pavilion. Yu Chongsang quickly said, "Our Moonwheel Valley actually has no ties with the Soul Pavilion. I was forced to join him. I had no choice." "You've said everything." Chen Daoxian shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Yu Chongsang forced a silly grin. "Yes, if it weren't for you, I would have been controlled by him for a long time. Thank you so much." "Don't believe him. He and Han Wuduan are birds of a feather." Xingyan suddenly shouted. Yu Chongsang retorted, "Nonsense. You clearly want to use a knife to kill someone." Xingyan glared at him angrily. "How many heinous things has your Moonwheel Valley done in secret for the Soul Pavilion? Do I even need to say it? The Soul Pavilion hunts down people with special bloodlines everywhere. How many of those people have you helped capture?" Yu Chongsang, upon hearing this, desperately defended himself. "That's not true. This is all her framing. Young hero, you must believe me." "Chen Daoxian, I believe you, my foot." He raised a finger, aiming it at Yuchang Sang. Feeling the terrifying sword intent gathering at his fingertip, Yuchang Sang knew he couldn't outmaneuver him, so he could only curse. You have offended the Soul Pavilion. You are so close to death and still don't realize it. With your level of cultivation, you are nothing in front of the Soul Pavilion. Just wait to die. Yuchang Sang raised his hand, launching a palm strike. The overwhelming palm imprint suddenly expanded to 1,000 zhong in size. As a peak Xianhuang powerhouse, this palm strike's power was indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan smiled indifferently, using his finger as a sword, slicing down from above. The 1,000 zhong palm imprint exploded. Yuchang Sang, who had not retreated far, was split in half, his body falling to the ground. Having easily dealt with the two, Chen Daoxuan felt quite good. A Xianzong powerhouse is indeed terrifying. If this had been earlier, facing two peak Xianhuang powerhouses, he would have certainly been in a tough battle. Encountering Soul Pavilion members right after arriving in Zhongzhou. It seems my luck is quite good. No, it's always been good. Chen Daoxuan turned around, glanced at Xingyun, then withdrew his gaze and walked past her. As a most beautiful woman in Zhongzhou, Xingyun had never seen a man who treated her with such indifference. Of course, she also knew that this person was much younger than her, and calling her auntie wouldn't be inappropriate. Today, if it weren't for his intervention, she would have likely perished alongside that woman. Thinking of this, Xingyun suddenly called out, "Young hero, please wait. If you want to deal with the Soul Pavilion, my Star River Valley is willing to lend you a helping hand." Chapter 23. The Star River Valley's warm invitation help me? Chen Daoxuan stopped and asked indifferently, "How will you help me?" Xingyun's expression was complicated. Since you have a grudge against the Soul Pavilion, you must know that they have been hunting the souls of those with special bloodlines, right? Chen Daoxuan replied, Xingyun candidly said, "The bloodline of our Xing clan is the special bloodline they crave, the Ice Spirit Spring Body." These words slipped out, and she felt a strange sensation, as if the young man's eyes had suddenly brightened. Chen Daoxuan's gaze was intense. "Are you saying that you possess a special bloodline?" Xingyun crossed her arms over her chest and couldn't help but take a step back. "You?" It was only then that Chen Daoxuan realized he had been somewhat out of line. He quickly stood with his hands behind his back, adopting a solitary stance, as if to say he was focused and undistracted. "I understand. You want to use my hands to protect your sect and help you eliminate the greatest threat, the Soul Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Xingyun spoke earnestly. "I admit, I have my own selfish motives. But you also know that the Soul Pavilion is filled with experts, and it is not easy to force our way in. However, if we can use my Xinghe Valley as bait to lure them in one by one and eliminate them, wouldn't that be more beneficial for you?" Xingyun fixed her gaze on him, painting a picture of possibilities while observing his expression. However, Chen Daoxuan was a person who rarely showed his emotions. After watching for a moment, Xingyun could not catch anything from his face. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This young man, despite his age, had such composure. She wondered if teaming up with him would be a blessing or a curse. To ensure he would agree, Xingyun gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, my grandmother is also a powerful figure of the Xian sect. Although she is elderly, her cultivation far surpasses yours. If you two join forces, even if you encounter the Grand Elder of the Soul Pavilion, Soul Qinhe, you might still have a fighting chance." By mentioning the powerful figure of the Xian sect, Xingyun aimed to persuade Chen Daoxuan to stay and fight against the Soul Pavilion with her. But what she didn't know was that Chen Daoxuan was not afraid of the Soul Pavilion at all. In his eyes, from the moment he set foot in the central continent, the Soul Pavilion was already like a pig on a chopping board. Whether to steam, boil, or stew it, all depended on his mood. Facing Xingyun's expectant gaze, Chen Daoxuan was still assessing her. This woman, although she appeared over a decade older than him, was well preserved, with a beautifully crafted face that exuded an innate grace and pride, making her seem like a blooming ice lotus atop a snow-capped mountain. Mature, intelligent, dignified, and poised. Whether viewed from the front or the side, she stirred a significant interest in Chen Daoxuan. Before meeting her, he had never imagined that he, now an adult, would one day take an interest in a woman nearing 30. Chen Daoxuan began to feel conflicted. A special bloodline, once encountered, he would never easily give up. The problem was, this aunt was different from Chunmei and the others. She was not subordinate to him. Nor was she like Tang Xuebua, whose sect had provoked him. What was he to do? He was a serious person. Strong, he could never be. He was someone who had to adhere to principles in everything he did. Xingyun was unaware of his inner turmoil. Seeing him silent, she stepped forward, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Young hero, if you are willing to protect my sect in the future, I, Xingyun, will never refuse any request. Her tone was sincere, and her eyes glistened with tears. Chen Daoxuan understood that, as a peak Xian emperor, she would not be so humble unless she was truly out of options. He raised his eyes to look at her, serious. Afterwards, any request is acceptable? Yes. Xingyun nodded vigorously. Seeing her sincerity and helplessness, Chen Daoxuan suddenly understood. Benefiting both others and oneself is better than harming others for one's own gain. In this selfish era, he chose to be the former, to stand out as a pure blossom in the tide of this age. All right, I agree. Chen Daoxuan readily agreed. This made Xingyun clutch her chest and let out a sigh of relief. In the central continent, the Soul Pavilion was the strongest. The Moon Wheel and Xinghe Valleys were next in line. In the conference hall of Xinghe Valley, upon hearing the thrilling tale of the Valley Master's narrow escape, the elders were all shocked. Didn't the Soul Pavilion promise us they would no longer take action against us? How can they go back on their word? The Grand Elder Xing Tai slammed the table in anger. The entire table shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. 3 years ago, the secret of the Xing family's ice spirit spring body was discovered by a Soul Pavilion expert. Faced with the threat from Soul Qianhe, the second elder of Xinghe Valley, Xing's son, voluntarily offered his soul to ensure the safety of everyone in Xinghe Valley. At that time, Soul Qianhe personally promised that as long as he obtained Xing's son's soul, he would spare them. However, 3 years later, Soul Wuduan actually teamed up with Yu Changshan to hunt Xingyun in the wild. This was clearly a breach of promise, a betrayal. Thinking of his brother's soul still suffering in the Soul Pavilion, Xing Tai's eyes turned blood red, as if spewing fire. Little sister, are you sure it was that young man who saved you? After calming down, Xing Tai still found it hard to believe. A boy so young could actually be a powerful figure of the Xian sect. Facing her brother's inquiry, Xingyun slowly nodded. Oh my, what is this young man's background? To have reached the Xian sect realm at such a young age? Even the people of the Soul Pavilion could not accomplish such a miraculous feat. I think he might not even be from our Tianxin continent. Xingyun expressed her thoughts. What? The elders all looked over. Xingyun continued. In any case, during this time, you must treat them well and cannot show any neglect. Whether we can survive this calamity depends on him. After saying this, Xingyun turned and left the conference hall. She still needed to report this matter to her grandmother. After all, her grandmother, as the founder of Xinghe Valley, was the one who truly held the power. The arrival of Chen Daoxuan and the others quickly sparked heated discussions throughout the valley. Hey, who do you think those 4 people are? To be treated as honored guests by the Valley Master? Do you think they could be from the Soul Pavilion? 3 years ago, the Soul Pavilion killed the second elder. We all remember that death. If they were from the Soul Pavilion, how could the Valley Master be so jovial with that young man? That's true. If they're not from the Soul Pavilion, then the only ones eligible to visit our Xinghe Valley would be the Moonwheel Valley. Moonwheel. At that moment, a silver-haired girl in purple happened to pass by. Upon hearing the brothers' conversation, her face instantly darkened. Moonwheel. Those 4 are from the Moonwheel. If that's the case, why would my aunt treat them as honored guests? Doesn't she fear that it would boost others' morale and diminish her own prestige? Chapter 24. Shocking the entire audience. In a beautifully decorated private room, Chen Daoxuan sat by the window, watching the various people in the square outside, who occasionally glanced this way. By reading their lips, he could roughly tell what they were discussing. It turned out there was such a pass between Xinghe Valley and the Soul Pavilion. Chunmei poured a cup of hot tea for the young master and, curious, tilted her head. What passed? Chen Daoxuan replied. Their second elder voluntarily offered his soul to the Soul Pavilion 3 years ago to protect Xinghe Valley. Chunmei snorted upon hearing this. Then Xinghe Valley really lacks backbone. Chen Daoxuan said, yes. Better to be shattered as jade than to remain whole as tile. How could they witness their kin sacrifice their souls just because they couldn't fight back? If it were him, no matter how strong the enemy was, he would still spit blood in their faces before dying. Chen Mei asked, "Then what should we do next?" Chen Daoxian calmly replied, "Wait for the rabbit." He was certain that the Soul Pavilion's retaliation would not be slow. Perhaps within a few hours, they would come to kill. Seeing that the young master had already made plans, Chen Mei pursed her lips. "All right, then we'll just wait here." Chen Daoxian was a bit puzzled. "You seem very anxious?" Chen Mei replied, "Yes, I want to resolve this matter here quickly and then accompany you back to the upper realm. Besides, the Xinghe Valley is quite boring." Chen Daoxian shook his head helplessly. "If you find it boring, then go outside to find some fun. Do something that isn't boring." Chen Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled. "What kind of fun?" Chen Daoxian replied, "How would I know?" Suddenly, Chen Mei transformed and hugged him. There were no more words exchanged. She just stared at him with that fiery gaze. Suddenly, she kissed Chen Daoxian, trying to pry open his lips, and unabashedly sought the fragrant sweetness inside his mouth. Throughout the process, Chen Daoxian went from being reserved and slightly resistant at the beginning to holding her tightly later, gradually becoming immersed in the moment. Chen Mei's cheeks were incredibly hot, her eyes closed, feeling as if she were melting. Her mind went blank. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Standing at the entrance was a silver-haired girl in a purple outfit, carrying a heavy iron ruler on her back, staring in shock at the shameless couple, instantly furious. The people from the moon wheel were indeed no good. Shameless. The girl did not say a word and swung the heavy iron ruler at them. Seeing this, Chen Mei immediately stood up and stepped aside, leaving the stage for the young master. Faced with the incoming shadow of the ruler, Chen Daoxian reluctantly raised his hand. Clap! He caught it precisely. The rushing wind from the ruler shattered the bamboo window behind him. Chen Daoxian glanced at the fiery-tempered, silver-haired girl and frowned. "What did you just say, Moonwheel?" "That's right. Our Star River Valley does not welcome the scum from Moonwheel Valley." The silver-haired girl suddenly executed a high whip kick, sweeping directly towards Chen Daoxuan's forehead. The speed was incredibly fast, like a silver lightning bolt. But Chen Daoxian was even faster. He stepped forward, caught her leg with one hand, and wrapped his other arm around her waist, tossing her out of the window. The square erupted in an uproar. The silver-haired girl spun in the air several times before landing steadily, driving the heavy iron ruler into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy that swept through the area. "Oh, I didn't expect this crazy girl to be a one-star Xian Wang." Chen Daoxian was intrigued. He stepped out through the broken window and noticed that the heavy iron ruler was rapidly freezing, surrounded by a strange, icy mist. Could it be the ice spirit spring from the Xing family? "Young master, don't be impulsive. She is a guest invited by the Valley Master." "Yes, young master." "Stop it quickly." Many female disciples in the square rushed forward to stop her, but without exception, all were blasted away by the crazy girl. In contrast, the male disciples kept their distance, seemingly terrified of her. "If my aunt wants to punish me, I accept it. But that guy, I must teach him a lesson today." The girl raised the heavy iron ruler high above her head. A terrifying chill began to surge upwards, forming a massive icy vortex in the air. The ice crystal vortex rubbed against the void, making sizzling sounds and producing large amounts of white mist, distorting the surrounding space. Seeing that the girl was serious, everyone present could only mourn for Chen Daoxian for a second. But just then, two figures suddenly appeared. "Kyer, stop!" Xingyun clapped her hand to disperse the ice crystal vortex in the sky, glaring angrily. Beside Xingyun was an old woman in plain robes. Presumably, she was the powerful Xianzong who presided over Star River Valley. The girl stared in shock at the two. Granny Xinghe also glared at her, then came to Chen Daoxian's side, looking him up and down. Suddenly, she bowed respectfully to Chen Daoxian. "Thank you, young hero, for stepping in to save Yun'er. I have no way to repay this kindness." Upon hearing this, the crowd in the square was instantly petrified. Kyer rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that the ancestor of Star River would bow to that young man. Granny Xinghe was a wise person. Like Xingyun, she knew how terrifying Chen Daoxian was. In such a Star River Valley, Chen Daoxian felt no aversion and simply waved his hand. "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Granny Xinghe, no. How could this be a small matter? If it weren't for your intervention in killing that Han Wuduan and Yu Changshan, Yin'er would not have returned. This kindness will never be forgotten by our Star River Valley. After bowing repeatedly, Chen Daoxian accepted it gladly. Kai'er was dumbfounded on the side. What was the ancestor just saying? He killed who and who? In the square, there were many stunned figures. Who would have thought that a young man like Chen Daoxian could kill two peak Xianhuang experts? Was the ancestor joking? At this time, Xingyun pinched Kai'er's ear and forcibly pulled her over. You silly girl, hurry up and apologize to young Master Chen. Kai'er was completely confused, looking at the young man in front of her, who was about her age but was treated so respectfully by her aunt and the ancestor. She, who usually disliked men, didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Xingyun could only explain from the side. Young Master Chen, please don't mind. She is my niece, Kai'er. This girl is usually a bit rash and spoiled by me. In comparison, Xingyun was gentle and understanding. It's fine. Chen Daoxian didn't care. I want to argue with a young girl who has seen much of the world. Young girl? Kai'er was indignant. She thought, if we're talking about age, who knows who is older? However, she couldn't go against the elders, and despite her inability to understand, she ultimately suppressed her anger and forced a strained smile at Chen Daoxian. Thank you, young Master Chen, for your generosity. Chen Daoxian, you're welcome. Kai'er's forehead throbbed with veins. She thought to herself, who on earth is this guy? How infuriating. Chapter 25, You all hide. I can handle them alone. And did he really kill the Moon Wheel Valley Master and Han Wuduan? In the corridor, Kai'er followed behind Xingyun, secretly tugging at her sleeve and whispering. Xingyun nodded. Kai'er felt as if struck by lightning. Once hailed as the #1 proud girl of the Central State, she now felt as foolish as a quail in front of Chen Daoxian. Truly, comparison makes one die. Goods compared get thrown. Soon, they arrived at the council hall. When the elders saw Chen Daoxian, they all stood up with bright smiles. No need to be nervous. Please sit down. Chen Daoxian waved his hand. The elders exchanged glances, filled with doubts and questions, and sat down. This young Master Chen is too young. Is he really a Xianzong expert? The elders couldn't believe it. Granny Xinghe let Chen Daoxian sit in the main seat while she, along with Xingyun and Kai'er, sat to the side. Seeing that the 6-star Xianzong was treating this boy with such respect, Xing Tai immediately took a big gulp of tea to clear his throat before speaking directly to the point. The death of Yu Changshan will surely provoke the entire Moon Wheel Valley to come out, especially since Han Wuduan is the son of Han Qianding. So I think tonight, both sides will likely come to attack us together. Among them, the old man from the Yu family, Yu Tianluan, and the third elder from the Han Pavilion, Han Qianding, are both 5-star Xianzong. If it's one-on-one, even if the ancestor can hold one of them down, the other would likely not be easy for young Master Chen to handle alone. Therefore, I was thinking we could utilize the terrain within the valley. You don't need to consider so much. Chen Daoxian suddenly interrupted him. The crowd looked over. This was the result of their elders' hard work and discussion. He didn't even listen and just dismissed it. Kai'er crossed her arms arrogantly. Young Master Chen, if you really are a Xianzong expert, that is indeed quite impressive. However, given your age and perspective, you might not be as meticulous in planning as the elders, right? Shut up. Xing Tai threw the couplet at her. Then he turned to Chen Daoxian with an awkward smile. Then what does young Master Chen suggest? Although he shared the same thoughts as Kai'er, after all, young Master Chen was here to help. He still needed to give the respect due. This is called human relationships. At this moment, the gazes of Elder Xinghe, Xingyun, and all the elders were focused solely on Chen Daoxian, eagerly awaiting his strategy to confront the enemy. Facing their expectant looks, Chen Daoxian calmly said, "It's simple. You all stay hidden in the main hall, and I'll handle them alone in the square." Alone? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Xing Tai twitched his mouth, but there are at least 2 Xianzong experts among them. Chen Daoxian replied, "Yes." Xing Kai'er said, "Those 2 are both 5-star Xianzong." Chen Daoxian, I know. No. Did he even understand the situation? Even if he truly was. As a Valley Master said, a Xianzong expert, he would only be a 1-star Xianzong. How could he possibly contend against 2 5-star Xianzong? Chen Daoxuan's proposal completely stunned everyone present. Was Xinghe Valley really going to entrust everyone's fate to him? Elder Xinghe held a teacup, her murky old eyes deep and restrained. Now, with her lifespan nearing its end, even dealing with that Yu Tianluan alone might not guarantee any chance of victory. Adding the Soul Pavilion experts into the mix. If Chen Xiao did not lend his strong support, Xinghe Valley would surely perish. Weighing the pros and cons, Elder Xinghe finally decided to take a gamble. She stood up and bowed to Qin Daoxuan on behalf of everyone in Xinghe Valley. The ancestor is really going to let him do as he pleases. Xing Kaiyer covered her red lips with her hand. Is everyone going crazy? Under the moonlight, with stars sparse in the sky, a large number of moving figures appeared on the vast grassland. Among them were those in black robes and others in orange outfits, carrying crescent moon, curved blades on their backs. The two groups merged and advanced forward under the lead of a Qinglin devouring tiger. Their momentum so immense that it could make any faction in Central State flee in fear. Sitting on the back of the Qinglin devouring tiger were two elderly figures, their eyes bloodshot and expressions tense. Their purpose for coming to Xinghe Valley was to flatten it, to pay tribute to the spirits of Yu Changshan and Hun Wuduan in the heavens. Before long, the army arrived at the entrance of Xinghe Valley. But to their surprise, the main gate was wide open. What is going on? Yu Qianluan stood up, gazing at the open starstone gate, his old eyes gradually narrowing into a slit. Beside him, Han Qianing sneered, just a bluff. Without further ado, he made a hand gesture, and two Soul Pavilion experts at the Xianwang level immediately flew towards the valley entrance. However, as soon as those two arrived at the gate, they were instantly cut down by two sword energies that surged out. Looking at their bodies, which were severed at the waist, many couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fear began to spread through the army. At this moment, Yu Tianluan pointed toward the sky above Xinghe Valley. Qingxiu, go see what's happening inside. Yes. Yu Qingxiu, as a one-star Xian Huang expert, stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure appeared above Xinghe Valley. However, when he looked into the valley, something suddenly attacked from afar. Yu Qingxiu didn't have time to dodge before that beam of light pierced through his chest. This, Yu Qianluan couldn't help but rub his eyes. His nephew, possessing the strength of a Xian Huang, was actually killed in an instant. One Xian Huang and two Xian Wang had tragically died one after another. This unbelievable scene completely unsettled the vast army behind the two elders. Yu Qianluan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with blood vessels. After all, those disciples and elders behind him had come out just to bolster their momentum. To truly flatten Xinghe Valley, it still depended on him and Han Qianding taking action. The two elders exchanged glances, understanding each other. In an instant, they arrived at the valley entrance. Since Xinghe Valley had set up an ambush, then they would personally enter the valley, allowing those miscellaneous fish in Xinghe Valley to truly experience what despair really meant. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. The two elders proceeded one after the other into the valley. The flattened passage was silent. As they walked, they encountered no ambush at all. Soon, they arrived at an open square. What greeted their eyes was a square table with a young man, Chen Daoxian, sitting alone at the table, calmly sipping tea. He was completely indifferent. This left Yu Tianluan and Han Qianding particularly puzzled. They looked around, but found no one else besides the young man at the table. What on earth was Xinghe doing? Yu Tianluan rubbed his hands, and faced with this bizarre scene, he actually dared not step forward. Chapter 26. Truly a supreme expert of Central State, just as I wish. Yu Tianluan and Han Qianding. One was the ancestor of Yuluan Valley, and the other was the third elder of the Soul Pavilion. They had both come here to avenge their sons, intending to crush Xinghe Valley with absolute strength, turning it into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, at this moment, the two esteemed elders faced the bizarre scene of a young man drinking tea alone and actually did not dare to take a step forward. As renowned figures in Central State and even across the entire Tianxian continent, they were actually frightened. This left Chun Daoxian speechless. Putting down his teacup, he said faintly, "There is no need for the two elders to be polite. Just come forward and die." "What did you say?" Yu Qianluan's old face twitched. Han Qianding was also somewhat stunned, thinking what kind of trick that old woman from Xinghe was playing. Until now, they didn't know that their sons had died at Chen Daoxuan's hands, still believing it to be the work of Elder Xinghe. Thus, the more bizarre the situation became, the more cautious the two old men were, seeing these two sneaky old fellows refusing to step forward no matter what. Chen Daoxuan shook his head helplessly and continued drinking tea. Xinghe, stop pretending in front of me and come out quickly. Otherwise, I will turn your Xinghe Valley into a place of no return. Yu Tianluan suddenly roared like thunder, the immense aura of a 5-star Xian zone erupting, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The starlight in the sky began to shimmer and twist under the pressure, creating countless anomalies. The entire valley and even the surrounding 100,000 mountains shook violently. Under his overwhelming spiritual pressure, everyone in the main hall of Xinghe Valley was forced to the ground. Gasping for air, their expressions horrified. Such a powerful aura. Xing Kai'er struggled to kneel by the window, seeing her fellow disciples gasping for breath. She couldn't imagine how someone her age, Chen Daoxuan, could possibly contend against those two old monsters alone. The heavens and earth were collapsing endlessly. The terrifying pressure had already shattered the stone slabs of the square. However, even though Yu Tianluan had released all his aura, Chen Daoxuan remained as steady as a mountain. Not only unaffected, but even the square table in front of him remained intact. This made Yu Tianluan instantly realize something was off. That kid was actually unmoved. Yu Tianluan stared at the trembling heavens and earth. The one person and table that remained undisturbed suddenly caught his attention. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Xinghe, you are at least as renowned as me. Are you really going to hide underground today like a turtle? Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. I didn't expect that old man would actually think it was Elder Xinghe who stabilized his aura. Feeling speechless, Yu Tianluan suddenly waved his sleeve, and a crescent moon-curved blade floated high in the air behind him. Like a bright moon, it radiated vast silver light, illuminating half the night sky. Since you refuse to come out, then I will help you. Whoosh! The silver moonlight poured down, shining directly on Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand to dab a drop of tea, then flicked it lightly. The flying droplet struck the white blade's phantom. Ding! A sound rang out. The moon wheel's light and shadow, which could easily tear apart a peak Xianhuang strongman, sent him flying on the spot. What? Yu Tianluan's old eyes bulged with disbelief at the scene before him. That child used only a drop of water to block my attack. Facing the astonished gazes of the two elders, Chen Daoxuan kindly said, The one who killed your son is me, not Granny Xinghe. To make it easier for you to seek revenge, I have been waiting here for a long time. So, please don't worry, just go ahead and attack. His calm tone sounded reasonable, yet it was extremely provocative. Changshan was killed by him. Yu Tianluan's wrinkled face trembled. Young man, are you not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? Do you think you are worthy of killing my son? Chen Daoxuan raised his eyes calmly. There was no need for any explanation. He dipped his finger in a drop of tea again, then aimed at Yu Tianluan and flicked his finger. The void before him was torn apart by a strange water shadow, rapidly enlarging in Yu Tianluan's pupils. In a moment of panic, Yu Tianluan immediately drew out a second moon wheel and slashed down against the wind. Buzz! The water droplets struck the white blade, creating a piercing hum. Staring at the violently shaking moon wheel curved blade, Yu Tianluan's expression changed drastically. It really is you. Beside him, Han Qinding's brow furrowed deeply. Are you saying him? Yu Tianluan didn't want to admit it, but had to. Yes, he indeed has the ability to kill Changshan. I already said it was me, and you still don't believe it. In an instant, a vast aura of Xianzong realm erupted from Chen Daoxuan's body like a mountain flood. Xianzong. The two elders were shocked again. This kid is actually a Xianzong expert. At this moment, no one in the main hall of Xinghe Valley dared to question Chen Daoxuan's strength. He was a genuine Xianzong expert. No doubt about it. However, despite the strong aura, there was still a significant gap between him and Yu Tianluan, this old dog. Can he really defeat those two old monsters? The two differing auras of Xianzong clashed against each other, continuously impacting this realm, and soon the turbulent scene obscured the starry sky. Inside the valley, a haze hung heavy. Yu Tianluan's aged body trembled with rage. Behind him, 12 moon wheel curved blades floated in midair, like 12 full moons illuminating the world. It was as bright as day. This drew exclamations of amazement from the masters outside the valley. I have traversed the continent for 30,000 years. Invincible except against the strong from the Soul Pavilion. The world respects me and fears me. Yet you dare to have such an attitude before me. Well, since you admit it was you who killed Changshan, then today, Xinghe Valley will be your burial ground. Yu Tianluan was completely enraged. His bloodthirsty eyes bore down on Chen Daoxuan, wishing he could slice him into 1,000 pieces. The two locked eyes. Chen Daoxuan, calm and indifferent, responded, "Whose burial ground it will be, we need to fight to find out, right?" Yu Tianluan could hardly contain his fury. A young man, so arrogant like Chen Daoxuan, was truly unprecedented in his life. The one who gets close to the water tower gets the moon first. Yu Tianluan recited a 7-character quatrain, while simultaneously spreading his hands, drawing down 12 beams of destructive holy light from the 12 bright moons in the sky. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan finally took action. He quickly stood up, using his finger as a sword, and slashed upwards at the sky. Boom! He actually cut through the 12 beams of holy light falling from the sky. How is this possible? Yu Tianluan stared in shock at the vast void that was sliced open by a single sword. He pressed down with his large hand. A tidal wave of silver crashed down, seemingly as if the Milky Way was falling from the heavens. Such martial skills are indeed impressive. No wonder he is a supreme expert from Zhongzhou. Seeing this attack, Chen Daoxuan casually gripped. Sword come. In a room within the main hall, Chunmei felt her purple cloud spirit sword tremble at her waist, suddenly unsheathing itself and flying out. Chapter 27. 10,000 Swords to the Sect. The flying sword landed precisely in Chen Daoxuan's hand, and as he held the sword horizontally, a spiritual light sword formation suddenly rose from the ground. The sword body of the purple cloud spirit sword glowed brilliantly, exuding boundless sword intent. Under Yu Tianluan's incredulous gaze, endless sword shadows surged forth from the spiritual light formation. That is, in the main hall, by the window, Chunmei gazed in astonishment at the overwhelming sword intent, which had formed a powerful sword formation. Feeling an infinite sense of emotion, the young master's understanding of the sword path has actually reached such a level. Within the light formation, sword intents were densely packed like rain, numbering in the tens of thousands, attacking towards the sky. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan raised his head, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. 10,000 swords to the sect. Chen Daoxuan suddenly pointed his sword at the sky. The myriad sword shadows erupted with a majestic sword intent that could break through heaven and earth, with the momentum of the sword river attacking the heavens. It fiercely collided with the descending Milky Way. Boom! The two rivers of light finally collided midair in front of countless shocked eyes. The world fell silent for a moment, and then erupted into a terrifying sword blade storm. Under the impact of this storm, the power of the Milky Way could not withstand it and crumbled in an instant. The sword energy soared upwards, breaking through the clouds, disappearing without a trace. Yu Tianluan stood frozen, his mouth half open, unable to imagine that the young man before him had already reached such a level in swordsmanship. Just as he was distracted, the dense rain of swords heading towards the starry sky suddenly turned back. The speed was so fast that it seemed to tear through space in an instant. Without waiting for Yu Tianluan to make a defensive move, the sword struck him fiercely. The relentless rain of swords completely obscured Yu Tianluan's figure. The void was torn apart infinitely. The earth seemed to be penetrated. Furious waves of lava erupted, and debris flew in the air. As he felt the aura of Yu Tianluan rapidly fading within the sword mist, not only did the people from Xinghe Valley feel at a loss, but even Han Qianing couldn't help but shiver in fear, retreating continuously. They looked at Chen Daoxuan like a monster. Yu Tianluan was killed just like that. Xing Kai'er hid behind her aunt, clutching her waist. Both trembled uncontrollably. By now, they finally understood that Chen Daoxuan's arrogant demeanor was not arrogance, but absolute confidence. With his astonishing mastery in the sword path, he could completely make up for the gap in cultivation. At this moment, Xing Kaier even began to secretly feel fortunate. Fortunate that her aunt, as the Valley Master, had a sharper eye than her. Fortunate that the ancestor was willing to make a decision at a critical moment. Willing to entrust the fate of Xinghe Valley to his hands. If it had been her in charge, she might have messed it up long ago. The sword mist that spread in the distance finally dissipated. What entered everyone's eyes were a few blood-stained, shattered bones on the ground. Yu Qianluan was dead, obliterated by the relentless rain of swords. Han Qianning was utterly shocked. If Yu Qianluan was not that kid's opponent, then if it were him, the result would probably be the same. At this moment, Han Qianning no longer held his pride, but instead resembled a frightened deer, his gaze unable to leave Chen Daoxuan. Yet his feet kept retreating. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. I killed your son. Are you trying to flee in battle? Han Qianning, I. With that, Han Qianning's old face felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, before Chen Daoxuan appeared in Zhongzhou, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this. Han Qianning's expression turned serious as he stared at Chen Daoxuan. Who exactly are you? The same question again. Chen Daoxuan couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight towards him. That terrifying sword intent once again spread out. Seeing the scene, Han Qianning immediately raised his hand and shouted to stop. I'm the third elder of the Soul Pavilion. Think carefully. The Soul Pavilion. Remembering what Han Qinjue had once said, Chen Daoxuan calmly said, rather than calling it the Soul Pavilion, it would be better to change its name to the Holy Soul Palace. Han Qianning, how do you know? He was completely shocked. As Chen Daoxuan's words fell into the ears of Granny Xinghe and the others, they were left somewhat bewildered. The Sacred Soul Palace. That was a force from the sacred land of the Upper Realm. In theory, nobody from the Tianqian continent should have heard of it. Even Granny Xinghe, recognized as the longest-lived and most knowledgeable person from Tianqian, should not have any knowledge of it. But how did this kid know about it? Facing the puzzled gaze of Han Qianning, Chen Daoxuan spoke frankly. In Dongzhou, I killed an old man named Han Qinjue, and he told me. Han Qianning was taken aback. You killed my fourth brother? Chen Daoxuan replied. That's right. I killed your son, and I also killed your brother. If you still have a shred of blood in you, you should be disregarding everything and trying to kill me right now. Chen Daoxuan wore a smile that hit a knife, like a beast staring at a delicious prey. At this moment, Han Qianning understood that bringing up the background of the Soul Pavilion in front of him would only provoke stronger killing intent. Because he had come to destroy the Soul Pavilion. A one-star Xian sect should not pose a threat to the Soul Pavilion. Yet, this kid's swordsmanship was truly astonishing. Threats must be eliminated. Han Qianning would not allow anyone to disrupt the Soul Pavilion's plan to hunt special souls. Han Qianning no longer hesitated. His aura erupted at that moment. A large expanse of black mist swept up from the ground, engulfing his entire body. Soul Burial. A silver scythe suddenly appeared, gripped in Han Qianning's hand, and his figure trembled before eerily disappearing from his original spot. Clang! As Chen Daoxuan swept his sword toward the void behind him. A sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. The space shattered, yet Han Qianning's figure was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Han Qianning's movement technique had reached its peak. Each step he took was instantaneous. Facing this whirlwind-like offensive, Chen Daoxuan remained calm, standing firm like a bell, easily neutralizing each of Han Qianning's attacks with his sword. Soul Burial was an exceptionally unique technique. Ordinary weapons would shatter upon collision with it. However, the Zixia Spirit Sword in Chen Daoxuan's hand was no ordinary item, and for a time, Han Qianning found himself unable to do anything to him. Summoning the Soul Burial could not harm him in the slightest, and the disparity in cultivation level prevented him from gaining an advantage in battle. Han Qianning had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. As his figure flickered continuously, he was still pondering how to defeat this kid when suddenly, a beam of sword light shot out from the void in front of him, startling him into a hurried sidestep. Yet on the ground beneath his feet, that damn sword formation reappeared. Han Qianning leaped into the air. In the sky, the ground spirit light formation unleashed a vast sword might, and countless sword shadows shot out, speeding toward his direction, again with the same move. Do you only know this move? Han Qianning cursed loudly, unable to dodge in time. He had no choice but to wildly swing his blade to defend. But the speed of the sword rain was increasing. Within the infinite barrage, the terrifying sword might unleashed into the void had already spread beyond 1,000 miles. It left countless powerful figures in Zhongzhou horrified. Poof, poof, poof. Han Qianning finally could not withstand it. With a mournful howl, he was instantly pierced through, blood and bones flying just like Moon Tianluan. The same move. He had consecutively slain 2 5-star Xian sects. Chen Daoxuan gracefully sheathed his sword. If you can't even block one move, do you still expect to see my second move? Dream on. Chapter 28 in the cave outside the mountains, fulfilling a promise. He won. He did it. Cheers erupted in Xinghe Valley. People embraced and wept, filled with gratitude for Chen Daoxuan's arrival. Chen Daoxuan single-handedly saved Xinghe Valley, and his unparalleled swordsmanship had slain 2 5-star Xian sects. This event would surely shock the entire Zhongzhou. His name would also be recorded in history, becoming an immortal legend. Xing Kaier stood dazed in place. Although her heart was filled with joy, she was also anxious. Earlier, she had mistakenly thought Chen Daoxuan was from the Moonwheel Valley, nearly causing a disaster. Now, how was she to face this benefactor who had descended from the heavens? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xing Yun burst through the window, stepping into the void, and was the first to bow deeply to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan nodded with pleasure. Xing Yun's expression gradually turned cold as she then drew her sword and pointed it toward the valley entrance. Everyone, follow my orders, kill the enemies. Leave not a single one alive. Kill. People rushed out of the main hall, charging toward the valley entrance under Xing Yun's lead. With the loss of Moon Tianluan and Han Qianning, the so-called army outside was almost powerless to resist. Faced with the full-on assault of Xinghe Valley, they had no energy left to fight back. In less than half a stick of incense, the tens of thousands were left with nothing but corpses strewn across the ground. The next morning, Xinghe Valley celebrated, throwing a grand victory banquet. At the banquet, Xing Yun changed into elegant and appropriate flowing robes, personally pouring wine for Chen Daoxuan. Young Master Chen, our Xinghe Valley is fortunate to have your assistance, escaping this calamity. Here, on behalf of everyone in the valley, I toast you a cup. This great kindness we will remember forever. Xing Yun was very serious, bowing 90 degrees, presenting the cup to Chen Daoxuan with both hands. Seeing this, the others also stood up to imitate her. Chen Tianhai and his wife looked at their son, who was now being treated with such respect by a powerful sect in Zhongzhou, and both were moved to tears. They actually did not care whether they could go to the upper realms imperial clan. As parents, seeing their son flourishing was already enough for them. Chen Daoxuan looked at this ice-cold beauty in front of him, sincerely thanking him, and gladly accepted. He casually picked up the wine cup on the table and clinked it with hers. They both drank it in one go. After putting down the cup, Chen Daoxuan said, "Although Han Qianning is dead, the Soul Pavilion still exists. As long as the Soul Pavilion is not eliminated, your Xinghe Valley will never have peace. I believe the Valley Master understands this better than I do." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Xing Yun couldn't believe. "You really intend to deal with the Soul Pavilion?" Chen Daoxuan replied, "Yes. I came to Zhongzhou to destroy the Soul Pavilion. How could I be satisfied just by killing a Han Qianning?" Xing Yun exchanged glances with Granny Xinghe, then said solemnly, "If I were selfish, I would not hesitate to tell you the location of the Soul Pavilion." But she didn't know how to start. The power of the Soul Pavilion was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Not to mention that elusive pavilion master, rumored to be the only Xianzun expert in the Tianxian continent. Just the Grand Elder Han Qianhe had already reached the 8-star Xian sect level. His strength far surpassed Han Qianning. Chen Daoxuan had done a favor for Xinghe Valley. Xing Yun did not want to see him die in vain. She knew very well that with his astonishing talent, as long as he concealed himself and focused on cultivation, within 100 years, even that legendary Han Tianqi would not necessarily be his match. Chen Daoxuan could see that she was worried. He smiled lightly. "You only need to tell me where the Soul Pavilion is, and you don't have to worry about the rest." Xing Yun, but Granny Xinghe, not far away, shook her head at her. Seeing this, Xing Yun lowered her head in disappointment. pressured by the expectations of everyone present. She finally had no choice but to say, "In the northwestern desert, there is a strange pool that reflects flowers and moons all year round, untouched by the outside world. That is where the Soul Pavilion is located." Chen Daoxian nodded with a smile, gesturing for her to sit down and drink with him. At the banquet, the elders of Xinghe Valley came one after another to toast. Each one was flattering, speaking words of praise. But they really just wanted Chen Daoxian to go to the desert and eliminate their greatest threat. As for whether Chen Daoxian could defeat the Soul Pavilion, no one showed any signs of worry. Chen Daoxian himself was also clear that if he were to lose this battle, Xinghe Valley would definitely be the first to evacuate this place, fleeing without a trace. That is human nature. Chen Daoxian had long seen through it. Not caring anymore, she ate and drank as she pleased, planning to return to the upper realm after destroying the Soul Pavilion to see what her biological parents were really like. Powerful emperors are truly something to aspire to. At night, Xingyun followed Chunmei out of the Star River Valley into the outskirts and the forest. She had indeed drunk quite a lot today, but fortunately her alcohol tolerance was good, so she wasn't completely drunk. Chunmei had called her out when no one was around, and along the way, she didn't say a word, which made Xingyun a bit puzzled. "Chunmei, where are you taking me?" Chunmei, with her hands behind her back, walked ahead and replied softly, "Aren't you worried about our young master's safety?" Xingyun thought this was a sarcastic remark and felt embarrassed, saying, "I'm sorry." Chunmei said, "No need to apologize. Our young master won't blame you." Xingyun stopped talking and just followed Chunmei as they continued walking. After a while, they finally stopped in front of a cave, which was brightly lit by candlelight. Chunmei gestured for her to enter. Confused, Xingyun stepped into the cave and saw Chen Daoxian right in front of her. Moreover, there was a wooden couch. Xingyun was taken aback and looked up. "Chun Xiao, what is this?" Chen Daoxian was sitting by the couch, playing with a scroll, the candlelight illuminating his handsome profile with an ordinary expression. Suddenly, he closed the scroll and smiled. "Do you remember what you said before?" Xingyun thought for a moment and found it hard to guess. "I hope Chen Xiao can clarify." At this point, Chen Daoxian no longer hid anything. "You said that if I ever had any requests, you would never refuse." Xingyun nodded seriously at his words. Chen Daoxian continued, "If I say, let you and me cultivate together here for one night, would you be willing?" Double cultivation. Xingyun imagined 1,000 possible requests he might make, but never thought it would be this. After all, Chen Daoxian was still a child, just barely an adult, 10 years younger than her. Xingyun asked in confusion, "Chen Xiao, can you tell me the reason?" She felt she could ask this because she believed Chen Daoxian was not a person who was greedy for beauty. Chen Daoxian stood up and approached her, speaking earnestly. "I have practiced a special technique, but I cannot disclose the specifics. I can only say that if you're willing to cultivate with me, just this once, I will have absolute certainty of victory in tomorrow's battle against the Soul Pavilion." This, Xingyun didn't understand, but Chen Daoxuan's incredibly determined gaze inexplicably made her trust him. In the end, she decided to repay his kindness in this way. Chapter 29. Invasion of the Soul Pavilion. Squirrels were on the trees, and cunning rabbits occasionally peeked out in the forest. 5 hours later, bang! The wooden couch in the cave was completely destroyed. Moments later, Xingyun hurriedly picked up her clothes to cover herself, staring in astonishment at Chen Daoxian, who was sitting cross-legged, his breath surging, his face flushed with surprise. 2-star Xian sect, 3-star Xian sect, 4-star Xian sect, 5-star Xian sect. Chen Daoxian did not lie to her. Everything he said was true. In just a brief moment, his cultivation had undergone an incredible transformation, leaping from 1-star Xian sect to 5-star Xian sect. Moreover, the stability of his aura made it seem as if he had been in this realm for many years, with no signs of emptiness whatsoever. Xingyun was truly amazed today. She finally understood why such a serious young man like Chen Daoxian would suddenly make such a bold request to her. After a while, the two of them walked out of the cave, one in front of the other. Watching the hot blush on Xingyun's face and her hair drenched in sweat, Chunmei, who was waiting outside, flashed her beautiful eyes, thinking that she had actually spent 2 full hours longer than her. Could this be the charm of a mature woman? She didn't quite understand. Shouldn't men prefer women of their own age? Are you okay? Chen Mei stepped forward and asked kindly. Xingyun turned her face away, her cheeks flushed. I'm fine. Chen Daoxian stretched his arms, feeling refreshed and full of energy. After a night of chaos, the wooden couch was reduced to sawdust. Yet he was still full of fighting spirit, showing no signs of fatigue. The two women exchanged glances at Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary energy. The Soul Pavilion is that way, right? Chen Daoxian suddenly pointed to the northwest. Yes. Xingyun's expression was complicated as she stared at his back. She never would have imagined that after guarding her chastity for nearly 30 years, she would ultimately give it to such a young man. Chen Mei, stay in the valley and take care of my parents. Chen Daoxian only gave a brief instruction before transforming into a beam of light, speeding towards the northwestern sky. With his greatly increased cultivation, he no longer needed Chen Mei to protect him. The Soul Pavilion, he would destroy it himself. In the northwestern desert, there is a strange pond that reflected the beauty of flowers and the moon, undisturbed by the outside world. This should be the place. In front of a bizarre lake, Chen Daoxian stood at the shore, gazing at the calm surface of the lake, smooth as a mirror. A touch of emotion appeared on his face. Today, the wind was strong, yet the surface of the lake was still, clearly reinforced by a special rule of power. Under the absolute protection of this rule, even the birds in the sky could not fly into this area. Rules. Rules are a symbol only possessed by Xianzun powerhouses. From this, it was clear that the Soul Pavilion must have a Xianzun powerhouse station here. However, upon reflection, it was a holy land force after all. Having such a figure guarding, it was not surprising. Moreover, thinking back to the terrifying rules when the senior Chen Lu appeared, Chen Daoxian felt that the rule before him was merely a child's play, not worth mentioning at all. He raised his hand, aimed at the lake's surface, and shouted boom. With one palm strike, the entire lake shattered, instantly erupting into a towering water column that shot into the sky. The fierce palm wind caused the lake water to plunge downwards in a large area, and the surging waves spread to the sides, quickly revealing the bottom of the lake. Disperse. Chen Daoxian clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, the entire lake evaporated, leaving only a magnificent rainbow in the sky. At the dry bottom of the lake, there was a strange black stone square with patterns on it that matched the dark patterns on the black robe worn by the Soul Pavilion's Xinding. Chen Daoxian flashed and appeared on the black stone square. His gaze focused on this place and soon felt a transmission realm. With a thought, he focused again and found himself in a strange world. Was this a void opened up by a Xianzun powerhouse? Chen Daoxian looked up at the bright moonlight, the vast desert before him, and the magnificent palace at the end of the desert. His eyes gradually became heated. The Soul Pavilion had nothing to do with him. Yet because of Qianju, it became a thorn in his side. Who could he blame? Why provoke him? With his hands in his pockets, Chen Daoxian strode toward the towering palace. This void was one that could be seen to have an end with the naked eye, indicating that the Xianzun powerhouse who created this void was likely not very high in cultivation. At least, they wouldn't reach the level of Chen Mei. Soon, Chen Daoxian arrived in front of the palace. A giant purple gold door, engraved with the patterns of the Soul Pavilion, stood before him, with two guards in black robes. Seeing a stranger in front of them, they felt curious. Stop! One of them shouted. Chen Daoxian ignored them and continued forward. Unexpectedly, he acted as if he hadn't heard them at all. Since the establishment of the Soul Pavilion, there had never been an invader. The two guards were immediately shocked and drew their swords. Kneel! Chen Daoxian said only two words. A vast spiritual might suddenly descended from the sky, pressing the two men to their knees in terror. Xianzong. The two men were drenched in sweat, timidly looking up at the young man. Under such terrifying pressure, they found it difficult to even breathe. Chen Daoxian arrived at the door, first examining the intricate patterns on it. The carvings were vivid and beautifully done. Chen Daoxian expressed his admiration, then raised his hand in front of the two and pointed at the great door. Boom! The entire palace shook violently. The door was shattered into pieces. Who is it? From the smoke, many people rushed out, but each one that emerged was instantly slain by Chen Daoxuan's fingertip. As if it were a sword, Chen Daoxian paid no attention to whether these people were from the Soul Pavilion or merely guests. As long as they were from this place, none would be spared. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. After a flurry of strikes, more and more corpses piled up like a mountain. The two surviving guards had never seen such a scene. Even the elders of the Soul Pavilion, who possessed the strength of Xian Wang and Xian Huang, were no different from ordinary people. They fell to the ground as soon as they showed their heads. As they saw the mountain of corpses growing higher, the two instinctively covered their heads and lay flat on the ground, choosing to play dead. Stop! At that moment, two overwhelming auras surged from within the palace, sweeping towards Chen Daoxuan and causing his robes to flutter violently. 6-star Xian sect, 8-star Xian sect. Chen Daoxuan felt these two auras and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Suddenly, two old men in black robes appeared, facing their unreserved advance. Chen Daoxuan raised both palms to meet them. Bang! Bang! The two palms collided with the two old men. The terrifying force pushed Chen Daoxuan backward, sliding on the ground. However, as the two elders showed fierce expressions, Chen Daoxuan stomped his foot hard on the ground, channeling all his strength into his palms, and actually sent the two old men flying. The two elders tumbled in midair. One quickly stabilized himself while the other staggered and barely managed to stop. They both looked at Chen Daoxuan, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 30. The Master of the Soul Pavilion appears. The two elders were the Grand Elder of the Soul Pavilion, Hun Qianhe, and the second elder, Hun Qianyuan. Hun Qianhe looked in shock at the mountain of corpses and blood before him, his old face growing increasingly frenzied. You actually dare to attack my Soul Pavilion? Hun Qianhe was furious. Throughout the entire Tianxian continent, no one and no force had ever dared to contend with the Soul Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan had grown tired of hearing such words as he slaughtered his way in. He didn't want to respond at all, because once he spoke, the other party would ask, "Who are you? Why have you come to the Soul Pavilion to kill?" There are not so many whys in this world. Everything is a cause and effect. Chen Daoxuan drew the purple mist spirit sword from his waist and pointed at them. Stop with the nonsense. I came to fight the Soul Pavilion. He then provocatively asked, Are you two coming together, or will it be a wheel battle? Hun Qianyuan, you. Don't be too arrogant. Beside him, Hun Qianhe immediately restrained him. Although this young man's cultivation was not as high as theirs, the clash just now had already made Hun Qianhe feel Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary power. Moreover, the most fatal thing was, he was so young, yet possessed such a high level of cultivation. If he did not have some background from the upper realm, it was hard to believe. Let us fight together, Hun Qianhe said cautiously. Then he reached out into the air, and a familiar silver moon giant scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Hun Qianyuan did not dare to be negligent, and also summoned the soul burial. Soul burial? What exactly was it? Chen Daoxuan did not know yet. However, after two encounters with the strong from the Soul Pavilion, he could more or less sense some soul power from that giant scythe. Keet. Hun Qianyuan swung the giant scythe and suddenly shot forward. Black spiritual light surged wildly. Looking at his astonishing speed, Chen Daoxuan shook his head in disappointment, remaining still in place. Just as the blade of the giant scythe was about to reach him, he swiftly unleashed a sword strike. The sword's shadow tore through the void, creating sparks as it grazed the scythe blade, dissipating the opponent's force. And then the sword tip turned. Whoosh! With a single strike, he severed Hun Qianyuan's left arm. Hun Qianyuan cried out in agony, clutching his severed arm, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, Hun Qianhe, who had circled around to attempt a sneak attack from behind Chen Daoxuan, changed his expression drastically upon witnessing this horrifying scene. Quickly halting his steps, he immediately distanced himself from Chen Daoxuan to a relatively safe spot. You bastard! I will kill you! Hun Qianyuan's aged and piercing voice echoed across the desert. The Soul Pavilion experts who had rushed out of the palace were all shocked. Who on earth is this guy? He actually managed to sever the second elder's arm with a single blow. Such a terrifying existence could not possibly be from the Tianxian continent, right? Just as everyone was astonished by Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary strength, hearing Hun Qianyuan's frantic wail, Chen Daoxuan was rather speechless. In a flash, he closed the distance. Whoosh! Another sword strike, severing the opponent's head. The sound of people gasping in shock rose and fell. Everyone huddled together. Hun Qianhe even collapsed to the ground. This, ISNT, he's just a 5-star Xian sect cultivator? How could he be this strong? Only 2 sword strikes. It shouldn't be like this. Chen Daoxuan leisurely turned around, flicked the blood off his sword, and looked at Han Qianhe, whose legs were trembling like a rattle drum. He felt a sense of disappointment. I originally thought that the Soul Pavilion, as the strongest force on the continent, would have some merit, but your performance is truly disappointing. A point. He said the Soul Pavilion disappointed him. The members of the Soul Pavilion turned red in the face, glaring at each other. The Soul Pavilion is the overlord of Tianxian, a giant of the world. Who is this kid daring to mock the Soul Pavilion like this? Han Qianhe fixed his gaze on the extraordinary sword in Chen Daoxuan's hand, forcing himself to calm down. Since we cannot win, there is only one path left. Please, Pavilion Master, descend. Han Qianhe's old eyes gradually turned crazed. Good, you want to witness the true strength of my Soul Pavilion. Today, I will fulfill your wish. Saying this, he took out an ancient black token from his bosom. Then, he infused it with soul power. With the infusion of soul power, the token began to emit a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, a beam of holy light descended from the sky, piercing through the cold night of this void world. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand to shield his eyes from the intense light, squinting. Upon sensing an astonishing aura that seemed to awaken like an ancient dragon between the light beams, he instantly became radiant. This aura, so strong, between heaven and earth. The holy light was vast, and the overwhelming aura had brought this void world to the brink of collapse. In the holy light, a profound and unfathomable figure appeared, flickering in and out of view. Upon seeing that figure, the people of the Soul Pavilion all knelt in worship. Even the Grand Elder Han Qianhe looked at the gracefully descending figure with admiration, tears welling in his eyes. Pavilion Master. It was him who killed many people, including the second elder. This kid is very strong. I am no match for him, and I can only ask you to come out. Han Qianhe angrily pointed at Chen Daoxuan, beginning to list his crimes. Is that so? A cold voice floated out from the holy light. The void trembled violently. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan replied with a serious expression. Not only your 3rd elder and 4th elder, but I also killed them all. You. Han Qianhe's eyes were about to pop out. Their 4 brothers had been favored and nurtured by the Pavilion Master many years ago, always loyal to him. They guarded the Soul Pavilion, living in glory. Such days had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that now, because of Chen Daoxuan, their 4 brothers would be separated by life and death? Han Qianhe's blood-red eyes were filled with endless hatred and killing intent, glaring fiercely at Chen Daoxuan, gritting his teeth. Having killed 3 law elders of my Soul Pavilion in succession, this deed is indeed unforgivable. The man in the holy light has finally emerged. This person appears to be youthful, dressed in a white robe, tall and slender, with a uniquely distinct aura. His enchanting eyes and androgynous, beautiful features, along with a layer of noticeable blush on his cheeks, make him striking. Of course, the most important thing is that the aura he now exudes is vastly different from that of a mere Xianzong realm. The power that seems to come from an abyss, as if he could shatter the entire Tianxian continent with just a wave of his hand, is beyond words to describe. Is this what a Xianzun powerhouse is like? Chen Daoxuan is in a state of excitement. A mere Xianzong, yet he is not afraid, but rather exhilarated. This makes the Soul Pavilion Master show a hint of approval. Young man, tell me your origins, he says, indifferent, his voice still flat and condescending. Chen Daoxuan firmly grips the Zixia spirit sword and defiantly raises his gaze. My origins are too great. You'd best not inquire. Too great? The Soul Pavilion Master replies. In the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, among countless continents, there are not many backgrounds that could make me feel they are too great. Is that so? Chen Daoxuan responds. Chapter 31. Xianzun Powerhouse, Soul, Heaven 7. In the vast universe, the forces of the Holy Lands are indeed formidable, but they are incomparable to the imperial clans. Chen Daoxuan is too lazy to rely on his background to suppress him. How can he grow without experiencing a battle with a Xianzun powerhouse? Perhaps. Chen Daoxuan raises his sword, the surging sword intent matching his current mood. Blood is boiling. Seeing this, the Soul Pavilion Master, Soul Heaven 7, frowns. Do you really dare to fight me? Guess, Chen Daoxuan replies, his gaze intense. The storm beneath his feet rises up, and the soaring sword intent shatters the night sky, revealing the true sky beyond. The auras of both men also spread into the real world. As a one-star Soul Master powerhouse, Soul Heaven 7's vast spiritual pressure envelopes millions of miles of mountains and rivers, causing countless cultivators from the central continent to change color in shock. Soul Heaven 7 watches Chen Daoxuan's stunning sword intent and slowly nods. Not bad. You have achieved the unity of man and sword. Saying this, he points his palm at Chen Daoxuan. In an instant, the void around Chen Daoxuan suddenly solidifies, binding him so he cannot move. He cannot move. Chen Daoxuan's face darkens, and he's taken aback. Soul Heaven 7 looks down on everything, proudly gazing. You see, with just a slight effort, I can render you immobile. This is the absolute gap between you and me that cannot be crossed. Witnessing this, everyone in the Soul Pavilion goes wild with excitement. Soul Chinha laughs loudly. Kid, you will never win against our Pavilion Master. Today is your day to die. The binding void stirs up waves of panic in Chen Daoxuan's heart. A Xianzun powerhouse has already mastered the power of the void to perfection. But he will never give up. The spiritual power within him surges wildly, the hissing spiritual pressure swirling around him like mist. As the overwhelming sword intent sweeps through, giant, trembling, illusory sword shadows emerge in the world, numbering in the millions. Using intent to control the sword. Even Soul Heaven 7 is somewhat surprised this time. This level of attainment is something even he cannot reach. It is unexpected that this young man, despite his age, has already reached a level in swordsmanship that rivals those of the holy level powerhouses. Soul Heaven 7's expression is complex as he maintains his raised hand, watching Chen Daoxuan. He allows the millions of sword shadows to rapidly condense in the sky. When an enormous ancient sword illusion descends from the depths of the firmament, an ancient and distant mysterious aura pervades the world. Such powerful sword intent. This child does not seem to be bluffing. Soul Heaven 7 has already detected the clues and recognized that the young man before him is not of ordinary origin. Yet even so, he cannot hold back. The Holy Soul Hall is also not to be trifled with. The booming sound of the sword resonates, causing the heavens and earth to bow down. Countless Soul Pavilion powerhouses prostrate on the ground, each of their eyes filled with fear in the face of such a magnificent sword move. Chen Daoxuan gazes at the proud figure. With a thought, all the swords converge into one. Boom! The suspended colossal sword pierces through the void at an incredibly terrifying speed, darting towards Soul Heaven 7 in an instant. Soul Heaven 7 casually summons the Soul Burial Spirit weapon, cutting down in anger. Bang! The sky erupts into a burst of starlight. Following that is an unbearably scorching destructive storm. The storm ravages the heavens and earth, causing the void to collapse infinitely, unable to heal for a long time. In the face of this apocalyptic scene, Soul Chinha is dumbfounded, completely stunned. That kid, is he still human? He can unleash such a terrifying strike with a 5-star Xianzong realm. Below the Xianzun level, there probably isn't anyone who can match him. At this moment, in the distant desert dunes, two figures lie down, Granny Xingha and Xingyun. After witnessing the shocking explosion, both are equally dumbfounded. So strong, Xingyun murmurs. Perhaps he really can do it. However, Granny Xingha's expression looks somewhat grim. No matter how strong, it won't help. Feel carefully the aura of the Soul Pavilion Master. Hearing this, Xingyun closes her eyes to sense. After a moment, she opens her eyes in shock. The aura of Soul Heaven 7 shows no signs of declining or weakening at all. The roaring storm, accompanied by the sound of thunder, lasts who knows how long in the world before quietly dissipating. Soul Heaven 7, clad in a snow-white robe, remains untainted by a speck of dust. His beautiful face carries a light and carefree arrogance, as if toying with an ant. He is completely unharmed. Strange, a monster. Xingyun is completely panicked. Beside her, Granny Xinghe watches with lingering fear. This is why I said we cannot fight alongside him. Wanting to topple the Soul Pavilion is not easy. She remembers Chen Daoxuan's great kindness to the Xinghe Valley, but she cannot risk the lives of all the Valley's people. This is a gamble she cannot afford to lose. In the distant sky, Soul Heaven 7 stands like a proud king, ruling over the world and looking down at the myriad of beings. Finally, his gaze returns to Chen Daoxian. I've said it before. The gap between you and me is an insurmountable chasm. If you still do not understand, then I will let you clearly feel it again like this. Soul Heaven 7 flashes forward in an instant, calmly walking past Chen Daoxian. Poof! Blood spurts forth. Chen Daoxuan's right arm falls to the ground. Chen Xiao. Seeing her benefactor lose an arm, Xingyun cries out in panic. On the Soul Pavilion side, countless people erupt in crazed curses. Kid, this is the consequence of being our enemy. Now, do you understand how powerful our pavilion master is? Die, carrying your resentment and unwillingness to be trampled to death by our pavilion master. Ha ha, little waste, daring to challenge the pavilion master with your mere Xianzong. Do you not look in the mirror to see your own weight? Those people are almost insane, completely immersed in the overwhelming might of Soul Heaven 7 suppression. However, the revelry lasts only a moment before it is completely shattered by a bizarre sight. They see that Chen Daoxian, who had lost his right arm, suddenly grows a new arm from the severed stump, appearing at a visible speed before everyone's eyes, which they cannot comprehend. The Shura Imperial clan. Soul Heaven 7 suddenly realizes, his eyes filled with great shock. Is your surname Chen? He questions with a trembling voice. Imperial clan? What is our pavilion master talking about? Everyone is bewildered. They may not understand, but with Soul Heaven 7's extraordinary insight, he still has a certain recognition of the Shura Imperial clan. The indomitable Azura clan climbs to the top step by step, becoming an Imperial clan force, making it one of the most shocking legends across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Who would have thought he was actually from the Azura Imperial clan? No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. As Han Tianqi felt a surge of shock in his heart, the killing intent in his eyes only grew stronger. For he understood very well that once he offended this person, he would be bound to the Azura Imperial clan. The only thing he could do now was to completely erase this child from the lower realm and then seal the news, executing everyone in the Soul Pavilion before leaving this place. This way, even if the Imperial clan tried to investigate, it wouldn't be so easy for them to trace it back to their sacred soul hall. Chapter 32. Shocked, he actually has dual Imperial bloodlines. As Han Tianqi's killing intent rose, his aura surged towards the sky, causing the entire Tianxian continent to tremble slightly. It is said that the Azura Imperial clan is indestructible. Today, I want to see what happens when I blast you into nothingness. How will you survive? Han Tianqi suddenly stretched his palms to the sides, black thunder swirling incessantly between them. The terrifying and pure destructive energy began to spread. Chen Daoxian, who had recovered from his injuries, was still unable to move, unable to even speak, only able to elevate his fighting spirit infinitely. Han Tianqi struck with all his might, slapping down fiercely. The space before him began to collapse on a large scale. The terrifying storm of destruction completely engulfed the void world and those foolish people in the Soul Pavilion. Upon seeing the storm rushing towards them, finally understood that the Pavilion Master intended to erase them along with it. No, Pavilion Master, I am loyal to you. You can't. Han Xianhe shouted in panic at the sight of the blinding white light. Unfortunately, it was too late. Under the impact of the storm of destruction, Han Xianhe's face twisted in extreme pain, her eyelids rolling back, revealing her greenish eyes, and ultimately, her immense resentment turned to dust along with this void world. Boom! A magnificent mushroom cloud suddenly broke through the sky. The desert stirred up towering sand waves, obscuring the view. When Starry Granny saw this scene, she was horrified and immediately took action, shielding Starry Melody beneath her. Boom! 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 The infinite storm broke through the firmament, crashing deep into the starry sky. This made powerful beings from various continents become alert all at once. This was the full-force strike of a Xuanzun-level expert, enough to terrify this star system. The explosion directly altered the geography of the central continent, turning half of the desert into deep pits and scorched earth. Smoke billowed, and in a certain wasteland, a jade arm suddenly broke through the ground. Starry Melody, covered in dust, crawled out, and the suffocating scene before her left her completely stunned. Grandmother! Grandmother! Seeing her grandmother sacrifice herself to protect her, having perished in the process, Starry Melody completely lost control, hugging her grandmother and weeping uncontrollably. If she had known Hun Tianqi was such a terrifying presence, she would not have accompanied her grandmother to observe. But now it was too late. Her grandmother was already dead, sacrificed to protect her. Looking at her grandmother's ruined face in her arms, Starry Melody cried out in anguish towards the direction of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan, you cannot lose. You must kill him. Only you can bring peace back to the Tianxian continent. Hun Tianqi stood high above, hovering in the air, looking at the center of the deep pit, where some smoke had yet to dissipate. Upon hearing Starry Melody's cries from afar, his expression grew increasingly serious. Why hasn't that kid's aura vanished? There's no reason for it. He shouldn't be able to move. But why is he still alive? Hun Tianqi couldn't understand. And with a wave of his sleeve, the thick fog dispersed. The scene before him completely raised his heart to his throat. At the deepest part of the scorched earth, Chen Daoxuan hung his head, his arms hanging limply, looking like a walking corpse. Moreover, his once black hair had now turned completely white. An eerie seven-colored brilliance, resembling auspicious clouds, enveloped his body. That was the seven-colored imperial light, the Rakshasa imperial clan, the realm of birth. Hun Tianqi's voice was sharp with shock. This kid is not only from the Azure imperial clan, but also from the Rakshasa imperial clan. How could this be? The realm of birth is the most frenzied state of the Rakshasa imperial clan. It is said that when one enters this extreme state, they emit seven-colored imperial light. Their strength skyrockets, and they lose their mind in a short time, turning into a madman who kills anyone in sight. Hun Tianqi was greatly shocked, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Daoxuan, not daring to blink. Wrapped in the seven-colored imperial light, Chen Daoxuan stood quietly in place, not uttering a word. However, the vast and boundless primal power within him was exceptionally rare, extremely dark and sinister. So powerful it was shocking. The anger of gods and men. There is no doubt about it. That is the realm of birth state. Hun Tianqi shook his head repeatedly. As the seventh dignitary of the Sacred Soul Hall, he was merely guarding a branch in the lower realm. How could he have attracted such a monstrous being from an imperial clan? Moreover, he was also of dual imperial bloodlines. What a joke. But the fight had already begun, and there was no backing down at this point. Did he think the Azura and Rakshasa imperial clans would let him go? Impossible. In the adult world, one should not hold naive fantasies. Once this child returns to the upper realm, he will undoubtedly bring the mad pursuit of both imperial clans upon himself and the Sacred Soul Hall. At that time, even if the Hall Master were to come personally, they would not be able to withstand the pressure of the imperial clans. Hun Tianqi's face showed a troubled expression, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who was the blind fool that got the Sacred Soul Hall into such a big mess? Is this not leading to the complete destruction of the Sacred Soul Hall? Up to this point, Chen Daoxuan still showed no signs of action, standing there unusually quietly. Hun Tianqi's expression was grave, his eyes unblinking. The grip on the soul burial blade tightened. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan lifted his head. His calm eyes coldly gazed at Hun Tianqi. This made Hun Tianqi shiver with fear. Hun Tianqi attempted to flash to another void. Chen Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged. His gaze followed. Flash again, still being watched. Hun Tianqi felt an ominous premonition. You. Before he could finish his question, Chen Daoxuan suddenly swept his sword. The sword energy, spanning heaven and earth, like a white horse passing through a gap, easily sliced through Hun Tianqi's robe without him noticing. Looking at the large area of red seeping from his left shoulder, Hun Tianqi finally recognized that the current Chen Daoxuan was completely different from before. It was the realm of birth. No doubt about it. Hun Tianqi's eyes became increasingly frenzied. He casually drew the soul burial blade, readying his stance. The air currents beneath his feet surged wildly, suddenly shattered by his foot, and his figure had already appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan, with a soul burial blade striking out for a devastating blow. It hit. Han Tianqi felt a surge of joy, but unexpectedly, what he struck was merely a remnant image left by Chen Daoxuan. Meanwhile, the real body was actually above him. Chen Daoxuan stood on one leg, indifferent to the endless scorched earth around him, showing no signs of emotional change. Han Tianqi's eyelids lifted. He didn't dare to make any movements. The newly revived Chen Daoxuan, hands behind his back, gazed into the distance, quickly spotting the deceased Starry Granny and the helpless Starry Melody. After all, the people from Starry Valley still came. It proved that what he did earlier was not meaningless. Chen Daoxuan spoke indifferently. You should be able to feel it now, right? You and I are no longer in the same dimension. His tone was extremely provocative. Han Tianqi, furious to the point of laughing. Don't be so arrogant. Even if you were a dual imperial heir, so what? Don't forget, Xuanzong and Xuanzuan are also not in the same realm. Chapter 33. An unremarkable sword technique. Yet unmatched in the world, if the Xuanzong is a top-level existence in the lower realm, then the Xuanzan-level experts are the veritable kings of thousands of continents in the upper realm. You have only turned your hair white, and your malevolent aura has grown heavier. Do you think this can scare me? As long as your cultivation remains unchanged, still stuck at the 5-star Xianzong realm, you will never be a threat to me. Han Tianqi's cold voice was filled with endless killing intent. His robust spiritual power enveloped his entire body like flames, pressuring the heavens and the earth. Chen Daoxuan had a blank expression, without a word of response, and the colorful light under his feet quietly spread, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. Han Tianqi let out a cold laugh and turned around, throwing a punch with all his might. Just as Chen Daoxuan appeared here, he raised his palm to collide with the punch in midair. Bang! The two slid back simultaneously for a distance. Seeing that he was not at a disadvantage, Han Tianqi's smile deepened. It seems that the Shura Emperor clan's Luo Xingmen is not that impressive after all. It is merely exaggerated by the world. Han Tianqi broke through space, and with a fierce sweep of the soul burial blade, Chen Daoxuan rose with a sword from below and cleverly deflected the opponent's force, striking towards his brow at a very tricky angle. Han Tianqi quickly retreated. Strands of hair were cut off from his forehead. Suddenly feeling a wave coming from behind, he raised his eyes to see that Chen Daoxuan's figure had already disappeared, hurriedly turning around to position the soul burial blade in front of him. Chen Daoxuan swung the sword in his hand, striking wildly with a speed that was astonishing. Along the way, Han Tianqi could only desperately defend. Originally, they were not on the same level, but now he found himself increasingly unable to cope, and although he didn't want to admit it, he was still incredibly shocked that Luo Xingmen could elevate a person's speed and power to such an extent. No wonder the world says that the current emperor, the Rakshasa Emperor by Luo Yin, cannot be provoked. Now he understood the deeper meaning of this statement. The two sides engaged in an intense offensive and defensive battle in the sky. Many powerful figures from the central continent came to witness this astonishing battle, risking their lives to be near the combat zone. Seeing the originally boundless desert reduced to vast scorched earth made them tremble in fear. Now, a 5-star Xianzong brat could actually suppress a Xianzun powerhouse. This completely refreshed their basic understanding of the cultivation world. The Lord of Xingu, who is that young man, able to fight against the head of the Soul Pavilion, an elder who has not entered the world for many years, could not help but ask in a trembling voice. Xingyun gazed at the battlefield in the sky, her expression filled with worry. His name is Chen Daoxuan. Xinghe Valley was also shaken by that distant aura. Xing Tai and the elders stood on the roof, unable to imagine that the fighting aura from hundreds of thousands of miles away could reach them here. Xing Kai looked at Chun Mei, who was still chatting and laughing with Chun Tianhai by the flower bed, and couldn't help but frown. After a moment, she stepped forward. You are very strong, aren't you? Why don't you go help him? Don't you worry? Xing Kai asked. Before leaving, Granny Xing had told her not to neglect distinguished guests, and specifically reminded her that Chun Mei's strength was unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing Chen Daoxuan's. If Chen Daoxuan came from a power in the upper realm, then this Chun Mei would most likely be his protector. A protector from the upper realm wouldn't be capable without some real skills, right? However, in response to Xing Kai's inquiry, Chun Mei seemed not to hear. She continued sharing various tales about the upper realm with Madame Chun. This made Xing Kai even more confused, turning to Chun Tianhai. "Aren't you worried about your son?" Chen Tianhai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. With Chun Mei here, if anything happens to Xian'er over there, Chun Mei will take action." Xing Kai completely couldn't understand. The Soul Pavilion is hundreds of thousands of miles away. How can she take action here in time to save Chen Daoxuan? Xing Kai didn't understand because she currently knew nothing about Chun Mei's strength. But Chen Tianhai already knew that Chun Mei was at the peak of the 9-star Xianzun, just half a step away from becoming a half-saint. With her here, no one could harm Xian'er. Seeing that these three people were completely unconcerned about the astonishing battle at the Soul Pavilion, Xing Kai's face tightened as she turned away. She thought they were really too carefree. It made her, an outsider, seem more like Chen Daoxuan's close relative. Of course, what she was concerned about was whether Chen Daoxuan could completely eliminate the Soul Pavilion, which was related to the future of Xinghe Valley and even the entire Tianxin continent. This was no trivial matter. In the sky, under Chen Daoxuan's calm offensive, Han Tianqi was already covered in sweat. The main issue was that the sword techniques Chen Daoxuan had used so far were unremarkable. Yet these seemingly ordinary moves always managed to break through the knife intent that Han Tianqi had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years. Before he even made a move, Chen Daoxuan already knew how to respond. He always managed to decipher it in advance. What kind of comprehension is this? Or perhaps this is not comprehension at all, but a superior sword technique that even he cannot understand. The sword shadows and knife lights created sparks as they clashed. The terrifying power once again forced Han Tianqi to retreat. In contrast, Chen Daoxuan did not rush to press the attack. He simply spun the sword in his hand a few times, his regal demeanor completely stunning everyone present. That young man was simply astonishing. He must be a young master or a divine child from power in the upper realm, right? Who knows? It is a privilege for such a figure to appear in the Tianxin continent. The powerful figures of the central continent had their eyes opened today. Chen Daoxuan taught them a lesson with his strength. It is not the flashy, earth-shattering moves that count as strong. Even the most ordinary sword techniques, when used properly, can still put the opponent in a desperate situation. At this moment, facing Chen Daoxuan, Han Tianqi was already at a loss. After a fierce battle, not only was he injured in multiple places, but even his aura had significantly diminished. Chen Daoxuan raised his cold eyes slightly and said with a smile, "If this is all you can do, then let's end this boring duel quickly." Han Tianqi, what did you say? It sounded as if he could kill him any time he wanted. Arrogant. Han Tianqi's eyes grew increasingly frantic. The black mist behind him surged violently. His aura suddenly surged upward, gathering all his strength into the soul burial blade, leaping up to the heavens. The rolling waves created ripples that spread outward, sweeping across the sky. Han Tianqi planned to gamble everything, using his strongest attack to determine victory or defeat with Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan was just a 5-star Xianzong. There was absolutely no way he could compete with him. If close combat was his advantage, then Han Tianqi would use the absolute gap in cultivation to secure the final victory with his strongest blow. A surging ocean of energy covered the entire sky, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The destructive holy light illuminated the world once again, completely enveloping Han Tianqi's figure. At that moment, a supreme aura, carrying a terrifying pressure capable of destroying the central continent, descended upon the world in the trembling gaze of all. Chapter 34. Killing Han Tianqi. No more soul pavilion in the world. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky, rendering everyone present temporarily deaf. Even Xingyun felt a bit nauseous from the shock. The overwhelming energy ripples clashed with the void, continuously spreading black lightning, resembling a doomsday scene, which made those powerful figures from the central continent feel a deep-seated despair. If this strike were to land, the entire central continent spanning millions of miles would be leveled to the ground. Even the Tianxin continent might not be able to withstand such a devastating blow. The desperate counterattack of a Xianzun powerhouse truly possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Chen Daoxian, hoping he could create a miracle. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that was about to shatter this world, a serious expression appeared on Chen Daoxuan's face. He didn't know if he could withstand the opponent's move in his current state. However, he couldn't afford to think too much now. He could only stake everything on this. As he watched the dark sky filled with thunder and lightning, a shadow of a giant scythe appeared. Chen Daoxian took a deep breath and suddenly closed his eyes. It is said that the rash omen can drive a person into a state of extreme madness, causing restlessness, unstable emotions, and even loss of reason. But he seemed to have broken this phenomenon. The purple mist spirit sword was held in his palm, the fierce wind blowing through his robes as a massive sword array, towering like 10,000 zhang, emerged from the ground. Chen Daoxuan's aura almost merged with the entire sword array. Man and sword united. Chen Daoxian stood holding the sword, holding his breath, focusing his mind, and frantically mobilizing the natural energy of the universe for his own use. At this moment, his body resembled a gigantic vortex, crazily and greedily absorbing the natural power of the Tianxian continent. The rolling energy surged like tidal waves, all converging on him. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Hun Tianqi's face changed dramatically, thinking that he absolutely could not allow him to unleash any extraordinary moves. In desperation, he directly swung down the terrifying giant scythe that was not yet fully charged. "Chen, hurry!" Xingyan shouted urgently at that moment. In the sky, the torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the destructive scythe, splitting the heavens and the earth as it fell straight down. Everyone couldn't help but cover their heads. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's expression froze. He slammed the sword in his hand straight down toward the center of the sword array. The sea of sword intent around him quickly swept into a sword blade storm, soaring with the might of a fierce dragon breaking the army, meeting the giant scythe that split the heavens and the earth. One sword, absolute dust. Chen Daoxuan's shout exploded like thunder across the heavens. In the astonished gazes of the people, it seemed that a dragon could be seen emerging from the soaring sword blade storm. Boom! In the sky, the collision of two powers instantly produced a massive explosion, shattering the surrounding void, and the devastating storm rapidly expanded outward, swallowing the heavens and the earth, cutting towards the starry sky. The pressure weighed upon the firmament, shocking the world, yet it did not affect the people below. Chen Daoxian won. This sword directly annihilated the destructive scythe. At the same time, accompanied by a shrill howl from Hun Tianqi, the dragon of sword intent surged towards the vast river of stars, disappearing without a trace. He won. He had won. From now on, there would be no soul pavilion on the Tianxian continent. Ha ha! The powerful figures of the central state, regardless of past grievances, embraced each other excitedly at this moment, tears brimming in their eyes. Xingyun staggered and trembled, staring blankly at that proud and young figure. She could no longer resist the charm displayed by this boy, who was more than 10 years younger than her. Hun Tianqi was blasted into nothingness. Chen Daoxuan's astonishing sword, absolute dust, completely responded to his earlier words. Not a scrap remained. The battle ended, and the surging primordial imperial power within Chen Daoxian dissipated suddenly. Instantly, a powerful sense of emptiness swept over him. Chen Daoxian swayed, his eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed. He fell into the arms of Xingyun, who had rushed over just in time. In that moment of slumber, it felt as though he was lying on a very soft pillow, muttering about the excellent material. Chen Daoxian, a rebellious youth who rose from the insignificant Tianxian, had composed an unparalleled legend of this continent in just a few days. The destruction of the Soul Pavilion announced that the power structure of the central state would be redrawn, and the Star River Valley, without a doubt, became the #1 sect in the world. Many sect masters and clan leaders came to pay their respects here. One reason was to establish a good relationship with the Star River Valley. The other was to hear that Chen Daoxian was still unmarried and wanted to marry their clan's proud daughters to him. Those who came to propose marriage lined up from the Star River Valley all the way to the outside of the grasslands. Chen Daoxian slept for a full 3 days and nights. When he just woke up, He heard about this matter and felt a headache. He dismissed them all. Chen Daoxian issued an order to Chunmei. Chunmei nodded and turned to leave. Seeing that he was unaffected, Xingyun's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she brought a bowl of nourishing soup to the bedside. Drink a bit. You've slept for 3 whole days. Chen Daoxian sniffed and couldn't help but pinch his nose. The soup I dislike the most is turtle soup. Take it away. Upon hearing this, Xingyun immediately instructed the servants to take the bowl of nourishing soup away. Now that the world was at peace, Chen Daoxian should return to the upper realm to reunite with his biological parents. However, he didn't quite understand. His mother was in the Rakshasa Emperor realm, and his father was in the Azura Emperor realm. Why weren't they together? What exactly happened between them? At this moment, Chen Tianhai pushed the door and walked in, first smiling at Xingyun, then coming to his son's side. Seeing his son in good spirits, he felt relieved. Then he thought of what Chunmei had just said and said, "Xin'er, those who came to propose marriage have been roughly looked at by your father, and there are quite a few who are very good." Chen Daoxian smiled helplessly. "I'm not interested in them." Chen Tianhai, what are you talking about? That Nalan Anrin was almost your wife back then. And now those proud daughters outside, whether in appearance, background, or character, are far better than Nalan Anrin. Chen Daoxian, Dad, please talk about something I'm interested in. Did you find anything useful in the ruins of the Soul Pavilion? Chen Daoxian had tasted meat before. How could he go back to eating vegetarian? Just Xingyun alone was already overwhelming. Not to mention, the 4 of Chunmei, along with the Dark Moon 28 Brights, all had appearances that surpassed even Xingyun. They had already spoiled him. How could he still eat coarse food? When it came to serious matters, Chen Tianhai's old face darkened. Xingtai has been sending people to investigate in the past few days, but that underground void has already been destroyed. So there's nothing to investigate. Chen Daoxian nodded. It seemed that to find out why the Soul Pavilion wanted to hunt the souls of those with special bloodlines, he could only wait to see the Holy Land another day. Chen Daoxian stood up, lazily stretching his arms. Then he said, "Lord of the Star Valley, there is no banquet that does not end. Let's part ways here." Xingyun's eyes trembled slightly, and she lowered her head silently. Chen Daoxian, also, I will be leaving the Tianxian continent soon. I hope you can take good care of the Chun family in the East Province for me in the future. Just as he was speaking, he turned around and saw Xingyun silent, her head drooping as if she was very disappointed. He felt puzzled. What's wrong? Chapter 35. Returning to the Upper Realm, the Imperial clan's terrifying background. In the room, Xingyun's eyes were dim, her head lowered, and she said nothing. How she wished to become Chen Daoxuan's woman, but she couldn't, because she knew that Chen Daoxian would never choose to stay in the Tianxian continent for her. He would never easily bring the thousands of people from the Star River Valley to the Upper Realm. And she also did not have the courage to abandon everything and follow him. She was not the kind of woman who would take her husband as her heaven. As the leader of the Star River Valley, the burden she had to bear and the pressure she endured since birth exceeded that of many others. Now that her grandmother had died, sacrificing herself to protect her, it was because her grandmother believed until the last moment that only she could make the Star River Valley better. How could she disappoint her grandmother? For the first time in her life, Xingyun felt emotions for a man, but the usually calm her, after a brief struggle with pain, chose to let go. She raised her tear-filled bright eyes, her pretty face showing a trace of calm. "I know, you are not someone who can be bound by a woman. Perhaps this farewell will be an eternal farewell." Seeing her smiling face, Chen Daoxian understood that she would not follow him to the upper realm alone. Immediately, he smiled and nodded. Then, with Xingyun seeing him off, he left directly. In the square, Chen Daoxian, Chunmei, and the couple Chen Tianhai slowly ascended into the air amidst the boundless gratitude of Xingyun and the elders, accompanied by a golden beam of light summoned by Chunmei. Connecting heaven and earth, everyone in Zhongzhou couldn't help but gaze in astonishment. Within the beam of light, the 4 flew deep into the sky. The strange laws of the universe, enhanced by the light and shadows of mysterious inscriptions, were breathtakingly beautiful and incredibly sacred. Chen Daoxian merely waved his hand to Xingyun as a farewell and then withdrew his gaze, looking up at the distant end of the Golden Passage. He was about to return to the Imperial clan. How could he not be excited? Having lived in the lower realm since childhood, He had always been unaware of his own heritage. Now, with the identity of the young master, he could return home, and his heart yearned for the warmth of his second home. A beam of golden light broke through the constraints of the Tianxian continent and disappeared into the universe in the blink of an eye. Originally, Chen Daoxuan thought he could wander among the stars and enjoy the scenery along the way. However, the teleportation array did not showcase any scenery at all. What greeted him instead was only a bizarre scene of dizzying rotations and shifting stars. When he realized that his feet had already touched the ground, he found himself standing on a silver-white star-stone plaza. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was so abundant that it made him question life itself. Looking up, a heavenly gate stood tall, gazing proudly at the sky. In front of the gate stood two burly figures, each over 10 feet tall, exuding an imposing presence. However, upon seeing Chunmei, the two were clearly startled and immediately stepped forward with smiles to greet her. You have returned." One of the burly men bent slightly and flattered her with a beaming smile. As the head maid of the imperial palace, Chunmei's status in the Shura imperial realm was evident. Chunmei replied, turning to Chen Daoxian, "Young master, this is the Shura imperial realm." "Why young master?" She called him young master. The two burly men widened their eyes in disbelief, unsure of how to react. Chen Daoxian gazed at the distant mountains, where the setting sun and solitary wild geese flew together, slowly nodding. Accompanied by the equally dazed Chen Tianhai and his wife, they walked through the heavenly gate. Once the four figures disappeared at the horizon's end, the two burly men finally gasped in surprise. "Young master? Could it be that person is the son of God?" They stared blankly, unable to regain their composure. The Shura imperial realm, located at the center of the universe, had the most abundant spiritual energy among the three great imperial powers. As they walked along, they were surrounded by countless beautiful mountain scenes. Chunmei then said, "Our Shura imperial realm has a total of 3,000 states, and the territory of any state is far greater than that of the Tianxian continent." Chen Daoxian and Chen Tianhai nodded. Chunmei continued, "Therefore, each state has its own dedicated teleportation spiritual array. Look over there." Chunmei pointed into the distance. Another silver-white star-stone plaza appeared, but behind the plaza stood an extraordinarily magnificent palace. In front of the palace, soldiers stood in formation, solemn and dignified. An elderly man dressed in white, with an otherworldly demeanor, had just emerged from the palace and spotted Chunmei. He immediately transformed into a fleeting shadow and rushed over. "Miss Chunmei, he is?" Chunmei replied, "He is the young master." "Young master?" The old man was instantly taken aback, then teared up with joy. Kneeling on one knee, "Yu Feng, welcome the young master." Chen Daoxian squinted slightly and discovered that this old man was actually a powerful Xianzun. He couldn't help but feel curious. Was the imperial clan really that exaggerated? They actually had a Xianzun guarding the teleportation array? Seeing that Chen Daoxian was silent, Yu Feng rolled his eyes and quickly pulled out a strange egg from his sleeve. The egg was large and covered with green algae, seemingly containing a strong life force. Chen Daoxian frowned slightly. "What is this?" Yu Feng chuckled. "This is a Qilin egg. In less than a month, the young Qilin will hatch. If the young master likes it, you can raise it as a mount. Of course, if the young Qilin is made into soup, the taste would actually put away this mixed breed Qilin egg. Even if the young master wants a mount, he wouldn't want this thing." Chunmei rolled her eyes at him, unable to hold back her sarcasm, making Yu Feng feel quite embarrassed. With his flattery backfiring, he hurriedly bent down to follow. Watching the young master and his companions disappear into the golden light, Yu Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He never expected the young master to be so young and to have cultivated to the 5-star Xianzong level in the extremely barren lower realm. The young master is indeed extraordinary, truly possessing the demeanor of an emperor. In the heart of the imperial state, 100,000 immortal islands floated in the air, constantly supported by the laws of the Great Path. The purple imperial brilliance enveloped this area, exuding endless imperial might. Chen Daoxian gazed in awe at the gigantic immortal islands that seemed to stretch endlessly. Even his usually calm demeanor was shaken by this breathtaking spectacle. This is the Shura Imperial Palace? Chen Daoxian was shocked. Before coming, he had imagined countless times what the Imperial clan would look like, but he had never expected it to be so grand and majestic. However, Chunmei patiently explained, the Shura Imperial Palace is only located in the very center of the 100,000 immortal islands. The other islands are where the elders, prodigies, and elite disciples of our Imperial clan reside. In short, being able to come here is an unparalleled honor for everyone. Leading the three of them, they walked through the air. Each gigantic island had vast territories, rivers and mountains, and exquisite palaces, leaving Chen Tianhai almost in tears. This is terrifying. Is this the foundation of the Imperial clan? Chapter 36. My Emperor Father finally, under Chunmei's guidance, Chen Daoxian arrived at the Shura Imperial Palace. This Imperial Island was entirely different from the other floating islands. The ground was paved with the most luxurious cloud, mirror star stones, which were smooth as mirrors but did not reflect light under direct sunlight. The island was flat, without mountains, but there was a lake named Yaoqi, as well as a planting area for immortal-grade spiritual herbs, both guarded by two great sage-level experts. Speaking of which, apart from the realm master Chen Songyuan and the fifth young lady Chen Junran, there were only 8 servants and a dog in the palace. The aforementioned Yaoqi fish keeper and palace gardener were among them. Chen Tianhai and his wife followed closely behind their son, feeling as if they were walking on thin ice with every step. Great emperor-level experts controlled a third of the universe. The fact that 2 ordinary individuals like them had the fortune to step into such a place was truly overwhelming. At that moment, Chen Daoxian spotted a large yellow dog wagging its tail not far away. Big Yellow, come here to greet the young master. Chunmei waved from a distance. Hearing this, Big Yellow immediately ran over, bowing down on its front legs. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, it spoke. Big Yellow, welcome the young master back. It can talk. Mrs. Chan was shocked, her scalp tingling. At that moment, Chen Daoxian noticed that the faint aura the dog inadvertently revealed was already far beyond the Xianzun level. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but ask Big Yellow, what is your cultivation level? Big Yellow replied, half-saint. Chen Daoxian exclaimed, goodness, even a dog in the Imperial Palace is at the half-saint level. No wonder the fishkeeper and gardener are both great sage-level experts. It seems that among the 8 servants and 1 dog, Chunmei and her companions are the weakest. Bring the Xianer over. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice echoed out of nowhere. Chen Daoxian turned pale with fright. Chunmei respectfully replied, yes, Realm Master. Realm Master? My father? Facing Chen Daoxuan's shock and anticipation, Chunmei turned to Chen Tianhai and his wife. Please wait a moment. Okay. Chen Tianhai had nothing to say. Just being able to come here was already a great happiness. He had no other wishes. Young master, let's go. Chunmei led the way ahead. Her fitted palace made outfit accentuating her curvaceous figure from behind. Although her walking posture was dignified, it always managed to draw Chen Daoxuan's gaze involuntarily. Speaking of which, what kind of person would the emperor, his father, be? By the way, young master, do you know about the Holy Lands? Chunmei suddenly asked him a strange question. Chen Daoxian replied, you say. Chunmei continued, originally, there were dozens of holy lands in this world, marking a prosperous era. However, 100,000 years ago, for unknown reasons, the powers of the Holy Lands were successively destroyed. The culprit remains a mystery. The remaining 7 Holy Lands suddenly realized that if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on the imperial family's power as the only way out. Since then, our Shura Empire has controlled 3 Holy Lands, the Zhuke Holy Land, the Xuanwu Holy Land, and the Xianyuan Holy Land. Your mother controls the Shumi Holy Land and the Tidal Holy Land. The other 2, the Great Wilderness Holy Land and the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, are governed by the Songlong Empire. Chunmei changed the topic. The Holy Soul Palace is located in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Holy Soul Palace. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. No matter what, he had to destroy the Holy Soul Palace. He could not allow them to continue hunting other people's souls. All beings in the world, whether rich or poor, healthy or sick, every life deserves respect. This is Chen Daoxuan's principle, and it is also his profound love. To protect this purest love, He would rather embark on an invincible path, becoming the strongest in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and across all realms. In the imperial palace hall, a long white jade table was filled with 1,000 sumptuous dishes. The chef, named Yunshang, stood by, also a great saint-level powerhouse. A great saint ranks at the pinnacle among the strong in the Holy Realm. Yet such a supreme powerhouse was willing to be a chef in the Shura Empire. Seeing Yunshang's proud and content expression, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but silently marvel at the imperial family's strength. "Lord Realm Master, I'll take my leave now," Chen Mei said with a bow and left with Yunshang. In the spacious and bright hall, Chen Daoxuan finally saw his biological father. Unlike his approachable adoptive father, Chen Tianhai, this biological father was cold, solemn, dignified, and imposing. Standing several steps away, the overwhelming pressure hit him hard, making Chen Daoxuan shiver. This was his father, one of the 3 unrivaled emperors of the time, the Shura Emperor, Chen Songyuan. "Shinner, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for this day for 16 years. Chen Songyuan approached Chen Daoxuan and placed a hand on his shoulder. As a terrifying existence, at the pinnacle level of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the vast universe of cultivation, at this moment, what mattered most to Chen Songyuan was only his flesh and blood, especially since he had only this one son, Chen Daoxuan. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had broken through to the 5-star Xian sect realm, Chen Songyuan felt very gratified. "Back then, you were still in swaddling clothes when I ruthlessly sent you to the lower realms. Do you harbor any resentment about that?" Hearing Chen Songyuan's words, Chen Daoxuan smiled helplessly and replied, "The imperial family should cultivate the young master this way. Otherwise, indulging in countless favors would only raise a good-for-nothing who lacks ambition or a fragile vase with an unstable heart, which would be a fatal blow to the entire imperial family." Chen Daoxuan spoke from the heart. If it were him, he would have been even harsher than his father. Seeing his son so understanding and wise, Chen Songyuan was very pleased. "I also heard that you encountered some trouble in the lower realms and were almost coerced by a woman. Was it Nail and Aaron?" Chen Daoxuan smiled calmly. "It's all in the past now." Now, when mentioning Nail and Aaron, Chen Daoxuan no longer felt disgusted as he initially did. Instead, he felt indifferent. It had nothing to do with him. "Good, very good. This is my Chen Songyuan's son. Come, let's drink a couple of cups." The father and son took their seats one after the other. At first, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat reserved, but gradually he loosened up and spoke freely. He wasn't usually a talkative person, but today he made an exception, because this was the day he reunited with his emperor father. He was happy, happier than any other day. To be honest, the fine wine in the imperial palace was indeed intoxicating. It didn't taste strong, yet after just a few cups, he was already completely drunk. Seeing his son so drunk that he was unconscious, Chen Songyuan's cold face rarely revealed a trace of warmth. The youngest maid in the imperial palace, Dongji, was assigned to take care of Chen Daoxuan as he rested. After learning that his son had cultivated a special technique, Chen Songyuan ordered Dongji, who possessed the 9 ink-cold veins, to serve him. He strictly commanded that no one else should enter the young master's chamber for any reason, to prevent any disturbances that could affect his son's performance. Chapter 37. Promotion to the pinnacle of Xian's sect in the pond, the dragon carp occasionally peeked out. While outside the courtyard, the large yellow dog occasionally looked around. 3 hours later, bang, the door was kicked open. Chen Daoxuan and the blushing Dongji walked out of the young master's chamber one after the other. Dongji approached Chen Daoxuan and helped him tidy up his clothes, her shy and delicate face still blushing. "Young master, what kind of technique did you cultivate that allowed you to break through continuously in an instant?" Dongji asked with great curiosity. Just moments ago, after Chen Daoxuan and she were intimate, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. His aura surged rapidly, skyrocketing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he jumped from the 5-star Xian sect realm to the 9-star Xian sect pinnacle, just half a step away from the Xianzun realm. Chen Daoxuan touched her hot cheek and casually said, "This is a secret technique I accidentally obtained in a hidden paradise. I don't want to make it public, you understand?" "I understand." Dongji nodded earnestly. Such a peerless technique, if known to the outside world, would not only attract the covetousness of the Songlong Empire's powerhouses, but even those from the Holy Land powers might take the risk to target the young master. After all, cultivating with a woman of special bloodline could enhance one's cultivation, a phenomenon that had never occurred in history. Its temptation was truly too strong. However, what Dongji didn't know was that even though she and Chun Mei were both loyal to the young master, he still kept a watchful eye on them. Chen Daoxian would never reveal the secret of the destruction divine tree to anyone, including his biological father and adoptive parents. Inheriting the power of the god of destruction was his strongest goal at the moment. Before achieving this goal, he wouldn't trust anyone but himself. Not being foolish would prevent betrayal. Throughout history, how many prodigies have faced betrayal from their closest loved ones and fallen in hatred? Such a thing would never happen to him. The imperial palace was vast, spanning millions of miles. Whether day or night, it was very quiet. This made Chen Daoxian deeply feel what it meant to be high and lonely. The evening banquet was equally sumptuous, with 1,000 dishes, extremely luxurious. Seeing his son's cultivation had improved so much, Chan Sungin did not laugh heartily. Instead, his expression was extremely serious. Shinner, tell your father honestly. Where did you obtain that technique? Chen Daoxian, looking at his father's serious eyes, vaguely replied, I obtained it through a fortuitous encounter. You little brat. Do you not trust your father? Chen Songyuan was both angry and amused. To this, Chen Daoxian did not deny. All right, I'm happy for you to have acquired this divine skill, but amidst my joy, I must also worry about another matter. The father and son took their seats one after another, and Chen Daoxian was quite puzzled. What are you worried about? Chen Songyuan said, Do you know that your third sister was once the most gifted goddess in my Shura empire? Chen Daoxian, I heard Chun Mei mention this matter. Chen Songyuan's face showed a bitter expression. Since Mare was born, she has attracted strange phenomena from the 9 heavens, shocking the myriad realms. Her imperial demeanor and innate talent are so great that even your father and your mother cannot compare, let alone those guys from the Dragon Clan. She was originally the most likely candidate to inherit my position as the Realm Master. However, 100 years ago, she left the Imperial Palace to investigate a person and has never returned since. At this point, Chan Songyuan closed his eyes in regret, shaking his head repeatedly. The fact that a powerful emperor is in such deep sorrow shows how important the third sister is to him. Seeing his father's immense sorrow, Chen Daoxian chose to remain silent. After a while, Chen Songyuan calmed down. The person she was investigating is named Yi Aoyan, originally the elder brother of Xuanwu Shengzhu Yi Aohai. This person, like you, made a rapid breakthrough in cultivation in just a few days, surprisingly leaping from the 3-star Xianzong realm to the 1-star Xianzun. What? Chen Daoxian was shocked and pale. Is there really someone in the world who can achieve such an absolute leap in cultivation? Chen Daoxian instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. What happened later? Chen Tsang. Later, Mare disappeared, along with Yi Aoyan and the Huanglong ancestor of the Songlong Empire. What exactly happened in between is unknown. All I know is that for 100 years, not just your mother and I, but even the Qing Emperor has been doing everything possible to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, our 3 great imperial clans have turned the entire Honghuang universe upside down, yet we still have not found any results. The 3 great imperial clans joining forces still cannot find any results? This matter is definitely not simple. Chen Songyuan, now, although you possess divine skills, your astonishing speed of cultivation improvement is reminiscent of Yi Aoyan back then. I am worried that the person who gave you the divine skills may have a greater conspiracy behind it. Chen Daoxian took a sip of soup and calmly replied, Father, there's no need to worry. I have a plan in mind. Chen Sungin squinted slightly, looking at his son's expression, and nodded, Good, you have grown up. Whatever you want to do, I will not stop you. Just remember, do not take unnecessary risks. And try to use the family's resources to solve problems when you encounter trouble. You are the son of my Shura Empire, the hope of all I have. Mare is no longer here, and you absolutely cannot have any more accidents. Chen Daoxian, well, next I plan to go to the Heavenly Demon Sacred Realm first and check the Sacred Soul Hall. They are also looking for the owners of special bloodlines. But unlike me, they see them as prey. Chen Sangyin, you want to go to the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land? The Heavenly Demon Sacred Land is under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Empire. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian frowned slightly. Is that not allowed? Chen Songyuan laughed heartily. There is nothing wrong with it. Do whatever you want, go ahead and do it. With me here, even those Dragon Clan guys wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Moreover, besides me, your mother will also fully support you. With your father's words, Chen Daoxian felt no worries. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Songyuan said, now, the competition among the three great imperial clans for their sons is becoming more and more intense, compared to the other two imperial clan sons, who have cultivated for hundreds of years. You, who are only 16, still have a significant gap in cultivation. But you don't need to worry. Our Shura Empire has a supreme inheritance that only direct descendants can receive. I will have Chunmei take you there shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, with a glance from Chen Songyuan, Chunmei appeared at the door. Chen Daoxian followed Chunmei directly to the forbidden area of inheritance. The bright moon hung high. The Chen clan's forbidden area had 11 black towers standing tall. The laws of Tao and rhythm enveloped the tower bodies, making these 11 towers appear extremely mysterious. Chunmei stopped 100 feet away and pointed into the distance. Do you see the 9th tower ahead? That is your inheritance tower, young master. Chen Daoxian stroked his chin and nodded slowly. Are these towers' inheritances very powerful? Chunmei replied earnestly. Of course. These towers were left by our ancestor Chen Wen during the ancient times, specifically to benefit future generations. Who? Chen Wen. He is the ancestor of the Chen clan. Chapter 38. A mysterious woman descends to the Chen clan's forbidden area. Chen Daoxian was particularly surprised in his heart. No wonder he could produce invincible ancient books like the Forest of All Things. At this moment, Chunmei continued to speak. Speaking of Ancestor Chen, he is a legend of our Shura Empire. Unfortunately, during the battle at the end of the primordial era, all the powerful emperors perished, and he was no exception. Therefore, records about him in the classics are extremely rare. Couldn't he escape? Then what I saw was his soul. Chen Daoxian was momentarily speechless. He just stared at this little girl, who was talking exuberantly ahead. By the way, do you know what the most powerful thing about the Realm Master is? It is the secret method left by Ancestor Chen, the Forest of All Things. The Forest of All Things has a total of 10 forms. Now the Realm Master has already mastered the 7th form. Relying on this, the Realm Master can be invincible in this world. Chen Daoxian, are you saying that my father can defeat my mother? Chunmei was taken aback, her delicate face showing subtle changes. Well, that is hard to say. Chen Daoxian, all right. He also found it hard to imagine what kind of madness his mother, a powerful emperor, would unleash once she activated the rebirth gate state. Young master, you can walk the road ahead by yourself. That is a forbidden area, and according to the rules, I cannot enter. Chunmei said softly. Chen Daoxian patted her head and walked straight ahead. The 9th tower is my inheritance tower. What about the other 10? Chen Daoxian curiously looked at the other black towers. He noticed that the 6th tower from the left was surprisingly covered in cracks. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but be curious. Walking up to touch the cracks on the tower wall, trying to forcefully pry it open, but he couldn't budge it at all. It makes sense. How could the inheritance tower, left by the ancestor, be something he could destroy now? But why is this tower riddled with cracks? Chen Daoxian was quite puzzled. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came from behind him. The sudden change caused Chen Daoxuan's expression to change drastically, and he stepped out with a phantom shadow beneath his feet, narrowly avoiding the attack. Unexpectedly, a flying green leaf struck the tower wall. Boom! The energy wave from the explosion actually lifted Chen Daoxuan's feet off the ground. Chen Daoxian stepped on the void, sliding along and barely stabilizing himself. A single leaf could possess such strong destructive power? If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have been shattered in half. Who is trying to kill me here? Chen Daoxian suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed ahead, where a graceful figure stood proudly on a tree, appearing extraordinarily beautiful under the moonlight, stunning enough to bring nations to ruin. The woman looked only a few years older than him, with breathtaking beauty, resembling a heavenly being. Her perfectly proportioned body, highlighted by a green dress, was simply stunning. The pair of bright eyes, sparkling with playful amusement, seemed to tease Chen Daoxuan. This made Chen Daoxuan inexplicably furious. Who are you to dare trespass into the forbidden area of my Chen clan? The woman in green did not respond. Lightly flicking her jade hand, and a green leaf was plucked between her fingers. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to be slow. His palm reached out into the air. Sword come. Chuamei's purple mist spirit sword flew over instantly, landing in his hand. Facing the mysterious woman's threat, Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate at all, positioning the purple mist spirit sword in front of him, and with his other hand, he pressed against the sword body, causing the entire sword to begin to vibrate, emitting a piercing sound of sword cries. Divine Wind Thunder Control True Formula. Chen Daoxuan unleashed a sword strike. The invisible sword shadow pierced through the void. Unexpectedly, it was shattered by the flying green leaf mid-air. Gulp. Chen Daoxuan's throat rolled heavily. If that woman had truly wanted to take his life, he would have probably been dead by now. The woman stood against the wind, laughing freely, her voice ethereal. As the son of the Azure Emperor clan, is this all you can do? Is she underestimating me? Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. He instinctively plunged the sword in his hand into the ground. Boom! A myriad of sword formations erupted from the earth. The surging sword intent rolled like waves. And the overwhelming sword energy soared upwards, completely merging with Chen Daoxuan in the astonished gaze of the woman in green. The person, sword, and formation have merged into one? The woman in green couldn't help but exclaim. One sword leaves the dust. Chen Daoxuan's fierce shout echoed through the heavens and earth. The sea of sword intent around him quickly transformed into a sword blade storm, piercing through the void with the might of a mighty dragon, crashing fiercely towards the mysterious woman with the pressure to break through everything. In this overwhelming storm of sword blades, the woman seemed to see a dragon. Instantly, her eyes brightened. Without hesitation, she drew the jade spirit sword from her waist and pointed skyward. Sealing throat sword technique. Thunder rumbled, and the pressure was vast and boundless. A giant sword shadow fell from the sky. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan seemed to see his sword showing signs of stagnation in the air, and then the sword intent dragon was directly severed by the sword shadow descending from the sky. The sword dragon's phantom exploded with a bang, turning into countless spiritual lights. Upon hearing the four words just uttered by the opponent, Chen Daoxuan suddenly froze in place. Sealing throat sword technique. The supreme sword technique of the Chen clan. Only the direct descendants are qualified to practice it. And among the five sisters, the only one who stayed in the Azure Emperor realm is her. She is. Xiaolu, how did you comprehend the merging of person, sword, and formation? As the woman in green spoke, she had already arrived in front of Chen Daoxuan. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, refreshing and invigorating. Just like the fresh and transcendent aura emanating from her, her words and actions, every frown and smile, were enough to make one feel as if they were basking in spring. Chen Daoxuan, you are. The woman in green raised her hand and pinched his face. What do you mean? I am your fifth sister. Fifth sister. She is indeed the fifth sister, Chen Junran. This was the first time Chen Daoxuan had met his biological sister in his life. At least, it was the first time in his memory. Looking at the playful and nonchalant expression on his fifth sister's face, Chen Daoxuan scratched his head. What you said about the merging of person, sword, and formation. I don't quite understand, but compared to your sealing throat sword technique, my one sword leaves the dust is clearly far inferior. That is natural. Chen Junran placed her hands on her hips, chest out in pride. The sealing throat sword technique was created by Fodder, Invincible in the world. Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement. Chen Junran turned her gaze to the sixth tower, exhaling softly. That tower is the inheritance tower of the third sister. Back then, when she received the inheritance, her potential was so extraordinary that it caused many cracks to spread across the tower walls. This was the first time something like this happened in our Chen clan. If the third sister were still here, she would surely lead our Azure clan to greater glory. So it was the third sister. Chen Daoxuan smiled helplessly. The third sister will come back. Chen Junran, what? Their gazes met. Chen Daoxuan's handsome face was resolute and determined. I will find a third sister and bring her home. Likewise, I will lead our Azura Emperor clan to unprecedented heights. Chapter 39. Inheritance Phenomenon Shocks the Emperor Clan. Since Chen Daoxian returned to this family, he must fulfill his responsibilities. As the son of the divine, finding a third sister is something he must do. Seeing her younger brother being so sensible, Chen Junran felt greatly comforted. Good. Then let's work hard together. The brother and sister exchanged smiles. Under Chen Junran's watchful gaze, Chen Daoxian walked directly into his inheritance tower, on a suspended island, in a magnificent residence. Chen Tianhai and his wife Han Feishue were lounging in rocking chairs, soaking their feet in hot water, while two maidservants were giving them foot massages. Seeing the various spiritual ornaments placed on the table, Han Feishue looked a bit troubled and turned to the serene Xiao Zhu not far away. Miss Xiao Zhu, as a palace made of the imperial palace, you really don't have to come personally. Chen Tianhai echoed. Yes. We are already very content to live in the upper realm emperor clan. You bringing so many treasures. How can we, as a couple, bear this? Xiao Zhu, you two don't need to be so polite. The realm master said that you have contributed to taking care of the young master in the lower realm. And these are what you deserve. Chen Tianhai, even so, this is too much. Those spiritual ornaments are priceless treasures. Even in the upper realm, they're considered luxurious. Xiao Zhu, the young master has many things to do next, and he may not have much time to see you. What I am doing is also to show others that in the young master's heart, you two are of great importance. If the adoptive parents from the lower realm were neglected by the young master, it could lead to rumors and even mockery from others. Xiao Zhu's action is also to inform the clansmen that these two are very important to the young master. Don't provoke them. Seeing Xiao Zhu say this, Chen Tianhai could only express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Han Feishue recalled the scene when the master was struck and coughed up blood by Naylinda that day. And couldn't he help but wipe her tears. Earlier, we were still fearful of the Naylin family status, humble to the extreme. Never expecting that in the blink of an eye, the Naylin family has perished, the Tang clan has perished, and even the Soul Pavilion of Zhongzhou has perished. Yes, Chen Tianhai also felt a surge of emotions. Everything felt like a dream. Their son suddenly became the son of the divine in the upper realm. Even now, they couldn't sleep soundly, fearing that when they woke up, they would find themselves back in that lower realm Chen family, still suffering from the bullying of the Naylin family. Xiao Zhu rested her jade hand on her chin, looking out the window with beautiful eyes. Life is like this, with ups and downs, clouds rolling and swirling. You never know when you will fall into a low valley. Similarly, you never know when good fortune will come. So strive for yourself, and let fate take its course. This is the way of heaven. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire house suddenly began to tremble violently. An earthquake? Chen Tianhai stood up in shock. No. Xiao Zhu immediately rushed out of the room, and several elder figures with an ethereal presence also emerged, standing on the void, shockingly looking towards the direction of the imperial palace. Xiao Zhu then realized that not only was the entire island shaking, but it seemed that the heavens and earth, as well as the void within tens of millions of miles, were also trembling. What on earth is happening? Xiao Zhu instantly flashed to the front of the elders. Although these elders were far more powerful than her, they still showed great respect. It seems that the young master is accepting the inheritance. Accepting the inheritance? The inheritance tower? Xiao Zhu couldn't believe it. The elder continued. 1,000 years ago, when the third lady accepted the inheritance, a similar phenomenon occurred, but at that time, the phenomenon was even more terrifying than the young masteress. The sky turned a murky yellow, and 12 giant demon god statues suddenly descended from the heavens. That scene was truly. However, the elder's words were not finished. The entire night sky suddenly turned into a murky yellow. The elder was horrified, but the next second, the sky abruptly changed color again, turning blood red. The blood-red sky cast down scarlet rays, enveloping the entire emperor clan. Confused clansmen looked up in amazement. Only the elders could guess what was happening regarding this sudden, terrifying phenomenon. Young master, is currently receiving the inheritance of the ancient Azura Emperor. And this scene seems even more exaggerated than the third lady's time. Who knows how many demon gods will manifest due to the young master's qualifications. 11 black towers trembled under the reflection of the blood-colored clouds. Among them, the 9th tower's walls had already begun to sprout spiderweb-like black cracks. Chen Junran stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, having never witnessed her third sister receiving the inheritance. But the cracks on the tower walls at this moment were enough to explain everything. Xiao Lu might, like her third sister, possess a terrifying talent that surpasses all worldly prodigies. The sky had turned completely blood-red, swirling clouds of crimson gradually coalescing into a massive vortex of flowing clouds before the trembling eyes of the people. Deep within the vortex, thunder rumbled. Chen Sungyin stood alone in the void above the imperial palace, gazing at the familiar scene, the light and agile figure of Chen Tianmai flickering in his memory. Xian'er is actually like Xiao Mai. Chen Sungyin clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was anticipating the descent of the demon god. He was hoping that his son could, like Xiao Mai, once again shock the heavens and the earth, all realms. With such excitement, Chen Songyuan didn't dare to blink. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, that immensely large blood cloud vortex, as he wished, became still. Crack. Accompanying it was the sound of the sky shattering. A massive black foot emerged fiercely from the cracked, blood-colored space. It has come. It is the demon god. The young master can truly summon the manifestation of the demon god, just like the third young lady. Many elders were extremely excited at this moment, tears welling up in their eyes. 100 years ago, the mysterious disappearance of the third young lady had caused an indelible sorrow for the Azura imperial clan. And today, the return of Chen Daoxuan once again gave hope to the entire clan. The first demon god appeared with an ancient face, gray hair flowing, scales on his chest and arms, and 2 dragons, one blue and one red, coiling around his feet. Finally descending into the world from the shattered void under the trembling gazes of the people. Following that, the second demon beast, clad in ancient celestial attire of green and white, wearing a divine crown, descended fiercely, stepping on a lotus throne. The third, with a dragon face and fiery eyes, had 4 Qilin horns on his head and arms like demonic claws extending from hell, dripping with blood. The fourth, a skeletal figure, eyes like a ghost, was covered in countless black vines, instantly transforming the mechanisms of the world into an incredibly evil cold abyss. The fifth, a towering and robust figure, held a shield in one hand and a strange ancient weapon in the other, seemingly headless, yet possessing a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Chapter 40. Promotion to the peak of 9-star Xianzun. The heavens and earth were completely shrouded by the images of the demon gods, and everyone held their breath at this moment, including Chen Songyan, who was initially extremely excited, tears in his eyes. However, now he was half open-mouthed, utterly speechless in shock at this scene. The 18th demon god, an old man with furrowed brows and white hair, bared his upper body, enveloped in golden mist, with 2 yellow snakes at his ears, rendering the Azura imperial clan speechless before the terrifying sight of the yellow snakes. The 26th demon god, with a dragon body and phoenix wings, fierce red eyes, soared across the blood-red sky. The 37th demon god, the 52nd demon god, the 81st demon god, the 99th demon god, with fiery red hair wildly flowing behind, a bronze iron frame exuding majesty, and a gaze that saw the great Tao as mere grass. A kingly aura. 99. My son Daoxuan actually summoned 99 demon gods. Chen Songyuan's joyful shout shook the entire Azura imperial realm. Xian'er actually summoned the manifestation of 99 demon gods in the Tower of Inheritance. This was even more astounding than the 12 demon gods summoned by Xiao Mai back then. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion destroyed all the images of the demon gods. The destructive storm swept out from the forbidden area of the Chen clan. Chen Junran, closest to the scene, was shocked. But before she could act, Chen Songyuan's figure appeared strangely before her, and as he pressed down with his hand, the rolling destructive storm instantly vanished. However, The 11 black towers in the forbidden area of the Chen clan had already been flattened to the ground. Dad, the tower is gone, all gone. Chen Junren's eyes widened in shock, her red lips half open. Those 2 towers at the back were prepared for Xiao Lu's descendants. Chen Songyuan rubbed his daughter's head, laughing and scolding. Silly girl, Xin'er has summoned 99 demon gods. What does this represent? With his talent, even if you, your mother, and that green emperor were all combined, it wouldn't compare to him. In the future, even if Xin'er surpasses the ancestors, that might not be impossible. By then, Xin'er can establish as many inheritance towers as he wants for his descendants. Is there any worry that they won't have a shortcut? Chen Songyuan couldn't contain his joy. Thinking if his wife were here, seeing this unbelievable scene, she would surely be as excited as he was. The colorful cloud pool gradually covered the ruins of the forbidden area, and in the central area, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged among the rubble, his aura flowing, divine light boundless. At this moment, the aura he emitted had completely surpassed the Xianzong realm. He had directly reached the peak of Xianzun, the peak of 9-star Xianzun. He was only half a step away from the half-saint. At his age, being able to reach this level so quickly was truly unmatched throughout history. The young master was already at the peak of Xianzun, just like me, at the peak of 9-star Xianzun. Chunmei hid outside the forbidden area, covering her mouth, her makeup running from tears. Seeing the young master make such a stunning breakthrough made her happier than breaking through herself. Eldest sister, is that the young master's aura? Xiaolan, Qiuzhu, and Dongzhi arrived one after another. Facing their incredibly excited eyes, Chunmei nodded seriously. Yes, that's great. The 4 girls embraced each other. At this moment, everyone was in tears. Countless figures of the imperial clan bowed in the void, facing the direction of the imperial palace, continuously bowing in worship. To say that previously, they respected the young master's return merely due to his special identity. But now, their hearts were filled with endless admiration, like the continuous flow of a mighty river. After all, the imperial clan also needed strength to command respect. Time trickled by. Unknowingly, a month had quietly passed. Chen Daoxian finally opened his eyes. Xin'er, Xiaolu, looking at his father and 5th sister rushing overexcitedly. Chen Daoxian slowly got up and brushed off the dust from his body. His calm eyes seemed to have a latent Dao rhythm, subtly flowing. Dad, I'm sorry. I destroyed all the inheritance towers here, Chen Daoxian said helplessly. Unexpectedly, Chen Songyuan not only wasn't angry, but instead patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Well done. Well done, Chen Daoxian. What is going on with my father? Chen Daoxian was a bit confused, because he was completely unaware of the previous celestial phenomena and the manifestation of the 99 demon gods. Chen Songyuan looked his son up and down, asking with concern, Are you hungry? I've already had Lao Yin prepare dinner for you. All your favorites. Hungry? Chen Daoxian touched his stomach. I really am hungry. How strange. It hasn't even been a stick of incense this time. How can I be hungry? A stick of incense? Chen Junran lightly pinched his face. Silly boy. You've been adjusting for a month. What? A month? However, before Chen Daoxian could come to his senses, Chen Junran hugged his neck. But our Xiao Lu is different. He actually managed to summon 99 demon gods during the inheritance. And his cultivation has also soared to the peak of Xianzun. With such greatness, you really bring glory to your father. A month 99, what is that? Demon gods? Shen Daoxuan's head was filled with 100,000 question marks. He clearly felt that he had only inherited a small amount of skill, and the whole process was very quiet. So how did it become a vivid tale of 99 demon gods in 5th sister's mouth? Soon, Chen Daoxian was pulled to the dining table. Eating the most delicious delicacies of the imperial palace, he finally asked the 2 what had happened in the outside world. After hearing 5th sister's vivid description, Chen Daoxian was incredulous and glanced at his father. After confirming several times, he was completely stunned. Good heavens! 3rd sister attracted 12 demon gods back then, and I actually attracted 99? What a pity! I didn't get to see what those demon gods looked like. What a huge loss! That night, Chen Daoxian took a hot bath. After stepping out of the tub, Chunmei, Xiaolan, Qiuzhu, and Dongzhi helped him change clothes. Seeing the four girls' blushing cheeks, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt something. As soon as he felt it, their faces turned even redder. Chen Mei noticed the young master's burning gaze, shyly said, "If the young master wants, we can anytime, all four of us." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate and picked her up by the waist. "All right, all four of you." But just then, fifth sister's voice unexpectedly rang out from outside the window. "Little six, hurry up and wash up, put on your clothes after, and I'll take you to a fun place." Chapter 41. Fifth sister takes me to visit a brothel at night, just as the dry kindling was about to catch fire. It was doused by a bucket of cold water from outside the window. Chen Daoxuan felt quite helpless and had to change into a splendid blue robe before walking out of the room. In the courtyard, Chen Junran was dressed as a man, in white as snow, with long, smooth, beautiful hair lightly tied behind her. Her brows and eyes were delicate, exuding charm. Holding a folding fan, her bright eyes revealed a hint of mischief. She perfectly embodied what it meant to be as graceful as jade on the road, a young master unparalleled in the world. "Fifth sister, what are you doing?" Looking at fifth sister, who was dressed as a man and appeared to be unable to hold in her excitement, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat puzzled. Chen Junran grabbed his hand. "I told you, I want to take you to a fun place. Remember not to tell Dad about this." After saying that, she waved her jade hand forward. The world spun around. In the next second, the two had arrived on a bustling night street. In front of them, the red building stood out, bustling with activity. A few beautifully dressed girls were standing on the second-floor balcony, and when they saw two exceptionally handsome young men suddenly appear, their eyes widened in surprise, then quickly turned into flirtatious smiles. "Two young masters, come in and have fun." Chen Daoxuan. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He turned around in shock, with an incredulous expression. "Fifth sister, you brought me to visit a brothel?" Chen Junran frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is it not okay? Don't you like it?" Chen Daoxuan, "It's not that. Hey, don't pull me. I'm really not that kind of person." For some inexplicable reason, Chen Daoxuan was pulled into the brothel. The pink candlelight filtered through the beautiful lanterns, softly illuminating the first-floor hall. Seeing the girls dressed lightly, sitting in the laps of different men, laughing and playing, Chen Daoxuan was completely speechless. This fifth sister really is unconventional, bringing her own younger brother to visit a brothel in the middle of the night. No wonder she didn't let me tell Dad. If he found out, he would definitely beat her. Wait, Chen Daoxuan suddenly changed his expression. They were from the imperial family. As a member of the imperial family and a divine child, how could he come to such a place of debauchery? Could it be? Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes, warily staring at fifth sister, thinking perhaps she was under their father's orders to deliberately test his resolve. Just as Chen Daoxuan was lost in thought, a matron gracefully swayed her hips, like a water snake coming down the stairs. Upon seeing the two unfamiliar young men, both dressed extravagantly and with extraordinary demeanor, her heavily made-up face instantly broke into a smile. "Oh, you two young masters are so handsome. Is this your first time at our Zue Huanglu?" Although the woman was already middle-aged, she still had a certain charm. Moreover, with fifth sister's looks, even dressed as a man, anyone who wasn't blind could tell she was a woman. But this old woman, seeing through it but not saying anything, still called her young master, indicating she was quite experienced. "Yes, it is indeed our first time." Chen Junran casually tossed a heavy sachet to her. "We heard that Ji Wanning would be meeting guests tonight, so we wanted to come and take a look." Ji Wanning? Chen Daoxuan's brows furrowed deeply. Was this fifth sister's real purpose for bringing him here? The matron opened the sachet and found it filled with high-quality spirit stones. Her old face instantly lit up with joy. "Wow, this young master is quite generous. Come, please go upstairs." Chen Junran followed her with her hands behind her back. However, at that moment, Chen Daoxuan stopped her. "Fifth sister, who is Ji Wanning?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously lively and noisy hall fell silent. Everyone put down their busy hands and mouths, staring blankly at him. After a moment, the entire place burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! No way, little brother. You don't even know who Ji Wanning is? Then why did you come to Zue Huanglu?" "That's right, we're all here for Sister Wanning today. I advise you to wait until you're more prepared before coming." As the person was speaking, suddenly, A slap came out of nowhere. Smack! The man was instantly sent flying out of the window. Hiss! The whole place was shocked. Gasps of cold air rose and fell. Among those present, except for Chen Daoxuan and the matron, no one saw Chen Junran make a move. But just because they couldn't see it didn't mean they couldn't understand. Now, no one dared to speak carelessly. Filled with awe, the crowd watched the two young people follow the matron upstairs and enter a private room. Until the door closed, they resumed their previous activities of eating, touching, and continuing to enjoy themselves. Is that Ji Wanning very famous? In the private room, Chen Daoxian sat down, curiously looking at Fifth Sister. He didn't know why she brought him here at night, just to see that Ji Wanning and what the deeper meaning behind it was. Chen Junran pushed open the bamboo window and gazed at the night sky, her delicate face showing hesitation. Where should I begin? First of all, on the surface. She is the most famous courtesan here. Courtesan? Chen Daoxian asked. Then what is her true identity? Chen Junran replied. She is the holy maiden of the heavenly fox tribe. Chen Daoxian. I completely don't understand. Chen Junran slapped her thigh. All right, then let's start with the heavenly demon holy land. The heavenly demon holy land is the territory of the demon clan, among which the heavenly fox and demon fox tribes are the strongest. For countless years, the Holy Land has been controlled by the ancestor of the heavenly fox tribe. After a long period of conflict, the two tribes have abandoned past grievances and merged into one. They have renamed the tribe, the heavenly demon fox tribe. The Holy Land was then renamed the heavenly demon holy land. Upon hearing Fifth Sister's words, Chen Daoxian was surprised. This ancestor of the heavenly fox was actually able to merge two different fox tribes into one. How'd he do it? Chen Junran snapped her fingers. My little six is so smart. He was able to sense the conspiracy within, just as you thought. The merging of the two tribes is merely a facade. It is a long-planned conspiracy. 3 years ago, led by Lingxi, the demon fox tribe suddenly launched an attack on the heavenly fox tribe. The heavenly fox tribe was unable to resist. The ancestor was imprisoned, and half of the tribe's members were killed or injured, while their holy maiden, Ji Wanning, managed to escape the Holy Land with the desperate protection of her tribesmen. Knowing she had no ability to rescue the ancestor, Ji Wanning devised a plan to come to our Shura Empire. She wanted to use her beauty to attract powerful figures from the empire to help her. Unfortunately, as Chen Junran recounted this, her eyes flickered, as if she was puzzled by something. Chen Daoxian followed his guests and continued the conversation. It's a pity that the men who come here promise her to help her take revenge, but in the end, they just brush it off and regret it, right? Chen Junran was shocked. How do you know that? Chen Daoxian, I guessed. Chen Junran looked surprised. Guessed? Chen Daoxian, yes, Fifth Sister, because you are a woman, you don't understand the thoughts of men. In the hearts of most men in this world. Once a woman enters the world of dust, she is no longer worth cherishing. No matter how beautiful she is tainted. Once tainted, she's only suitable for play, nothing more. Chapter 42, The Taichu Imperial Clan. Oh, Chen Junran tilted her little head and understood immediately. In other words, the men who come here are all here to play with her. There is no way that anyone would truly fight against a holy land force for her. Chen Daoxian learned about Ji Wanning's story and felt puzzled. Then why are we here to find her? Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. Could it be that she has a special bloodline? Chen Junran, unfortunately, she does not. Chen Daoxian, then what are we doing here? He was not interested in such a woman from the dust, especially since she was a demon. Can a demon really be that? Strange thoughts quietly sprouted in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Chen Junran finally revealed her true purpose. I want you to obtain the strongest movement technique of the Tianhu clan, the divine butterfly step, or rather, the strongest movement technique in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chen Daoxian was extremely shocked. A holy land can produce a movement technique stronger than the 3 great imperial clans? Isn't that exaggerating? Chen Junran saw that he didn't believe it and continued. Actually, don't look at how the Tianyao Holy Land is currently the weakest among the 7 holy lands. My father once told me that as early as the Taichu period, it was known as the Tianyao Emperor Realm. Chen Daoxian, are they an imperial clan? Yes. Chen Junran slightly pursed her red lips. It is said that during the Taichu period, there was a nine-tailed fox whose demonic power was extraordinarily rare. Later, she finally became an emperor by relying on her extraordinary talent. The movement technique she comprehended at the moment she became an emperor was the divine butterfly step. Speaking of this, Chen Junran raised her jade finger. Moreover, this Ji-Wanning was able to escape from the Holy Land because of this unique movement technique. Despite being only at the Xianhuang realm, she was able to use this movement technique to escape unscathed from the siege of so many Holy Land experts. Just think, if you obtain this movement technique and your cultivation improves in the future, wouldn't you be invincible in the world? Chen Daoxuan understood. Ji-Wanning had an irreconcilable enmity with that demon fox leader, Yin Lingqi. Although the Fox clan had already declined, the divine butterfly step had been passed down intact since the Taichu era. Chen Daoxuan cleared his thoughts and said directly, "You want me to help her regain the Tianyao Holy Land, and in exchange she will teach me the divine butterfly step?" Chen Junran, exactly. Chen Daoxuan, all right. Anyway, I have to go to the Tianyao Holy Land. I can also take care of the Sacred Soul Palace while I'm at it. Just as Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Chen Junran said. The door was pushed open, and a group of beautifully dressed girls walked in, standing in a row before Chen Daoxuan. Each of these girls had their own characteristics. They had legs if they needed legs, and whatever they needed, they had. The matchmaker waved a pink and white fan and approached Chen Daoxuan. "Young master, these are the best girls we have here. What do you think?" Chen Junran. "Xiao Lu picked two." Chen Daoxuan's face turned red, and he waved his hand. No. Chen Junran, "Don't be shy. I'm your sister. I won't laugh at you." Chen Daoxuan, "Really not?" Chen Junran furrowed her brows slightly. "Really not picking?" Chen Daoxuan, "Really not?" The two looked at each other. Chen Junran smiled slightly. "Okay, then I'll pick two, her, and her. The others can leave." "All right." The matchmaker was somewhat surprised, thinking that the man didn't pick, but the woman did. This pair of siblings really knows how to play. She then took the other girls away from the private room. "Come over and drink with me." Chen Junran opened her arms, her pretty face full of delight. The two girls saw this and also realized that the person in front of them was a woman disguised as a man. But they didn't expose it and obediently moved into her embrace. Chen Junran embraced them on both sides, drinking to her heart's content, which left Chen Daoxuan speechless. Fifth sister is indeed not an ordinary woman. Time passed unknowingly, as a carriage stopped in front of the drunken Phoenix Tower. The matchmaker immediately sent someone to the private room to tell Chen Daoxuan that the main guest of the night had arrived. The siblings went to the second-floor balcony in succession. At that moment, a masked woman dressed in snow white came walking in from outside. Although her face could not be seen, her figure was perfect. With a willow-like slender waist and graceful posture, the white shadow-patterned corset she wore accentuated her striking curves. And the hazy leg shadow visible through the sheer snow fabric was even more eye-catching. It allowed you to see it, but not clearly. Marvelous. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but applaud, seeing her younger brother's excited expression. Chen Junran couldn't help but cover her mouth. The world says that the Fox clan is born to be a beauty. Xiao Lu, you must seize the opportunity tonight. Ahem. Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat and became serious again. "Don't make a fuss. I'm just here to take a look." "All right, casually. Chen Junran pouted, too lazy to expose him. Before long, Ji-Wanning arrived at the red platform that had been set up. She gracefully took her seat in front of the guqin, without much talk, and began to play. The melodious sound of the guqin started like spring bamboo shoots breaking through the ground, crashing like waves, endlessly stirring. But soon, it began to convey endless sorrow and desolation. A little fox, in order to save her grandmother and reclaim her territory, did not hesitate to leave her home, coming to the Emperor realm to offer herself as a bargaining chip, hoping to gain an opportunity. Unfortunately, those who came here to listen to the music were not focused on the heart but on the body. Silly as she was deceived time and again. Yet she remained full of hope. Pitiful, sad, regrettable. Chen Daoxuan closed his eyes and listened, shaking his head continuously, setting aside the facts. He could feel through the beautiful but tragic sound how unfortunate her experiences were. Buzz. As the music fell, Ji-Wanning stood up, scanning the crowd below with tearful eyes, and bowed. "I, The little girl Ji Wanting, am only seeking a hero to help me reclaim the Tianhu territory. I beg for your assistance. The words she had repeated countless times were once again spoken. Seeing her bowing in gratitude, the men below instantly beamed with joy. Ji Wanting, choose me. My family has been wandering heroes for 3 generations. As long as you trust me, I will definitely help you rise again. Don't listen to him. What kind of wandering hero? His father is just a pig butcher. You should choose me. Our Jiang family has status in the 9 provinces. I believe you have heard of it. I am a prodigy of this generation. My swordsmanship is unrivaled. Cutting down that Lingqi is nothing. Choose me. My family is wealthy. My background is invincible. People eagerly raise their hands, fighting to have a taste of this unparalleled beauty. Chen Daoxuan gazed at the flustered and trembling figure in the snow-white clothing, shaking his head helplessly. What a pitiful person. Just as he was about to raise his hand, Chen Junran reminded him from the side. According to the rules, if you choose her here, you have to spend the night with her. The important matters can be discussed later. Huh. Chen Daoxuan hurriedly lowered his hand. Unexpectedly, just as his hand fell, Ji Wanting's voice rang out solemnly. I choose him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze in the direction she pointed, all eyes converging on Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 43. I will help you eliminate Lingqi. You teach me the divine butterfly step. It's him. The crowd stared at the young boy on the second-floor balcony, who looked bewildered. Given the events that had transpired here earlier, no one dared to provoke him. Me? Chen Daoxuan pointed to his own nose, asking in surprise. Yes. Ji Wanting's tone was particularly firm. It seemed that before she entered, the matchmaker had already discreetly informed her of what had happened here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so decisive. Facing the crowd's attention and envy, Chen Daoxuan slapped his forehead and helplessly looked at fifth sister. Can I not sleep? Chen Junran chuckled. Others come here to sleep with her, but you, when the girl actively throws herself at you, don't want her. Chen Daoxuan replied. No, mainly because she... This young master, please follow me. A maid approached Chen Daoxuan and bowed. Only then did Chen Daoxuan notice that Ji Wanting was no longer on the high platform. Go on, stop being shy. You've grown up. Chen Junran pushed him towards the maid. Chen Daoxuan felt a bit uneasy. However, thinking of the Fox clan's divine butterfly dance, which originated from the great work of the 9-tailed demon emperor in the primordial era, he ultimately steeled himself and followed the maid's footsteps. Behind him, fifth sister called out encouragement. This is truly absurd. Chen Daoxuan found himself inexplicably arranged to lie on a soft, fragrant couch. After the maid left, he saw through the hazy red curtains a carved sandalwood chair, a large birchwood round table, and even a swing hanging from the wall. Is it normal to have a swing in the room? Chen Daoxuan was puzzled. At that moment, the door opened, and a graceful figure approached. Chen Daoxuan lay sprawled on the couch, feeling anxious. Compared to the first meeting with Chun Mei and the others, the scene was similar. But the difference was that Ji Wanting was from the demon clan. The demon clan. Chen Daoxuan felt a bit resistant. Are demons like us? Why does it feel so chilly? The curtains were pulled open. Ji Wanting had removed her white veil, revealing a naturally stunning face that was heart-melting. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like autumn waters. Although she was no longer pure, she still wore a rosy blush. Looking shy and delicate, as the saintess of the heavenly Fox clan, just as fifth sister said, such a beauty truly made one yearn for her. It's just that her name, Ji Wanting, no peace. No wonder her family lost their peace. Young master, a moment of spring night, a beautiful scenery. Wait a moment. Chen Daoxuan shouted anxiously. He was still feeling uneasy. You hear that? Ji Wanting tilted her head in confusion. Chen Daoxuan gritted his teeth and said directly, I can help you eliminate Lingqi. This was the first time Ji Wanting had seen a man make such a promise to her after receiving so many guests. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and then Chen Daoxuan replied, as a condition of exchange, I want you to teach me the divine butterfly dance. He got straight to the point, clarifying the terms of the deal. Chen Daoxuan didn't want her to mistakenly think that he was like those outside, just here for her body. Ji Wanting was greatly surprised. You're after the divine butterfly dance? Chen Daoxuan confirmed. That's right. Ji Wanting replied. The divine butterfly dance is the supreme body technique of my heavenly fox clan. How can I trust you? In other words, while she could accept being deceived regarding her body, she absolutely could not accept being deceived about the divine butterfly dance. Mentioning the divine butterfly dance, which had been passed down through the nine-tailed foxes, she was clearly very cautious, indicating that this technique was considered a treasure of the clan. Therefore, she treated it with utmost importance. Daoxuan smirked. Well, if you doubt my strength, why not let the matchmaker test me? I don't mind. The matchmaker, on the surface, was the owner of this brothel, just an alluring, well-informed middle-aged woman. However, when Daoxuan saw her for the first time, he realized that this old woman had already reached the realm of Xianzun. Moreover, among the Xianzun, her level was also quite high. Xianzun is not something common even in the upper realms. To possess such exceptional cultivation only indicates one thing. She must have held a very high position in the heavenly demon's sacred land. Ji Wuning looked at the elegant young man lying on the couch in surprise, never expecting that he could see through the matchmaker's extraordinary status. Such sharp and astute eyes were simply at odds with his age. Ji Wuning thought for a moment and said, "All right, wait a moment. I'll go call the matchmaker." With that, she turned and left. After Ji Wuning left the room, the air still held her lingering fragrance. Daoxuan sat up and suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask her what the swing was for. And that birchwood round table was much larger than ordinary tables. Didn't it feel like it took up too much space? Moreover, there was a wooden horse in front of the window. How strange. After Ji Wuning found the matchmaker, she informed her of the young master's request. Upon hearing this, the matchmaker's expression changed. How does he know the divine butterfly dance? It should be noted that this supreme body technique was not known to everyone. If it wasn't internal to the Fox clan, then it must be someone with an extremely terrifying backing who could possibly know about it. He would be sent by Inlingqi, would he? The matchmaker's expression grew serious, suddenly realizing the situation might not be simple. Inlingqi, Ji Wuning exclaimed in shock. The matchmaker pondered. The Shura Emperor realm is within the territory of the Chen clan. Even if Inlingqi had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble here openly. However, if he sends someone to lure us to the heavenly demon's sacred land and then captures us, Ji Wuning began to feel a hint of fear. What should we do? The matchmaker coldly snorted, her eyes filled with murderous intent. No need to panic. In the entire Fox clan, the only one capable of suppressing me is Inlingqi. If he wants to use a brat to force us back, he underestimates me far too much. After all, I am the great leader of the heavenly Fox clan, commanding the 3 armies for over 10,000 years. Ji Wuning brought the matchmaker back to the guest room. However, just as they pushed the door open, they saw Daoxuan riding the wooden horse in the room, rocking back and forth. Ji Wuning's cheeks instantly flushed. Daoxuan immediately stopped and curiously asked, "Miss Ji, may I ask why you have a swing in the room?" He was clearly asking for trouble. Ji Wuning turned her back and stomped her foot in anger. Daoxuan asked, "What?" The matchmaker approached, her gaze scanning Daoxuan up and down. "You want the divine butterfly dance of my Fox clan?" Daoxuan did not hide. "Yes." The matchmaker's lips curved into a smile. "All right, then let me see your abilities." With that, she raised her hand towards Daoxuan and tightly grasped it. Chapter 44. The shock of the great leader of the sacred land. This child is going to defy heaven. A black spatial crack suddenly appeared in the room, shaking the atmosphere. Facing the matchmaker's gesture, Daoxuan calmly stepped into the space crack. In the untouched depths of the mountains, the night was bright. The matchmaker moved slightly to stretch her muscles, and her deep, unfathomable eyes instantly glimmered with a crimson demonic light. Her real name was Inhong Yu, and she was once the great leader of the heavenly demon sacred land. "Young hero, be careful. If you have anything to say, now is the time." Boom! An incredibly overwhelming aura suddenly spread from the mountains, cracks appearing in the sky, extending directly into the depths of the clouds, causing the world to continuously collapse. 8-star Xianzun. Truly remarkable. Upon sensing the aura of the opponent, Daoxuan couldn't help but nod in appreciation. This level of strength was completely on a different tier compared to the 1-star Xianzun, Soul Heaven 7, he had encountered earlier. The Grand Commander of the Holy Land. Not bad, but why is your surname Yin? Chen Daoxuan was not intimidated by her aura. Instead, he acted like an elder inquiring about a junior. This left Yin Hongyu puzzled, and she quickly answered his question. Because our Fox Demon clan all have the surname Yin, only the Celestial Fox clan has the surname Ji. Chen Daoxuan, that's not what I was asking. Yin Hongyu gritted her teeth. Because Ancestor Ji Su treated me very well, knowing I am a Fox Demon, yet still entrusted the 3 armies to me for command. Over the years, she has never regarded us Fox Demons as different. But that bastard Yinlingqi, for his own selfish desires, actually launched an attack on the Celestial Fox clan, leading to huge casualties on both sides. Thinking of this, Yin Hongyu smiled self-deprecatingly. As a Fox Demon, cannot agree with Yinlingqi's actions. Ironically, Ji Yoha, who is none other than Wu Ning's father, actually betrayed the Celestial Fox clan at a critical moment, turning against us to side with Yinlingqi. Mentioning her cowardly father, Ji Wuning looked down in disappointment. Not only that, but her younger brother Ji Wuming also betrayed them. The complexity of the Fox clan cannot be explained in just a few words. Yin Hongyu spread her arms, her nails rapidly growing, her eyes more enchanting. Are you sure you don't want to say something? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. What should I say? That I was sent by Yinlingqi, or that I just want to trick you into the divine butterfly step? If not, then let's fight. Yin Hongyu stepped forward. Her figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Facing the suddenly appeared old fox, Chen Daoxuan casually reached out and grabbed her approaching wrist. Yin Hongyu's expression changed dramatically. Realizing she couldn't break free, she looked up in shock. What awaited her was Chen Daoxuan flicking his finger, a crisp sound echoing as he struck her forehead. The air erupted with a wave of heat. As Chen Daoxuan deliberately loosened his grip, Yin Hongyu quickly retreated, clutching her forehead and trembling violently. Grand Commander, Ji Wuning was taken aback. She couldn't understand why just a flick to her forehead caused her such pain. Chen Daoxuan had already restrained himself. But Yin Hongyu was completely unconvinced. Kid, what level of cultivation are you at? Yin Hongyu gritted her teeth and questioned. Chen Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, I don't like being called kid. If you want to reclaim the Holy Land, you'd better learn how to speak to me first. See, domineering. Ji Wuning, standing outside the circle, couldn't help but cover her mouth. Yin Hongyu's expression was also tense, fearing that too many words would lead to mistakes. Let's just fight. With a palm reaching out, a black spear appeared in her hand. As she launched an attack on Chen Daoxuan again, the shadows of countless spears surged like a mountain. And before the attack even reached, the aftershocks had leveled surrounding mountains. Beneath the overwhelming spear shadows, Chen Daoxuan remained unruffled, using his finger as a sword to defend. No matter how fierce Yin Hongyu's assault was, Chen Daoxuan stood his ground, not retreating even a step. All attacks were blocked by just one finger. Ji Wuning watched this scene in shock, utterly astonished. How could he be this powerful? Strong to the point of being freakish. Just as Yin Hongyu was about to unleash her 5 foxtails and fight Chen Daoxuan with all her might, Ji Wuning shouted in urgency. Grand Commander, stop. Clang. Another crisp sound. Yin Hongyu quickly pulled back, looking at Chen Daoxuan with eyes full of shock. In fact, even if Ji Wuning hadn't stopped her, through the battle until now, she had completely realized one thing. That is, the strength of the young man before her far exceeded her own. Yin Hongyu, who exactly are you? So young, yet your strength is unfathomable. Facing the astonishment of the 2 foxes, Chen Daoxuan remained calm, placing his sword-like finger behind him, like a world-renowned figure, and said lightly, Don't ask what you shouldn't. You just need to understand that I can help you reclaim the Holy Land. Yin Hongyu's expression turned serious. But Yinlingqi is different from me. He is a Xian Sheng strongman. Moreover, he has a Holy Soul Temple allied with him. And the master of the Holy Soul Temple is also a Xian Sheng. Holy Soul Temple. Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes. What a Holy Soul Temple. I will help you destroy it along with Yinlingqi. This, one arrogant tone, the alliance of 2 Xian Sheng strongmen is nothing in his eyes. Seemingly easy to extinguish with just a snap of his fingers. How could someone so young be so arrogant? Just as Yin Hong Yu was greatly shocked in her heart, the world suddenly changed. In the next second, the three of them inexplicably returned to the luxurious room they had been in. Xian Sheng, you are a Xian Sheng strongman? Yin Hong Yu couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Only those who reach the Xian Sheng level have the ability to teleport people instantly. This is the unique mark of a Xian Sheng strongman. However, this was not Chen Daoxuan's ability. He glanced at the door outside and had to admit, my sister is a Xian Sheng. Maybe she summoned us back. I am currently just at the peak of Xian Zun. Gulp. Yin Hong Yu and Ji Wanting swallowed hard in disbelief. The woman outside, disguised as a man, actually has a higher cultivation than him? My goodness. While Yin Hong Yu was shocked, an unrealistic yet terrifying thought began to form in her mind. That is, these two might come from the Chen imperial clan. Other than that, she really couldn't think of a second logical explanation. Yin Hong Yu and Ji Wanting knelt down together. We apologize for any offense earlier, and we hope the young hero can be forgiving. Yevunyink, I am sorry. It was all our fault, making baseless suspicions. The two knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. Chen Daoxian sighed. Get up. He could understand these matters. If the roles were reversed, he would also be vigilant. After all, in this world, not everyone is as lucky as him. Wanting to be low-key is not allowed by strength. Many people still live very difficult lives. You two, hand over the divine butterfly step to me. As the young master of the Shura Empire, I promise you that I will help you eliminate Yin Lingqi and the Holy Soul Temple. Chapter 45. Obtain the divine butterfly step and head to the celestial demon Holy Land. Young master of the Shura Empire. He is the son of the imperial clan. Yin Hong Yu and Ji Wanting's faces turned pale, their eyes filled with disbelief, fixed on Chen Daoxian. Ji Wanting, are you really the son of the Shura imperial clan? Chen Daoxian nodded calmly. Absolutely. Ji Wanting closed her eyes in tears. She had been waiting to meet a man who could make decisions for her, someone who could help her reclaim the Holy Land. After countless deceptions, she never expected that heaven would be so kind to her, bringing her the son of the imperial clan, a son of a divine clan. His identity and status are far beyond what a mere Holy Land can compare to. However, the celestial demon Holy Land is still under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Empire. If the Shura Sun intervenes recklessly. Thinking of this, Ji Wanting's expression was complicated. Young Master Chen, are you really willing to offend the Songlong Empire for me? Song. Chen Daoxian had just uttered a word. The voice of his fifth sister, Chen Junran, echoed in the room. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the universe and the wilderness, my little six can go wherever she wants and kill whoever she wants. Do you understand? This, Ji Wanting choked with difficulty. The implication is that the Songlong Empire is insignificant in front of the Shura Empire. Ji Wanting had long heard that the people of the Shura Empire were the most domineering. Now that she saw it, her eyes were completely opened. She immediately responded, understood. Then her enchanting eyes slightly lifted, her gaze intense. Young Master Chen, I am willing to hand over the divine butterfly step to you. That sounds great. Chen Daoxian nodded in satisfaction. In order not to disturb the two in their teachings inside the room, Yin Hong Yu tactfully left. Standing guard outside, her mood was extremely heavy. The butterfly immortal step is a treasure of the Celestial Fox clan. It has been passed down to this day as a relic of the Fox clan, but is now in the hands of the Celestial Fox ancestor. Back then, a powerful figure from the Songlong Emperor realm attempted to force the Celestial Fox ancestor to hand it over. The ancestor swore to never comply. The Dragon Clan, known for their pride, wanted to maintain a good reputation in everything they did. Therefore, they secretly supported Yin Lingqi to take on this task, allowing him to bear the blame for their clan. Unfortunately, aside from his Celestial Fox ancestor, only Ji Wanting has inherited the butterfly immortal step. Even Wanting's father cannot do anything. Yin Lingqi seizes the Holy Land, and Wanting's father betrays the Celestial Fox clan. Only Wanting, who would rather die than submit, remains. This shows the ancestor's ability to recognize people. She did not misjudge Wanting, but now Wanting has no choice. She cannot watch the Fox clan perish. Since it has become a fact that possessing such a treasure brings disaster, it is better to let Wuning make her own choice. To overthrow Lingqi's tyranny and lead the celestial demon Holy Land into the embrace of the Shura Emperor realm. In this way, the 7 great holy lands would have 4 dominated by the Shura Emperor realm, which is half of the starry sky. I believe the Chen family Emperor clan would definitely not refuse. Master Chen, could you lift your leg a bit higher? Like this? No, a bit higher. Otherwise I won't be comfortable. Ah, is it really this troublesome to pass on a technique? There's no way around it. This is how the ancestor taught me the divine skill. But it seems to hurt a little. It's fine. It won't hurt in a bit. On the soft couch, Ji Wuning placed Chen Daoxuan's leg on her fragrant shoulder, using a special secret method to operate the 24 minor and major circulations, pressing down hard. Unknowingly, Chen Daoxuan's leg was pressed to his ear, but at that moment, he could clearly feel a scorching power rapidly spreading along his thigh's meridians. It was like a river bursting its banks, rushing into the fields. With the force of the flood, it quickly changed the internal terrain, causing the meridians in his legs to undergo a strange transformation. Yes, the butterfly immortal step is not a mere movement technique. It is a special method that changes the state of all the meridians in the thighs and calves. Under such extreme transformation, Chen Daoxian felt his breathing becoming heavier, and his head dizzy. Call me young Master Chen. All right, young Master Chen, you must hold on. I want to increase the pressure a bit more. 6 hours passed quietly. Bang! The door was kicked open. Ji Wuning and Chen Daoxian walked out of the room one after the other. Already learned it. Chen Junran approached her brother, full of anticipation. Chen Daoxian smiled. The moment he stepped forward, even the level Chen Junran only saw a fleeting shadow pass by. When she came to her senses, she was shocked to find that Chen Daoxian had already appeared behind her. Looking at the empty hall on the first floor, Chen Daoxian said leisurely, "Why don't we head to the celestial demon Holy Land now?" Now, Ji Wuning was astonished. Chen Daoxian frowned and turned around. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" No, I just didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly." Ji Wuning was momentarily taken aback. Chen Daoxian, don't misunderstand. I just want to destroy the Holy Soul Palace as soon as possible, and, by the way, help you deal with Lingqi. Chen Daoxian had not broken his promise to her. This was already the best outcome for Ji Wuning and Hongyu. This time, with the true protector Chen Junran by Chen Daoxuan's side, he would be even more fearless. His obsession with the Holy Soul Palace was also becoming more and more resolute. In the celestial demon Holy Land, in a small border town, the citizens appeared gaunt, standing in long lines on the street. Among the crowd were young men, women, old people, and children, all undergoing the monthly routine checkup. What were they checking? Blood, to see if there were any traces of special bloodlines in their blood. Ever since Lingqi took control of the celestial demon Holy Land, this routine check has become part of people's daily lives. In simple terms, the Holy Soul Palace helped him seize power, and he had to help the Holy Soul Palace find special bloodlines. However, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Once the entire Holy Land is corrupted, even the city lords of various cities begin to act recklessly, shamelessly using routine checks to deprive people of their meager wealth. Clearly, the laws of the Holy Land state, each check only requires a drop of blood. Yet when it arrived locally, it changed to a whole pot. Isn't this asking for lives? Sir, please make an exception just this once. I have an 80-year-old mother and a child who is just learning to speak. Right now, my wife and I are working 3 jobs each month, and we can't bear this pressure. I truly cannot spare any extra spirit stones. If you keep pushing me like this, we'll have to hang ourselves as a family of 5. A gaunt man, covered in scars, knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. The city lord sat at the table, full of disdain, then turned into a helpless expression. Tyrone, you're really putting me in a difficult position. Do you know that those people from the Holy Soul Palace kill without blinking? As the city lord spoke, he deliberately glanced at the Holy Soul Palace envoy lying nearby on a swing, eyes closed in deep sleep. The man felt a chill and his voice weakened. I know, but I try my best. I only sleep for 1 hour a day. What? You can still sleep for an hour? The city lord was shocked and approached him, grabbing his ear. Do you know that your neighbor, Old Wong, Doesn't he even get to sleep for an incense stick's worth of time each day before he has to go out of work? How can you be so big-hearted? Wanting to sleep for a full hour? Everyone listen, listen, and you still blame him for being poor? Chapter 46. First, destroy the Holy Soul Palace. Faced with the city lord's questioning, the crowd hurriedly lowered their heads, afraid to speak. However, the man named Tyrone was extremely anxious. Sir Old Wong, he died last night. City Lord, what, he died? Tyrone trembled. Yes, he worked himself to death in the mine. The city lord shook his head in disappointment. Sigh, such a good person, just like that. Don't you think those of you who survived should work a bit harder? Better to live poorly than to die well, understand? The city lord was not ignorant of the suffering of the people. He simply looked down on it. However, this speech was undoubtedly pouring salt on the wounds of these people, making the already desperate individuals even more disheartened. If this continues, the entire city will die. A 70-year-old man finally couldn't bear it anymore and heavily struck the ground with his cane. The sleeping Holy Soul Palace envoy was finally awakened, angrily standing up. Who? A furious shout startled the people into kneeling hurriedly. The old man knelt faster than anyone else. The envoy was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Who was yelling just now? Speak, or I'll kill you all. As soon as these words came out, everyone distanced themselves from the old man and pointed at him. The old man instantly became the target of everyone's scorn, and tears streamed down his face. You all. For everyone's weakness, the old man could understand. After all, in the Holy Land, the citizens' resistance was utterly meaningless. They would be ruthlessly suppressed in an instant. Watching the Holy Soul Palace envoy about to draw his sword, the old man resignedly looked up. Celestial Fox ancestor. Where are you? Come back and take a look at your people. The Celestial Fox old lady had long returned to stars. Since you are so loyal to her, today I will send you to accompany her. The Holy Soul Palace envoy swung his sword down. The people in the hall hurriedly turned their heads or covered their eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. Following that, the city lord's voice of shock echoed. The old man waited for a long time without feeling any pain, and when he tried to open his eyes, he was astonished to see that the envoy of the Holy Soul Palace had fallen to the ground. What? Who are you? The city lord panicked and hid behind a group of guards. Faced with the sudden appearance of 4 people, the guards were somewhat afraid, each one on edge, not daring to step forward. The crowd gradually opened their eyes, realizing that 4 individuals had actually appeared and saved the elderly man. The death of the messenger from the Holy Soul Palace, without a doubt, was the most terrifying thing for them. Ji-Wanning never expected that, in just 3 years, the heavenly demon sacred land would turn into what it was now. Seeing the people in such misery, her enchanting face instantly twisted in rage. You, such a person, actually dare to be the lord of a city. Ji-Wanning gritted her teeth and walked step by step toward the city lord. Her fingertips were already starting to extend crazily. Seeing this, the city lord hurriedly shouted, Stop! Do you know you've gotten yourself into big trouble? The one you just killed was a messenger from the Holy Soul Palace. The Holy Soul Palace was merely an external force. When could they act wantonly in my sacred land? Ji-Wanning took a violent step forward, instantly knocking away the group of guards and grabbing the city lord by the neck, lifting him up. The city lord, with his feet off the ground, tried to struggle but found it futile. After realizing the extraordinary strength of the woman in front of him, he immediately changed his tone. No, noble lady, spare me. What I meant to say is that the messenger from the Holy Soul Palace, he deserved to die. You did well to kill him. Scum. Truly a disgrace to our heavenly demon sacred land. Ji-Wanning snapped his neck with a crack. Then, like throwing away trash, she tossed him out through the front gate. The terrified citizens outside scrambled to hide in the flower beds, clearly at a loss in the face of such a scene. Seeing them all so haggard, Ji-Wanning felt a pang in her heart and stepped forward to offer comfort. Don't be afraid. I am Ji-Wanning. Ji-Wanning, the saintess has returned. The crowd changed their expressions in shock upon hearing this. Ji-Wanning clenched her fists and said earnestly, Please, everyone, remain calm. Once we destroy the Holy Soul Palace and Yinlingqi, our heavenly demon's sacred land will return to peace. Good. A little girl couldn't help but clap her hands, but was quickly covered by her mother's hand and pulled back. The return of the Saintess seemed to bring them no hope. Instead, a sense of panic, akin to a fire burning close, rapidly spread among the crowd. Watching their extremely anxious expressions, as if avoiding a plague, Ji Wanning felt deep pain. Please believe me. I have returned this time to settle the score with them. Ji Wanning, no need to say more, Chen Daoxian called out to her at this moment. The people's hearts were not as strong and united as she imagined. In absolute adversity, most people just wanted to survive, no matter the means. As long as they could live, it was better than dying. Ji Wanning lowered her gaze, disheartened. In Hongyu patted her head with a wry smile. As the supreme leader of the heavenly demon sacred land, she naturally was not surprised, turning to Chen Daoxian and respectfully clasping her fists. Young Master Chen, should we go after Yinlingqi first, or the Holy Soul Palace? The Holy Soul Palace, Chen Daoxian answered decisively. Yinlingqi, having gained significant power in the sacred land, would definitely not give it up easily. But the Holy Soul Palace was different. If they attacked Yinlingqi, it would alert the snakes and leave the Holy Soul Palace empty, which would result in great losses. Chen Daoxian firmly believed that breaking the Holy Soul Palace would yield great rewards. All right, then let's first eradicate the Holy Soul Palace. In Hongyu didn't mind. The strategic significance was the same regardless of which side they attacked first. Soon, the four left the place. In the courtyard, the frightened people began to speak up one after another. The Saintess has actually returned. This is a great opportunity. If we report this matter to the Elder Fox, maybe we won't have to offer blood anymore. That's reasonable. But the Saintess is our only hope. Is it really good to betray her like this? Are you stupid? Anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't be as naive as you. Even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Fox isn't a match for Yinlingqi. Do you think Ji Wanning can do anything by coming back? Is it good to betray her? Let me tell you, if we don't betray her, what's waiting for us next will be the slaughter of the entire city. Come on, don't mind the fool. If he won't go, we will. The crowd mobilized one after another, surging like a tide toward the city outskirts. In no time, before a towering ancient palace, a pitch-black rift suddenly tore open in the void. Chen Daoxian and the three stepped out from the spatial crack one after another. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of them, Chen Daoxian squinted his eyes and smiled. Let's begin. Ji Wanning nodded heavily and stepped forward, hands clenched tightly, shouting angrily, Holy Soul Palace, you scoundrels, come out and die. As she yelled, her overwhelming aura of the 9-star Xian Emperor realm swept across the heavens and the earth, and 3 snow-white foxtails suddenly burst out from beneath her skirt. Chapter 47. One person's dimensional strike against the sacred land forces the towering ancient palace was instantly enveloped by the peak aura of the Xian Emperor realm. Many figures meditating in the holy altar suddenly opened their eyes. This aura? These people were all from the Holy Soul Palace's heavenly sovereigns. Upon sensing this familiar aura, several of them instantly flew out of the palace and into the sky. Ji Wanning, it really is you. The leading man, with long silver hair and a youthful appearance, flashed a hint of madness in his otherwise calm and eerie eyes upon seeing Ji Wanning. The last time they had besieged Ji Wanning, she had managed to escape. Later, hearing that she had fled to the Azura Empire, they were even more filled with hatred, but due to the existence of the Chen clan, they did not dare to easily set foot there, having to suppress their unwillingness deep down. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, she had actually returned, delivering herself right to their door. 1, 2, 3, 4, only 4 have come? Chen Daoxian asked indifferently. Beside him, In Hongyu spoke sharply. Yes, these 4 are the 3rd heavenly sovereign, Soul Tianjin, the 4th heavenly sovereign, Soul Tianming, the 5th heavenly sovereign, Soul Tianan, and the 6th heavenly sovereign, Soul Tianyu. Chen Daoxian shook his head helplessly. A group of insignificant fish dares to be so arrogant, calling themselves heavenly sovereigns. It seems the people of the Holy Soul Palace are quite inflated. Kid, what are you saying? The hot-tempered Soul Tianan shouted furiously. His voice stirred up a violent storm. The Holy Soul Palace was based here, and no one had ever dared to come here to act recklessly. At this moment, many disciples and elders of the Holy Soul Palace rushed out of the palace. Seeing the 4 intruders in the sky, everyone wore expressions of disdain. In this world, There are not many who could call us insignificant fish. Young man, state your origins. The usually gentle and elegant soul, Tianming, stepped out from among the four, his eerie cold eyes scanning Chen Daoxuan up and down. Not finding anything particularly unusual about him, he instead focused on the proud woman with her arms crossed behind him, sensing an invisible pressure reminiscent of the palace master, which he found somewhat absurd. It's unlikely. Facing Soul Tianming's inquiry, Chen Daoxuan gathered spiritual light, sword intent at his fingertips, and then stepped forward toward the four of them. With an arrogant posture, looking down on everything, he said, "My origins are too great. It's better for you not to know." Chen Daoxuan enjoyed the thrill of battle, which was why he hadn't let his fifth sister act directly. Otherwise, with just a flick of her finger, she could easily crush these four little fish. Origins too great? Soul Tianming's first reaction upon hearing this was not the arrogance he had shown when dealing with Soul Tianqi in the Tianxin continent. Instead, his expression became somewhat grave. After all, this was the upper realm. A young man who could come to the sacred land so forcefully, even if he wasn't from one of the three great imperial clans, probably came from one of the other 6 sacred lands. Soul Tianming pondered whether he should consider this young man an enemy. Beside him, Hun Tianin couldn't help but exclaim, "Fourth brother, why waste words with this kid? Watch me twist off his head. And let that stinky fox, Ji Wanning, see clearly that he didn't just pick up some wild man who has the ability to back her up." Bang! As he crushed the void beneath his feet, Hun Tianan's figure shot towards Chen Daoxuan. Fifth brother. Hun Tianming raised his hand to stop him, but it was too late. At a distance of 100 zhong, with Hun Tianan's speed, he arrived in the blink of an eye. His palm, wrapped in a black gust of wind, tore through the void and struck directly at Chen Daoxuan's chest. Just as Ji Wanning's face turned pale, Chen Daoxuan used his finger as a sword, making no defensive moves, and simply swept upwards. In the trembling gazes of everyone, Hun Tianan's body was cleaved in half, erupting into a large cloud of blood mist that scattered downwards. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. The 3 heavenly sovereigns of the Holy Soul Hall were simultaneously shocked. The elders and disciples of the Holy Soul Hall below were so frightened that they fled into the hall. A heavenly sovereign powerhouse was just killed like this? Ji Wanning stared blankly at Chen Daoxuan's back, finding it hard to imagine that he could be this formidable, including Yin Hongyu. She finally understood that Chen Xiao had not taken their earlier battle seriously at all. Chen Daoxuan spoke leisurely, raising his gaze calmly. His imposing presence, without anger, instantly caused the 3 to break out in cold sweat. Don't be careless. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Funeral soul. Boom, boom, boom. 3 auras of the Xian sovereign erupted simultaneously, shaking the entire world. 3-star Xian sovereign, 6-star Xian sovereign, 8-star Xian sovereign. Chen Daoxuan looked at the 3 as they simultaneously summoned the funeral soul blade and shook his head in disappointment. Then, a majestic spiritual pressure erupted from within him, firmly suppressing the auras of the 3. Peak 9-star Xian sovereign. Hiss! The 3 heavenly sovereigns were simultaneously astonished. This kid, with such a young and tender appearance, how could he possess the terrifying cultivation of a peak 9-star Xian sovereign? At this moment, they had realized the severity of the problem. Perhaps what he said was true. His background was indeed significant. Fourth brother, what should we do now? Hun Tiangen's gaze was fixed on Chen Daoxuan, showing considerable apprehension as he leaned close to Hun Tianming and asked quietly, "The Hall Master and the eldest brother have just left, and now this little monster comes killing. It seems he is well prepared. That little fox really has some means. Actually able to find such a character." Hun Tianming nodded. "No matter what, we need to hold out until the Hall Master returns. The problem is, how do we deal with Yin Hongyu, a 9-star Xian sovereign kid, plus an 8-star Xian sovereign like Yin Hongyu, if the 2 join forces? The 3 of them would be no match at all." After thinking it over, Hun Tianming could only make a decision. We can't block him. The only way now is to elevate our auras to the extreme and use that to send a signal to the Hall Master. All right, I'll listen to you. Hun Tianjin clenched his fist tightly. With an angry shout, a surging aura instantly surged forth, breaking through the sky. Seeing this, the other 2 also unleashed their auras. The three of them's auras turned golden, piercing through the clouds and rushing towards the distant starry river. In Hongyu's pretty face changed dramatically. Quickly stopped them. They are sending information to In Lingqi. No need. Chen Junran pressed down on her shoulder, offering comfort. The heavenly demon Holy Land is composed of dozens of continents. The Tianyao Fox clan, under In Lingqi's command, is separated by a vast starry sky, extremely far away. For a Xian sovereign powerhouse to transmit their aura, it takes time. During this time, I believe Xiao Lu can clear the Holy Soul Hall and have plenty of time to find the answers he seeks. Moreover, even if In Lingqi comes, she is still here. Xiao Lu, go ahead. Chen Junran said softly. Chen Daoxuan stepped forward. Puffed. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't see clearly, he merely used 2 fingers to cut Han Tianyu in half. Sixth brother. No. Chapter 48. Before the imperial clan, all ants of the Holy Land kneel down. Blood sprayed all over Han Tianjin and Han Tianming. The two didn't have time to grieve and immediately swung the funeral soul blade towards Chen Daoxuan fiercely. However, what was cut was just a phantom left by Chen Daoxuan. His true body had lightning-fast returned in the void. Puffed, puffed, in the incredulous gazes of all. The 2 arms holding the funeral soul blade were severed. Han Tianjin and Han Tianming simultaneously covered their severed arms and retreated rapidly. As Xian sovereign powerhouses, they couldn't even see Chen Daoxuan's movements just now. How could this happen? Han Tiangen's face twitched in pain. Meanwhile, Han Tianming's expression was extremely grave. With their cultivation levels not far apart, this terrifying speed could only mean one thing. Ji Wanning had already taught him the butterfly immortal step. Blood dyed half of Han Tianming's body red. Compared to the hysterical Han Tianjin, Han Tianming was still able to remain calm. His cold gaze pierced through Ji Wanning as he said, "Back then in the Songlong imperial realm, you and that old fox Ji Su refused a hand over the butterfly immortal step. Now you choose to give it to an outsider. Don't you fear the wrath of the Dragon Clan?" Han Tianjin suddenly realized. "Fourth brother, you mean that kid just now used the butterfly immortal step?" "That's right." Ji Wanning gritted her teeth. "I did give it to Chen Xiao, so what? Don't use the Songlong imperial realm to pressure me. I'm not afraid of them now." Han Tianming seemed to hear the greatest joke. You're too naive. You have no idea how powerful and domineering an imperial clan is." Ji Wanning was unconcerned, curling her lip. "The naive one is you. You only know that there is the Songlong imperial clan in the world. But have you ever thought that perhaps the one standing in front of you also comes from another imperial clan? What are you saying?" Han Tianming shivered unexpectedly. Other imperial clans? Seeing Ji Wanning and In Hongyu's gloating expressions, Han Tianming suddenly felt a chill behind him. The imperial clan. They went to the Shura imperial realm earlier. Could it be that? Han Tianming tightly gripped the severed arm, crumpling his blood-stained robe. His trembling gaze fixed on Chen Daoxuan. As he spoke, his voice trembled. You can't be. He is the son of the Shura imperial clan. Chen Xiao." Before Chen Daoxuan could speak, Ji Wanning preemptively revealed Chen Daoxuan's true identity. In an instant, like a divine punishment descending, countless people in the Holy Soul Hall collapsed to the ground. The Shura imperial clan, the son, he comes from an imperial clan, and moreover, he is the son of an imperial clan. No, this is impossible. You are just a little fox. Even if you have some beauty, you can't possibly attract the son of an imperial clan to stand up for you. Han Tianming couldn't comprehend. He couldn't believe it. Hearing this, In Hongyu took over the conversation. "But don't forget, you just said that even the Songlong imperial realm has long wanted our Tianyao Fox clan's butterfly immortal step, right? The butterfly immortal step, as a relic of an ancient emperor, can attract the attention of the Songlong imperial clan. Can it attract the Shura imperial clan? Moreover, the Songlong imperial clan is so disgusting, clearly wanting it, but not wanting the world to say they oppress their vassal forces. They secretly cultivate In Lingqi to disrupt the Fox clan. In contrast, look at the Zhuke Holy Land, the Xuanwu Holy Land, the Xianyuan Holy Land. Look at how these 3 holy lands allied with the Shura imperial clan. Throughout the ages, how did the Shura emperor treat them? Not only did he not despise them, But he also allowed the talents within his clan to widely intermarry with the three Holy Lands. This is the grandeur of the Shura Emperor. Why do all the Holy Land forces take pride in submitting to the Azura Imperial clan? Yvunyink Hontianmink. I'm not afraid to tell you that I plan to lead the Fox clan to ally with the Azura Imperial clan. If you have the ability, try to stop me. With the Azura Imperial clan's godson backing her, what does she have to fear? They're all vassals. Look at the Holy Soul Hall. In the eyes of the experts from the Dragon Domain, they probably don't even count as a grain of sand, right? G1ing publicly reveals Chen Daoxuan's identity just to make those from the Holy Soul Hall despair. But Chen Daoxuan doesn't like this approach at all. With a disgusted glance at the proud little fox who seems a bit too pleased with herself, Chen Daoxuan's expression turns cold. Do you think you're very clever? Huh? As soon as he speaks, the heavens and earth tremble. G1ing turns back in shock, and upon seeing Chen Xiao's cold gaze, she quickly kneels in the void. No, I just wanted them to recognize your identity. Chen Daoxuan narrows his eyes. G1ing, are you teaching me how to do things? G1ing lowers her head dejectedly. No, I know I was wrong. The way to govern subordinates lies in both grace and power, not just pampering. Only then does Chen Daoxuan retract the killing intent in his eyes and says indifferently, remember this in the future. Don't play those tricks in front of me. I don't like it. Yes. G1ing and In Hongyu both lower their heads. It seems he really is the Azura godson. Han Tianming gapes, his eyes wide with shock. It's over. The sky has fallen. Han Tianming and Han Tianjin dare not harbor any resentment towards Chen Daoxuan. Their eyes filled only with fear and despair. All thanks to G1ing. Chen Daoxuan finds it dull and turns his indifferent gaze towards Han Tianming. You're a smart person. Tell me, why has your Holy Soul Hall been collecting souls with special bloodlines? What is the purpose? He actually came for this. Hearing this, the fear in Han Tianming's eyes intensifies. It seems even stronger than when he learned the other party was a member of the Imperial clan. Han Tianming's lips tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. You might as well just kill me. Chen Daoxuan. Strange. He'd rather die than speak. But this guy doesn't seem like the kind who would be so loyal to anyone. Could this secret involve an even greater cause? Chen Daoxuan grows more curious. If you tell me, I'll let you live. How about that? Chen Xiao. G1ing looks over in shock. Now she understands that everything Chen Xiao said before was true. He was merely helping her out of convenience. In fact, what he values more is still his own interests. As the godson of the Imperial clan, Chen Daoxuan seems to have the power of life and death over anyone. That is the might of the Imperial clan. However, even though he has now offered the two a chance at mercy, Han Tianming and Han Tianjin still can't stop trembling. This only heightens Chen Daoxuan's curiosity. If you don't speak, I'll investigate myself. I believe someone will eventually reveal it. No. Han Tianming shakes his head in despair. Chen Xiao, please don't try to investigate this matter. It won't be good for your Azura Imperial clan. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Junran. Not good for the Imperial clan? In this universe, is there anything that dares to threaten the Imperial clan? Could it be related to the mysterious disappearance of the third sister 100 years ago? Chapter 49. The Guardian of the Underground Secret Chamber of the Holy Soul Hall. The second Heavenly Sovereign. Han Tianming, at a critical moment, actually dares to threaten Chen Daoxuan, the godson of the Imperial clan. Is it just bluster? Or is there a deeper meaning? Chen Daoxuan furrows his brow, thinking that if this is true, a mysterious force capable of threatening the Imperial clan would likely have a significant connection to the disappearance of the third sister. Otherwise, given the terrifying talent of the third sister, who was said to be on the brink of reaching the Emperor realm at that time, how could she have disappeared without a trace? It seems this Han Tianming is quite clever. He knows what to say to keep himself alive. In contrast, the other one, Han Tianjin, stares wide-eyed like a bronze bell, clearly just a fool. Chen Daoxuan slowly nods and casually draws a sword to swiftly cut Han Tianjin's throat. There's no hesitation in his actions. He then walks past Han Tianming and says lightly, "Stay here and don't make any foolish attempts." Han Tianming, still shaken, looks at Chen Junran. "Don't worry, I want to escape." He can tell that the girl has strength, might even surpass that of Chen Xiao. If he wants to run under her watch, he fears he will end up like his third brother, watching his third brother's corpse fall to the ground. Han Tianming lets out a long sigh. Now, he can only take a gamble. Fifth sister, let us go inside and take a look. At this moment, Chen Daoxian suddenly turns around and says, "All right." Chen Junran clasps her hands behind her back and walks over. Seeing this, Han Tianming is completely shocked. So that girl is actually the fifth miss of the Azura Imperial clan, Chen Junran. No wonder the invisible pressure she exudes is so similar to that of the Hall Master. The godson and goddess have both descended upon the heavenly demon holy land. What a grand spectacle! Han Tianming's expression is blank. He stands there in the void, unmoving, his face showing no obvious change in emotion. He clearly looks like a cunning individual. Watching the Chen siblings enter the main hall of the Holy Soul Hall, Ji Wuning and Yin Hongyu both fix their vigilant gazes firmly on Han Tianming. Inside the hall, there is a deathly silence. The people of the Holy Soul Hall stand trembling on either side, faced with the Chen siblings. They not only dare not obstruct them, but even compete to guide them when asked for directions. The name of the Imperial clan is indeed powerful. As long as these two words are mentioned, many times it instills more fear than personal strength. Unless one day, Chen Daoxian truly becomes a powerful emperor, he can only rely on his own strength to look down on the world. An elder from the Holy Soul Hall, hunched over with a fawning smile, follows in front of Chen Daoxian, leading the way and saying, "Hall Master, that beast Han Tian Wu has been forcing us to capture people with special bloodlines over the years and then imprison them in the underground palace. Personally overseen by the second heavenly sovereign Han Tian, though I'm not quite sure what it's like inside. However, Chen Xiao, that Han Tian Du is also a 9-star profound sovereign like you, so please be careful." Hearing the elder's warning, Chen Daoxian smiles slightly. "What is your name?" "Elder, my name is Han Tian Qianshang, but from today on, I'll change my surname. I'll be called..." Chen Junran frowns upon hearing this. "And Tianshang?" "Elder, yes." Turning back is the shore. Chen Daoxian, Chen Junran. The three of them descend the spiral staircase, going deeper and deeper, and the temperature grows colder, the eerie, terrifying aura gradually becoming clearer. This path seems to lead to the underworld. With every step, it feels exceedingly heavy. When the dim spiral staircase reaches its end, a cell forged from black iron, exuding a terrifying, suffocating sense, suddenly appears in the line of sight of Chen Daoxian and Chen Junran. This prison door is very strange. Airtight, the bizarre patterns carved on it are completely incomprehensible to the siblings. It depicts a cross-shaped wooden frame with a naked man bound to it, surrounded by various things resembling shackles. Although the man is nailed to the cross, his gaze is incredibly clear and calm, as if he can see through everything in the world. What is this? Chen Daoxian is quite puzzled, having never seen such patterns before. The elder scratches his head at this. "I'm not too sure either. When this place was established, it was said to be done with a wave of a hand by a mysterious powerhouse, without any human effort involved. The reason why that mysterious expert painted such patterns has become an unsolved mystery." Hearing the old man's words, Chen Daoxian and Chen Junran exchange glances. It seems that the mysterious powerhouse should be from the secret force behind the Sacred Soul Temple. The more mysterious something is, the more interested Chen Daoxian becomes. "Open the door." The old man was taken aback and awkwardly waved his hand. "Young Master Chen, only Soul Wusheng and the Soul Tiandu inside have the key to this door. Then let's break it open." Chen Junran suddenly drew her sword and swept it across the dark iron door. Sparks flew, but the iron door showed no signs of damage. "What?" Chen Junran's face turned pale. Chen Daoxian was also greatly surprised. His fifth sister was a 2-star Xiansheng and could not break this door. Just as Chen Daoxian was shocked, the second Tianzuan inside seemed to have heard the noise from that sword. With a creak, the door was pushed open. In an instant, Chen Daoxian and Chen Junran slipped behind the door. Soul Tiandu only saw Soul Qianshang standing there, looking dazed like a quail. He frowned. "Qianshang, how did you get here?" Soul Qianshang was somewhat flustered and awkwardly said, A few uninvited guests have come outside. Uninvited guests. Sol Tiandu was puzzled. What kind of uninvited guests? Sol Qianshang stiffly raised his hand and pointed behind him. Look behind you. Sol Tiandu. Before he could turn around, a strong arm tightly wrapped around his neck from behind. In a struggle, Sol Tiandu and Chen Daoxuan unleashed their 9-star Xianzun's spiritual pressure simultaneously. However, even so, Sol Tiandu could not break free. As his eyes gradually turned bloodshot and his face became ashen, his vicious gaze fixed on Sol Qianshang. His legs kicked wildly as if wanting to kick this traitor to death. Sol Qianshang was so scared that he shivered and hurriedly turned away. Let go of me. Sol Tiandu exerted strength to grip Chen Daoxuan's arm. Seeing his struggles growing weaker, Chen Daoxuan smiled. That's right, relax. It's normal to feel a bit dizzy at first. Yes, just like that, take a deep breath. It's also normal to feel a bit suffocated at first. Gradually, Sol Tiandu finally stopped moving. The dignified second Tianzuan of the Sacred Soul Temple, a peak Xianzun powerhouse, was actually strangled to death by Chen Daoxuan. This scene made Sol Qianshang feel a chill down his spine, and he immediately knelt on the ground. The secrets of our Sacred Soul Temple should be hidden inside. Young Master Chen, please come in. Chapter 50. It's over. The situation has completely reversed. Chen Daoxuan brought Fifth Sister to the underground secret chamber of the Sacred Soul Temple. The scene before them made both of their faces turn grim. This was a spacious, circular secret chamber, with almost nothing except the surrounding Xian iron walls. Notably, the ground was also engraved with strange patterns, a starry sky. In the starry sky, there were various rare and exotic beasts. In the central area, there was a woman with her chest and back exposed, growing 6 enormous white wings. Dressed strangely, revealing her snow-white long legs, praying with her eyes closed, seemingly making a wish. Such an image, a characteristic of a powerful being or a faith, was something Chen Junran had never seen before in her life. Moreover, those rare and exotic beasts were all unknown species. No wonder her brother had been so concerned about the Sacred Soul Temple. Coming here, she finally understood that this Sacred Soul Temple was indeed a bit unusual. Xiao Lu, have you noticed anything abnormal? Chen Junran suddenly asked. Chen Daoxuan, hearing this, focused his gaze around, eventually landing on the 6-winged woman on the ground. It seems there is a formation here. Exactly, Chen Junran replied sharply. And it appears to be a teleportation array. Teleportation array? Teleporting where? To that mysterious force. Chen Daoxuan's face gradually grew serious. Chen Junran retracted her playful demeanor, becoming equally solemn and serious. If it really teleports over there, then, given my cultivation level, I might not be able to handle it. To this, Chen Daoxuan did not deny. If that mysterious force was the culprit behind the disappearance of Third Sister, then to forcefully break in, at least their father would have to be called in. Go call father over. Chen Daoxuan immediately made a decisive judgment. Chen Junran was taken aback. You want father to come in person? Chen Daoxuan, yes. This is the safest way. Otherwise, if we startle the snake and the other party relocates, it will be extremely difficult to find them again. Chen Daoxuan chose this method to find Third Sister for the sake of safety. However, after all, their father was one of the 3 great emperors of the current era. The thought of alarming father was something Chen Junran had never considered. She thought about just calling Uncle Gio over directly or going to the Xuanwu sacred land nearby to ask Fourth Sister for help, and that would settle things here. Now seeing Xiao Lu insist on having father come, Chen Junran had no choice. All right, then you go find father, and I'll stay here to keep an eye on this place. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. No, you go, I'll stay. No way, it's too dangerous here. Chen Daoxuan, it's precisely because it's dangerous that I need to stay. I have the God-traveling butterfly immortal step, and I can escape at a critical moment. No. Chen Junran pressed Chen Daoxuan's shoulders, her pretty face filled with anger, not allowing him to say more. You are the divine son of our Chen clan, bearing the mission of inheriting Father's position as the realm master. No matter what happens, you cannot be in danger. Moreover, she raised her hand to caress Chen Daoxuan's face, her eyes full of affection. I only have you as a younger brother. Fifth sister, Chen Daoxuan, fell silent. Fifth sister had only come to know him after he returned, yet she was willing to take the danger upon herself at this critical moment. Is this what people say about blood being thicker than water? Chen Daoxuan finally felt what it meant to have blood ties. At this moment, he seemed to fear nothing, as if life had suddenly gained a new goal. He forcefully pressed Fifth Sister's head against his chest, and then, under her trembling, beautiful eyes, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered a sentence. Chen Junran held her brother's shoulders, her red lips parted, unable to come back to her senses for a long while. Are you serious? Chen Daoxuan, yes. Follow my plan. This is our best opportunity to find third sister. We cannot miss it. Chen Daoxuan, just back in the upper realm, displayed terrifying strength, remarkable temperament, decisive actions, and extraordinary wisdom. Their eyes met, and Chen Junran became increasingly convinced that this little Lu would definitely be more terrifying than third sister and would surely lead the Chen imperial clan to unprecedented glory. All right, then you be careful. I'll be back soon. Chen Junran no longer hesitated, waved her hand to tear through the void, and disappeared into the spatial fissure. When the space healed, the secret chamber was left with only Chen Daoxuan, looking down at the strange, six-winged woman on the ground. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but stroke his chin. Such strange clothing, different from the Tianxian continent, and also different from the Sure Emperor realm. Moreover, this woman's appearance seems to be quite different from everyone else's. It's hard to describe, it's just very strange. Outside, In Hongyu and Ji Wuning stood 100 meters apart, staring intently at Sol Tianming, not daring to be careless. However, ever since Chen Daoxuan and his sister entered the main hall of the Sacred Soul Temple, Sol Tianming had been standing there silently, occasionally looking up at the sky, acting strangely. In the main hall, people were terrified. Those who usually commanded the winds and rains in the heavenly demon sacred land were now being suppressed by a divine son of the imperial clan. Not only did he slay 3 Tianzuan powerhouses in a row, but he also entered the main hall, not knowing what he was doing. It was too much of a bully. But after all, he was from an imperial clan. Even if they do something outrageous, they still wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. Of course, this is still under the condition that they are unaware of the fact that the respected one has already died outside the dungeon the next day, displaying panic, weakness, helplessness, and pity. Finally, it has arrived. Suddenly, the usually silent Han Tianming raised the corners of his mouth. What has arrived? Ji Wuning couldn't understand. But at this moment, In Hongyu sensed something bad and quickly tried to take Ji Wuning away from this place. However, she was blocked by Han Tianming, who had flashed over. Bang! The two palms collided. In Hongyu only took half a step back. In contrast, Han Tianming, who was knocked back, had already prepared for it, and with the rebound, he wrapped his arm around Ji Wuning's slender waist, while the other hand swiftly struck her neck. Ji Wuning hadn't even reacted to what was happening before she fainted and fell into Han Tianming's arms. Han Tianming, what are you doing? Are you not afraid that Qin Shao will come out in rage? In Hongyu threatened through gritted teeth, but Han Tianming smiled. He casually threw Ji Wuning over his shoulder. Commander In, think carefully. That Qin Shao killed 3 of my brothers without a word. Such a cruel person. Do you think he will let me go? In Hongyu was stunned. So, Han Tianming never intended to surrender from the beginning. He was waiting for. Boom! Just as In Hongyu looked up, 3 extremely terrifying auras suddenly rippled from the starry sky. Dozens of continents around trembled under the cover of these 3 auras. Half-Saint, 2-star Profound Saint, 5-star Profound Saint. These 3 auras corresponded to, In Hongyu exclaimed. The first respected one, Han Tianyang, the master of the Holy Soul Palace, Han Wuxing. The 7-tailed Holy Monarch, In Lingqi. Chapter 51. Han Wuxing's ruthless decision, In Lingqi. In Hongyu glared at the effeminate, extraordinary figure. Her eyes filled with killing intent, while also revealing endless wariness. In Lingqi, as the 7-tailed demon fox who overthrew the Fox clan. Young appearance, short red hair, red eyeshadow under his eyes, skin like lips like red ribbons. An aura of malevolence permeated his entire being. It could be said that he interpreted the evil of the demon fox to the fullest, seeing a former subordinate, now a traitor, so close. Lingqi's smile deepened. My great commander, you're doing well. As he spoke, he extended his hand to lick his long red nails. It seemed that his murderous intent was about to burst forth. However, he did not rush to act. Instead, he let Han Tianming narrate the events that had happened here truthfully. What did you say? The Shura imperial clan's divine son, Chen Daoxuan, and the goddess, Chen Junran? Upon hearing the last part, Lingqi couldn't help but be shocked. Han Tianming nodded in frustration. The divine son and goddess of the imperial clan actually came. This made Lingqi, who was originally rebellious, instantly darken his expression. Meanwhile, Han Wuxing and Han Tianyang also had serious expressions. As powerful beings in the Holy Land, the only force they could be wary of in the 9 heavens and 10 earths was the imperial clan. Now, the people of the Shura imperial clan, disregarding the agreements between the 2 major imperial clans, openly ran into the heavenly demon Holy Land, which was under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Emperor's domain, to go on a killing spree. Are they trying to incite a war among the imperial clans? If the 2 major imperial clans go to war, the consequences would be something the entire universe could not bear. After understanding everything, Lingqi's cold and wise expression became unpredictable. In contrast, Han Wuxing seemed to care little. He patted Lingqi's shoulder and sneered. A divine son and a divine daughter. How could they possibly be our opponents? Lingqi, but they have the imperial clan behind them. Han Wuxing squinted slightly and smiled. The imperial clan? Who knows? What? Lingqi's face changed color. Han Tianyang and Han Tianming stood behind the master of the palace, their expressions indifferent. No matter what decision the master of the palace made, the 2 would follow orders. After all, Han Wuxing could lead the entire Holy Soul Palace. Not only his strength, but also his vision and strategy deeply earned the admiration and submission of the 7 respected ones. In Han Tianming's moment of despair, what he was waiting for was precisely the return of this master of the Holy Soul Palace. Seeing Han Wuxing's cold and ruthless gaze, Lingqi instantly understood the meaning behind his words. It meant that as long as they killed Chen Daoxian and Chen Junran here and eliminated the witnesses, namely Hongyu and Ji Wuning, this place would become a mystery. A mystery similar to the disappearance of the 3rd young lady of the Chen imperial clan 100 years ago, evaporating without a trace. One thing leads to another, doesn't it? Confirming with a glance, Lingqi slowly nodded. Killing the divine son of the imperial clan is an extremely risky thing. But since things have come to this point, if they still hope that this divine son could spare them, then they are fools. Either way, it's death. It's better to fight for a chance. Lingqi contained his killing intent in his eyes. Suddenly, he revealed a gentle and brilliant smile and looked at Hongyu. Commander, there is something I truly don't understand. We are both demon foxes. If that's the case, why do you choose to turn against us and help those hypocritical guys from the Tianhu clan? Turn against us? Upon hearing this, Hongyu's phoenix eyes ignited with fire. Nonsense, Hongyu was merely a lowly little fox at the beginning. If it weren't for the Tianhu matriarch valuing my talent and diligently teaching and nurturing me, disregarding my demon fox identity, and fighting against public opinion to ensure my position as the commander, how could I have today? Lingqi's eyes turned cold. Do you know why she would let a demon fox command the army? The commander is a position of marshal, the most powerful existence under the Tianhu matriarch. The 2 stared at each other. Hongyu said solemnly, because she values me, trusts me, and wants to show all the clansmen that the Tianhu clan is willing to merge with our demon fox clan, sharing honor and disgrace together. Ha ha, what a good phrase. Sharing honor and disgrace together. Han Tianming seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Hongyu, are you really stupid or just pretending to be foolish? The Tianhu old lady is using you, making the entire demon fox clan easier for her to control. Lingqi spread his hands. See, what is this called? This is called the onlooker sees clearly while the player is confused. The one who should wake up is you. Lingqi, over these thousands of years, how the Tianhu matriarch has treated our demon fox clan, the entire clan knows. And you, colluding with Han Wuxing, causing our Tianyao fox clan to fall apart, suffering heavy casualties. You're the real, unforgivable sinner. In Hongyu's 5 fiery red fox tails suddenly emerged from behind her, and the overwhelming aura of the 8-star profound sovereign surged. Just as she was about to fight to the death, a large hand suddenly reached out from the void in front of her, directly striking her face. It was Han Tianyang. The speed was astonishing. At that moment, another figure appeared like a ghost, directly taking the blow to his chest. Bang! The palm wind rushed into Chen Daoxuan's body, collapsing a large area of the surrounding void. Facing Han Tianyang's almost dazed gaze, Chen Daoxian surprisingly suffered no injuries at all. Instead, he curiously stared at him. "Haven't you asked yet?" Chen Daoxian smiled and asked. "This?" Han Tianyang was taken aback. He quickly retreated, stabilizing his form, gazing in astonishment at the young man before him, who was completely unscathed under his full-strength strike. Feeling a sense of wonder, "This person is the Shura divine son, Chen Daoxian." Han Tianming's expression turned serious. Yin Lingqi and Han Wuxing nodded as well. The divine son of the imperial clan. The 4 gazes converged on Chen Daoxian, as if trying to see through him. Meanwhile, the rescued Yin Hongyu immediately stepped forward, introducing Yin Lingqi, Han Wuxing, and Han Tianyang to him in turn. "Are you the master of the Holy Soul Temple?" After Chen Daoxian finished speaking, his gaze bore down on Han Wuxing, and his tone revealed no concealment of his expectations. This left Han Wuxing somewhat puzzled. "What's going on?" Chen Daoxian wore a smile as if he had received a blessing from the heavens. "Tell me, why are you collecting the souls of those with special bloodlines? As long as you answer this question, I can consider granting you a chance to live." This was essentially a great favor from Chen Daoxian. He was eager to know what was behind the Holy Soul Temple. However, Han Wuxing was taken aback and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Hee. It seems you still don't understand the current situation." "Chen Daoxian, what situation?" Han Wuxing looked down from a height, indifferently scrutinizing him. "If I were to kill you here, do you think anyone would know what happened?" "TSK, killing to silence. Cleaning up the scene, right?" Chen Daoxian clapped his hands. "Good. As expected of the master of the Holy Soul Temple, being noticed by that mysterious force indeed shows your boldness. But there's one thing you've miscalculated. That is, you don't have the ability to kill me at all." Chapter 52. The terrifying pressure disturbing the galaxy can't kill you? Han Wuxing was not as fearful of the imperial clan as Yin Lingqi. Among the 4, only he remained unperturbed. He looked Chen Daoxian up and down, then glanced around, and calmly said, "Are you saying that because you possess the immortal body of the Shura imperial clan and also have the mad bloodline of the Rakshasa imperial clan, I cannot kill you? Or are you implying that your sister Chen Junran has a chance to escape this place?" He hadn't sensed Chen Junran's aura until now, so he guessed that the girl must be hiding in the shadows. Facing Han Wuxing's confident questioning, Chen Daoxian raised his right index finger and slightly shook it in front of him. With a smirk, "Neither." Han Wuxing, "Oh?" Chen Daoxuan's confident smile was no less than the other's, and his tone was also somewhat flippant. "I mean to say, you are simply not my opponent." Sigh. Yin Lingqi slapped his forehead. "Wuxing, it seems you are underestimated." Han Wuxing sighed helplessly. "Yes." "Tianyang, take him down." "Yes." As the first heavenly sovereign and a half-saint, Han Tianyang had long since surpassed Chen Daoxian in cultivation. However, he was still puzzled. Why did that palm just now hit the boy's chest solidly, but he was unscathed? Han Wuxing, cunning and shrewd, was also confused, which is why he let Han Tianyang take the lead to test Chen Daoxuan's depth. Seeing these old foxes huddled together, Chen Daoxian clasped his hands together, making a cracking sound. "Are you really sure you want to do a wheel battle, rather than have all 4 of you come at me together?" "Han Tianyang, what did you say?" Han Tianming, Han Wuxing, Yin Lingqi. The 4 of them froze simultaneously, as if petrified. So arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Yin Lingqi suddenly developed a significant murderous intent towards Chen Daoxian. He feared the imperial clan, but at the same time, like Han Wuxing, he was not a normal person. Just thinking about killing the imperial clan's prince here made his blood boil. As the chosen one to test Chen Daoxian, Han Tianyang stepped forward without hesitation. His overwhelming aura turned the heavens and earth upside down. A large crack extended outward toward the vast starry sky. "Half-saint, Even with the vast difference compared to the Xian sovereign, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes at this moment, it was just that. The two confronted each other across the air, one strong and one weak. The others were surveying their surroundings, always on guard against the potential attack of the Shura goddess. In Hongyu's expression was particularly grave. Ji-Wanning was still in their hands. At a critical moment, she might become a bargaining chip against Chen Xiao. This cannot be. Han Tianyang's cold gaze fixed on Chen Daoxian, observing his aura, couldn't help but mock. At the peak of the Xian sovereign, you could never defeat me. Rather than being killed by me in one move, it would be better for your sister to come out quickly. Chen Daoxian waved his hand. She is inside, investigating your underground teleportation array. Yin Lingqi, upon hearing this, showed a look of surprise. What underground teleportation array? The expressions of Han Wuxing and the other two instantly darkened. Chen Daoxian glanced at the seven-tailed Holy Lord Yin Lingqi. You still don't know? There's a teleportation array hidden underground in the Holy Soul Temple, painted with a woman in strange attire, with 6 wings on her back, praying for something. Yin Lingqi, I completely don't understand, but for some reason, he felt a growing interest. Han Tianyang, it seems Tiandu is in grave danger. Fourth brother, why don't you accompany the temple master to take a look first? With me and the Holy Lord here, this kid won't be able to stir up much trouble. A half-saint, plus a 5-star Xian saint. If they can't deal with a peak Xian sovereign kid, then they might as well not be in the game. However, Han Wuxing did not speak, but instead stared intently at the main hall with a serious expression. Quiet. Exceptionally quiet. Too quiet to be normal. Han Tianming also sensed something strange. Logically speaking, if his sister were truly investigating something there, he shouldn't have mentioned it at this time. Han Tianyang looked confused. Fourth brother, are you saying he is deliberately luring you in? Han Tianming, exactly. The Rakshasa Imperial Clan's experts are best at using various strange formations. Don't forget that Qin Junran is also the daughter of the Rakshasa Great Emperor. What Han Tianming wanted to say was exactly what Han Wuxing was worried about. The more Chen Daoxian said this, the less they would dare to take risks and enter. Instead, it was playing right into his hands. Chen Daoxian felt delighted in his heart, confirming that the teleportation array would not be destroyed and had no more worries. His figure flashed and directly appeared in the sky, looking down at the 4 people. His smile gradually faded, and, at the same time, he pointed his finger to the sky. That was the Shura Imperial Clan's throat-sealing sword technique. Yin Lingqi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. For the strongest sword technique in this primal universe, even with his terrifying cultivation of 5-star Xian Saint, he had to treat it with caution. The throat-sealing sword technique. One sword seals the throat, no one is spared. Han Tianyang's legs trembled, unable to believe. Impossible. The throat-sealing sword technique is the strongest sword move in the world. He could not have mastered it at his age. Chen Daoxuan's cold eyes glared, and he smiled slightly. Indeed, this is not the throat-sealing sword technique. But as his voice fell, a massive azure sword formation, towering tens of thousands of feet, rose from the void. The massive array radiance illuminated the heavens and earth with azure clouds swirling. The terrifying sword intent surged madly from the array upwards, as if it were going to completely evaporate the skies. Man, sword, and array in unity. The 4 were once again taken aback, even if this was not the throat-sealing sword technique. For a person of such young age to master such profound moves was enough to make the other 2 Imperial Clan's prodigies feel ashamed. This kid is likely to defy the heavens. Han Wuxing finally realized that Chen Daoxuan's existence would become a potential threat to his master behind him. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Why are you still not making a move? What are you waiting for?" Han Tianyang gritted his teeth, understanding that he could not let this kid successfully execute this move, and immediately turned into a streak of light, rushing towards the heavens. Facing this half-saint realm powerhouse flying at full speed, with overwhelming momentum and boundless killing intent, Chen Daoxian unusually smiled and was amiable. He had no intention of accumulating power at all. He directly slashed down with his finger. The first style of the myriad phenomena. Heaven's judgment. Myriad phenomena? The myriad phenomena of the Shura, Great Emperor. Upon hearing this terrifying title that could make any powerful being tremble, the four suddenly trembled and looked up in shock. It turned out that the huge sword formation was merely an illusion. When the array radiance shattered, the heavens were directly split open by some mysterious force, revealing the endless vast starry sky. All the stars flickered repeatedly under the pull of this supreme power. A terrifying pressure sweeping across the universe instantly caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths, countless supreme beings, to change their expressions in horror. Chapter 53, The All-Encompassing, Heavenly Judgment. It was as if the sound of the great Tao exploding echoed through the depths of the universe, sending ripples soaring. In the cold, dark universe, a massive, mysterious celestial body resembling a black hole loomed, like the divine punishment that devours everything, tearing a huge rift in the vast starry river as it rushed toward the continent of the heavenly demon sacred land. Under this terrifying pressure, many powerful beings from the continent looked on in horror when they saw this unknown celestial body capable of destroying everything heading towards the direction of the Sacred Soul Palace. Many of them revealed a gloating expression. On the side of the Sacred Soul Palace, the sky had turned a dusky yellow, with cracks spreading like a web, as if the world was on the verge of collapse. In the distant starry river, a gigantic black hole appeared above this continent, visible to all living beings. Although it was flying at an incredibly fast speed in their eyes, it only seemed to gradually expand from a point deep in the sky, with the perimeter of the black hole glowing and radiating heat. Gulu. Sol Tianyang felt his throat tighten, astonished. How could he possibly withstand such a thing? How could a mere profound sovereign unleash such a terrifying move capable of destroying this world? Is that really the all-encompassing? Sol Wuxing looked up at the unknown celestial body, trembling all over. Chen Daoxuan, a mere profound sovereign. He could actually unleash a lethal move that threatened his life. Beside him, Yin Lingqi was equally dumbfounded. What did the all-encompassing look like? How would he know? The question was, did it matter whether that thing was real or not? With such astonishing destructive power, once it fell, who could survive here? Yin Lingqi glanced at Chen Daoxian, who stood confidently in the void, and felt a surge of admiration rising within him. This madman, does he plan to perish with us? Cursing inwardly, Sol Tianyang realized that the laws of the void here were already out of control. Even if he wanted to tear through the void and escape, he couldn't do it. Just as he was in despair, he was stunned to see the palace master and Yin Lingqi actually abandon him and the fourth brother, flying toward the sky together. He hurriedly shouted, "Palace master, don't leave me behind." Sol Tianyang wanted to chase after them, but the powerful magnetic field had already begun to sweep through the infinitely fragmented space, the great Tao roaring the laws in chaos. With his ability, he could not break through this confinement and could only watch helplessly as Sol Wuxing and Yin Lingqi flew higher and higher. At that moment, he finally understood. Even though he was the first heavenly sovereign in the Sacred Soul Palace, beneath the Palace Master, in the eyes of the Palace Master, he was just the highest-ranking dog. When a master chooses to abandon him, a dog is just a dog. At least at this moment, there was no difference from other dogs. The ground and mountains collapsed entirely. Rivers flowed backward, evaporating in a mist that filled the sky, accompanied by the palace of the Sacred Soul collapsing thunderously, leaving the land in ruins. This world was clearly on the brink of destruction. Despairing, Sol Tianming stared blankly at the Sacred Soul Palace reduced to ruins, suddenly feeling ridiculous, and directly knelt down. A beautiful woman, Yin Hongyu, suddenly appeared with a swoosh, catching him, and then quickly distanced herself from Sol Tianming. Looking at the scene of the world crumbling, Sol Tianming inexplicably wanted to laugh. "We have no way out, and you're still thinking about saving her? Is it meaningful?" Yin Hongyu held Ji Wuning and gazed at Qin Daoxuan's back, her tone firm. "I believe that Qin Shao can take us away." "Believe him?" Sol Tianming replied with his hands behind his back. "I think the reason he dares to use such a devastating move as the all-encompassing is that he must have already planned an escape route." "Escape route?" Sol Tianyang and Yin Hongyu looked over simultaneously. Sol Tianming said, "But what could the escape route be? The laws and void are out of control due to the influence of the all-encompassing. It is absolutely impossible to tear through the void and escape from here. So, I suspect that the escape route he planned in advance is probably that mysterious teleportation array in the underground secret chamber of our Sacred Soul Palace. Faced with Soul Tianming's question, Chen Daoxian neither confirmed nor denied it. Soul Tianming said, "But you are wrong. That formation can only be activated by Qiu." Soul Tianyang suddenly interrupted him. "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" "Qiu." Chen Daoxian furrowed his brows. "What Qiu?" "Soul Tianyang, you won't find out the truth. We will never betray that esteemed one." Soul Tianming couldn't believe it. His elder brother was still so loyal to that esteemed one even now, and immediately pointed to the sky. "Elder brother, look clearly. We have already been abandoned. What is the point of continuing to be loyal to that person?" Soul Tianyang's face darkened. The meaning lies in. Just as the heavenly judgment was about to descend, Chen Daoxian, feeling rather helpless, had no choice but to use his final resort. At that moment, a strange mark appeared on his brow. This was the law he comprehended in the Tower of Inheritance, Extreme Void Law. Chen Daoxuan's hands danced, forming seals in front of him. The entire world suddenly trembled. The heavenly judgment, which was about to fall, seemed to be swallowed by the void, carrying with it an astonishing power of destruction, suddenly disappearing. Then, it drilled out from another area of the void, changing its original flight trajectory, and crashed directly toward Yin Lingxi and the others who were close by. How could this be? Soul Wuxing had barely escaped this continent when he did not expect that the destructive celestial body would suddenly appear right in front of him. In a moment of desperation, the two had no choice but to unleash their abilities and defend with all their might. Boom! A terrifying energy storm directly stirred up a massive mushroom cloud in the cosmic river. The entire starry river twisted madly amidst the explosion, the aftermath boundless. The energy collided repeatedly, causing multiple continents to shake incessantly. In the areas swept by this storm, at least a dozen continents had suffered devastating blows. Heavenly judgment. As the first move of the all-encompassing, unleashed by Chen Daoxian, it actually possessed such terrifying divine might. One can only imagine what kind of scene it would be if his father, Chen Tsungin, a dignified emperor-level expert, were to unleash the heavenly judgment. Flame storms intertwined like threads, surrounding countless celestial bodies. The shocking scene completely left Soul Tianyang and Soul Tianming dumbfounded. "We didn't die. Haha, we actually didn't die." At the critical moment, he transferred that thing to another space. Space transfer. The two brothers embraced and cried. Surviving the catastrophe, they now just wanted to live well. Especially when they saw that the palace master and Yin Lingxi had been blown to bits. Soul Tianming finally decided to stop insisting. "Chen Xiao, if I tell you everything I know, can you guarantee my safety?" Their eyes met. Chen Daoxian nodded. "I don't know, but I will do my best." Chapter 54. Either you die, or I die. Chen Daoxian did not make grand promises, claiming he could definitely protect him. But such an honest answer instead made Soul Tianming feel more at ease. Looking up at the clouds gradually calming down, which again obscured the endless starry realm, Soul Tianming directly approached Chen Daoxian. "Our Sacred Soul Palace has always been collecting the souls of those with special bloodlines, just to hand these souls over to one person. According to the palace master, this person's name is Qiu Fei. What exactly is his identity, what background does he have, is still unknown. The only thing that can be confirmed is that he is extremely powerful, and he comes to the secret chamber through the underground teleportation array every time." "Qiu Fei." Chen Daoxian pondered. "Is that all?" Soul Tianming replied. "Yes, it's hard to tell what is true or false. Moreover, just knowing a name, what use is that?" Chen Daoxian turned his gaze to Soul Tianyang, who was suddenly startled and hurriedly said, "You can ask fourth brother about anything. I don't know anything." "Huh? Don't want to take the blame?" Chen Daoxian said. "Then what use do I have for you?" Just as Chen Daoxian was about to take action, between the two, a fiery red fox tail suddenly burst out of the void, piercing through the chest of Han Tianyang in an instant before either of them could react. "What?" Chen Daoxian was taken aback. Immediately after, another fiery red fox tail emerged from the ground, swiftly wrapping around Han Tianming's neck. Chen Han Tianming couldn't utter a word, and could only look at Chen Daoxian in despair, hoping to survive. However, with a crunch, Han Timing's neck was twisted off. This was the breath of Yin Lingqi. He wasn't dead yet. How could this happen? Yin Hongyu felt the terrifying demonic energy sweeping in from all directions and panicked instantly. Chen Daoxian, get to the sky. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongyu immediately took Ji Wuning and flew into the air. On the ground, Chen Daoxian surveyed his surroundings, noting every rustle of the grass and wind as something not to be ignored. He never expected that even after unleashing the first style of Sinluo Wanshang, he still couldn't kill this Yin Lingqi. It seemed that this seven-tailed demon fox had some strength. Cough! From a distance in the ruins, the disheveled Yin Lingqi finally emerged. He knelt there, coughing up blood, looking extremely disheveled, his aura significantly weaker than before. He was alive. He had survived, but he was severely injured. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian first signaled for Yin Hongyu to stay away, then pointed his finger like a sword, aiming at the opponent from afar. Is that Han Wuxing dead? Chen Daoxian questioned. Yin Lingqi licked the bloodstains on his arm and staggered to his feet. At a critical moment, he took a deadly blow for me. For you? Chen Daoxian. Why would he risk his life to protect you? Yin Lingqi smiled coldly. Why should I tell you? With that, his face twisted into a grimace. And in an instant, 7 foxtails shot through the void, attacking without reservation. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian immediately rolled to dodge. He began to flicker wildly on the ground, changing positions, but even with the supreme body technique of the Tianhu clan, he still found it extremely difficult to withstand Yin Lingqi's onslaught. It wasn't that Yin Lingqi's speed surpassed his. Rather, the combat experience of this demon fox was terrifying. After a brief exchange, he had already begun to gradually figure out Chen Daoxuan's dodging patterns, even predicting attacks several times in advance, nearly costing Chen Daoxian his life. The two sides, one attacking and the other dodging, became increasingly intense. Chen Daoxian wanted to find an opportunity to counterattack, but having defended until now, he found that he could only dodge, and it became increasingly difficult. Ji Wuning gradually regained consciousness. Her starry eyes opened to see a chaotic world, and her pretty face changed in shock. What happened? The next moment, she saw Yin Lingqi. Anger flared in her eyes. Yin Hongyu pulled her aside and recounted everything that had happened while she was unconscious. By the end, Ji Wuning was nearly speechless. Sinluo Wanshang. This name is known to all the 3 major imperial clans and 7 holy places. I didn't expect young Master Chen to be so young and have already mastered the first style of Sinluo Wanshang. Such terrifying talent. I believe that even the 3rd miss of the Shura imperial clan might not be able to compete with young Master Chen. Kids, stop struggling. It's better to die at my hands than to be tortured to death by me. Do you hear me? Yin Lingqi swung his waist, relentlessly attacking Chen Daoxian in midair with his 7 foxtails. Like 7 red lightning bolts, the tails attacked fiercely, each strike creating a long black crack in the void. In the confrontation with him, Chen Daoxian began to show signs of fatigue. However, upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian immediately regained his spirit, focusing completely and dodging several attacks. Unable to help but sneer? What? Afraid that the noise here will attract the attention of my imperial clan behind me? Yin Lingqi said nothing. In his anger, he transformed into a blurred shadow and charged directly at Chen Daoxian from the front. From his erratic movements, it was clear that Chen Daoxian had guessed correctly. The truth hit home. Continuing to fight like this would certainly be more advantageous for Chen Daoxian. The two fought from the ground all the way into the sky and into the clouds. As a 5-star Xian Sheng, Yin Lingqi's cultivation was far higher than Chen Daoxuan's. After a desperate fight, Chen Daoxian had already sustained multiple injuries, blood staining his robe. However, Yin Lingqi was shocked to discover that this kid not only hadn't weakened, but instead, due to his injuries, was gradually becoming even more formidable. He was already beginning to counterattack. Is this the madness of the Shura imperial clan's bloodline? After dodging a few of the opponent's sword energies, Yin Lingqi was so furious he wanted to curse. The Shura bloodline, no matter how severe the injury, would recover quickly. The Rakshasa bloodline, the more you fought, the crazier you became, the stronger you grew. In a short time, he couldn't kill him. If this continued, someone from the Shura imperial realm would definitely come. Realizing this, Lingqi could only leap into the sky with hatred, putting distance between himself and Chen Daoxuan. His eyes filled with venomous hatred. Kid, everything I've worked so hard for is lost because of you. Just because of you. You wait, just wait. After roaring, he turned and fled. However, Chen Daoxuan, who had already entered a frenzied state, would not allow him to escape so easily. With bared fangs, Chen Daoxuan locked onto the opponent's fleeing figure with his eyes, wild and unrestrained. Boom! As the ground exploded beneath him, Chen Daoxuan moved at incredible speed and in the blink of an eye shot into the starry sky. In several miraculous flashes, he directly blocked Lingqi's escape route. The two fell into a standoff once again. Either you die or I die. Chapter 55, the most powerful emperor of the era has arrived. The rolling blood energy surged, overwhelming the entire Holy Land, Star Domain. Feeling the imperial bloodline power, even some supreme beings in certain forbidden areas cast greedy glances. The three emperors of the era were all in their prime, leading to the closure of the forbidden areas and the absence of supreme beings. Chen Daoxuan, possessing the dual imperial bloodlines, exuded an immense aura that made those supreme beings in the forbidden areas gaze with extreme greed and madness. Chen Daoxuan's expression was indifferent. Two groups of nameless imperial light sprouting from his back. Facing Lingqi's overwhelming demonic energy, he showed no fear. Seven-tailed demon sage. Why do you want to kill people to silence them? Lingqi's fox eyes were sinister, his face twisted. What killing and silencing? I don't understand. Don't understand? Or dare not understand? Chen Daoxuan's eyes turned blood red. He suddenly stopped, his palms spread wide, and a blue grand formation appeared boldly beneath him. Indeed, at the beginning, when I mentioned the teleportation array in the underground chamber of the Holy Soul Palace, you acted as if you knew nothing. At that time, even I was deceived by you, mistakenly believing that the Holy Soul Palace had nothing to do with you. But why were you so eager to kill Han Tianyang and Han Tianming? Killing to silence, merely to prevent the name Qiu Fei from leaking more information. Plus, at the last moment, Han Wuxing used his body to block a fatal blow for you. Chen Daoxuan, I think I have every reason to suspect that you might be the most important piece in Qiu Fei's hand. Or perhaps you yourself are Qiu Fei. Lingqi was stunned. His disheveled hair flew behind him as his aura fluctuated. After a moment, he threw his head back and laughed wildly. What Qiu Fei? Upon it's all nonsense. You little brat. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. But if you want to use these fictitious names to deliberately delay time, waiting for your Imperial Clan-esque reinforcements to arrive, then I have to say, the so-called dual Imperial heirs. Just that. Lingqi leaped into the air, and his 7 foxtails shattered the starry sky and smashed down fiercely. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan quickly pointed his index finger at the sky. The person, sword, and formation merged completely. The surging sword intent continuously emanated from the azure magic array, soaring upwards and forming a river of sword intent in the billions. Under the trembling gazes of the powerful figures from various holy lands, it shattered the 7 giant foxtail phantoms that had fallen like a withering tree. One sword, leaving dust behind, Chen Daoxuan elegantly drew his sword. Infinite sword light transformed into a golden dragon, roaring as it passed, shaking the starry sky. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Lingqi quickly conjured a 10,000-foot crystal shield to block in front of him. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through every corner of the Holy Land. Large swathes of void shattered. The Dao rhythm collapsed. A terrifying destructive storm swept forth. Chen Daoxuan lightly tapped the void with his toes, his figure flickering backward. But before he could stabilize himself, a massive tear was ripped open in the void before him. Lingqi was still alive. I will kill you. Lingqi slapped towards Chen Daoxuan's chest, mere inches away. Chen Daoxuan had no way to evade. He steadied himself in the void, concentrated his power in his right hand, and fiercely punched towards Lingqi's face. Bang! Bang! Both struck each other simultaneously. Chen Daoxuan's ribcage was completely caved in, and with a dark expression. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lingqi was also knocked back, rolling through the void and creating a long white mist trail that extended for thousands of miles. He shook his head violently. His vision gradually cleared. Only then did he see that Chen Daoxuan stood there unharmed. His ribcage that had been shattered had instantly recovered, as if it was brand new. What the hell? I can't win at all. Lingqi turned to run. But Chen Daoxuan entangled him again, blocking his path. You little brat, can't you just let me go? Lingqi cursed angrily. Chen Daoxuan patted his chest and said lightly, I told you, as long as you reveal the secret behind the Sacred Soul Hall, I will spare your life. Impossible. I would rather die than say it. Lingqi suddenly stomped his foot, and the half of the foxtail that had disappeared behind him actually emerged from the void behind Chen Daoxuan. The foxtail whipped, directly wrapping around Chen Daoxuan's neck. The terrifying power of the Xian Saint was something Chen Daoxuan could not break free from. Lingqi tightened his grip, lifting him above his head. Are you going to let me go or not? Their eyes met. Chen Daoxuan was furious and spat a mouthful of saliva on his face. This completely enraged Lingqi, who with a snap broke his neck on the spot. Chen Xiao, Ji-Wanning couldn't help but raise her hand in shock. But the next second, Chen Daoxuan's previously broken neck actually returned to normal, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But his gaze was particularly cold. Tell me the answer, or you will definitely die. Lingqi was going crazy. What kind of perverse bloodline is the Azura Emperor clan? Even a broken neck doesn't kill him, and his recovery speed is simply against the heavens. Lingqi twisted his neck again, but in less than a second, Chen Daoxuan's eyes regained vitality. After several repetitions, Lingqi collapsed to the ground, crying, What do you want me to do to let me go? Chen Daoxuan spat a mouthful of old blood on his face. Tell me the answer. Lingqi, his head gradually drooped down, his gaze hollow and desperate. Just kill me. Chen Daoxuan was puzzled. You would rather die than say? Lingqi smiled self-deprecatingly. Yes. Don't ask me why. I can only say that you have no idea how terrifying those guys are. Lingqi resignedly released the foxtail, simultaneously tilting his head back and closing his eyes, waiting for death. Chen Daoxuan couldn't understand what kind of force could make such a powerful Xian saint willingly face death without daring to betray them. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan looked up at the endless starry sky. Dad, it seems we can only go see the other side of the teleportation array. Dad? Lingqi was taken aback and opened his eyes in shock. In the void above, two figures suddenly appeared like bubbles. One was a tall, middle-aged man, his face resolute yet refined, standing beside a delicate girl in green. Azura Emperor Chen Sangyuan? Hiss! Lingqi couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, even the distant Forbidden Land, those supreme beings, upon seeing this most powerful emperor, all shrank back, no longer daring to secretly spy on his son. The Azura Emperor has actually come in person, appearing in the territory governed by the Songlong Empire. Waves of trembling gazes from various continents came with supreme reverence and admiration. Chen Xin appeared indifferent, very much approving of his son's performance today. My son Daoxuan indeed has the demeanor of an emperor. Then, he turned his cold gaze directly at the trembling Lingqi. Little fox, you really refuse to speak, don't you? Chapter 56. How strong is Father? The arrival of a powerful emperor in the Holy Land was something many had not anticipated. Now, through the words of this Azura Emperor, those who were originally curious about the identity of the young man engaged in a fierce battle with the seven-tailed demon Saint finally realized. This young man, he is actually the son of the Azura Emperor. You are Chen. Lingqi stared up in shock, his mouth stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence. This terrifying supreme emperor's might was enough to shake the entire universe. No wonder people say Chen Sangyuan is the head of the three emperors. It truly is extraordinary. I am Chen Sangyuan. The cold voice seemed to resonate in the ears of every living being, carrying absolute pressure that violently impacted Lingqi's mind. Lingqi's Dao heart collapsed. Despairing, he knelt down, his eyes filled with emptiness and despair. All right, I will tell you. Chen Daoxuan, after fighting for so long, it turns out he couldn't compare to his father, calmly asked him a question. Is this the might of an emperor? How unbeatable? Two lines of clear tears unconsciously slid down his cheeks. Lingqi trembled and cried as he looked up at the Azura Emperor Chen Songyuan. Qiu Fei is the master behind the Sacred Soul Hall. Chen Songyuan, who is Qiu Fei? Lingqi foolishly smiled. He is the younger brother of the Shumi, Saint Lord Xiuhuan. Upon hearing this, countless people were left stunned. Not to mention Chen Junran. Even Chen Songyuan couldn't help but furrow his brows intensely. This left Chen Daoxuan very puzzled, not understanding what kind of background this Xiuhuan had. Chen Songyuan seemed unable to believe it and confirmed again. Can you guarantee you are not lying to me? Lingqi's face turned pale as he shook his head frantically. No, I wouldn't dare, absolutely wouldn't dare. He was already terrified and kneeling, clearly frightened by Chen Songyuan's supreme might. Chen Songyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly narrowed, staring at Lingqi for a long time, suddenly pointing a finger at him. Seeing this, Lingqi turned pale with fright. I've already told you everything I know. You can't go back on your word. Senior, you are the Azura Emperor, he cried out in desperation. However, in Chen Songyuan's eyes, there was no trace of pity. He lightly pointed forward just a poke. Poof! Lingqi's body instantly exploded into a pulp. A 5-star Xian powerhouse was no different from a trivial ant or mayfly in Chen Songyuan's hands. This is the might of an emperor. Before an emperor, all cultivators are mere dogs. The one who promised to spare your life is Xian heir. Not me, what talk of promises? With Chen Songyuan here, the powerful figures from various holy lands all concealed themselves. Soon, they arrived at the ruins of the Sacred Soul Hall. It was already in complete disarray. Fortunately, the sky had returned to a deep blue. Ji Wuning and Hongyu stood not far away, both frozen, not daring to breathe too forcefully, fearing to offend this strongest emperor in the world. And Chen Songyuan had no intention of acknowledging them at all. Xian heir, do you really think this Sacred Soul Hall is possibly related to Xiao Mai's disappearance? Chen Songyuan frowned and asked. Yes. Chen Daoxian nodded seriously. So far, there is no absolute evidence to prove this matter. However, he is a person who believes in his intuition, even without evidence. All signs indicate that the force behind the Holy Soul Temple is the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths that dares to threaten the Azura Emperor realm and is bold enough to act against the imperial family. Besides this, he really can't think of any other possibilities. After all, his third sister is a descendant of the 2 great imperial clans, and the Songlong Emperor realm. As the third imperial clan, with him and Lingqi having fought to this extent, hasn't seen any members of the Dragon Clan come over. This shows that the so-called Dragon Clan may not be so effective in front of the Azura Emperor clan and the Rakshasa Emperor clan, let alone having the courage to deal with his third sister. Father, if we want to find my third sister, this is our best opportunity right now. Chen Daoxian said seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked his father to come. Chen Songyuan understood his son's judgment and nodded. Junran, you wait outside. I'll take Xianer in to have a look. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The originally destroyed main hall of the Holy Soul Temple suddenly began to rise. And before long, it had been restored to its former appearance before the destruction. Is this the law of rewind? Seeing such a miraculous scene, Chen Daoxian looked at his father's back, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. How strong is his father? It feels like even if he becomes an emperor one day, he still has to work harder than his father to surpass him. Moreover, such a father, who is known as the strongest man in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, has become a bit disappointing in the mouth of the ancestor Chen Luyan. How strong is that ancestor? Chen Daoxian followed in his father's footsteps, walking through the familiar corridor and down the spiral staircase. The difference was that the entire Holy Soul Temple was unusually quiet now. His father only restored the building, but did not revive the deceased disciples and elders of the Holy Soul Temple. He didn't know if the law of time rewind couldn't bring the dead back to life, or if his father did it intentionally. Finally, Chen Daoxian brought his father to the underground secret chamber. The door of the secret chamber was closed. The originally indestructible black iron door, which according to Han Xianshang could not be destroyed by anyone, was now shattered into iron sand with just a single gesture from Chen Songyuan. On the ground was a strange pattern. A woman wearing strange clothes, with 6 wings on her back, seemed to be praying for something. Not only was Chen Daoxian slightly dazed when he first saw this pattern, but even Chen Songyuan was particularly concerned at this moment. The father and son both felt that this image seemed a bit odd, but didn't think too much about it, as overthinking was pointless and just wasted time. Let's go in. Chen Songyuan led his son to the center of the formation, and as the third snap of his fingers sounded, the formation began to activate, and the images in the void became increasingly blurred. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the two instantly disappeared into the formation. In a valley, the air was fresh, and the stars filled the sky. Chen Songyuan and Chen Daoxian appeared at the same time, startling 2 swift mice in the nearby grass, causing them to flee. Where is this? Chen Daoxian saw that the stone walls on both sides of the valley were engraved with the same image of the 6-winged woman and couldn't help but frown. This place, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is not inferior to that of the Azura Emperor realm at all. Moreover, in the sky, 7 shining giant stars formed a line, making the night in this world particularly bright. 7 stars in a row. This is the Shumi Holy Realm. What he said is all true. Chen Songyuan seemed reluctant to come here. Chen Daoxian approached his father, his suspicious gaze fixed on him, and slightly moved. Could it be that there is a woman you are fond of here? Chen Songyuan shook his head helplessly. Don't think too much. I feel pressured because this Shumi Holy Realm is controlled by your mother. Chen Daoxian, what exactly happened between father and mother? Chapter 57, Mother's Friend. Why is it her? Chen Songyuan gazed into the distance, his eyes trembling slightly, gripping the hand hidden in his sleeve. The moonlight grass covering the mountains swayed rhythmically with the breeze. Following his father's gaze, Chen Daoxian clearly heard a woman's cough coming from the valley. Chen Daoxian was somewhat curious. Who is she? Chen Songyuan. Her name is Qiuya, and she is your mother's friend. Mother's friend? Chen Daoxian frowned. Since she is a friend of his mother, why does his father seem to have a complex expression? Chen Daoxian. Since the teleportation array connects to this place, it proves that the woman in the valley is closely related to the force behind the Holy Soul Temple. Chen Songyuan took a deep breath and nodded. Moreover, the 6-winged woman pattern on both sides of the cliff is identical to that in the underground secret chamber of the Holy Soul Temple. Having traced it this far, Chen Songyuan certainly wouldn't stop here. Father, if it's inconvenient for you, let me go into the valley to meet her. Chen Daoxian said, about to move. However, he was stopped by his father, who pressed down on his shoulder. Chen Daoxian turned back in confusion. Chen Songyuan's face was filled with a look of struggle. She holds a very heavy weight in your mother's heart. Since this matter has involved her, I think it will be better for me to see your mother. Chen Daoxian, what does it matter how heavy the weight is? Regarding the safety of my third sister, I believe that even if my mother is here, she will understand us. No. Chen Songyuan stopped him again as he insisted on going. Father, as one of the 3 recognized emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, now actually shows such caution because of a sickly woman. Chen Daoxian truly didn't understand. Father, I haven't seen my mother for 16 years. I believe she won't punish me because of a friend. Chen Songyuan closed his eyes and shook his head. It's different. Chen Daoxian, what is different? What kind of relationship does she have with my mother that even I? Chen Songyuan suddenly opened his eyes, an expression of helplessness in his gaze. The reason your mother was able to become an emperor was entirely due to her protection during that time. In that battle, she even burned her own Qi, using an extremely domineering forbidden technique to fall from the Grand Sage realm to that of a mortal. What? For the Grand Sage realm to a mortal? Chen Daoxuan's jaw dropped in shock. The woman in the valley actually paid such a high price to help my mother become an emperor. But why would she support the Holy Soul Temple in secret if she had such a good relationship with my mother? Or is it that our speculation was wrong from the beginning, and the force behind the Holy Soul Temple has nothing to do with my third sister? Chen Daoxuan's mind was a bit chaotic. Regarding this, Chen Songyuan was also very perplexed, and he immediately patted his son's shoulder to comfort him. I am very glad that you care so much about your family. As for whether Qiuya is related to Xiaomai's disappearance, I will have to see your mother to know. You stay here and wait. Do not enter the valley. I will be back soon. Chen Songyuan looked up at the starry sky, thinking about how many years it had been since he last saw his wife. His face filled with helplessness while his eyes sparkled with endless anticipation. He took a step forward, and his figure suddenly vanished into the vast heavens and earth. If the force behind the Holy Soul Temple is this Chiyoya, does that mean that Chiyoya is backed by the Rakshasa Emperor clan? But that doesn't make sense. I have fought my way here, and I haven't hidden my identity. How could a dog recognize its master and then come to bite them? There is no such reasoning. No, all wrong. Chen Daoxuan shook his head vigorously and refocused his gaze on the cliff. His eyes narrowed slightly. The engraved marks, upon closer inspection, were clearly ancient. Ancient times, connecting the underground formation of the Holy Soul Temple. The Holy Soul Temple knows my identity and wants to kill me. Mother's friend. Chen Daoxuan coldly raised his eyes, his deep black pupils flickering slightly in the night. With a movement of his body, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. In the valley, the Qing Tung cottage resembles a hidden abode of immortals, tranquil and elegant. Bamboo groves, ponds, flower gardens, and pavilions are all present. Inside the room, the dim yellow candlelight flickers, and a woman seems to be humming a tune, no longer coughing as she did before. Chen Daoxuan stands at the door, his expression indifferent. The moment he raises his hand to knock on the door, the golden bells hanging from the eaves begin to jingle. Suddenly, the air around him shifts dramatically, making Chen Daoxuan alert. Coming. A woman's voice calls from inside the room. Shortly after, the door is pushed open, revealing a mature and alluring woman, surprisingly wrapped only in a white bath towel, appearing before Chen Daoxuan. It seems she had just been bathing. Cool droplets of water slide down her flawless skin, accentuating her curves, and with each breath, she trembles in a breathtaking manner. The sudden visual impact causes Chen Daoxuan's face to flush crimson, and he quickly raises his hand to shield his eyes. Chia curiously observes the shy young man in front of her, looking him up and down, and speaks in a gentle voice. Are you Chen Daoxuan? How do you know? Chen Daoxuan is taken aback, peeking at her through his fingers. Chia, hearing this, steps forward gracefully, her long legs moving elegantly, and she brushes aside a strand of hair from Chen Daoxuan's ear. These two moles are the best proof. You even know I have two moles by my ear? Chen Daoxuan exclaims. Chia smiles gently. Not just that. There's one on your backside too. Chen Daoxuan finally lowers his hand and begins to scrutinize her seriously. This woman has well-maintained skin, rivaling that of blooming young girls, her figure curvaceous and outstanding, especially with her gentle demeanor, exuding a strong sense of approachability. She embodies the charm of a mature woman to perfection. Such allure. Chen Daoxuan believes any man of any age would find it hard to resist a woman like her. But beneath such a stunning exterior, what kind of heart truly lies within? Chen Daoxuan is eager to find out. This is also why he disobeyed his father's arrangements and insisted on coming here. Don't just stand there. Come in. The woman clutches the bath towel to prevent it from falling and uses her other hand to tug at Chen Daoxuan's sleeve, pulling him into the room. It is said that one should not enter a woman's room late at night, as it can tarnish one's reputation. But Chia seems unconcerned about such things. Or perhaps, in her eyes, Chen Daoxuan is just a child, a younger generation. Once inside the room, Chen Daoxuan looks around and notices that it is not only filled with women's belongings, but also items left by men. On the wall hangs a rusty bow. Noticing Chen Daoxuan's gaze, Chia hurriedly explains, that belongs to an old friend of mine. I haven't taken it down because it's too high. Then she goes to fetch a chair and stands on it in front of Chen Daoxuan. However, no matter how hard she tries to tiptoe, she still can't quite reach it. Help me. Chia continues to tiptoe, trying to grasp the rusty bow on the wall. Throughout the process, Chen Daoxuan stands quietly behind her, looking up at her. The once mighty figure of the sage realm now can't even reach a bow hanging high. She was able to sacrifice so much for her mother back then. Could she really do something that would betray her mother? Chen Daoxuan finds it hard to connect the disappearance of his third sister with this person, shaking his head helplessly, with a casual wave of his hand. The rusty bow falls from the wall and lands in her arms. Unexpectedly, Chia's foot slips, and she falls directly from the chair. Chen Daoxuan reacts quickly, steadying her from behind. After a moment, Chuya's beautiful eyes tremble, as she can't help but feel moved. Xiaoxian has really grown up. Chen Daoxuan immediately steps back, his face turning warm. Chuya seems oblivious to everything, taking the rusty bow to the table, her beautiful eyes fixed on it, revealing an undeniable affection. Speaking of which, when you were born, not only did I hold you, but the owner of this bow also held you. Chen Daoxian sits across from her. Who is the owner of this bow? Chuya's expression softens as she looks up. His name is Mei Changchu. Mei Changchu. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's confusion, Chuya laughs. You probably haven't met your mother yet, have you? No. No wonder you don't know Mei Changchu. Back then, I, your mother, and Mei Changchu were the best of friends. We grew up together, traveled through the heavens and earth together, competed with the Dragon Clan's prodigies together, and chased the path to becoming emperors together. Our bond was like that of brothers, unrelated to gender, stronger than familial ties. Really unrelated to gender? Chen Daoxian asks, puzzled. Yes. Chen Daoxian remains confused. Then why do you care about this bow? You wouldn't understand, just as many people didn't understand back then. They thought there must be some special feelings between the three of us. They simply couldn't believe that there could be pure platonic friendships between men and women. Among those people were, of course, your father. Mentioning her father, a hint of disgust appears in Chuya's eyes. Your father is a person with very deep thoughts and an extremely narrow mind. Watch your words. Chen Daoxian interjects. Chuya responds calmly. I'm not wronging him. Back then, he was very concerned about the fact that Mei Changchu and your mother were childhood sweethearts. So he treated him with hostility everywhere. When your father needed 9th grade elixirs the most, it was Mei Changchu who risked his life to enter the Canglong Emperor realm to obtain the most important dragon elixir for him. But afterward, instead of being grateful, your father became jealous when your mother sent Mei Changchu healing elixirs. Chuya slams the table in anger. He actually took advantage of your mother's seclusion to wipe out Mei Changchu's entire family. Chen Daoxian is stunned. What the hell? Mei Changchu was injured while obtaining the dragon elixir for his father, and his mother sent healing elixirs, and his father killed his whole family out of jealousy? Chen Daoxian doesn't know what to say. Chuya continues. Because of your father's madness, the Qilin ancient god clan was annihilated in an instant, leaving only Mei Changchu, who turned white overnight and went to the Rakshasa Emperor realm to become a Hall Rakshasa, never to return to the world again. The world now respectfully calls him the Qilin Rakshasa. The Qilin? So he's a Qilin. Chen Daoxian is very curious. What does Hall Rakshasa mean? Chuya is taken aback. After telling him so much, he doesn't try to inquire about the specifics, but is only interested in the Hall Rakshasa. This little wolf cub seems just like his father. Chuya takes a deep breath and says emotionally, the Hall Rakshasa is a status in the Rakshasa Emperor realm, second only to your mother, with a total of 6. They are Fire Rakshasa Shui Hao, Evil Rakshasa by Kuei, Shadow Rakshasa Guei Hua, Ice Rakshasa by Rualu, Night Rakshasa Murongyi, and Qilin Rakshasa Mei Changchu. Each of them possesses the power of a holy master. This is also your mother's strongest foundation as the lord of the imperial clan. Chen Daoxian understands now. These 6 Hall Rakshasas are equivalent to the few holy realm subordinates left by his father in the imperial palace, representing the pinnacle backbone of the imperial clan. In short, your father is an extremely selfish person. In his heart, there is only himself, and his possessiveness surpasses everything, whether it's your mother or you. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian immediately interrupts her. I think your prejudice against my father is a bit heavy. Chuya chuckles lightly. Heavy? You simply don't understand him. Your father is willing to do anything for his own ambition, even if it means going insane and losing his humanity. Ambition? Chen Daoxian cuts in. He is already the most powerful emperor in the world. What ambition could he still have? You child, how could an ambitious man lose his ambition just because he is invincible in the world? He will still pursue more, deeper things. I'm telling you this not to instigate feelings between you and your father. I just want to tell you to be cautious around your father in the future. Chen Daoxian found it increasingly ridiculous. Are you saying that my father would even kill me? Chuya replied. Who knows? Forget it. This crazy woman. Chen Daoxian didn't want to hear anything she had to say. He simply got up and turned his back to her. I learned from my father that back then, To help my mother attain the Tao and become an emperor, you didn't hesitate to activate some forbidden law and burned your own Qi. For this, I am grateful to you. And because of this, today, when you spoke disrespectfully to my father, I can spare your life. That's it. Chen Daoxian walked towards the door. Throughout the process, Chuya did not get up to see him off or argue with him. Instead, she silently sat there, maintaining her grip on the bath towel, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Creak. When Chen Daoxian pushed open the door, the fresh air outside felt particularly refreshing. Chen Daoxian took a deep breath, looking at the bright night sky and the two carvings of six-winged women on the stone wall. Suddenly curious, he pointed in that direction. Are those two six-winged women your masterpiece, Aunt Chiao? Chia shook her head in response. Wasn't me. Those things were already here when I moved into this valley. Speaking of which, I also saw that these two carvings were quite unique, which is why I moved here. Chen Daoxian asked, when was that? Chia replied, about 400 years ago. 400 years. Chen Daoxuan's eyes trembled slightly. This doesn't add up. The time when my sister went missing was 100 years ago, and she moved here 400 years ago. It just doesn't match up. It can't be her. Chapter 59. First Meeting with Mother. The Rakshasa Emperor by Lu Oyen. Chen Daoxian clenched his fists tightly, staring at the cliff wall. Seizing the opportunity, Chuya changed into a set of clothes and came to the eaves. Looking at his back, reminiscent of his father's youthful appearance, Chuya's gaze dimmed. Then she asked, is there a problem with the stone carvings on the cliff? Chen Daoxian thought, how should I respond to her? Should I directly ask her what her relationship is with the Holy Soul Palace? But even if there is one, she probably wouldn't admit it. Chen Daoxian chose to remain silent, which added an awkwardness to the already unfamiliar atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, the void before him suddenly trembled. A huge black crack tore open in space. Then his father's slightly disheveled figure emerged from inside. Dad, your clothes. Chen Daoxian looked at his father's clothes, which were surprisingly torn, in disbelief. Immediately after, a beautiful woman walked out from the void crack. This woman was extremely beautiful, with moon-like eyebrows and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth, a nearly perfect face, proud as an ice lotus. Dressed in a sky-blue, wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress, her figure was graceful, like an orchid in a secluded valley. Her ice-like starry eyes, just like her father's, exuded the supreme aloofness that only an emperor possesses, as if all strong beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were mere weeds in her eyes. Seeing such a stunning beauty, cold and unattainable, walking from afar, Chen Daoxian felt a strange sting in his nose. Chuya quickly said, Xiaoxian, she is your mother. My mother. Chen Daoxian was extremely excited. He never expected that his mother was indeed the most beautiful woman recognized in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, just as fifth sister had said. At the same time, she was also a powerful emperor who commanded respect. The Rakshasa Emperor. Bai Luoyan. Mother. Chen Daoxian spoke first. Bai Luoyan nodded with satisfaction, looking him up and down, as if admiring a priceless treasure, her eyes filled with love and indulgence. That's right, at such a young age, you have already reached the peak of the profound venerable realm. You truly are my Bai Luoyan's son. Bai Luoyan stepped forward and hugged him. Compared to the restraint and calmness his father displayed when he first met him, his mother was clearly the more emotional one. Chen Daoxian could feel his mother's body trembling, but thousands of words were stuck in his throat. He didn't know whether it was because of Chuya's presence or the lack of memories between mother and son. He had thought of many topics before, but at this moment, he found himself unable to say anything. Seeing his wife and son embrace, Chen Songyuan did not disturb them, but rather stood by quietly. After a while, the two finally separated. Bai Luoyan wiped away the happy tears from her face and was about to say something when Chen Tsingyan leaned over. Madam, our son has come back rarely for a reunion. Why not move in with me for these few days? Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan's beautiful face instantly turned cold. Reunion? Chen Songyuan's heart sank. As expected, his wife began to bring up the topic he least wanted to hear. Where is Xiao Mai? Where is Lu Yao? One has been missing for 100 years, and the other has been trapped in the forbidden area of the immortal demon mine without a word. You tell me about a rare reunion? What do you mean by reunion? Chen Songyuan felt a headache coming on, madam. Lu Yao went to the immortal demon mine to investigate Xiaomai's whereabouts. Now that Xian'er is back, he will also help us investigate. Please don't be so disheartened. We, the two imperial families, are one family, as long as we work together. Forget it. Bai Luoyan forcefully shook off his outstretched hand, her beautiful eyes nearly spitting fire. Your heart is only on your ambitions. You have no children, no family, and no me. Chen Songyuan, you. As an emperor-level powerhouse, being lectured like this, even if it was by his wife, he would still feel angry. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand but then lowered it again. Seeing this, Bai Luoyan's anger surged. What? Do you want to fight? Chen Songyuan turned his back and rubbed his forehead. No fighting, no fighting. Chen Daoxuan. Wow, meeting parents is really intense. So this is what the scene looks like. Xian'er, if you want to investigate the forces behind the Holy Soul Palace, your mother will fully support you. In the coming days, you should stay by your mother's side. Bai Luoyan said. Chen Daoxuan glanced at his father, whose expression was uncertain, and nodded helplessly. All right, the Shura Emperor Realm and the Rakshasa Emperor Realm are both my homes. It doesn't make a difference where I stay. It does make a difference. Bai Luoyan grabbed Chen Daoxuan's hand, her expression extremely serious, with your mother around. The entire Rakshasa Emperor Realm can be yours anytime. But the Shura Emperor Realm is different. That can only belong to him, including you will also belong to him. Shaya, that's right. Chen Daoxuan. The situation seems a bit complicated, but thankfully, it seems to be within a controllable range. Chen Daoxuan turned to look at his father. Dad, why don't you head back first? Once I find any clues here, I will notify you right away. All right. Chen Songyuan forced a calm smile. I'll see you off, Dad. Chen Daoxuan turned back to look at his mother. After receiving Bai Luoyan's approval, the father and son tore through the void and returned to the holy land of heavenly demons. Seeing the strongest emperor in the world suddenly appear, In Hongyu and Ji Wanning instinctively knelt on the ground to show absolute respect. Dad, Xiaolu, what's the situation over there? Is there any news about third sister? Chen Junran anxiously stepped forward to ask. Not yet. Chen Daoxian replied briefly and was then pulled aside by his father. Chen Songyuan said helplessly, You just saw it. Your mother's temper. Chen Daoxian, yeah. Chen Songyuan continued. And that Xiuya, she's not a good person. Remember, no matter what she says to you, do not believe her. Chen Daoxian understood. Chen Songyuan pressed his son's shoulder, his expression serious. The conflict between your mother and me has been long-standing. You need not feel troubled by it. Just know one thing. Dad is the only person in this world you can completely trust, and Dad's position as the Realm Master will definitely be passed on to you in the future, understand? The two looked at each other, seeing his father's extremely serious expression. Chen Daoxian nodded. By the way, Dad, this time I took the initiative to help the Tianhu tribe reclaim the sacred land. They mean to pledge their loyalty to our Chen imperial clan from now on. Hearing this from Chen Xiao, Ji Wanning's eyes welled up with tears, filled with gratitude. Then she and In Hongyu looked pitifully at Chen Songyuan together. The Tianyao sacred land belongs to the Dragon clan. Once they switch allegiance to the Azura imperial clan, it could potentially trigger a war between the two major clans. However, what they didn't expect was that Chen Songyuan agreed without a second thought. All right, your father agrees to this. Just like that? That's great. Ji Wanning and the others were excited and bowed their heads. Chen Daoxian, however, stroked his chin, deep in thought. Why does his father's attitude feel a bit strange? It seems as if everything is within his plan. Chapter 60. The Azura Imperial Realm, although he had doubts in his heart. Chen Daoxian had just returned home and was not very familiar with the complex situation between the two major clans. So he decided to pretend to be oblivious for the time being. Thus, he sent his father and fifth sister away from the sacred land. Now, the Sacred Soul Palace has been destroyed, and In Lingqi died at his father's hands. In Hongyu could easily assist Ji Wanning in reorganizing the Tianyao sacred land on her own. There was no need for Chen Daoxian to worry about the affairs of the sacred land's allegiance. Chen Daoxian then shouted to the sky and was brought back to the Shumi sacred realm by his mother through a miraculous method. In the valley, Bai Luoyan called over the Shumi realm lord, Qiuhuan. Upon seeing the lifelike stone carvings on the cliffs on both sides of the valley, Xiao Huan was puzzled. Sister Xia, have you never seen any suspicious individuals lurking in the valley? Xiaoya replied, No, I'm just a mortal now. Hearing this, Bai Luoyin felt a faint pain in her heart. So someone has taken advantage of Xiaoya's inability to sense others' auras and deliberately connected the teleportation array to here, leading the clues of the forces behind the sacred soul palace to us? Xiao Huan said, That's a possibility. The three major imperial clans have always been scheming against each other. Even if two of the clan lords from the major clans have already married and have 5 daughters and 1 son, it is still unlikely to completely unite the 2 clans. Looking at the 3 women, Chen Daoxuan first focused on the other 2 major clans. He was somewhat confused, Mom. Haven't you considered another possibility? Bai Luoyin asked, What? Chen Daoxuan said, For example, a certain external force that even you are unaware of. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya burst into laughter. Silly child, the universe is vast and boundless, but our imperial clan's power is equally unfathomable. The 3 parts of the universe have already been determined. How could there be a force that the imperial clan cannot track down? Chen Daoxuan said, But I heard during a casual chat with 5th Sister that there are many forbidden area forces, which are also extremely formidable. Xiaoya replied, The forbidden areas are indeed powerful. Many great emperors have met tragic ends in their later years, thanks to the supreme beings of the forbidden areas. But your parents are too strong. Even among the great emperors throughout history, their power far surpasses their predecessors. Back then, when they teamed up, they could even break through the invincible immortal demon mind. Do you think other forbidden areas would dare to act against their daughter? Xiaoya's aunt's words sounded very reasonable. However, the more it was like this, the more Chen Daoxuan felt that if the situation he described were true, the 3 major imperial clans would overlook it. And if the 3 major imperial clans were to distrust each other and ignite a war, the beneficiary would definitely be the hidden instigator. All right, let's leave this matter to Xiao Huan to investigate for now. Xin'er, your mother has a lot to talk to you about. Come home with me. Bai Luoyin casually tore apart the void. The spatial tunnel led directly to the Azura imperial realm. Through the time-space tunnel, Chen Daoxuan could even see a vast ocean. Bai Luoyin said, Our Azura clan not only possesses the bloodline of madness, but also has far superior control over spatial power compared to other ancient clans. When we get home, I will slowly teach you. Okay, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Being able to learn skills is certainly a good thing, and he would never refuse. We respectfully send off the Realm Lord. From behind, Xiao Huan's respectful voice echoed through the clouds, spreading across a vast territory. In the blink of an eye, Chen Daoxuan followed his mother to the Azura Imperial Palace. This was an isolated island located on the azure sea surface. The island was clearly surrounded by a strange barrier formation. It is said that the Azura clan excels in using spiritual formations. As soon as Chen Daoxuan set foot in this place, he felt it deeply just by looking. The layout of our Azura Imperial Realm is quite different from the Azura Imperial Realm. Chen Sungwen treated the 3 great sage powerhouses as his subordinates, keeping them in the Imperial Palace. That is his way of control. His mother did not quite agree. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. Gazing at the distant sea surface, I can sense that there seems to be an extraordinary aura in those directions. What? Bai Luoyin was extremely surprised. Are you saying you can sense the aura of 6 Hall Azuras here? Chen Daoxuan asked in surprise. Are they really Hall Azuras? Bai Luoyin was completely shocked. The cultivation of Hall Azuras is very strong, without a doubt. Moreover, those who reach their level have strong abilities to conceal their auras. Currently, they are not deliberately emitting any aura fluctuations. How did Xin'er sense their presence? This kind of ability usually requires at least the level of a mystic emperor. Yet he is only at the peak of mystic sovereign. Seeing her son's keen perception, Bai Luoyin felt very pleased. Xin'er, honestly tell your mother, how many styles of Sunluo Wanxiang did you obtain in the inheritance tower of the Azura Imperial Palace? Sunluo Wanxiang? Chen Daoxuan understood. It seemed that his use of the first style of Sunluo Wanxiang during the battle in the Tianyao Sacred Land had already alarmed his mother. But the ancestor said not to reveal his identity to anyone, including his father. Since it includes his father, it must also include his mother, right? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan smiled bitterly. How should I say this? It's okay if you don't want to say it, then don't. Your mother is different from your father. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Unexpectedly, his mother directly eliminated the worries in Chen Daoxuan's heart. It must be said that being with his mother felt much more relaxed than being with his father. It was as if his mother could understand his thoughts, know what was in his heart, what he needed, and what he longed for. Before long, Bai Luoyin led Chen Daoxian to a peculiar pyramid. This was a gigantic pyramid towering as high as a mountain, with a passage beneath it and a deep blue spiritual formation set up in front of the passage. The power of the spiritual formation was extremely strong. Chen Daoxian could feel a stinging sensation on his skin from a distance. Moreover, the purple haze spiritual light here was exceptionally abundant, indicating that the earth's veins were extraordinarily vigorous. Chen Daoxian did not understand the knowledge of spiritual formations, but he could roughly deduce that a place with such abundant spiritual energy, like the purple qi coming from the east, would greatly enhance the power of the spiritual formation. Noticing her son's gaze growing incredibly fervent, Bai Luoyin smiled charmingly. How about it? Do you want to learn about spiritual formations and barriers? Chen Daoxian replied. I want to. Bai Luoyin said. Then your mother will teach you now. Let's go, we're going in. After saying that, the mother and son entered the Azura forbidden area. Bai Luoyin bringing her son home was not about feasting on delicacies or discussing life, but rather, as much as possible, imparting the Azura clan's supreme top-tier techniques to him at the fastest speed. Because in this world, the strong must speak with strength. Bai Luoyin only hopes her son can surpass her and become the true ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and all realms. If she has any ambition, that is it. Chapter 61. The 3 great sacred lands suffer invasion months later. The 3 great holy lands of the great wilderness, Mount Suru, and tides were almost simultaneously invaded by a mysterious force. The 3 holy lands fought hard to resist, suffering heavy losses. The Tide Lord Lin Hao even died in battle on the spot. Once this news spread, it shocked the entire universe. Among the 7 holy lands, only the 4 holy lands under the jurisdiction of the Shura Empire were not invaded. Damn it, can't this explain the problem? In a martial arts arena of the Rakshasa Empire, a fat man was chattering incessantly, cursing and swearing. His words hinted that the mysterious invaders were actually from the Shura Empire. People gathered there, and as they listened to the fat man's words, the crowd became uproarious. Seeing that everyone was moved, the fat man raised his voice even higher. I told you long ago that the Shura Empire has wolfish ambitions, known to all. Now do you believe it? They first used thunderous means to swallow the heavenly demon holy land, and then began to attack other holy lands. Isn't this a clear declaration of war against us and the Azure Dragon Empire? Va? The square was immediately in an uproar. An old man squeezed out from the crowd, leaning on his cane, angrily said, Zhuzi, you must be responsible for your words. Our lord and the Shura Emperor Chen Songyuan are married. The fat man known as Zhuzi inexplicably wanted to laugh. What's wrong with being married, old ghost? Don't forget, we are all from imperial families. The rivalry between imperial families has always been filled with deceit and trickery, with interests above all. How could it be about emotions? The crowd echoed. Yes, that makes sense. The Shura clan has always been treacherous and cunning. Otherwise, our lord wouldn't have distanced himself from Chen Songyuan back then. The 2 emperors currently only share a name as husband and wife, but in reality, they are like estranged partners. This is no longer a secret. Therefore, within the Rakshasa Empire, attitudes towards the relationship between the 2 clans can be roughly divided into 2 factions. One faction believes that since the 2 clan leaders have become married, it represents a long-standing friendship between the 2 great imperial clans. They should trust each other and empathize to truly eliminate past grievances and join forces to be invincible for all eternity. The other faction believes that the 3 great imperial clans should maintain a triad to resist the strong together. What does it mean to resist the strong together? Weak alliances against the strong. Since the Shura Empire is currently recognized as the strongest, the Rakshasa Empire should form an alliance with the Dragon Clan. Only in this way can the situation of the 3 great imperial clans coexisting in the world never be broken. Zhuzi obviously belonged to the latter. Seeing the old go silenced, Zhuzi's eyes turned, and he said, "You all know that Chen Daoxuan came to our imperial palace, right?" The clansmen nodded one after another. Zhuzi, then let me ask you a question. In your hearts, should our Rakshasa Empire son of God be Bai Ming, or should it be him, Chen Daoxuan? This is an extremely sensitive question. Unexpectedly, Zhuzi would say it publicly. Many present shrank back, not daring to express their opinions. Bai Ming is the son of Bai Ruoliu, the nephew of the Lord. He is currently the most prestigious and the most likely candidate to be awarded the title of Son of God in the Rakshasa Empire. Although Chen Daoxuan is the biological son of the Lord, he is still surnamed Chen, as long as he is surnamed Chen and not Bai. The title of Son of God cannot fall to him. As a loyal dog by Bai Ming's side, Zhuzi took the risk of raising such a question to make the clansmen think carefully. When it comes to nominating a son of God, they must be cautious. Most people, like him, had their hearts set on Bai Ming, but they dared not speak against it. After waiting for a long time without hearing any support from the clansmen, Zhuzi became furious. What is there to hesitate about? Chen Daoxuan went to the heavenly demon Holy Land months ago, and the Tianhu clan betrayed the Dragon clan, joining the Shura Empire's camp. If the title of Son of God falls into his hands, I can assert that within 6 months, the Rakshasa Empire will change masters. Zhuzi stared wide-eyed, speaking with certainty, causing countless clansmen to change color in shock. But just then, a questioning female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. If Chen Xiao inherits the title of Son of God, and our empire is not swallowed up because of this, will you commit suicide to apologize? A beautiful ice mountain woman with flowing clothes and long legs walked out from the crowd. Qin, upon seeing the newcomer, Zhuzi's expression changed, clearly wary, then forced a smile full of awkwardness as he stepped forward to welcome her. Sister Qin, you really know how to joke. I was just discussing with everyone for the good of our empire. This suicide apology is an exaggeration, right? Stop with the playful banter. Qin stopped in front of him, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly. Zhuzi, I know you are loyal to Bai Ming, but the title of Son of God is not something you can recklessly discuss. If you want to stir up internal strife, consider the consequences yourself. Zhuzi's old face twitched. By heaven's good conscience, get lost. Qin spat a word at his face, not wanting to hear his defense. As a prominent figure among the Dark Moon's 28 glories, Qin was not only stunningly beautiful, but also powerful enough not to be underestimated. At a young age, she had already reached the level of 5-star Xianzun. At the same time, she possessed a special bloodline, the Berserker bloodline. Her bloodthirsty fighting style made many of her peers afraid to face her. After being reprimanded by her, Zhuzi did not dare to speak again, and the others dispersed in a disheartened manner. Watching Qin figure gradually fade away, the anger in Zhuzi's eyes quietly spread. The leader, in a small courtyard on a green hill. As soon as Qin entered, she saw Ling Yuan sitting alone at a stone table and immediately approached. Did you call me over in such a hurry for a task? Ling Yuan shook her head in confusion. I'm not quite sure either. It was Lord Bing Rakshasa's intention, saying that we should wait for Chen Xiao here. Chen Xiao. Qin clenched her hands tightly. Chen Xiao, will he come to see us? Ling Yuan, he should. Both women had some expectations, because they, the Dark Moon's 28 glories, had the same mission as the 4 palace maidens of the Shura Empire, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ji. They were born for Chen Xiao. In this life, their hearts belonged to Chen Xiao. Ling Yuan, by the way, how is the situation over in the Holy Land? Qin, the Sumera Holy Land is fine with Xiao Huan stationed there, but the Tide Lord has been killed, and things are already chaotic there. The Holy Lands affiliated with the Imperial clans seek protection. But now, with the 3 great Holy Lands being invaded one after another, and the rumors being about the disputes within the Imperial clan, this situation, along with the fall of the Tide Lord, will surely cause panic among the people of the Tide Holy Land. Bai Ming has already gone to the Tide Holy Land to comfort them. Qin said. Bai Ming. Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes turned cold. He is the biggest obstacle for Chen Xiao to inherit the title of Son of God. Chapter 62. Only a fool would make a choice. I want both imperial clans. The son of God of the imperial clan relates to the future of the imperial clan. The competition for the son of God has always been a very important matter for the imperial clan's power, and this path has always been filled with blood and violence. If it were not for Bai Luoyin achieving the Dao and becoming an emperor back then, she would not have been able to inherit the position of the lord of the Rakshasa Empire as a woman. As a woman, her son is surnamed Chen, not Bai. This makes Chen Daoxuan's arrival highly controversial. Bai Ming has always been narrow-minded and short-sighted. If the title of Son of God is passed to him, it would be a fatal threat to our Rakshasa Empire. Ling Yuan took a deep breath. She could only hope that Chen Shao would go to comfort the Holy Land soon. At least, it would allow the clansmen to see his abilities far surpassing Bai Ming. This way, those clansmen who doubted him would wake up. In short, we, the Dark Moon's 28 glories, must follow Chen Shao's lead. Even if Chen Shao has no intention of competing for the title of Son of God, we must do our best to help him fight for it. Chinena said seriously. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden sound of 3 claps echoed from outside the courtyard. Chen Daoxian has arrived. Greetings, young Master Chen. The 2 women immediately turned to Chen Daoxian and bowed respectfully, their beautiful eyes fixed on him, their cheeks showing signs of emotion. I am very pleased that you have this intention. As for the competition for the Son of God, I will definitely fight for it. Chen Daoxian entered the courtyard and expressed his true thoughts. Whether it is the Shura Imperial clan or the Rakshasa Imperial clan, he wants them both. Only a fool would choose. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's true thoughts, Ling Yuan was overjoyed. If young Master Chen wants to fight, we are your best weapons. Chinena also expressed her stance. Yes, we exist for you. They were both raised by their mother. Regarding this, Chen Daoxian had no doubts. After months of interaction, he could already feel that his mother's love for him far surpassed everything in this world. Sitting down at the stone table, Chen Daoxian said straightforwardly, "It is essential to pacify the Holy Land, but that is merely an embellishment. To truly become the son of the imperial clan, the most important thing is still strength. So, these days I've been following my mother in cultivation, in order to gain an absolute advantage in the upcoming competition for the Son of God and to overpower everything. If the son of the imperial clan cannot stand out within the clan, wouldn't that be a joke?" Moreover, during this time, Chen Daoxian also inquired with his mother about the possible threats he might encounter in inheriting the position of Son of God. The main one is Bai Ming. This Bai Ming is the son of the Ice Rakshasa Bai Ruoliu, currently at the level of 9-star Xianzun, comparable in strength to him. However, in his eyes, anyone at the same level is like a straw dog, easily crushed. Therefore, Bai Ming is not to be feared. The real obstacle for him is Bai Ruoliu's adopted son, Heilong Bai Chen. He hails from the Songlong imperial realm, but due to being orphaned and having an unknown background and possessing a terrifying innate talent, he is viewed as an outlier by the Dragon Clan and is suppressed everywhere. Later, the Black Dragon caused a commotion in the Dragon domain, shaking the heavens and the earth. Afterward, he fled to the Rakshasa imperial realm and was coincidentally saved by Bai Ruoliu, thus becoming his adopted son. It is worth mentioning that since the mysterious disappearance of the third sister 100 years ago, there are only 3 recognized, unparalleled geniuses in the world, who are likely to become emperors in the future. The first is the second sister, Chen Liao, who guards the forbidden area of the immortal demon mine. The second is Huang Chong, the strongest genius of the Huanglong lineage of the Dragon Clan, who possesses the supreme bone. The third is Heilong Bai Chen, who is a naturally chaotic body and possesses the strongest flames and the strongest ocular power in the world. All 3 have been cultivating for over 1,000 years. Compared to these 3, Chen Daoxian is at a disadvantage in age. Bai Ming is simply not worth fearing. He doesn't even need to be regarded as a person. What you need to do now is to cultivate with me and lend me your strength. Chen Daoxian said calmly. Cultivate together. Ling Yuan couldn't help but widen her eyes. How can that help you? Chen Daoxian replied. I practice a special technique, and as long as I cultivate together with partners who have special bloodlines, I can achieve a tremendous improvement in cultivation. This secret is only allowed for the 2 of you to know, and the other members of the Dark Moon 28 Lights must not know. Ling Yuan replied, Understood. But she still didn't understand. Hadn't they cultivated together before? Although she didn't understand, she didn't ask further. Seeing young Master Chen get up, the two of them understood and followed him into the small wooden house. The koi in the pond and the sparrows on the eaves occasionally peeked in. 10 hours later, bang! The door was kicked open. Chen Daoxuan and the two of them walked out of the small wooden house one after the other. Feeling the surging energy within, it was like a great river flowing into the ocean. Chen Daoxuan immediately sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Ling Yuan and Qin Ana protected him. However, as Chen Daoxuan's hand seals changed, a blue grand formation suddenly rose from the ground. The shining spiritual formation radiated scorching rays, completely enveloping his body. With the enhancement of this spiritual formation, his breakthrough would be more stable. Unexpectedly, young Master Chen was able to master this level of spiritual formation so quickly. Ling Yuan and Qin Ana exchanged glances, their faces still flushed, filled with astonishment. What kind of monstrous talent is this? It should be noted that it took them over 10 years to master a spiritual formation of this level. The protective formation surrounded him, and the Tao rhythm resonated. A terrifying aura, akin to an ancient deity awakening, suddenly spread from the courtyard, causing the two women's expressions to change dramatically. The next moment, the residual wave actually spread towards the sky. The heavens were torn apart by countless black lightning bolts, and the world trembled continuously. With the sacred light of myriad laws illuminating the sky and converging upon Chen Daoxuan's body. When his aura underwent a dramatic change, the heavens and earth suddenly transformed. It was clearly daytime, but in an instant, it became impossible to see one's own hand. However, soon, a massive vortex of colorful clouds, towering tens of thousands of feet, appeared high in the sky. It descended with the power of myriad laws, enveloping the world. Countless people in the Rakshasa imperial realm were horrified, flying up to the sky to look over. That is, someone is about to break through to the Xianzun realm and ascend to the semi-saint level. Is it young Master Bai Ming? People gazed at the enormous colorful cloud vortex, illuminating the dark sky, and exclaimed, "But this aura feels a bit unfamiliar. It doesn't seem like young Master Bai Ming." "No, this is not young Master Bai Ming. What are you talking about? Besides Bai Ming, who else in our imperial clan is at the 9-star Xianzun level? There is. Don't you remember that Shura's son?" Hiss. People seemed to realize something and were completely stunned. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth collapsed, and that overwhelming aura finally completed its transformation under the trembling gazes of everyone. It ascended to the semi-saint realm, but it seemed like it wasn't over yet. That aura was actually still rising. He is going to directly ascend to the Xian Saint. How could such a thing be possible? It's impossible. Chapter 63. Ascending to 1-star Xian Saint, golden clouds spread across the sky, covering millions of miles of mountains and rivers, vast and boundless. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and plains, all were draped in a layer of mysterious golden veil. In the world, golden light lingered, and myriad laws descended. Every area shrouded in the radiance of the Tao stood countless figures, all stunned. Chen Daoxuan was sitting cross-legged in the central area of the golden mist sea, with the airflow around him surging wildly, forming a massive energy vortex that continuously released terrifying pressure of the holy realm to the outside world. Young Master Chen has done it. He actually leaped over the semi-saint realm and directly ascended to the Xian Saint realm. Ling Yuan gazed at the pure aura of the holy realm in the world and couldn't help but cover her mouth and shed tears. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Throughout history, there has never been anyone who could raise their cultivation at such a terrifying speed. Outside, everyone was going crazy. They were all frightened by this terrifying scene. At this moment, however, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense still lingered in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The destruction divine tree had now grown to several hundred feet tall, but why had the first divine mechanism still not descended? What exactly is lacking? Chen Daoxuan roared in anger, venting his dissatisfaction. Is it because his skills are not refined enough? Is it because their special bloodlines are not top tier? Why has the cultivation continued to improve after so many battles, But the so-called 7 divine mechanisms of the destruction divine tree have not descended at all. Why? Chen Daoxian was truly about to explode with anger. The destruction divine tree, as the most prestigious of his many trump cards, has always been the thing he cares about the most. The more it tantalizes him, the more he desperately wants to see just how powerful its divine mechanisms can be. People outside are still shocked that he, at such a young age, could step into the one-star Xian Saint realm. But who understands him? What is the Xian Saint in his eyes? Promotion to the Xian Sheng realm is completely insignificant compared to the 7 divine machines that can destroy the divine tree. Tang Xuebua, Chunmei, Xingyun, Dongji, Ling Yuan, and Qin Ana seemed to still be lacking. Chen Daoxian was very speechless. However, after a brief release of frustration, he gradually calmed down. Forget it, you can't rush to eat hot tofu. Chen Daoxian suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, all the sacred aura in the world dissipated into nothingness. What hot tofu? Qin Ana tilted her head curiously, not understanding. Chen Daoxian, it's nothing. He stood up and stretched his arms, glancing around and noticing many figures were standing here, watching. He knew that ascending to the Xiansheng realm would definitely shock many people. After all, there are not many Xiansheng experts, even among the imperial clans. Chen Daoxian ignored them and turned to Ling Yuan, asking, "You mentioned that the sacred lands were invaded, right?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan detailed the invasion of the 3 sacred lands to him without missing anything. Qin Ana, the situation in the Tide Sacred Land is chaotic because of the death of the Sacred Master. Bai Ming went there immediately to calm them down after receiving the news. Calming the Sacred Land can win the hearts of the people. Bai Ming has already taken the initiative in this regard. Ling Yuan, Chen Xiao, I have already prepared the calming supplies with my sisters in advance. Good. Chen Daoxian liked this kind of steady subordinate who understood the importance of preparation. Let's go. We will head to the Tide Sacred Land now. Tide Sacred Land. The body of Sacred Master Lin Hao had just been buried, and Chen Daoxian, accompanied by the 28 Huangs, descended from the sky. In the sky, a massive spatial crack appeared. The beautiful figures of the 28 Huangs stood on both sides, clearing a wide path for Chen Daoxian. Faced with Chen Xiao's arrival, everyone in the sacred land knelt down in worship. The Grand Elder Lin too, accompanied by the Saintess Lin Inger and over 1,000 elder attendants, donned mourning attire to welcome him. Subordinate Lin Tuesday Lin Inger. We have met Chen Xiao. The two-faced Chen Daoxian, deeply bowing, and then straightened their chests. Only then did Chen Daoxian notice that Lin Inger seemed to be quite angry. It seems you have some opinions about me, Chen Daoxian said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Lin Inger did not respond. Instead, Lin Tu explained from the side, "Brother Hao has just been buried, and Inger has yet to recover from her grief. If there is any offense, I hope Chen Xiao will bear with it." Lin Tu had a face full of flattering smiles, which seemed very insincere. Chen Daoxian could guess what everyone else was thinking to some extent as well. Among the 7 sacred lands, only the 4 sacred lands of Zhuke, Xuanwu, Xianyuan, and Tianyao controlled by the Shura imperial clan remain intact. I believe you must be confused and puzzled by this, right? Chen Daoxian looked around at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Inger, smiling as he asked. Lin Inger raised her eyes in anger. The fury in her eyes was self-evident. However, due to Chen Daoxuan's identity, she simply could not provoke him. Even if she believed that the Shura imperial clan was the instigator of her father's death, at this moment, considering the bigger picture, she could only swallow her anger and close her eyes in resentment. Don't want to speak? Chen Daoxian was indifferent, turning to Lin Tu, Grand Elder Lin. What do you think? This eye. Lin Tu was momentarily speechless, then thought better of it, and said, "Perhaps the behind-the-scenes murderer fears the power of the nobility, so they did not dare to act against your sacred lands. Perhaps." He actually used the word perhaps. Chen Daoxian was moved. Haven't you ever suspected that perhaps we, the Shura imperial clan, are the real culprits? What? The crowd was shocked once more. Countless stunned gazes all converged on Chen Daoxian. This was indeed everyone's speculation. But there was no evidence, and they did not dare to randomly accuse the imperial clan. Yet now, this son of the Shura imperial clan openly asked such a question. What does he mean by this? People knew very little about Chen Daoxuan, but regarding this question, regardless of what they truly thought, the answer they could voice would only be one. We have never suspected. L'un tu replied firmement. As the Grand Elder of the Sacred Land, he was clear about what to say and what not to say in front of Chen Xiao. All right, Chen Daoxuan was too lazy to explain. Sometimes, explanations are meaningless, like pulling down one's pants to fart. A superfluous move. Chen Daoxuan was not incapable of eloquence. He simply did not bother to explain or justify himself. Since they were all afraid of him because of his identity, he would simply refrain from managing anything and observe the changes. Chen Xiao, this way, please. Lin Tu personally led Chen Daoxuan, quickly bringing them to a very grand residence. There were many such residences dedicated to serving the master in the Tide Sacred Land. Whenever someone from the Shura imperial clan came down, they would come here to enjoy. This reflects the attitude of the vassal forces. Chapter 64, Mysterious Black-Robed Woman, The Prophecy of Eternal Night. After settling Chen Daoxuan and the 28 Huangs, Lin Tu then took the saintess away. Along the way, the Lin clan members were speechless. The arrival of the two direct descendants of the imperial clan did not make them feel relieved. Instead, many felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Until they got into the carriage, Lin Inger finally dared to complain softly. Chen Daoxuan is really shameless, daring to come to our Tide Sacred Land at this time. Shoo. Lin Tu hurriedly silenced her with a finger. Are you crazy, child? What are you saying? Lin Inger. Uncle, I'm not crazy. I know we can't provoke the Shura imperial clan, but isn't Bai Gu still here? After so many years of loyalty to the Shura imperial clan, now that such a big incident has occurred, can Bai Gu just sit back and do nothing? Lin Tu patted her head. Silly child, there's a saying in the mortal world. The heart of the saint is like the abyss, and the imperial might is hard to fathom, let alone the imperial clan. Lin Inger couldn't believe it. So if Bai Gu doesn't help us, are we just going to let this blood debt go? Of course not. Lin Tu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his killing intent was fierce. We sided with the Shura imperial clan seeking peace. But now that Brother Hao has been killed and our clan members have suffered heavy casualties, if at this time the Shura imperial clan still chooses to be a turtle, then we will break free from their control and turn to the Dragon Clan. Turn to the Dragon Clan? Lin Inger didn't expect her uncle to have such a crazy idea. But father repeatedly reminded me during his lifetime that the Dragon Clan has always been proud and cunning. Lin Tu, no matter how cunning, they are still the oldest lineage among the three major imperial clans. Don't you want to avenge your father? Lin Ing, I want to... But, Lin Tu, then there is no but. Their conversation took place in the carriage, with Lin Tu using spiritual power to create a barrier, thinking this would ensure their safety. Little did he know that everything they said and did was already presented before Chen Daoxuan's eyes. In the room, the azure spiritual array shone brightly. Above, in a mirage-like scene, the conversation between Lin Tu and Lin Inger was clearly projected. What kind of spiritual array is this? The 28 elder sisters surrounded Chen Daoxuan, each one dumbfounded. The Shura imperial clan was best at spiritual arrays, but they had never seen such a magical spiritual array before. Regarding this, Chen Daoxuan did not explain much, as this was something taught to him by his mother and was not meant to be shared. The Lin family's thoughts are truly vicious. They actually want to betray us and turn to the Dragon Clan. Qin Ana said angrily. Chen Daoxuan, it's also understandable. Chen Daoxuan had always been a reasonable person. It was only when he encountered unreasonable people that he would occasionally show a bit of his martial prowess. Chen Daoxuan, you all go check around now and see if you can find any useful clues from the places where battles occurred. Yes. The 28 Huangs responded in unison. Then, under Ling Yuan's lead, they simultaneously dispersed. Chen Daoxuan released the spirit formation, pushed the door, and stepped out to the eaves, feeling the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard, gradually closing his eyes. Meanwhile, in another equally grand estate courtyard, a man in black reported everything he had seen and heard. Bai Ming, with his hands behind his back under the eaves, gradually became frantic. This Chen Daoxuan, he really has come after us. Xiao Xiao, you were right. He came to our Rakshasa empire to fulfill his father's dream of completely swallowing our Rakshasa imperial clan. Bai Ming gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. Behind him, a graceful figure wrapped in a loose black robe lowered her voice and said, "The Chen imperial clan has always been the greatest threat to all forces in this world. If we continue to let them do as they please, a dark age the likes of which we have never seen will soon descend. The arrival of eternal night has always been her prophecy." At first, Bai Ming thought she was crazy, but as events unfolded step by step, he couldn't help but believe it now. Because up until now, all her prophecies have come true. Bai Ming now firmly believed her. "Xiao, what should we do next?" The woman in black said. "Send someone to keep an eye on him." Bai Ming replied, "We are already watching him." The woman in black insisted, "That's not enough." Bai Ming was somewhat shocked. You don't mean for me to send everyone, do you?" The woman in black smiled and nodded. "This," Bai Ming stammered, "but if I do that, not only will I have no security around me, but even the Dark Moon 28 lights will have no one watching them. They are Chen Daoxuan's means." The woman in black smiled coldly and said with certainty, "No, his means can only be himself." As night fell, Chen Daoxian still sat in the courtyard, staring at a chessboard formed by spiritual energy, lost in thought for several hours. He remained motionless. This chessboard was the same one that had been on Chen Luni's table back then. With just one glance, Chen Daoxian memorized all the pieces in his mind. Heaven as the game, earth as the board? No. It should be Dao as the game, heaven as the board, stars as the pieces? Still not right. Chen Daoxuan's chess skills were decent, but every time he looked at this chessboard, he felt that his perspective was too small. What was the true perspective of that ancestor? Bigger than the Dao? What could be larger than the 3,000 Daos in this world? Chen Daoxian didn't dare to think. If there really was, it would probably be that destruction divine tree hidden deep within his spiritual sea. "Yuan, you're back so soon?" Chen Daoxian suddenly waved his sleeve, quickly erasing all the pieces on the spiritual chessboard. The next moment, the void trembled slightly, and Ling Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. "Young Master Chen, I just found this in a valley. Take a look." Ling Yuan stretched out her small hand, revealing a strange gray fragment in her palm. "What is this?" Chen Daoxian asked. Ling Yuan's expression was serious. "Xuanwu fragment." "Xian." Chen Daoxian exclaimed, "You mean the Xuanwu sacred land?" Ling Yuan looked around and, seeing that the spies were far away, leaned closer to Chen Daoxuan's ear and said, "It's definitely the case. I saw this with Lord Horakshasa." Chen Daoxian rubbed his hands. Things seemed to be getting more and more serious. The forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace had just uncovered some clues, and now the 3 major sacred lands had been invaded. Moreover, the 4 sacred lands of the Shura imperial clan were safe and sound, and now this Xuanwu fragment appeared. All signs pointed to the Shura imperial clan being the instigator behind it, but this didn't make sense. The Xuanwu sacred land. The sacred master's wife is my 4th sister. Even if it's a frame-up, there's no reason to throw dirt on her. That's just insane. Chen Daoxian frowned deeply. "What's going on?" 4th sister helps dad deal with mom. Not afraid of mom beating her up? No. There must be something extremely important that has been overlooked. Chapter 65. The first is Zhuke, the second is Xuanwu. Xuanwu sacred land. Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth. Ling Yuan said with a serious expression, "Young Master Chen, rest assured, I've already cleared the Xuanwu fragments that fell on sight." Chen Daoxian smiled upon hearing this. "That is useless. Since someone wants to incite a war between the imperial clans, they will definitely be well prepared." Just as Chen Daoxian said this, in the great hall of the sacred land, Lin Inger sat in the position of the sacred master, gathering all the elders of the Lin clan to discuss matters. "Miss, look, this is what we found in the Coral Sea area. It has been confirmed that this item is a soul bone associated with the Xuanwu clan, fragments of the Xuanwu skeleton. It actually belongs to the Xuanwu sacred land." Lin Inger gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes blazing with fire. Everyone knows that the Xuanwu sacred land and Zhuke sacred land have always been the most valued vassal forces of the Shura imperial clan. Now that fragments of the Xuanwu clan skeleton have been discovered in the Coral Sea area where they are fighting against invaders, it can be said to be a case of catching the thief and the stolen goods. The evidence is conclusive. The Shura imperial clan is being too oppressive. An elder was so angry he almost spat blood. His 8 sons had all died in the battle in the Coral Sea. This blood feud is unforgivable, but they still fundamentally differ from the imperial clan's forces. Lin Inger suppressed her anger and turned to seek the opinion of the elder. Uncle, what do you think we should do now? Lin Inger was still young and had no ability to control the Lin clan. After her father was killed, all matters in the clan could only be decided by the elder. Lin Tu's face was tense, his gaze particularly somber. If we want revenge, we must rely on the power of the imperial clan. We don't know what the stance of the Rakshasa imperial clan is. Just then, 2 footsteps approached from afar, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Brother Bai. Lin Inger immediately stood up upon seeing the newcomer. Bai Ming, recognized as the son of destiny of the Rakshasa imperial clan, made everyone present feel a glimmer of hope for revenge. Greetings, young Master Bai. Lin Tu was the first to kneel and bow. The other elders followed suit, kneeling and bowing, their voices echoing throughout the hall. A sound that was music to Bai Ming's ears. Get up. Bai Ming walked past the path opened by the elders and directly approached Lin, patting her head and smiling. Why didn't you call me for the clan meeting? Well, Lin Inger didn't know how to explain. Lin Tu quickly stepped forward to diffuse the situation. It's like this, young Master Bai. We just found this in the Coral Sea area. Take a look. As he watched Bai Ming take out the gray fragment from his sleeve, Bai Ming immediately recognized it as the Xuanwu skeleton fragment. He then turned to look at the woman in black. The woman in black kept her head down, her face hidden by the cloak, her voice ringing like silver bells. It is known to all that the Shura imperial clan has 2 sharp blades. The first is Zhuke, the second is Xuanwu. Bai Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. So, this is enough to prove that the ones invading the 3 sacred lands are the Shura imperial clan, right? The woman in black nodded slightly. At this point, the evidence was conclusive, and many elders in the hall could hardly contain their anger. Lin Tu saw that the time was ripe, immediately knelt down and clasped his fists, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Bai, I implore you to take charge for our Lin clan of the title Sacred Land. I implore young Master Bai to take charge for us. The others also knelt down again, crying and pleading. Lin Inger knocked her forehead heavily on the cold ground, her nails scratching 2 lines on the ground. Looking at her trembling body, Bai Ming smiled slightly and helped her up. Sister Inger, since I am here, I will naturally take charge for you. What? Such a big matter. You're agreeing to it just like that? Lin Tu and the other elders were all somewhat shocked. Lin Inger was overjoyed upon hearing this. Brother Bai, is what you said true? You are willing to help us? Bai Ming replied, When have I ever lied to you? He then walked up the stone steps and unceremoniously sat in the position of the sacred master. Looking down from above, he said arrogantly, Your title Sacred Land has long been loyal to my Rakshasa imperial clan. Now that such a big incident has occurred, we will never stand by and watch. Today, on behalf of the Rakshasa imperial clan, I will give you a reassurance. If the Azura imperial clan refuses to hand over the murderer, I will make them pay 10 times the painful price. This, Lin Tu raised his eyes, feeling that this statement was too full, and immediately cupped his fist to ask, May I ask, Bai Xiao, what do you plan to do next? This, Bai Ming glanced at the woman in black robe. A voice that others could not hear soon entered his ears. With the black-robed woman's hint, Bai Ming was determined. Didn't they from the Azura imperial clan send people to attack our sacred ground? Since they can attack our sacred ground, we can also attack their sacred ground and kill their sacred lord. I plan to destroy the Xuanwu sacred ground first and then negotiate with them. The battle of the imperial clans is not a child's play. I believe even Shinsang Yuan would not dare to easily go to war with us. Bai Ming's words were too strong, to the point where he appeared so elegant and heroic in Lin Inger's eyes that she almost wanted to offer herself to him. But at that moment, 2 more footsteps approached from far. The Lin clan was holding a clan meeting. No outsiders were allowed inside. Those who could come were probably only. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Daoxuan strolled in with Ling Yuan. It was him. The crowd was in shock. Lin Tu, feeling apprehensive, lowered his head. Lin Inger nervously clutched Bai Ming's hand, her pale face revealing her anxiety. Among those present, only Bai Ming, in terms of identity and status, could compete with Chen Daoxuan. After all, Chen Daoxuan was the son of Azura, while Bai Ming was recognized as the best heir to the Rakshasa's son. Daoxuan curiously observed Bai Ming, who was seated in the upper position. After a moment, he shook his head in disappointment. I thought the one who could compete with me for the title of son would be an extraordinary talent. I didn't expect it to be just this. What? Bai Ming was furious, slamming the table and standing up. What do you mean? What do I mean? Daoxuan asked with a smile. Regarding the two great imperial clans, before the truth is clarified, you dare to assert that the murderer comes from the Azura imperial clan. Bai Ming, who gave you the courage? Daoxuan's words were not without reason. Moreover, a war between imperial clans was no small matter. It would be a disaster for the entire universe. However, Bai Ming agreed too readily. It seemed he had not considered his own identity, his position, and the serious consequences that such a hasty agreement might bring. The two sides confronted each other, and just a few words made the difference clear. Bai Ming was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thick. Don't show off your claws here. This is an internal matter of my Rakshasa imperial clan. Don't forget, your surname is Chen. You have no right to compete with me for the title of Rakshasa's son. Daoxuan smiled faintly, raising his eyes as if looking at a pig. I'm talking about the sacred ground, and you bring up the son's position. Fine. Even if it's a competition for the son's title, without me, with your appearance and your brain, do you really think you are worthy of being the Rakshasa's son? Is it that my Rakshasa imperial clan has no successors, or are wild boars rampant, pushing you to the sky? Chapter 66. Talking reason, I like that. You. Bai Ming trembled with anger, almost spitting out his lungs. I am at least your cousin. How dare you speak to me like this? Daoxuan, talking about the sacred ground. He brings up the son's competition. Talking about the son's competition, he mentions relatives. This pig's thinking is really something else. Daoxuan said seriously. Moreover, you said you want to represent the Rakshasa imperial clan to give them a reassurance. That statement is somewhat acceptable. But then you say you want to destroy the Xuanwu sacred ground. Do you know what the Xuanwu sacred ground is? Bai Ming confidently replied. Isn't it Chenchangel? I know she is the wife of the Xuanwu sacred lord, but so what? So what? Daoxuan. Who is her mother? Who is her husband's mother-in-law? Bai Ming. Daoxuan. You brag outside. I didn't want to interfere, but here is the title's sacred ground. Since you want to speak on behalf of my Rakshasa imperial clan, you must know what can be said and what cannot be said. If you cannot even keep the door, are you not afraid of being punished when you go back? Bai Ming, after all, was just Bai Luoyan's nephew. A nephew wanting to kill Bai Luoyan's daughter and son-in-law. Even Lin too found this absurd. So when Bai Ming said this, apart from the naive and hate-blinded Lin Inger, who called him brother but to flatter him, everyone else felt a bit awkward. Now, with Daoxuan's arrival, Lin too saw clearly that Bai Ming had no chance in the competition for the Rakshasa son title, even if he occupied the advantage of the surname. The gap in intelligence still placed him at an absolute disadvantage. Unless something significant occurred within the Rakshasa imperial clan, he would have no chance of becoming the Rakshasa son. After recognizing the reality, Lin too became more determined to secretly ally with the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Bai Ming, who was unaware of all this, was still entangled in issues of face. With so many people watching, if he did not regain his face, how would he show his face in the Lin clan in the future? Moreover, he was the first to come to appease the Lin clan, right? Bai Ming's eyes lit up, immediately standing at the pinnacle of morality and responsibility, beginning to pose a soul-searching question to Daoxuan. Daoxuan, I admit, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled speaker. In a war of words, I am no match for you. But such a big incident has happened in the title's sacred ground, and, after many days, you only just arrived. At least in caring for the Lin clan. You're not as good as I am I right? Bai Ming crossed his arms, looking like he was bound to win. This guy still likes to talk reason? Daoxuan smiled and nodded. Talking reason is good. Coincidentally, he likes it too. Facing Bai Ming's soul-searching question, Daoxuan leisurely raised his right hand, shaking a single finger left and right. You are wrong. Wrong. Bai Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. Which of my previous statements was wrong? Daoxuan, all of them are wrong. Ling Yuan behind couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Bai Ming was about to explode on the spot. You are clearly being unreasonable. I came first. Remember that I came first. Daoxuan shrugged. I admit you came first. But what does that represent? Bai Ming, what do you mean? Chen Daoxian casually pointed to the elders of the title's sacred ground. Look at their expressions now. Do you think your arrival brought them anything? Bai Ming looked over and finally noticed that those elders were all avoiding eye contact, unwilling to speak. Not a single one was willing to stand up and say a word to help him at such a time. Bai Ming was dumbfounded. Chen Daoxian smiled lightly. You arrived earlier than I did, but you couldn't solve the problem. Mere verbal comfort cannot win people as hearts. At this time of great calamity for the title's sacred ground, what they desire most is for someone to take charge, find the real murderer, and help Sacred Lord Lin how take revenge. Chen Daoxuan's words were powerful and reasonable, speaking directly to the hearts of the crowd. But now all signs indicated that the murderer was from the Azura imperial clan, and he was the son of Azura. How did he expect everyone to think? Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Daoxian posed a soul-searching question to Bai Ming. You said yourself, what is the use of you coming earlier? Were all your previous statements wrong? Bai Ming, my brain suddenly felt a bit jammed. Why do I feel like he has a point? Bai Ming stood there, looking foolish like a dazed deer in the wild, making Lin Inger want to distance herself from him. No. Bai Ming thought for a long time, suddenly looking up. You say my early arrival is useless. Does that mean your late arrival is useful? I can't solve the problems here, but you can? Chen Daoxian was satisfied and nodded, revealing a smile that seemed to bless the heavens. So far, you finally said something right. Indeed, I could solve the problem here. What? Everyone looked over in shock. Lin Inger never expected that the Azura son, whom she had been on guard against, would openly say such a thing. Through his words and actions, it was clear to everyone that Chen Daoxian did not seem as reckless as Bai Ming. When Bai Ming made promises, they dared not believe him. But when Chen Daoxian made a promise, it instantly made them eager to know how he could help them resolve their issues. Old Lin, too, with his blurry eyes, trembled as he approached. Chen Xiao, you said you would help us find out the real murderer? Chen Daoxian replied, Amiss. Lin, too, gasped. Then, what if the murderer really comes from? He was so frightened that his legs went weak, unsure if he should say it. Chen Daoxian could understand the hatred, pain, humility, and helplessness in their hearts at that moment. So he directly took over the conversation. I can responsibly tell you that if the murderer really comes from the Azura imperial clan, I will directly behead him in front of you. For one murderer, I will behead one. For a group of murderers, I will behead a group. Bai Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Just now you had the nerve to say I was bragging. What about you? Are you not bragging as well? How can you say such words, killing your own clan members for the title's sacred land? Do you think everyone here is an idiot who would believe your nonsense? Bai Ming laughed until tears came out. Chen Daoxian was truly speechless. He patiently waited until Bai Ming wiped his tears before saying, They will believe me. Bai Ming asked why. Chen Daoxian replied, Because my mother is the Rakshasa Emperor and my father is the Azura Emperor. No matter which side tries to instigate a civil war between the two clans, I will regard them as traitors. Chapter 67. The Great Wilderness Sacred Land. Chen Daoxuan's cold gaze swept over everyone. The imposing aura of a ruler made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. This child has such a strong presence. Lin too was shocked, his gaze unconsciously avoiding Chen Daoxian. He had never seen a young person who could exert such pressure like Chen Daoxian. What are you doing? Don't forget, he is the Azura's son. Bai Ming couldn't tolerate it. Clearly, he was the one who arrived first, yet this outsider won the hearts of the people more than him. But reality is often so real. When Chen Daoxian spoke, he was full of charisma, able to convince people just by his personal charm. And that damn charisma and charm were precisely what Bai Ming lacked. Seeing Bai Ming's calming plan had failed, the mysterious woman in the black robe finally spoke. The Xuanwu skeleton is currently the only clue to tracking down the real murderer. Chen Daoxian frowned and looked at the woman, saying lightly, Then let's go to the Xuanwu sacred land and investigate. Chen Xiao. Ling Yuan's face turned pale. The Xuanwu sacred master is Chen Xiao's brother-in-law. Is he really not avoiding suspicion? Chen Daoxian smiled, signaling Ling Yuan not to be nervous. Then looked at Lin Tu and Lin Inger, saying, Right and wrong must be clarified before speaking. Now I'm willing to take you to investigate. Are you willing to accompany me? Of course. Lin Inger was eager. Her eyes were red, dreaming of avenging her father and deceased clansmen. Lin Tu, however, was somewhat hesitant. The woman in the black robe seemed skilled at manipulating people's hearts and took the opportunity to voice Lin Tu's concerns. Lin Inger is the only bloodline heir of the Holy Master Lin Hao. If anything happens to her, won't the tidal sacred land become a scattered mess? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile and asked, "What do you mean, miss?" The woman in the black robe replied, "Lin Inger should stay behind, and Lin Tu can go with us to the Xuanwu sacred land." This woman seemed to have been prepared for this. Moreover, it appeared she was by Ming's strategist. Did she deliberately make such a big detour just to keep Lin Inger behind? What was her intention? After thinking it over, Chen Daoxuan smiled. "All right, Yuan, you all stay behind and make sure to protect Lin Inger." Ling Yuan's expression changed. "Chen Xiao, we are here to protect you." Chen Daoxuan immediately interrupted her. "No need to say more about this matter. My decision is made." Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at his cold face and could only accept the order. "Yes, I obey." The Xuanwu sacred land is several dozen ancient star systems away from the tidal sacred land, an extremely distant distance. Even if a Xian sacred strongman used their power to tear through the void and travel day and night, it would be difficult to reach in less than 3 to 5 days. On this journey, Chen Daoxuan brought Lin Tu by Ming, and the mysterious woman in the black robe, heading west. He finally had time to enjoy the scenery, observing the vast universe, countless continents, and myriad beings. Thinking back to a few months ago, he was just an insignificant Xianling realm boy on the Tianxian continent. If it weren't for taking 2 ninth-grade pills consecutively, rapidly increasing his strength, he probably wouldn't have had the confidence to call off his engagement with the Nalan family. In just a few months, time flew by in the blink of an eye. Now he had entered the Xian sacred realm, becoming a true supreme powerhouse in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such an astonishing transformation seemed like a dream, unreal yet incredibly real. 3 days later, they would reach the Xuanwu sacred land. In the starry sky, Bai Ming stopped and pointed to a massive star system ahead. This. Lin Tu looked confused, turning in surprise. But he saw the pair of eerie eyes beneath the black robe, which scared him into lowering his head immediately. Chen Daoxuan stood at the front, not noticing the change in their expressions. He gazed at the star system and slowly nodded. The Sacred Master's main hall should be there, right? Following Chen Daoxuan's direction, Bai Ming saw the silver-white continent, and his eyes flashed with a cunning glint. "That's right, that's it." He fixed his gaze on Chen Daoxuan's back, his eyes bloodshot and extremely mad. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded, casually tearing through the void with his hand. The next second, the 4 of them shattered the void and instantly arrived in this silver-white world. The air here was extremely cold. The twisted coastline covered in solid ice seemed devoid of any life. If it weren't for their strong powers, according to Chen Daoxuan's judgment, even a Xian sect strongman would probably not survive more than 3 seconds here. Moreover, not only was the air here unbearably cold, but the spiritual energy from the earth's veins was also no less than that of the Xumi sacred land. Chen Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he joked. No wonder this is a sacred land left by the ancient divine clan. The spiritual energy of this world can already rival that of the imperial clan. Bai Ming, hearing this, forced a smile. To compare with our imperial clan, you're still far from it. Chen Daoxuan replied. "Yes, I just said it casually. You can just listen." "That guy." Bai Ming glared at his back, gritting his teeth in hatred. Chen Daoxuan gazed into the distance, faintly seeing a gigantic hall standing at the end of the coastline. Suddenly becoming interested. "Is that the Xuanwu Sacred Hall?" Yes, that's it." Bai Ming feigned calmness. Chen Daoxuan said no more and walked directly in that direction. As the two moved further away, Lin Tu, confused, approached the woman in the black robe and quietly asked, "Miss, this is clearly the great wilderness, sacred land. What are you all doing?" The woman in the black robe shot him a cold glance. "You just need to cooperate, and my dragon clan will naturally help you take revenge." Lin Tu replied, "Yes." He realized that this woman from the dragon clan seemed to want to team up with Bai Ming here to eliminate Chen Daoxuan. And for such matters, he could only watch the outcome not daring to intervene. The Great Wilderness Sacred Land is the oldest of the 7 sacred lands and was once the most famous place in ancient times. Why? Because this place has given birth to several great emperors throughout the long river of history. Even though they have been buried by the relentless passage of time, their names are still remembered by later generations. However, time flows on, and the years are merciless. The once famous Great Wasteland has now become a hell on earth due to its extremely harsh environment. It is rumored that in the current Holy Land of the Great Wasteland, in the Endless Territory, there is only one person. This person is named Huadonan, who has reached the level of the Xian Emperor, infinitely close to the realm of the Great Emperor. Speaking of this person, the most puzzling thing is that he clearly hasn't reached the realm of the Great Emperor, yet his lifespan far exceeds that of an ordinary Great Emperor. It is said that he has lived for 300,000 years. To this day, he is still alive. The Cold Palace stands like a giant in this world, majestic and unattainable. Chen Daoxuan arrived here, standing silently in midair, facing the differing gazes of the 3 behind him. Chen Daoxuan tilted his head slightly, a smirk on his lips. Aren't you all going to make a move? Chapter 68. Third Miss of the Thunder Dragon Clan, Lei Xiao. What? The black-robed woman, who was about to make a move, suddenly trembled in the cold wind, her purple eyes slightly raised, looking at the somewhat slender and aloof figure, with an expression of disbelief. Could it be that he knows everything? Then why did he deliberately leave the dark moon 28 brights in the tidal Holy Land? The black-robed woman couldn't comprehend this at all. This was not the behavior of a smart person. Perhaps there is a trick. Just as Bai Ming was prepared to act, the black-robed woman suddenly pressed him down, facing Chen Daoxuan's back with a charming smile. What is Chen Xiao saying? Bai Ming was stunned, not understanding why she wasn't making a move. Chen Daoxuan raised the corner of his mouth. It's nothing if you don't want to make a move. Then let us go in and take a look. I also want to see what's inside this magnificent ancient palace. The black-robed woman's pretty face turned cold as she exchanged glances with Bai Ming. Bai Ming, momentarily confused, suppressed his murderous intent and forced a smile. The Xuanwu Holy Land belongs to the ancient divine clan. As for what the divine is, I'm not too sure. Why don't we go in together and take a look? At this moment, Chen Daoxuan turned around, a bit curious. You've never been in before? Bai Ming, I came here when I was young, but I don't remember clearly. This stupid fool. The black-robed woman glared at him angrily. Sometimes, she wished this pig could be mute. If he didn't speak, he wouldn't make mistakes. Chen Daoxuan observed all of this without caring. Then let us go. Saying this, he took the lead toward the cold and towering ancient palace. The ancient palace doors were wide open. The door was covered in ice, seemingly unattended for years. Inside the solid ice, some carved patterns could be faintly seen, but due to the passage of time, it was impossible to tell what they were. As Chen Daoxuan walked here, he paused slightly. Suddenly, he punched the great door. What are you doing? Bai Ming jumped up in fright from behind. This sudden punch almost scared him to death. However, under this punch, the solid ice shattered with a loud bang and finally collapsed. On the black iron door, there were strange patterns that were incomprehensible, seemingly depicting the sun, moon, stars, the changing of seasons, and scenes of spring plowing and autumn harvesting. It was not that 6-winged woman. Chen Daoxuan remained silent and walked into the ancient palace. The dark passage was illuminated by the golden aura emanating from Chen Daoxuan. Upon seeing how pure his aura was, both the black-robed woman and Lin Tu were simultaneously shocked. Originally, the black-robed woman intended to make a move as soon as she arrived here, but now she suddenly hesitated. Her intuition told her that this Shura-san before her seemed to be far more complicated than he appeared. The 4 of them walked through the cold passage, delving deeper. The dim walls of the ancient palace were covered in solid ice. However, Chen Daoxuan noticed that there seemed to be footprints in the solid ice beneath his feet. This meant that there were indeed people living here. To be able to reside in such a harsh environment piqued his interest greatly. One by one, rooms were forcibly kicked open by Chen Daoxuan, but they were all empty with nothing but ice. Unknowingly, the 4 had already arrived in the main hall. What Chen Daoxuan did not expect was that, despite the cold outside, the main hall was very warm, and it had not been eroded by solid ice. Even the high seats were covered with a layer of blanket. This was not the Xuanwu Holy Land. Chen Daoxian had guessed this early on. But where was this? Why did they bring me here? With confusion, Chen Daoxian walked up the stone steps, and under the gaze of the three behind him, unceremoniously sat down in that seat. Looking down at the three, as if viewing subordinates, this condescending posture made by Ming extremely displeased. Chen Daoxian propped his chin with his hand, taking great interest in the anger on by Ming's face, and spoke in a calm tone. Earlier, you were trying to establish a relationship with me, claiming you are my cousin, and now you conspire with outsiders to lure me here, wanting to kill me. By Ming, I'm very curious. If Uncle finds out about this, will he spare you, this traitor? Hitting the nail on the head, by Ming, whose shameful facade was torn away. No longer pretended. That's right, I want to kill you because you're the greatest threat to my Rakshasa empire. Threat? Chen Daoxian. Am I a threat to the Rakshasa empire, or to the sun position you want to fight for? You know better than anyone, don't you? Bai Ming was left speechless. Chen Daoxian shook his head in disappointment. I heard from Fifth Sister that only those from the Dragon Clan like to put on airs and act righteous. I didn't expect that you, coming from the Rakshasa Empire, would learn from them too. Hearing this, the black-robed woman immediately removed her black robe, revealing a beautiful face. Our Dragon Clan has always acted with integrity. How can we put on airs? Chen Daoxian. So you're indeed from the Songlong Empire. Bai Ming sneered and introduced. That's right, this is the third miss of the Thunder Dragon Clan from the Songlong Empire. Lei Xiao. The Thunder Dragon Clan. Hearing this title, Chen Daoxian was once again disappointed. She is not Huang Shang. Lei Xiao couldn't help but widen her eyes. You? What are you saying? Huang Shang, the universally recognized first talent of the Dragon Clan, one of the three extraordinary prodigies in the universe who is destined to become an emperor. Lei Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. You really overestimate yourself. Do you need Huang Shang to take action to kill you? Chen Daoxian expressed his indifference. I just think that fighting with people like you doesn't excite me at all. Boom! A majestic semi-saint realm aura suddenly erupted from Lei Xiao's body. At the same time, Bai Ming's aura of the 9-star Xianzun realm also swept through the main hall. The entire hall shook violently. Yet amidst their overwhelming auras, Chen Daoxian was astonished to find that everything in the hall remained intact. Bai Ming, with a crazed look in his eyes, said, Chen Daoxian, I admit I have never regarded you as a cousin. That's because the ambition of your Rakshasa imperial clan is too great. This time, when the three major holy lands were attacked simultaneously, you know in your heart whether it was your doing. Today, I will join forces with Xiao to eliminate you. Also to demonstrate to Chen Songyuan, as long as our Rakshasa Empire and Dragon Clan stand together, even he cannot do anything to us. Bai Ming spoke so grandly. But in reality, it was still because he coveted the sun position. Chen Daoxian was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, stood up, brushed his robe, and casually glanced at the bewildered Lin Tu. If you want to help them, you can come together. Lin Tu was taken aback and hurriedly explained, I am just a person from the Holy Land. I cannot offend any of you three prodigies. Each one represents one of the three major imperial clans. Even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to get involved. Chen Daoxian nodded in satisfaction. All right, then I will spare your life. Before his words had even finished, suddenly, a figure appeared between Lei Xiao and Bai Ming. With one hand pressing down on each of their shoulders, boom, an overwhelming and terrifying force pressed both of them to their knees, leaving them both shocked. Chapter 69, Unbearable Blow. The stone slabs on the ground shattered with a bang. Bai Ming and Lei Xiao were both taken aback. What was this power? Lei Xiao couldn't believe that there was someone in this world whose strength was even more terrifying than that of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it wasn't just the strength. Even the speed, just now, was something they couldn't match at all. Chen Daoxian, bored, pressed down on one person and said, You two are too weak. I really don't know how you grew up in the Imperial Clan. You. Lei Xiao was furious, her pretty face turning purple. A strange purple crystal aura suddenly burst forth, radiating dazzling purple light. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly rained down from the void above. Chen Daoxuan's movement was incredibly fast, quicker than the lightning, and he returned to his seat in an instant. Watching this girl, surrounded by lightning, with sparks flying from her aura, Chen Daoxian was intrigued. Is your Lei Long clan considered a special bloodline? Special bloodline. Lei Xiaoxiao's pretty face changed in shock. Have you been behind the frequent disappearances of special bloodline individuals in various places over the past few hundred years? Chen Daoxian slapped his forehead. How old am I? How could it be me? However, through Lei Xiaoxiao's reaction, Chen Daoxian became somewhat puzzled. He originally thought that the forces behind the Holy Soul Palace had ties to the Dragon Clan. But now it seemed that perhaps the situation was really heading in the direction he had mentioned casually. Perhaps there was indeed a mysterious force that even the three great imperial clans did not understand, secretly plotting something. Lei Xiaoxiao's gaze was fixed on Chen Daoxian, her eyes filled with killing intent. Bai Ming, what are you waiting for? If you want to kill him, you have to go all out. Bai Ming also deeply felt this point. No longer hesitating, he clenched his fists tightly. The extremely violent power within him instantly enveloped his body. The power of madness. He had already mastered the madness physique of the Rakshasa imperial clan to perfection, but even so, he was still far from the threshold of the Rakshasa gate. One of them exuded a violent aura like a tide, while the other was radiating thunder. As heirs of two great imperial clans, at least within the same realm, they had an absolute advantage over others. Make your move. Lei Xiaoxiao took the lead, waving her hand, and a long whip made of purple crystal lightning appeared in her hand. The sound of the whip cracked through the hall. As it came rushing in, it flickered like lightning. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the chair on the stone steps, and then it disappeared. Lei Xiaoxiao was shocked. She couldn't see Chen Daoxuan's figure at all. Above, Bai Ming suddenly looked up, stomped hard on the ground, and charged directly toward Chen Daoxian in midair. But in the next second, Chen Daoxian appeared directly above him, kicking him in the face. Poof! Blood sprayed from Bai Ming's mouth, accompanied by the sound of his nasal bones shattering as he fell to the ground, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Bai Ming. Lei Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. However, a big hand wrapped around her slender waist. Then, Chen Daoxian executed a throw, slamming her head into the ground. The view beneath her skirt was fully exposed. Half of her body smashed down into the ground. Heavens! Lin Tu stared at the two trembling jade legs on the ground, completely dumbfounded. They were both imperial clan prodigies. How could they be so easily defeated by Chen Daoxian? Even if Chen Daoxian had stepped into the profound saint realm, he was only a one-star profound saint. He shouldn't be able to display such terrifying suppressive power. The mist gradually dissipated. Chen Daoxian grabbed one of Lei Xiaoxiao's ankles and pulled her up from the ground. Lei Xiaoxiao's robe was torn, revealing her delicate figure. Her face was already bruised and battered, and with a vicious glare, she suddenly reached out to grab Chen Daoxuan's vital points. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian, in a split second, raised his knee and delivered a knee strike. Poof! Right in the face of Lei Xiaoxiao. Her entire body trembled violently, and her arms fell along with her flowing hair. Is this really the third young lady of the Purple Dragon clan? Unbearable blow. Chen Daoxian shook his head in disappointment, tossing her aside like a dead dog. Then he walked step by step toward Bai Ming. Bai Ming felt a wave of nausea in his nose, his head buzzing, and when he saw Chen Daoxian approaching, he instinctively crawled backward. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. No, don't kill me, cousin, I was wrong. Bai Ming covered his bleeding mouth, shaking his head in despair. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to this sorry state. Chen Daoxian, look at your behavior. If the Rakshasa Imperial clan were in your hands, wouldn't that disgrace the Imperial clan's prestige? Bai Ming was unwilling, but now he was terrified, so he could only flatter. Yes, what my cousin said is absolutely right. I'm just a waste. Chen Daoxian, so disgusting. People like you actually want to compete for the Imperial clan's divine son. You have no backbone at all. Originally, Chen Daoxian intended to take him back and leave him entirely to his mother to deal with. But the more he feared for his life, the more Chen Daoxian found him displeasing. He stepped on Bai Ming's calf, his eyes full of disdain. If you still had some backbone to shout at me, at least I could look at you differently, but now, crack. The hall was filled with Bai Ming's pig-like screams. After stepping on his leg, Daoxuan finally stopped. After all, such a disgraceful thing still had to be handed over to his mother for punishment. After all, he was not yet the divine son of the Rakshasa imperial clan. Buzz! Just then, a sword sound suddenly came from behind. But the one who was stabbed was actually a phantom left by Daoxuan. The suddenly appearing man in black robes, stabbed into thin air, bewildered, looking around, and finally saw that Daoxuan had flashed to a distance. This man had purple lightning on him, just like Lei Xiao. Moreover, his aura was far above Lei Xiao. He even suppressed Daoxuan. Daoxuan looked him up and down and couldn't help but laugh and ask, "You have been lurking for so long before making a move. You really have patience." The man in black robes had an incredibly gloomy expression. "Brother, be careful. Cough, cough, he's very strong." Lei Xiao struggled to get up and warned. Daoxuan, intrigued, asked, "You're her brother?" The man coldly shouted, "I am the young master of the Lei Long clan, Lei Ganglai." Boom! After saying that, the terrifying aura of a 2-star profound saint instantly swept through the hall, causing the entire hall to shake violently. 2-star profound saint? Daoxuan squinted his eyes slightly. "Not bad, but unfortunately you're facing me." Arrogant. Lei Ganglai leaped into the air, slicing down a breathtaking sword energy filled with lightning. The violent lightning storm swept through, causing the walls of the hall to collapse with a bang. The scene was in chaos. Chapter 70. The Prodigies of the Age. Who can compete? Boom! Standing on the ice field, the ancient hall with a history of hundreds of thousands of years collapsed with a roar. In the midst of the storm, facing Daoxuan's elegantly sliding figure, Lei Ganglai was furious and chased after him with his sword. But even though his attacks were fierce and his swordsmanship was extraordinary, after a series of fierce attacks, he couldn't even touch a single hair of Daoxuan. After Lei Xiao and Bai Ming swallowed healing pills one after another, they stared blankly at the two fighting in the sky, completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Daoxuan seemed to be toying with Lei Ganglai, moving gracefully amidst the countless sword shadows and lightning flashes. It was as if he were playing with a monkey. As a fellow profound saint strongman, Lei Ganglai or Ershing Xiansheng, how could he not touch him? Lei Xiao couldn't believe it, her eyes wide open, her blood-stained lips trembling. She couldn't believe that the movement technique of the Shura imperial clan could be so much stronger than their Tsanglong imperial realm's technique. Wait, could that be the divine travel butterfly fairy step? Suddenly, Lei Xiao thought of a possibility. Previously, Daoxuan helped the Tianhu clan regain power, and since then, the Tianyao Fox clan betrayed their dragon clan and sided with the Shura imperial clan. In order to thank him for his great kindness and to show their determination to serve him, they taught him the divine travel butterfly fairy step. Such a thing is not impossible. Yes, it must be like that. Brother, don't engage him in close combat. That's the divine travel butterfly fairy step. Lei Xiao shouted, enduring the pain in her nose. Hearing this, Lei Ganglia's expression changed drastically. He lightly tapped his toes in midair, and amidst the flashes of thunder, his figure drew out a streak of lightning, creating a relatively safe distance from Daoxuan. Divine travel butterfly fairy step? Lei Ganglai was somewhat shocked and looked at his younger sister. Isn't the Tianhu clan unwilling to give up the divine travel butterfly fairy step, even if they die? Lei Xiao's pretty face tightened. He saved the Tianhu clan saint as before. Perhaps that brat didn't know the weight of the situation and taught him the divine travel butterfly fairy step. In the entire world, only the divine travel butterfly fairy step can make the imperial clan's movement techniques incomparable. Unexpectedly, Daoxuan actually learned the secret movement technique of the ancient imperial clan, and Lei Ganglai was so furious he trembled all over. At that time, the ancestor suggested controlling the Tianhu clan and using harsh torture, not believing they would rather perish than give up the divine travel butterfly fairy step. But the Fire Dragon clan, those short-sighted guys, opposed the ancestor, saying that this would chill the hearts of the world and make those who originally wanted to join our dragon clan hesitate. Laughable, Lei Ganglai complained, further confirming the rumors of discord within the dragon clan. Daoxuan had no interest in listening to his complaints, so Are you planning to admit defeat? Ha! Lei Ganglai looked down with a grim smile. After a moment, he suddenly became furious. Our Dragon Clan's powerful warriors never admit defeat, only fight to the death. Boom! His immense aura instantly enveloped the entire great wilderness Holy Land. Under his extreme anger, the surging thunderous aura also reached its peak. Even if you have a divine travel butterfly fairy step, so what? If you have the ability, try to dodge this move of mine. Lei Ganglai suddenly brought his hands together. The void in his palms was infinitely compressed. Thunder God's heavenly fury. A purple thunder holy light descended from the sky, completely enveloping his body. Behind Lei Ganglai, the vast thunder radiance gathered into an enormous thunder giant shadow, towering over the heavens and stepping on the earth. With unparalleled holy might, it appeared before several people. Lin too stared in awe at the terrifying thunder giant. His face pale. Is this the power of a Dragon Clan strongman? The tide-like thunderclouds condensed in the sky, obscuring the sun. Under this supreme holy might, even a half-saint strongman like Lin too felt a faint pain in his lungs just from breathing. Bai Ming was also greatly frightened at this moment. He didn't expect Lei Ganglai's full power to be this formidable. It should be noted that, as the young master of the Thunder Dragon Clan, Lei Ganglai was not unparalleled among the Dragon Clan. Setting aside the arrogant Huang Chong, just the young master of the Qinglong clan, Qing Li, the young master of the Fire Dragon Pearl, Huoling and the young master of the Wind Dragon Clan, Feng Tianxing, were far above him. The Dragon Clan, as one of the three great imperial clans with the longest history, if not for internal discord, its foundation would probably be beyond even the Shura imperial clan. The overwhelming holy might exploded and pressed down on the earth, causing the entire ice plain to begin melting, soon transforming into a vast and raging sea. On the grand sea surface, Chen Daoxuan stood calmly, looking up at the gigantic figure with a faint smile. Let me see how capable your Dragon Clan's talents are. I hope you won't disappoint me. Still stubborn in the face of death, Lei Ganglai angrily raised his hand. Immediately, the giant behind him also raised its large hand. Crack! It smashed the sky. It pressed down fiercely towards Chen Daoxuan. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet was completely shrouded under his palm's wind. Lei Ganglai's face was twisted with rage as he roared. If you have the ability, then run away again. Run? Chen Daoxuan didn't understand. Why should he run? Facing this enormous palm descending from the sky, Chen Daoxuan used his finger as a sword and suddenly struck from below, executing a long rainbow, piercing the sun. Puff! The sword energy spanned across the heavens and earth, actually tearing the gigantic hand apart. The giant hand was ripped, and a bright red wound appeared on Lei Ganglai's actual palm, the bone-deep pain making his face twitch violently. Just as he was about to curse, he unexpectedly looked up and saw that Chen Daoxuan had actually appeared right in front of him. Slap! Chen Daoxuan slapped him in the face. The entire sky was pressed into a massive concave shape. Lei Ganglai, along with the towering giant behind him, fell into the sea, creating a column of water that surged towards the clouds. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Lei Xiaoxiao, Bai Ming, and Lin Tu were completely stunned. Brother, Lei Xiaoxiao shouted tearfully. She saw large patches of blood rising in the sea. Lei Ganglai's aura rapidly diminished at an exaggerated speed. In no time it had vanished. He is dead. Bai Ming was so scared he stumbled back, retreating on the waves. Hiss! Lin Tu also gasped in shock. The two looked at Chen Daoxuan, their eyes filled with fear. Is this Chen Daoxuan even human? Didn't he just return from his trials in the lower realms? How could he be this strong? With a single slap, he actually killed Lei Ganglai, who was in the Thunder God's heavenly fury state. No, it can't be. My brother is a 2-star Xian saint. He won't die. Lei Xiaoxiao cried out, rushing directly into the sea. Bai Ming's eyelids twitched violently. By now, he finally realized how foolish it was to be an enemy of Chen Daoxuan. In today's world where the three great imperial clans stand tall, there are countless talented individuals. But compared to Chen Daoxuan, it seems all talents are destined to fade into obscurity. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is, Chen Daoxuan, he hasn't even taken it seriously yet. This unfathomable and immeasurable terrifying strength. Who could possibly rival it? The more Bai Ming thought about it, the more chilling it felt. A chill surged from his back. He directly knelt on the sea surface, facing Chen Daoxuan with tears in his eyes, crying out, "I truly know my wrongs, cousin. As long as you spare me this time, when I go back, I will definitely tell all my supporting clansmen that the Rakshasa son must be you. It can only be you." Chapter 71. Blindfolded, let you use your hands. Bai Ming was convinced and willingly offered to serve Chen Daoxuan as the Rakshasa son. His attitude was commendable. However, Chen Daoxuan did not need his assistance at all. To become a son, one should demonstrate strength that matches the position, allowing the clansmen to see hope, rather than merely seeking more support. Bai Ming, I am different from you. As Chen Daoxuan spoke, Lei Xiaoxiao also emerged from the sea. She was holding Lei Gonglia's corpse in her arms. Looking at her brother's neck, which had been broken, his death was horrifying to behold. Lei Xiaoxiao, filled with hatred, raised her head. "Chen Daoxuan, may you die a terrible death." "Chen Daoxuan, Lei Xiaoxiao, Lei Xiaoxiao, swear that as long as I have breath left, I will never rest until I take your life." Chen Daoxuan innocently spread his hands. "Clearly, it was you who plotted to kill me, and now it's my fault?" Lei Xiaoxiao, unable to quell her hatred. "It was your fault all along. None of you from the Shure imperial clan are good. All of you surnamed Chen should die." Chen Daoxuan, talking reason with a woman is indeed no different from playing the lute to a cow. Lei Xiaoxiao tightly embraced her brother's corpse, weeping uncontrollably. "How hateful. I'm not your opponent at all. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly." Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. This Lei Xiaoxiao belonged to the Lei Long clan. The Dragon clan is an ancient divine race, and their bloodline power is far stronger than that of Chun Mei and the others. If the Destruction Divine Tree can absorb the power of the ancient divine clan, perhaps it can unlock the first divine mechanism? With this thought, Chen Daoxuan smiled and asked, "Do you really want to kill me?" Lei Xiaoxiao glared angrily. "Yes. I wish I could slice you into 1,000 pieces." Chen Daoxuan replied, "All right, then I can give you a chance. I won't use the butterfly immortal step, and I can also blindfold myself and let you use both hands." Lei Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "What did you say? Blindfolded and let you use both hands? What is he talking about?" Bai Ming and Lin too exchanged shocked glances, not understanding Chen Daoxuan's intentions. Even if he was strong, being blindfolded and not using his hands, he couldn't possibly defeat a half-saint level opponent, right? At this moment, Chen Daoxuan added, "Of course, I have a request as well, which is that you cultivate with me." Lei Xiaoxiao, she didn't expect him to be so indecent. Anger surged in her chest. But if he was really willing to blindfold himself, let her use both hands, and not use the butterfly immortal step, killing him was not impossible. Lei Xiaoxiao stared warily at Chen Daoxuan. "Why should I trust you?" Chen Daoxuan replied, "Because you have no other choice. Disobedience means death. Trusting me at least gives you a chance. In this situation, anyone would fight desperately." To Lei Xiaoxiao, Chen Daoxuan's actions seemed like an attempt to humiliate her before her death, trampling on the supreme dignity of the Dragon clan. It was simply outrageous. Seeing her hesitate, Chen Daoxuan began to paint a grand picture, muttering to himself, "To be honest, if I'm blindfolded, I might not even be your opponent, let alone letting you use both hands. This agreement is extremely unfavorable for me, but why do I still insist? Because I believe this is an unprecedented challenge for me." Lei Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her eyes gradually becoming resolute. "All right, who is afraid? Come on." Bai Ming looked bewildered, completely unable to understand the situation. Due to the extreme cold of the great wilderness sacred land, it was not conducive for dual cultivation. Chen Daoxuan simply took them to find an unknown continent nearby and pried open a hunter's wooden cabin in the deep mountains. What Chen Daoxuan wanted was to enhance the power of the divine tree. Little did he know, Lei Xiaoxiao silently followed him, entering the cabin with a sinister gaze fixed on his back, as if harboring some great malice. The Azure Dragon Emperor's realm has been passed down since the beginning of time, with a long history and profound foundation. Now, the Azure Dragon Emperor holds power over the world, dividing the Dragon domain into 7 realms: the Azure Green Realm, Azure Yellow Realm, Azure Flame Realm, Azure White Realm. Azure Dark Realm, Azure Wind Realm, and Azure Thunder Realm. At this moment, in the Azure Thunder Realm, two figures were deeply exchanging teachings in the colorful thunder pool. The waves rippled, and the thunderous light surged endlessly. Each wave crashed against the shore. As the final notes fell, Lei Xiaonan felt completely drained, collapsing into the arms of the Dragon Clan's divine son, Qing Li, as if all her strength had been drawn out. Exhausted yet immensely satisfied, she gazed at him affectionately and asked, "Brother Qing Li, when will you marry me?" Qing Li looked up at the deep blue sky. His eyes slightly focused. Now is not the time. Again with this phrase, Lei Xiaonan's eyes fell in disappointment. As the eldest daughter of the Lei Long clan, she had not yet married, waiting for Qing Li to give her a name. But no matter how understanding, obedient, and considerate she was, she could not earn even a fraction of his affection. Qing Li stood up and stretched his arms. With a glance, Lei Xiaonan obediently came over to help him dress. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from a distance. Qing Li's expression darkened. He quickly flashed to hide behind a nearby rockery, while Lei Xiaonan hastily jumped into the colorful thunder pool, pretending to enjoy a leisurely bath. "Miss, something big has happened." The visitor was Lei Xiaonan's personal maid. Upon arriving, she knelt on the ground and began to cry. Seeing the tears streaming down the maid's face, Lei Xiaonan felt an ominous premonition. "Chueying, what happened?" Chueying sobbed. "Just now, the young master's soul lamp went out." Boom! This sentence struck like 5 thunders, nearly knocking Lei Xiaonan down. The extinguishing of the soul lamp meant that Xiao Lai was dead. Tears welled up in Lei Xiaonan's eyes, incredulous. "How could this happen?" Chueying replied. "I don't know either. The ancestor is furious about this matter. Miss, you should go and check." "Okay." Lei Xiaonan immediately got out of the pool and put on her clothes. During this time, she stole a glance at Qing Li, hidden behind the rockery, and shook her head at him, signaling him not to come out to avoid their little secret being exposed and affecting Qing Li's status as the divine son. Qing Li is the divine son of their Azure Dragon Emperor's realm. He must not be criticized because of her. Lei Xiaonan and her maid Cui hurriedly left. Only then did Qing Li step out. "Xiao Lai is dead?" Qing Li was also shocked. Among the 7 major bloodlines of the Dragon Domain, there had never been a case of a young master suddenly dying a wrongful death, at least not in his memory. In this world, only the other 2 imperial clans dared to harm the young masters of the Dragon Clan. This matter would likely stir up quite a storm. Qing Li suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. He tore open the void and disappeared into the spatial rift. Chapter 72. The first divine mechanism has arrived. In the mountains, groundhogs and monkeys occasionally peeked out. 12 hours later, bang. The monkey was sent flying into the sky by a punch. Chun Daoxuan and the flushed, sweaty Lei Xiao came out of the small wooden cabin one after the other. "I'll excuse myself for a moment." Chun Daoxuan suddenly vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Lei Xiao sat down on the grass, quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged to recover her strength. Having never experienced such things before, she fainted several times before finally holding on until now. Although she didn't understand why he had to leave temporarily, it gave her ample time to rest, allowing her to quickly recover her strength with the pill in preparation for the upcoming life and death battle. Sweat soaked her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, and her face was filled with anger and determination. For a full 12 hours, she did not utter a word, not for any other reason, but to fight for a breath of air. "Brother, Xiao will definitely avenge you." In the vast wilderness, the dark grass thrived. The scorching vitality was igniting everything around, causing all living things to grow wildly. Chun Daoxuan sat cross-legged in the grass. His entire body was intertwined with laws, and divine aura rose. A strange 9-colored divine light enveloped his upright body, and a terrifying divine power, seemingly not of this world, was quietly growing. As his divine consciousness descended into the sea of knowledge, the sky in his spiritual world transformed into pure gold. The waves were vast, towering over 100 feet, crashing one after another, impacting this realm. The Divine Island. The Destruction Divine Tree had actually grown more than 10 times taller than before. Chun Daoxuan's astonished eyes looked up, unable to calm down, Indeed, the ancient divine bloodline is completely different from other special bloodlines. It was as if he had opened a window. This means that as long as he continues to search for a partner of the ancient divine clan bloodline, he would greatly benefit. Of course, what Chen Daoxuan was most concerned about now were those 7 destruction divine mechanisms. He really wanted to know, nurtured by the bloodline of ancient gods, can the god of destruction's mechanism arrive as scheduled? With such a heavy heart, Chen Daoxuan flew straight to the divine tree. Before him, the divine tree, illuminated by the 9-color divine light, was magnificent and mysterious. An unprecedented sense of oppression made his heart race. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's originally clear vision began to blur. The towering ancient tree seemed to stand in the vast universe, with each green leaf resembling a star. The 3,000 paths transformed into an endless river of stars, surrounding the divine tree and shining brilliantly. A blur of light mist quietly hovered above the divine tree, carrying a world-shattering divine might that could shake the entire universe. Slowly cracking. Crack! A fissure shattered the surface of the light mass. The vast starry sky trembled. Crack! The fissure suddenly widened. Boom! The entire starry sky erupted in a storm of destruction. The scene of billions of stars perishing was like an unprecedented apocalyptic disaster, forcefully knocking Chen Daoxuan down into an abyss. Everything was illusory, seeming both true and false. Chen Daoxuan knelt on the ground, trembling repeatedly, sweat blurring his vision. And the frequency of his heartbeat was even harder to control. Just now was an illusion? Gazing at the grass below, illuminated by the Dao light, shimmering with golden brilliance, Chen Daoxuan slowly raised his eyes. He found himself back in his spiritual sea. The divine tree towering against the sky still emitted vibrant colors. However, as Chen Daoxuan raised his head, he was shocked to find that suspended in midair was an odd compass wrapped in 9-colored divine light, an ultimate imperial weapon. The ancient emperor's star disk. Mysterious words quietly emerged in his mind. Imperial weapon. Chen Daoxuan stood up fiercely, a look of ecstasy on his face. The first divine mechanism of the god of destruction. It has arrived. It's actually an ultimate imperial weapon. The rumbling thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. The vast starry sky trembled. Sitting cross-legged, Lei Xiaoxiao suddenly shivered, and when she opened her eyes, she found that the originally bright world had turned into night. In the distant eastern horizon, a golden beam of light broke through the darkness, connecting heaven and earth. There, an extremely terrifying aura was soaring upwards madly. That was Chen Daoxuan's aura. 2-star profound saint. 3-star profound saint. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in panic, shaking her head furiously. Impossible. This cannot be. His aura is still rising. 4-star profound saint. 5-star profound saint. A terrifying chill surged in her heart as Chen Daoxuan's cultivation rapidly increased in this very short time. He leaped to the 5-star profound saint realm. Such a thing was simply unbelievable. Lei Xiaoxiao was now completely despondent. She could not understand what that bastard had done to achieve such a terrifying leap in aura intensity. Even Huang Shang could not accomplish such a heaven-defying feat, no. It's not just Huang Shang. Perhaps even Chen Tianmai, who had disappeared for 100 years, could never reach such a level. The terrifying rise of Chen Daoxuan's cultivation completely shocked Lei Xiaoxiao, as well as Lin Tu and Bai Ming. It was only now that they realized how monstrous this guy was. A prodigy like this would likely soon attain the Dao and become an emperor. Even the 3 great emperors of the current era would be easily surpassed by him. No, he cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, my dragon clan will be completely annihilated at his hands. Lei Xiaoxiao's expression shifted from shock to madness, summoning the thunder whip in her hand. Just as she was about to move, Chen Daoxuan's figure suddenly appeared in midair. What are you doing? Lei Xiaoxiao stared at the terrifying holy might emanating from him, her heart surging with waves of shock. Chen Daoxuan, I just broke through a few realms. No need to be so surprised. As he spoke, he ripped his sleeve off, covering his eyes, and then placed his hands behind his back, appearing calm and composed. I will fulfill my promise to you. Whether or not you can kill me depends on your abilities. Chen Daoxian, a man of his word, never goes back on his word. Although Lei Xiaoxiao was terrified at this moment, seeing that he was willing to keep his promise made her respect him. He was a man she admired, feared, and found a bit strange. He had courage. Lei Xiaoxiao acknowledged his integrity, but knew she had to kill him. For revenge and for the future of the Dragon Clan. She could not show mercy. Thunder God descends. As Lei Xiaoxiao danced her hand seals, a towering thunder giant appeared behind her. As Lei Xiaoxiao unleashed the whip shadow in her hand, that giant followed with a terrifying strike that could tear the heavens apart. Chapter 73. Lei Xiaoxiao's demise. The blinding thunder light tore the heavens and the earth apart. Chen Daoxian stood in midair, listening to the sound of thunder resonating through the sky. He closed his eyes and quietly chanted, "Extreme Void Law Realm." The space before him twisted wildly, resembling a giant beast of the void, opening its black mouth and mercilessly swallowing the tearing thunder shadow. Swallowed. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in horror. How could this be? He had covered his eyes. How could he? She had paid a great price, offering her first time as the exchange condition, just to get him to cover his eyes. If under such unequal conditions, she still couldn't defeat him, how ironic would that be? Thinking back to the 12 hours in the small wooden house, where she fainted, woke up, and fainted again countless times, Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red. Chen Daoxian, today either you die or I die. I won't let this end between us. Lei Xiaoxiao suddenly began to fly rapidly around Chen Daoxian, during which lightning erupted, crackling from all directions, trying to confuse his hearing. Bai Ming and Lin too stood on the mountain peak, unaware of what had happened in the small wooden house, nor why Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had suddenly soared to the 5-star profound saint realm. All they knew was that at this moment, Chen Daoxian was keeping his promise, daring to cover his eyes in the face of a life-and-death battle against the Dragon Clan, and that alone was enough to earn their respect. Facing Lei Xiaoxiao's relentless probing with the whip shadow, Chen Daoxian seemed to have eyes all over his body, dodging each time with precision. After Lei Xiaoxiao's futile attacks, she was completely enraged. In midair, she suddenly brought her hands to her chest and began to rapidly form seals. Annihilation, thunder, calamity. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling black thunderclouds in the sky became agitated at this moment, and each bolt of annihilation, thunder, calamity that fell was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Feeling the overwhelming thunder that shot towards him, Chen Daoxian stood with his hands behind his back and suddenly flipped in mid-air, a sweeping kick. He actually used his foot to unleash a stunning sword energy, instantly tearing the sky in half. Using a foot as a sword, Bai Ming and Lin Tu were both shocked. Chen Daoxian had truly pushed the unity of man and sword to the extreme. The countless thunder calamities were no match for this sweeping sword energy, exploding into thunder mist and dissipating with the wind. Lei Xiaoxiao narrowly dodged this sword attack, but just as she looked up, she was stunned to see Chen Daoxian had already appeared before her. Chen Daoxian raised his left foot higher than his shoulder. Then, with a high whip kick from above, it came crashing down. The entire process was as fast as lightning, giving Lei Xiaoxiao no chance at all. Bang! The kick landed squarely on her head. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes bulged, and her whole body, like a kite with a broken string, fell from the sky into the ravine, kicking up a cloud of dust. So powerful! Bai Ming swallowed hard, staring in shock. Chen Daoxian removed the tattered cloth in front of him, and with a flash, appeared in the mountain stream. Looking at the barely breathing Lei Xiaoxiao on the ground, he helplessly said, "If you didn't intend to kill me from the beginning, wouldn't you have ended up in such a situation?" Hearing this, Lei Xiaoxiao, with her pale lips devoid of color, gave a self-deprecating smile. "Cough, do you think that's possible?" Chen Daoxian was puzzled. Why is it impossible? Lei Xiaoxiao's chest caved in, her vision gradually blurred, but relying on the extremely strong physical qualities of the Dragon Clan. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't think I don't know. Attacking the 3 great holy lands is just the Shura clan's show of force to us." Chen Daoxian, so, even now you still firmly believe that it's our Shura imperial clan invading the 3 great holy lands? Lei Xiaoxiao, otherwise, in this world, There are only 3 great imperial clans. 2 of them have had their holy lands invaded, and the initiator behind it is not the Shura imperial clan. Who else could it be? Lei Xiaoxiao made the most basic judgment, just like an ordinary person. However, in Chen Daoxuan's view, this kind of intuitive judgment was actually foolish. It was easily manipulated by others. Lei Xiaoxiao's consciousness was already starting to fade. Blood tears slid down her cheeks from the corners of her eyes. She was so unwilling to die at the hands of Chen Daoxian like this. Throughout the process, Chen Daoxian didn't say a word. It wasn't that he didn't acknowledge it after pulling up his pants, but rather he didn't like to explain things to others repeatedly. One explanation was enough. Those who believe in you will believe unconditionally. Those who don't believe in you, no matter how much you explain, it would be in vain. Chen Daoxian quietly watched Lei Xiaoxiao swallow her last breath filled with hatred, then half squatted down and gently closed her eyes. In your next life, be a smart person and don't be so foolish again. As Chen Daoxian spoke, Lin Tu supported the limping Bai Ming and came to him. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Bai Ming felt very confused. Earlier, Lei Xiaoxiao was so perceptive. How could such a smart woman be foolish? Young Master Chen, I, Lin Tu, want to explain that I was never involved in this matter. Chen Daoxian raised his hand. It's okay. No need to say too much. I understand your difficulties. It's not easy for a holy land powerhouse like Lin Tu to be caught in the disputes of the imperial clans. How could Chen Daoxian blame him? After resolving the matter here, Chen Daoxian straightforwardly said that to understand the truth, he needed to go to the Xuanwu Holy Land first to see his 4th sister and brother-in-law. Bai Ming immediately expressed his willingness to lead the way for him. He was filled with remorse and wanted to atone for his sins. Unfortunately, his fate could only wait until he returned to the Rakshasa imperial realm and was personally judged by Luoyan. However, just as a few of them were about to set off, Chen Daoxian suddenly grabbed Lin Tu, his expression serious, and looked up at the sky. What happened? Lin Tu, puzzled, frowned in curiosity. There's nothing in the sky. Bai Ming was also somewhat bewildered, but the next second, a series of dragon roars suddenly echoed from above. The deafening dragon roars shook the heavens and earth, and the pressure spread across the vast starry river. Immediately afterward, the void was torn open, and cold-faced figures emerged one after another from the pitch-black spatial rift. Hundreds of old men, all with overwhelming auras. They were either Xianzun or Xianzong. Among them, the weakest had the cultivation of 3-star Xianzong. This kind of terrifying background could not be matched by any lineage among the 7 great holy lands. What made Lin Tu even more apprehensive was that behind those old men, there was an extremely terrifying aura, as if it were the most fearsome black hole in the universe. The suffocating, despair-inducing pressure had already exceeded the scope of what a Xiansheng powerhouse could possess. No, it can't be. The great saint powerhouse. Bai Ming collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Such a level of powerhouse could be counted on one hand across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even in their Rakshasa imperial realm, among the 6 Rakshasa in the palaces, only the Chilan Rakshasa, Mei Changshu, and the Knight Rakshasa Murong Yi barely reached this realm. Chapter 74. Dragon Ancestor, Great Saint Powerhouse. The Great Wilderness Holy Land was already located in the depths of the universe, relatively remote. Now, the continent where Chen Daoxian was situated was not far from the Great Wilderness, and the powerful beings who suddenly tore through the void to come here had an aura that could only be described as terrifying. Countless lightning gathered in the sky, gradually forming an endless thunder pool that covered the heavens. In the thunder pool, over 100 old men in dark robes stood in 2 rows. A woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed in purple robes, walked in with a terrifyingly powerful silver-haired old man. That old man was actually a great saint powerhouse. Feeling the suffocating pressure descending from the sky, Chen Daoxuan's expression became increasingly serious. He didn't expect that after just opening the first divine mechanism and obtaining the extreme imperial weapon, ancient Emperor's Star Plate, he would encounter such a terrifying existence. Was this fate? Just as Chen Daoxian was observing the purple-robed old man, the latter's old eyes were filled with rage. Younger sister, Lei Xiaonan, stared blankly at the lifeless figure lying on the ground behind Chen Daoxian. her pale face quickly turning into a fierce grimace. A pair of blood-red eyes locked onto Chen Daoxuan. "Did you do this?" Lei Xiaonan's voice was exceptionally hoarse. The other old men were equally furious, causing the entire world to be completely shrouded in their anger and killing intent. What exactly were these people? Lin Tu could see through it. But due to young Master Chen's previous understanding and tolerance towards him, and thinking about the future of the Tide Holy Land, in the end, Lin Tu steeled himself and stepped forward. Facing the imposing old man, he respectfully clasped his fists. "I am Lin Tu, the Grand Elder of the Tide Holy Land. I greet you, Senior." The cold gaze of the purple-robed old man did not shift from Chen Daoxuan despite Lin Tu's words. The terrible killing intent was already self-evident. However, Lin Tu still risked his life to advise. "Senior, this one is the son of Shura, Chen Daoxuan." Hearing this, Lei Xiaonan glared angrily. "What do you mean by that?" "Lin Tu, it's nothing. I just want to say that he is the only son of the Shura Great Emperor and the Rakshasa Great Emperor. Today's incident involves misunderstandings that cannot be clarified in just a few words. I hope you all will let me explain in detail." Lin Tu's calm and gentle tone, sincere yet dignified, made the Dragon Clan elders present exchange glances. But the purple-robed old man seemed unconcerned with these, his furious gaze fixed firmly on Chen Daoxuan, almost enunciating each word. "Did you kill Xiao Lai and Xiao Xiao?" "Lin Tu, Senior, there are reasons for this." Chen Daoxuan suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, looked up at the old man, and said directly, "Yes." Lin Tu was shocked, shaking his head frantically at Chen Daoxuan. What kind of existence could a great saint powerhouse of the Dragon Clan be? Definitely at the dragon ancestor level, one of the 7 dragon ancestors, connecting it to the identities of Lei Ganglai and Lei Xiaoxiao. Lin Tu could almost conclude that the imposing purple-robed old man before him must be the master of the Zonglei realm, the Lei Long ancestor. The infighting among juniors had actually alarmed the dragon ancestor to personally come here. This was a terrifying matter. Even more terrifying was that this place was extremely far from the Shura and Rakshasa, 2 major imperial clans. Even if he wanted to send a message, it would take days to bring reinforcements. This was extremely unfavorable for Chen Daoxuan. It could be fatal. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's admission, the killing intent from the Lei Long ancestor grew even stronger. It was unabashed, wanting to completely erase Chen Daoxuan. "Ancestor, leave this person to me." Lei Xiaonan stepped forward at this moment. Unlike Lei Xiaoxiao, she was a genuine Xiansheng powerhouse. 4-star Xiansheng. Lei Xiaonan's gaze fixed on Chen Daoxuan, her powerful aura enveloping her voluptuous figure without reservation. With a flick of her jade hand, dark purple lightning danced joyfully in her palm like flames. Oh, seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan became quite intrigued. This sister was completely different from the previous 2. She could control lightning so skillfully. "You are Chen Daoxuan?" Lei Xiaonan asked with a serious tone. Chen Daoxuan replied, Lei Xiaonan said, "Good, you dare to take responsibility, which is somewhat manly. But you absolutely should not provoke my dragon clan." Boom! A magnificent holy might surged into the sky, shattering the firmament. She stepped forward, covering a distance of over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. The wind from her palm struck directly at Chen Daoxuan's chest. So fast. Bai Ming was shocked, not expecting this woman to be so incredibly quick. However, even though Lei Xiaonan was fast, all she struck was a fleeting shadow left by Chen Daoxuan. Before she could react, she felt a large hand firmly grasping her waist, and then she was lifted up. "Nanner!" The ancestor of the Lei Dragon was horrified and raised his hand in time. Chen Daoxuan effortlessly held her above his head and calmly said, "She is not my opponent. If you want to avenge the previous 2, come yourself." What? This kid actually dared to challenge the ancestor of the Lei Dragon directly. At that moment, not only were Lin Tu and Bai Ming dumbfounded, but even the clan elders of the Dragon Clan and the Lei Xiaonan being held above Chen Daoxuan's head were stunned. An elder of the Dragon Clan seemed to hear the greatest joke, his eyes filled with the supreme arrogance unique to the Dragon Clan, and he scolded, "Little brat, even if your parents came, they would have to respectfully call my clan's ancestor senior. What are you, to be worthy of sparring with the ancestor. Respectfully address? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure it's a respectful address and not an insult? The elder of the dragon clan shouted you. Do not engage in a war of words. Our battle has not yet ended. A delicate shout came from above, Lei Xiaonan. With a crackle, Chen Daoxuan was astonished to find that all that remained in his hand was a piece of her clothing. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Lei Xiaonan flashed behind him and kicked towards Chen Daoxuan's vital points. Bang! This kick hit solidly. Bai Ming was so shocked that he instinctively adopted a posture like a hen laying eggs, his face darkening. However, it was soon followed by Lei Xiaonan's painful scream. Holding her leg, Lei Xiaonan jumped back, looking at Chen Daoxuan in horror. Chen Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to gaze at the ancestor of the Lei Dragon. His fiery eyes unable to hide his eagerness to engage. Is this guy a monster? Lei Xiaonan was in so much pain, she jumped in place. She was genuinely shocked. How could there be a man who trained their vital points to such a terrifying level? The ancestor of the Lei Dragon took a deep breath, and although he did not want to admit it, he could not help but say, Nanner, step back. You are not his opponent. Chen Daoxuan smirked slightly, fully agreeing. Wise. The ancestor of the Lei Dragon's expression darkened instantly. I've lived for 200,000 years and have witnessed the rise and fall of several great emperors. But a brazenly ignorant junior like you is something I have never encountered in my life. Young man, do not say I am bullying you. 10 moves. If you can survive after 10 moves, I will let you go. Chapter 75. The Lei Dragon ancestor is serious. The ancestor of the Lei Dragon actually wanted to duel that kid one-on-one. The elders of the Dragon clan couldn't help but show expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the scene of Chen Daoxuan being crushed by the ancestor. The super regeneration power of Ashura clan is indeed formidable, but as long as the attacks are strong enough and the range wide enough, they can instantly obliterate him. Therefore, even the Shura clan cannot be considered immortal. It all depends on who the opponent is. The ancestor of the Lei Dragon stepped forward, and the laws of heaven and earth descended with a thunderous roar. Before Chen Daoxuan could prepare, the powerful force of the laws completely suppressed this world. How strong? Chen Daoxuan's expression changed dramatically. Caught off guard, he nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he clenched his fists and bent over to support himself. The pressure of a great sage is enough to shake the star domain. The vast starry river trembled under the terrifying pressure of the yellow dragon ancestor. Seeing this old dragon begin to raise his palm, feeling his unabashed killing intent, Chen Daoxuan was not afraid but rather excited. He suddenly pointed his fingers at the sky. The green sword formation on the ground was quickly drawn, and the surging sword intent was so overwhelming that even the yellow dragon ancestor could not help but be taken aback. This kid's swordsmanship had actually reached perfection. No wonder the young master was defeated by him. Unexpectedly, the Shura clan has produced such a monstrous talent. It seems the ancestor's decision today is correct. Even if it risks a war with the Shura imperial clan, we must not allow another great emperor to emerge from them. Yes, that's right. The elders went wild one after another. As the most hot-tempered and impulsive clan, the Lei Dragon clan's thoughts were completely different from those of the other 6 clans. Life and death are fated. Just do it. If we always hesitate, when will the Dragon clan ever regain its former glory? At this moment, the vast blue formation reached a saturated state, and the terrifying power was enough to change the colors of heaven and earth. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's talent so astonishing, the killing intent of the Lei Dragon ancestor grew stronger. His dry hand pressed down, and the distant distance between heaven and earth shattered, collapsing downwards in a wide range. Facing this world-destroying palm, Chen Daoxuan's fiery eyes shone with brilliance, and he was exhilarated to the extreme. One sword to transcend. As he swept his finger towards the sky, the sword formation erupted in brilliant light, and countless sword shadows pierced through the void, rushing toward the collapsing space. The sword shadows fell like rain, crashing against the invisible palm winds descending from the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. However, this time, Chen Daoxuan's sword formation couldn't hold up. The towering palm force ruthlessly crushed the continuous rain of swords, exploding them, and ultimately pressed down towards Daoxuan. Lin Tu revealed a trace of despair and immediately took Bai Ming to flee the area. Boom! The earth collapsed with a thunderous sound. Flames soared into the sky. What was once a continuous green mountain instantly turned into a sea of fire, a hell on earth. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. The earth had become a sea of fire, with smoke curling up. The hot magma surged amidst the raging winds, occasionally creating towering waves that clashed with the thunderous lightning falling from the sky. Feeling that Daoxuan's aura had completely vanished, Lin Tu directly knelt on a distant mountaintop. He was dead at the hands of the ancestor of the dragon clan. Isn't this great? Bai Ming seemed to suddenly realize something, turning to press on Lin Tu's shoulders. As long as you don't expose my scheme against him, when I become the Shura god's son, I will definitely help you find the true culprit. Lin Tu, boom. Suddenly, a surging aura erupted from afar. Everyone looked on in shock. As the fiery magma exploded into huge waves, a figure slowly rose from the center of the sea of molten flowers. He actually didn't die. At this moment, everyone present was horrified. This kid actually survived an attack from the Lei Dragon ancestor. How on earth did he do it? The brilliant nine-color divine light enveloped Daoxuan's bloodied body. Although he had survived, the injuries on him were shocking. His clothes were completely destroyed. One arm had rotted beyond recognition. But that extremely serious injury was rapidly healing at a visible speed. In just a moment, the right arm had returned to its original state. The smooth skin left not even a trace of scar. Is that the Azura bloodline? Lei Xiaonan covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon nodded slightly. Although the Azura bloodline has an extremely strong recovery ability, it also has a fatal weakness, which is that the heavier the injury it recovers from, the greater the consumption of spiritual power. Lei Xiaonan, but I feel like his aura hasn't decreased at all. Indeed, the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon's eyes were filled with madness, because within him, there is also the Rakshasa bloodline. The Azura bloodline can instantly recover from any injury. The Rakshasa bloodline has infinite spiritual power, growing stronger with each battle. The fusion of these two bloodlines can be said to be the most perfect lineage in the world. Coupled with Daoxuan's achievements in the sword path, he has already surpassed all the talents of his generation. Thinking of his immeasurable future, the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon finally decided to no longer care about his face. He must use all his strength to kill this child here, to eliminate future troubles. This second palm, it will take his life. The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon's cold gaze fixed on Daoxuan. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his hand. A strange blue lightning appeared in his palm. That is, Lei Xiaonan and the elders were taken aback. They saw that this ball of blue lightning startled them into quickly flying into the sky, fleeing towards the starry sky. What is going on? Why are they all running away? Bai Ming was still a bit confused. It seemed that the old senior was about to get serious. Bai Xiao, let us escape from here. Lin Tu also sensed a hint of terrible crisis. Bai Ming nodded and flew into the sky with him. At this moment, countless living beings on the unknown continent were unaware that this unparalleled, terrifying disaster was about to descend. Poof! The second ball of silver lightning reappeared in the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon's palm. The two types have made the pressure in this space extremely strong. Daoxuan had heard of, but this was something he had never seen before in his life. This old guy actually hid two types of extraordinary lightning within him. It seemed he was going to use all his strength against me in this second move. Daoxuan's expression was extremely grave. Just now in the first move, this old dragon hadn't taken it seriously and made him suffer quite a bit. If the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon were to exert all his strength next, he would probably be on the brink of death. This was no joke. Chapter 76, the most terrifying extreme Emperor weapon in the world, the ancient Emperor Star Compass. The others had already fled into the cosmic starry sky. On this unknown continent, apart from the native life forms, only the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon and Daoxuan remained. The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon held the blue in his left hand and the white in his right. Just as Daoxuan thought he was going to throw down these two, he saw the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon wave his hands in the air. The two differently colored actually floated into the air and quickly wriggled, causing the surrounding void to collapse endlessly. Poof! Immediately after, a third red appeared again. 3 types. Chen Daoxuan was extremely shocked. With no one else around, the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon didn't have to worry about the face issues that the Dragon Clan cared about the most, and directly said, "I've lived for so long. Do you think I have no trump cards?" Boom! When the 4th type of golden and the 5th type of blue appeared, the heavens and earth could no longer bear the weight. Dense spiderweb-like space cracks appeared. The 5 types have shimmered with extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, causing the void between heaven and earth to show signs of shimmering and endless distortion. Chen Daoxuan finally realized what he was facing. His heart tightened. For a moment, his tense expression suddenly calmed down. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's unusually calm demeanor, the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon couldn't understand why he suddenly seemed unafraid. Could it be? The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon immediately looked up, glancing around. But he didn't find any suspicious figures. This place was far from the 2 imperial clans. Logically, the commotion here shouldn't attract Chen Songyuan and Bai Luoyan. As long as those 2 didn't come, he couldn't survive. The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon smiled coldly, directly pointing both palms at the 5 types of pressing towards the central area. This old guy actually wanted to fuse the 5 types of into one. Seeing his reckless act, Chen Daoxuan was completely shocked. As expected, the great sage-level powerful beings were different from all the opponents he had encountered before. This ancestor of the Dragon Clan was probably one of the most formidable existences among the great sage-level powerful beings. Half-saint, great sage, Xian Emperor, and Emperor are not divided by star levels. When the 5 types of astonishing condensed into a brilliantly colored 5-colored in the palm of the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon, an extremely terrifying destructive energy instantly spread throughout heaven and earth. The unknown continent finally began to shake violently. Billions of mountains collapsed. The earth shattered. The sea water flowed upward, transforming into a misty fairy fog. And under this magnificent scene of earth-shattering, countless weak and helpless beings perished. Feeling the mass extinction of those ordinary and weak beings when disaster struck, Chen Daoxuan suddenly became very angry. "You old dragon are so unkind, actually harming so many beings." This remark left the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon puzzled. Beings? Are you talking about those despicable humans on this continent? Despicable boom. The aura of the 5-star Xian Sheng realm erupted wildly from Chen Daoxuan's body, his eyes igniting with blazing flames. Every life should be respected. Didn't your father teach you that? The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon was stunned. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Chen Songyuan was so idle that he actually taught you these useless things? Chen Daoxuan. What taught me these is my adoptive father, Chen Tianhai, the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon. That only shows your adoptive father is an ignorant fool. When people eat cattle and sheep, do they ever feel pity for the cattle and sheep? You, born of the imperial clan, should not regard those despicable mortals as beings. Chen Daoxuan retorted angrily, arguing, "Nonsense. No wonder there is a saying in the world that heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. If all imperial clan powerhouses are as indifferent as you, then I will change all of this." As his words fell, an ancient and exquisitely crafted compass suddenly appeared in his palm. The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon glanced at the unknown treasure, and seeing Chen Daoxuan as confident demeanor, he sneered disdainfully. "You can't change anything because you are about to die. Hell Divine Lotus." As the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon waved his sleeve, the 5-colored, exuding the power of destruction, transformed into a small shadow that pierced through heaven and earth, rushing towards Chen Daoxuan with terrifying speed that was hard to perceive with the naked eye. The scene of the heavens and earth continuously shattering was heart-stopping. But Chen Daoxuan was not the least bit flustered. Holding the ancient Emperor Star Compass, he infused his spiritual power into it. Then, he threw it out into the air. The moment the Star Compass flew out, the vast pressure it released actually far surpassed that of the 5-colored imperial might. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon was shocked. When the Star Compass collided with the 5-colored in midair, a moment of silence. With a loud bang, the 5-colored was completely overwhelmed, instantly turning to ashes under the fierce imperial might that swept through the sky. Within the magnificent imperial might, the power of the extreme path seemed to want to annihilate the entire universe. Even though the ancestor of the Thunder Dragon had already fled into the starry sky, the extreme divine light mercilessly pursued him. Ancestor! Lei Xiaonan and the others cried out in alarm, clutching their heads. What is that? Lin Tu's eyes bulged, having never seen such a scene before. No, don't. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon ancestor completely admitted defeat, but before he could take any defensive actions, he was enveloped by the terrifying divine light before him. Ah, 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 ah. The old, miserable screams echoed through the starry sky. In an instant, they vanished. This immensely powerful divine light actually severed the star river they were in, causing countless stars to explode, with the resulting shockwave instantly stirring the entire universe. Chen Daoxuan himself did not expect that the power of the ancient emperor's star-determining plate could be so formidable. Moreover, he did not know that if he were not the chosen successor of the god of destruction, with his current strength, he would not even qualify to use the ancient emperor's star-determining plate. The supreme beings in the forbidden zone of the universe all broke into a cold sweat at the sight of this unparalleled imperial weapon. Throughout history, extreme imperial weapons have appeared, but none could compare to the ancient emperor's star-determining plate, because it was the imperial weapon once used by the god of destruction. And the extremely terrifying name of the god of destruction had not been heard by anyone in the current universe. Ancestor! Lei Xiaonan knelt in despair in the starry sky, looking at the ancestor who had been blasted to nothingness, crying out in grief. Behind him, the elders of the Thunder Dragon clan were screaming and roaring in hysteria. Who could have imagined that a powerful figure like the Thunder Dragon ancestor, with such status and identity, not only failed to fulfill the agreement to kill Chen Daoxuan in 10 moves, but was instead killed by Chen Daoxuan himself? At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was thinking of retrieving the ancient emperor's star-determining plate when he suddenly felt as if his internal energy had been drained. His eyelids grew heavy, and he actually fainted on the spot, peaceful as a lifeless corpse floating in the starry sky, while Lin Tu and Bai Ming were stunned. It also made Lei Xiaonan and the other dragon elders' eyes turn wildly insane. Chapter 77. My Little Six caused quite a trouble. Chen Daoxuan was exhausted. Kill him. With a command from Lei Xiaonan, all the elders erupted with a turbulent aura and charged towards Chen Daoxuan's quietly floating figure. Isn't the bloodline power of the Rakshasa Emperor clan limitless? Seeing this scene, Lin Tu was burning with anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he couldn't care less, and instantly flashed in front of Chen Daoxuan, drawing his sword and sweeping it forward to forcibly push back those dragon clan powerhouses. Senior Lin Tu. Bai Ming was taken aback. Lei Xiaonan glared at Lin Tu with endless killing intent in his eyes. Lin Tu, do you want to go against my dragon clan? Lin Tu hurriedly explained, No, I don't want to. Lei Xiaonan, then get out of the way. He killed the ancestor of my Thunder Dragon clan. This is unforgivable. He must die today. Lin Tu, no, he can't die. Then you can go down with him. Lei Xiaonan instantly flashed and appeared right in front of Lin Tu's day. The gap between a 4-star profound saint and a half-saint is immense. Facing the gust of wind from Lei Xiaonan's approaching palm, Lin Tu's heart trembled violently, and the skin on his face burned painfully, as if he were seeing the heavenly grandmother. However, at that moment, the void between the two was suddenly torn apart. With the timely appearance of a beautiful figure in green, the sound of their palm strikes colliding resounded. Lei Xiaonan was caught off guard and was knocked back repeatedly. At the same time, the newcomer grabbed Lin Tu's arm with one hand and wrapped the other around Chen Daoxuan's waist, quickly retreating with the two of them. The exchange between both sides was merely a flash of lightning. They touched and then separated, staring at the stunning woman who suddenly appeared. Lei Xiaonan looked her up and down. Who are you? The woman in green casually brushed aside her falling hair, her pair of autumn eyes shimmering with a playful smile as she looked at Lei Xiaonan. Chen Junran, the 5th goddess of the Shura clan? Lei Xiaonan's eyes showed a hint of caution. Although Chen Junran's cultivation was only at the 2-star profound saint realm, 2 whole realms below him, She had been following Chen Songyuan for training. During that time, it was hard to imagine how much of Chen Songyuan's abilities she had learned. However, even if she was strong, what of it? The death of the ancestor cannot be tolerated. Chen Junren had just arrived and was unaware of what had happened. Upon seeing her brother still breathing, she smiled calmly. It seems that Little Six has already fought with their dragon clan. In response to the inquiry from the fifth miss of the Shura imperial clan, Lin Tu's expression was complex, and he hurriedly replied, not only did he fight with them, but he also killed the young master and the second young lady of the Huanglong clan. Oh! Upon hearing this, Chen Junren's starry eyes brightened. Little Six is that powerful now. As soon as this was said, Lei Xiaonan and the others' expressions darkened. But next, what Lin Tu said made Chen Junren's previously smiling face instantly turn gloomy. Chen Xiao, he also killed the Huanglong ancestor. Chen Junren's heart trembled. In disbelief, she looked up at Lin Tuesday, seeing that he was not joking. She was shocked and worried whether she could safely take Little Six away from this place. After all, this was the territory of the Songlong Emperor realm. The fall of an ancestral dragon could very likely provoke the dragon clan's mad retaliation. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chen Junren's expression grew serious as she looked at the furious Lei Xiaonan. Changing her tone, she cupped her fists calmly. This matter was indeed my Little Six going too far. As compensation, my Shura imperial clan is willing to offer a 9th-grade pill. Lei Xiaonan, what did you say? Chen Junren, plus 10 volumes of Holy Realm techniques. Lei Xiaonan clenched his fists tightly, as if deeply offended. Our ancestor was killed. Can you compensate with these random things? Chen Junren, you are simply a scoundrel. Take him away, quickly. Chen Junren pushed her brother towards Lin Tu. Then the spiritual energy fluctuations of her 2-star profound saint realm erupted fully. Seeing her charging toward those dragon powerhouses, Lin Tu hurriedly picked up Chen Daoxuan. Just as he was about to flee, several dragon clan elders directly surrounded him, blocking his path. Behind him, Chen Junren and Lei Xiaonan were already locked in an intense battle. The fierce wind surged. The dragon clan elders blocking Lin Tu's path stared coldly at the youth in his arms, reminding him in a chilling voice, "You from the title Sacred Ground. Your holy master was killed, and it is very likely that it was at the hands of Chen Songyuan. Why must you go against our dragon clan for the sake of the son of your enemy today?" Lin Tu silently lowered his gaze. These words struck at his sore spot. At first, he also thought that the holy master was killed because of the Shura imperial clan. But until he witnessed Chen Xiao being deceived to the great wilderness sacred ground to uncover the truth, he found that the reality was not as simple as he had imagined. I believe in Chen Xiao's judgment. Perhaps the real killer is someone else. Lin Tu said directly. Someone else? The dragon clan elders exchanged glances. The old man sneered disdainfully. You are a great elder of sacred ground. How can you speak so naively? 2 great imperial clans have been invaded. If the killer is not from a 3rd imperial clan, who else could it be? Could it be those lower realm forces? Boom. Not far away. As Chen Junren struck Lei Xiaonan's chest with a palm, the latter coughed up blood and was directly sent flying through the starry sky. What? Seeing the young lady possessing absolute superiority in cultivation was actually sent flying by the other party with a single palm, the elders were greatly shocked. How come all these Chen people are so strong? Isn't there a single normal person among them? Chen Junren freed her hands, causing the elders blocking the way to hurriedly scatter. Every one of them looked at her with eyes filled with shock and fear. Chen Junren gazed at these old dragons, who were burning their candles at both ends and didn't know how much lifespan they had left, and said softly, "You keep saying that the 3 great sacred grounds have been invaded. Then let me ask you, has your great wilderness sacred ground suffered any losses?" It is well known. The great wilderness sacred land is a person's great wilderness. The holy master is Hua Donan. Just now, Chen Daoxuan fought in the great wilderness, and that ancient palace suffered no damage at all, with Hua Donan never showing up. Chen Junren's words were exactly what Lin Tu worried about in his heart. An elder, hearing this, was furious and stepped forward to argue. Our great wilderness sacred land has not been attacked. But the other continents under the sacred land's jurisdiction have been invaded to varying degrees. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. What the hell? Chen Ran casually drew her sword, pointing it at that person. You Dragon Clan are a bunch of hypocritical, cunning scoundrels. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way quickly, or I'll make sure none of you will survive. You. The Dragon Clan elders were feeling quite annoyed. Suddenly, a silent figure appeared behind Chen Ran without anyone noticing. Lord Realmaster. All the elders suddenly bowed in the starry sky. Chen Ran was instantly dumbfounded. The Azure Dragon Emperor, Chapter 78. The Azure Dragon Emperor's first appearance. The Azure Dragon Emperor. Is it the Azure Dragon Emperor? Lin Tu and Bai Ming looked at the middle-aged man in a blue robe with a calm demeanor behind Chen Ran, both showing expressions of shock. Chen Ran was equally shocked, not daring to move, because she knew if a powerful emperor wanted to erase her and Xiao Lu from this world, it would be as simple as a glance. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Xiao Lu, who was still peacefully asleep. Chen Ran suddenly had a flash of inspiration, turned to face the person in front of her, and bowed. I am Chen Ran. I have met Uncle Azure Emperor. She call me Uncle? The Azure Emperor squinted his eyes, staring at this little girl from the Chen family. Your brother killed one of our Dragon Clan's ancestors. What do you think should be done about this? The questioning of a powerful emperor, even if it was calm, made Chen Ran feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. She dared not respond easily. Back then, she almost warned Xiao Lu not to kill the Dragon Clan's ancestor, mainly because she never expected Xiao Lu, just back from his training in the lower realms, would be able to kill a Dragon Clan ancestor. Was he too extraordinary, or was that Dragon Clan ancestor too weak? It was hard to tell. Chen Ran hesitated to speak. The Azure Emperor reached out his hand, touching her exquisite face, which seemed as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. You are a smart girl. You should know that this matter can't be glossed over so easily. Just because you choose to remain silent doesn't mean everything will be fine. I know. Chen Ran certainly understood the weight of an ancestor, especially one from an imperial clan. The Azure Emperor asked, so what is your answer? Chen Ran quietly gazed at Xiao Lu, thinking about how she was the first among her 5 sisters to see him when he returned to the upper realm and the various hopes she saw in him. Chen Ran's eyes gradually became moist, but she did not lose her courage. She stood tall, facing this powerful emperor without being servile or overbearing, and raised her head. I will exchange my life for his. The Azure Emperor's expression slightly stiffened. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Chen Ran was actually willing to sacrifice herself for her brother. Such a thing was incomprehensible within the Dragon Clan. The courage that Chen Ran displayed left the Azure Emperor momentarily speechless. The Dragon Clan has strong individuals, but if they could have just 1/10 of the cohesion of your Shura clan, they wouldn't have fallen into such a scattered state today. To take your life in exchange for his. It seems this boy is crucial to your Shura Imperial clan. As the Azure Emperor spoke, his gaze focused on Daoxuan. Clearly, he was still apprehensive about the extreme power he had just felt. The extreme Imperial weapon. He had seen it before, including one they currently possessed right in his hand. But the level of extreme power he felt just now in the star domain was unprecedentedly fierce. The Azure Emperor developed a curiosity about Daoxuan, which was inevitable and unhidden. Chen Ran's beautiful eyes turned slightly, playfully saying, he's the only male descendant of our Chen family. Of course, I have to protect him. This had nothing to do with being male or female. The Azure Emperor rubbed his forehead and looked at Lei Xiaonan and the others, feeling speechless. I told you to think twice before acting, but you didn't listen. Now you've caused trouble, haven't you? Hearing this, Lei Xiaonan hurriedly argued. No, Lord Realm Master, it was actually Daoxuan who killed my brother and sister first. The Azure Emperor questioned. If your sister hadn't plotted to lure him into a trap, would this have happened? As the Dragon Clan's emperor, there were some matters he could quickly investigate if he wanted to. Without this ability, he wouldn't be able to manage the chaotic Azure Dragon Imperial realm. Lei Xiaonan's eyes turned red, silently lowering his gaze. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Chen Ran, saying, since she is willing to take the blame for Daoxuan, then please, Lord Realm Master, fulfill her wish. What? The elders exchanged glances, utterly shocked. Did the young lady intend to settle for second best? But upon further thought over the years, the Azure Emperor's style of tolerating the Shura imperial clan had already disgraced the Dragon clan. If they missed this opportunity, not only would Chen Daoxuan escape, but Chen Junran would also be let go. Their long ancestor's spirit in heaven would truly never find peace. Thinking this through, the elders had no choice but to follow Lei Xiaonan's wishes, all pleading with the Azure Emperor. As long as they could kill someone with the surname Chen, it was the same to kill anyone. Better than not killing anyone at all. All right, then let us kill her alone. The Azure Emperor finally spoke. With this judgment, a hint of relief appeared in Chen Junran's eyes. Xiao Lu could survive. That was enough. As for her, wasn't she born to protect Xiao Lu from the very beginning? Now, that Xiao Lu was so powerful, growing at such an astonishing rate, it was clear she was no longer qualified to be his protector. Lin Tu, take Xiao Lu back to the Azura Imperial Realm and tell her mother about what happened here. Chen Junran smiled charmingly. Lin Tu opened his mouth slightly, nodding with difficulty. As the Azure Emperor tore through the void, Chen Junran walked toward the spatial rift. Although she really wanted to take one last look at her brother, in the end, she did not turn back. Because her brother's every frown and smile, every word and action, had long been deeply engraved in her mind. She would never forget this life. Why add to the sadness? Half a month later, Chen Daoxuan lay on a golden silk soft couch, slowly opening his eyes. What he saw was a gentle and jade-like beautiful face. The woman had refined brows, a straight nose, and bright, spirited eyes. She wore a snow-white alchemist's robe, exuding an air of nobility. The alchemist badge she wore on her chest was engraved with 9 stars, representing a 9th-grade alchemist. His 5th sister had once said that there was no more Dan Emperor in the world, and his eldest sister, Chen Luohong, was currently the strongest alchemist in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan sat up abruptly. You are my eldest sister? Yes. Chen Luohong's gentle demeanor blossomed with her smile, making Chen Daoxuan feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. Remembering the battle in the Azure Dragon Imperial Realm, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Then, under Chen Luohong's puzzled gaze, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to introspect his consciousness. Where he saw that the ancient emperor's star fixing plate was hovering beside the divine tree. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curiously, he raised his eyes. How did I come back safely? He only remembered that his head felt very heavy. And after using the ancient emperor's star fixing plate, he suddenly fainted. Around him were only Lin Tu and Bai Ming. Even if the two of them teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat that 4-star Xin Saint Lei Xiaonan. Chen Daoxuan's detailed thoughts were terrifying. This left Chen Luohong very satisfied, and she immediately comforted him. It was Xiao Wu who exchanged her life for your return. Boom! A mighty force suddenly swept out from the Rakshasa Imperial Palace. Don't get too excited, Chen Luohong interrupted him. The Azure Emperor wouldn't dare to do anything to Little Five. Their dragon clan doesn't have that kind of courage. Chapter 79. Little Six already possesses the potential to control the Imperial clan in the room. Chen Daoxuan's bloodshot eyes brimmed with endless killing intent. Despite the elder sister's comforting words, Little Five was in danger because of him. Chen Daoxuan said nothing, got dressed, and, as he was about to leave the room, Chen Luohong stopped him. What are you going to do? Chen Luohong questioned. Chen Daoxuan replied expressionlessly. I'm going to the Azure Dragon Imperial Realm to bring Little Five home. Chen Luohong said, I told you, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Little Five. Besides, Mother received this bad news and has already gone to the Dragon Domain. What about my father? Chen Daoxuan asked. Chen Luohong's expression slightly changed. Father might be busy dealing with some matters, so what? Chen Daoxuan couldn't believe it. Little Five has been captured, her life and death unknown. And my father is turning a blind eye? Chen Luohong explained, it's not that he is ignoring it. I believe father must have his own plans. Enough. Chen Daoxuan was unconvinced by the words of Aunt Qiu earlier. Now he scoffed. If something were to happen to Little Five, as the most powerful emperor, my father's refusal to go to the Dragon Domain would be something I could never forgive. Chen Daoxuan's body was still very weak. This was not at all how someone with the Rakshasa bloodline should be. Chen Luong was also quite curious about this. First, tell me why you become so weak. A supreme imperial weapon, Chen Daoxuan replied. A supreme imperial weapon. I've said what I needed to say. Elder sister, I'm going to the dragon domain now. Don't stop me. Chen Daoxuan attempted to forcefully push past his elder sister, but unexpectedly, at the moment their shoulders collided, a terrifying aura that was no less than that of the Thunder Dragon ancestor surged towards him. Elder sister. It turned out to be a great sage-level powerhouse. The collision caused Chen Daoxuan to stagger back a few steps, utterly shocked. Their eyes met. Chen Luohong comforted him. With mother around, little five will come back. You don't understand, Chen Daoxuan said, trying to bypass his elder sister. But Chen Luohong stopped him again. What don't I understand? Listen to your sister. Rest well. Everything is arranged best by mother. Chen Daoxuan looked up suddenly. But how can mother face the entire dragon domain alone? If I were that Azure Emperor, I would take this opportunity to kill mother without hesitation. That would turn the 3 emperors into 2, which is better than the current situation. Hearing this, Chen Luohong nodded in appreciation. No wonder mother often praises you in front of me, saying you are as strategic as father. Little 6, don't worry. Mother will be fine because all 6 of us Rakshasa from the halls have set out with her. Mother said this time she's going all out. If the Azure Emperor refuses to release them, she will directly destroy the Azure Dragon Imperial Realm. All out, Chen Daoxuan exclaimed. Exactly. Mother is indeed a decisive person. You will stop. Chen Daoxian's expression suddenly changed as he grabbed his elder sister's shoulders. How many sage-level powerhouses do we have left in the Rakshasa Imperial Realm? Chen Luohong didn't he understand why he was so agitated. Including me, there are 2. What's wrong? Chen Daoxian staggered, his eyes filled with dread. He had always worried that there might be a mysterious force hidden somewhere in the vast universe, one that even the 3 major imperial clans were unaware of. For the sake of saving little 5, mother had taken 6 Rakshasa from the halls to venture out. Was this the perfect opportunity for the other side to attack the Rakshasa Imperial Realm? Who is the other sage-level powerhouse? Chen Daoxian asked. It's Bai Chun. He is the adopted son of my uncle and has already surpassed him, reaching the great sage level. However, he has always had a strange temper, locking himself up in a forbidden area cottage every day, not knowing what he is researching. Chen Luohong had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation and was unaware why little 6 was asking these questions in such detail. Bai Chun? Second sister Chun Lu shook her head. The dragon clan Huangshang and the Rakshasa clan Bai Chun are 3 unparalleled prodigies destined to become emperors in the future. So it's him. Chen Daoxian looked seriously at his elder sister. What I'm about to say next, you might not believe. If I'm right, soon a mysterious force will invade our Rakshasa Imperial Realm in full force, intending to completely overturn our Imperial clan. Chen Luohong was shocked. Invade us. Listen to me. Chen Daoxian continued. With mother and the 6 Rakshasa halls away, and my body too weak if we want to protect our clan, we can only rely on you and Bai Chun to join forces to face the enemy. You need to find Bai Chun now and tell him about this. Remember, if anything happens, you 2 must not act alone. You must work together to face the enemy. Chen Daoxian's firm tone was reminiscent of his father's from years ago. This made Chen Luohong deeply realize that she should no longer view little 6 as a child. Little 6 had truly grown up and was already hinting at the ability to lead an imperial clan. Thinking of this, Chen Luohong smiled with relief. All right, I will follow your arrangements. After the elder sister left, Chen Daoxian called for the Dark Moon 28 Glorious Ones, instructing the one with the fastest movement technique, Chini Na, to rush to the Shura Imperial Realm to inform his father of his concerns. No matter what his father thought, he had to be informed at this moment. On one hand, it would allow him to see his father's attitude clearly. On the other, if he were indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, Chen Daoxian's foresight could also make his father feel apprehensive, thereby disrupting his plans. Of course, the second scenario was not something Chen Daoxian wanted to see. Even though he came from 2 major imperial clans, he sincerely hoped that his family could be warm, united, loving, and trusting, rather than falling apart with each side scheming against the other for the interests of the imperial clan. Under Chen Daoxuan's hurried arrangements, the entire Rakshasa imperial realm began to become vigilant. The patrolling clansmen increased, and the elders each took their posts, guarding their respective divisions. After hearing this news, Bai Ming rushed over to Chen Daoxian with his little sidekick, Zhuzi. Mother, didn't he punish you? Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Daoxian was quite surprised. He thought his mother would have dealt with him harshly. Bai Ming awkwardly smiled. Hee, Aunt knows I'm a timid and fearful person. After this lesson, I won't dare to provoke you again, and in the future, I will make the entire clan support you, strongly backing you to become the divine son of our Rakshasa imperial clan. Chen Daoxian felt speechless, but my surname is Chun, not Bai. Bai Ming replied, so what? As long as the blood of our Rakshasa imperial clan flows in you, what does your surname matter? Moreover, Aunt said that once you become the lord of the Rakshasa realm, you can choose one of your future sons to take the surname Bai, and that will complete the family tree. Chen Daoxian exclaimed, okay. Mother truly is unconventional. It's a good thing she's an emperor. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to manage it. Boom! Suddenly, a booming sound came from the direction of the horizon, startling countless people on Chen Daoxian's side to lean out and look. The invaders have appeared. Chapter 80, Mysterious Masked Man Appears. There are more than one Xianzun powerhouses. Ling Yuan gazed into the distance, saying, El Luo, Xi and you two go and support them quickly. Yes. The two women accepted the order and instantly transformed into two streaks of azure light, disappearing into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, astonishing auras erupted from all directions. Each location had a Xianzun powerhouse leading the charge, indicating that the invaders were indeed going all out this time. This also directly validated Chen Daoxian's speculation that these guys planned to take advantage of Mother and the 6 Rakshasa halls being away to eliminate the Rakshasa imperial clan in one fell swoop. In the Rakshasa imperial clan, fierce battles erupted everywhere. This is undoubtedly a nightmare for those who have lived in the imperial realm since childhood, suffering through peace. Peace has lasted long enough. There are always some people who yearn for war. But once war unexpectedly arrives and the enemy appears before them, they run away more embarrassingly than anyone else. Fortunately, the imperial clan has deep foundations. Under the personal deployment of Chen Daoxian, all battle circles launched effective counterattacks, keeping the overall front line within a controllable range. Cousin, how long do you think this war will last? Bai Ming said, his legs trembling in fear, perfectly embodying the essence of being afraid of death. Chen Daoxian shook his head helplessly. The real strong ones haven't appeared yet. How can we talk about calming things down? What has appeared now are just some small fries used to divert the attention of the Rakshasa imperial clan. The real strong enemies must be lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack on the imperial palace. Bai Ming slumped to the ground, almost hugging Chen Daoxuan's thigh. Hey, as long as I'm by your side, I'm absolutely safe. Chen Daoxian replied, that's not true. Bai Ming looked up in shock. Don't scare me. You could even kill the Thunder Dragon ancestor. Who in this world, apart from the Great Emperor and the Xian Emperor, could be your opponent? Chen Daoxian said, that's really unfortunate. For some reason, I feel very weak right now and have long lost my previous strength. Bai Ming exclaimed, what? Then, Chen Daoxian changed the subject and smiled down at him. The enemy's ultimate goal must be the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. Bai Ming thought that coming to the Imperial Palace would ensure absolute safety, but unexpectedly, he had arrived at the most dangerous place. Zhuzi, take me away from here. Bai Ming suddenly shouted urgently. Zhuzi rushed over, carrying the panic by Xiao on his shoulder, and quickly flew away. It's good this guy didn't become the son of God. Otherwise, our Rakshasa imperial realm would really become the laughingstock of the myriad realms. Ling Yuan rubbed her forehead, quite speechless. Bai Ming has always advocated the invincibility of survival. But he is not immortal. What is the point of surviving if it just leads to a grave? Now, the vast imperial palace was left with only Chen Daoxian and Ling Yuan. All around, fierce battles were raging, waves crashing like mountains. Chen Daoxian sat in a rocking chair, his gaze following a long leg upwards, sweeping over the plains and crossing the snowy mountains, finally resting on a delicate and beautiful face. Seeing her incredibly tense, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "You've never encountered a scene like this before, have you?" "No," Ling Yuan replied sternly. Chen Daoxian said, "That's right. A dignified imperial clan would not experience being invaded by enemies if it weren't for a change in the times." Ling Yuan was slightly stunned. She noticed the young master was actually calmly savoring tea and felt puzzled. "Qin Xiao, aren't you afraid?" It should be known that he had just returned from training in the lower realm, and he hadn't experienced such a grand scene there either. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, you can't escape it. There are some truths in the lower realm that our imperial clan has not yet comprehended. Shen Daoxuan's calm eyes scanned the front. Finally, in a certain direction, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared. The person was clad in a black robe with red clouds, wearing a yellow patterned mask, arms naturally hanging down, standing against the wind, obscuring their face. Moreover, he deliberately concealed his strength, releasing no spiritual pressure whatsoever. Seeing that this person was less than 10,000 feet away from the imperial palace, Ling Yuan furiously drew her sword. The fierce fluctuations of the seven-star Xian Zun erupting explosively from her body. Just as she was about to move to engage, Chen Daoxuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Don't go, you'll die." This, Ling Yuan's rushing figure abruptly halted. Her skirt billowed in the wind, causing her to instinctively reach down to press it down. Then she turned back in disbelief. "Chen Xiao." Chen Daoxian did not look away, instead locking eyes with the mysterious masked man from a distance. His tone seemingly calm, but actually heavy. "He is very strong." "Very strong?" Ling Yuan stared at that person in confusion. "I can't sense any aura from him." "Chen Xiao, how can you tell he is strong?" Chen Daoxian replied, "Intuition. My intuition tells me that this person may be stronger than the Thunder Dragon ancestor." "What? Stronger than the Thunder Dragon ancestor?" Ling Yuan's face paled, and at that moment, she was startled to see the masked man already starting to walk towards them through the air. With his unfathomable strength, each step he took covered an extremely long distance. And he was almost at the imperial palace. Just as Ling Yuan's breath was about to stop, finally, two figures tore through the void and guarded the outside of the imperial palace. "Big sister." Upon seeing the newcomers, Chen Daoxian was overjoyed. He then shifted his gaze to the figure behind his big sister, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit and holding a thin spiritual sword. Was that not Bai Chun, one of the three strongest prodigies in the world? Chen Daoxian squinted slightly, eager to see what kind of strength this universally acknowledged future emperor of the Rakshasa imperial realm possessed. Shen Luohong turned back to signal Chen Daoxian not to be afraid. Then, with cold eyes, she stared at the mysterious masked man, sizing him up and unable to discern his identity. "Sir, why do you hide your true face? Are you too ashamed to show yourself?" The masked man chuckled lightly at her words, his hoarse voice sending chills down one's spine. "The eldest lady of the Chun family is still so amusing." Chen Luohong frowned slightly, filled with suspicion. "You know me?" The masked man glanced towards the horizon, appearing carefree and detached from the world. "Not only that, but I even held you in my arms back then." Chen Luohong replied, "What do you mean? Held me? Who besides the Shura Imperial Palace and the Rakshasa Imperial Palace has ever held me?" At this time, the masked man shifted his gaze to Bai Chun. "Little black dragon, you are clearly a dragon, yet you are willing to be loyal to the Rakshasa Imperial clan. Doesn't your heart ache?" Bai Chun curled his lips in disdain, raising his eyes. "The dragon clan regards me as an outcast, so I should accept such a result. Moreover, sooner or later, I will personally destroy the dragon domain." The masked man laughed instead of getting angry. As expected of the little black dragon, you have backbone. I will be waiting to see the day you destroy the dragon domain." Bai Chun asked, "So who is this guy? What is he here for?" Chapter 81, Mysterious Masked Man, Strength Against the Heavens. Bai Chun and Chen Luohong, two great saint-level powerhouses, are here. Behind them stands Chen Daoxian, who used mysterious methods to kill a dragon clan ancestor. Facing such a lineup, the masked man not only showed no fear, but instead looked down arrogantly. Seeing him standing quietly in the void, no longer speaking, Bai Chun flipped his palm, and a ball of black flame burst forth from his palm. In an instant, The temperature between heaven and earth began to rise at a terrifying speed, creating an unbearable heat that made the surroundings feel like a giant steam furnace, with the void starting to distort. That was the chaos black flame. Chen Daoxuan's pupils shrank to pinhole size as he gazed at the chaos black flame, which danced like a dark spirit in the wind, and a storm surged in his heart. This kind of strange fire was even more terrifying than the five-colored strange thunder of the Thunder Dragon ancestor. Just relying on this black flame, Chen Daoxian could almost conclude that even if the Thunder Dragon ancestor and the Black Dragon by Chen were at the same cultivation level, their true strength would definitely be far inferior to Bai Chun. Make your move. Chen Luohong's voice fell as she directly shattered the void, her figure transforming into an invisible lightning bolt. The masked man casually raised his hand and slapped the void beside him, causing Chen Luohong, who had just appeared there, to change her expression drastically and quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest. Boom! With one strike, Chen Luohong was actually sent sliding back several dozen feet, barely managing to stabilize herself. At the same time, Bai Chun held a light sword, closed his eyes, and concentrated, enveloping the sword body with chaotic black flames. At the same time, he gathered spiritual power at the fingertips of his other hand and lightly flicked it towards the sword body. Buzz! The sword vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a piercing sword cry. This scene piqued Chen Daoxuan's interest. It was also a case of merging man and sword. Chen Daoxian liked to grind the sword body with his fingertips, while he preferred to flick it. Boxing sword lantern, Bai Chun softly chanted. Suddenly, spiderweb-like spatial cracks rippled around the masked man. Sword energy quietly spread within the fissures. The laws of space perfectly combined with the sword technique, which greatly inspired Chen Daoxian. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, large areas of space shattered. Endless sword shadows shot out from within, overwhelming the masked man with a storm of sword shadows, each covered with chaotic black flames. Any one of them would pose a lethal threat to a saint-level powerhouse. The myriad of sword shadows formed a massive sword energy cage. However, what shocked Bai Chun was that the masked man was actually moving gracefully within the sword energy cage, completely unfazed. Not only did he easily and skillfully evade the tens of thousands of sword energies, but he also occasionally waved at Bai Chun, implying that his move was weak. Could it be that his movement technique was the legendary butterfly step? Bai Chun couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian immediately reminded him, no, the masked man's movement technique, while not the butterfly step, is astonishingly fast. More importantly, up to now, the three of us still can't sense any fluctuation of energy from him. To be able to toy with two great saints, could he possibly be a Xian Emperor powerhouse? Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes, staring at the man, not daring to blink. If the opponent was indeed a Xian Emperor powerhouse, then apart from invoking the ancient Emperor's star disk again, there wouldn't be any better choice. But the last time he used the ancient Emperor's star disk, it felt like his body was drained. Would it really be okay to use it again now? Throat-sealing sword technique. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled. The round sword energy cage was suddenly shattered under the arrival of some mysterious law. The masked man stiffly lifted his head. Within the law, seemingly uncontrollable, he opened his mouth. At the same time, a gigantic sword shadow, radiating an astonishing aura, tore through the sky in front of countless shocked eyes and plunged straight into the masked man's open mouth. Stab! A sword pierced through heaven and earth. However, to Chen Luohong's surprise, at the last moment, the masked man actually broke free from the constraints of the law, taking a step back and easily dodging the incoming sword shadow. The sword shadow plunged into the ground, causing the earth's energy to surge violently. Moments later, the ocean began to churn with gigantic waves, and even the ground of the Imperial Palace Island cracked continuously, emitting a hot breath. No! Chen Luohong's face turned pale. Big sister, focus on the enemy. Leave this to me, Chen Daoxian said at that moment. Extreme Void Realm. Under Chen Daoxuan's control of the superspace, the turbulent earth energy gradually calmed down. He didn't expect his younger brother to possess such advanced spatial secret techniques. As Chen Luohong breathed a sigh of relief. She exchanged a glance with Bai Chun. Without any need for communication, both charged towards the masked man from left and right. Since their killing moves couldn't do anything to him, they would engage in close combat. The Azura clan was reputed to be the best at close combat, and this was not an empty boast. Yet even with both of them unleashing their full power, the masked man remained unfazed, his steps showing no signs of disturbance, instead displaying a leisurely demeanor. This only made Chen Daoxuan's expression darker. Considering that previous sword strike, Chen Daoxian could tell that the masked man had intentionally freed himself from the constraints of the law just as the final strike of the throat-sealing sword technique was about to land. This meant that his big sister's throat-sealing sword technique posed no threat to him. He could escape anytime he wanted. No, this person is too strong. After stabilizing the earth energy, Chen Daoxian immediately shouted into the sky. Big sister, Bai Chun, quickly get away from him. You are no match for him. What? Bai Chun immediately retreated to a distance of 10,000 feet. However, Chen Luohong was somewhat taken aback. Just as she was puzzled and glanced at her brother, a large hand silently passed in front of her eyes. With a snap, it grasped her throat. The entire process happened in an instant, like a flash of lightning. Big sister, Chen Daoxuan's face darkened. His hand hidden in his sleeve had already quietly gripped the ancient emperor's star disk. Don't act rashly. The masked man chuckled lightly, shifting his gaze to Bai Chun. At this moment, Bai Chun's pupils had turned into a strange dark red. The masked man stared at his eyes and asked with a smile, "Is this the chaotic divine eye?" Chaotic divine eye? Chen Daoxian also looked over. Chaotic black flames. Chaotic divine eye. It seemed Bai Chun was also going all out. But at this very moment, his big sister was being harassed by that damned masked man. Don't mind me. Chen Luohong suddenly bit down on the masked man's hand. The masked man, enraged, unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly plunged the entire Azura Emperor realm into endless despair. What was that aura? It wasn't from Xian Emperor, it was. Chapter 82. The Fourth Emperor-level Powerhouse. The entire Azura Emperor realm trembled. Countless battlefields fell into despair under the terrifying spiritual pressure that was unintentionally released. A strange emperor's aura. He is an emperor-level powerhouse. Ling Yuan hurriedly shielded Chen Daoxian behind her, looking up at the mysterious masked man in disbelief. How could there possibly be a fourth emperor-level powerhouse in this world? Impossible. Emperor-level powerhouses are already at the pinnacle of the universe's primordial chaos. The three existing emperor-level powerhouses are already said to represent a glorious era. How could a fourth one possibly emerge? Moreover, any emperor-level powerhouse, at the moment of realizing their path to becoming an emperor, would stir the entire universe. It was impossible. At this moment, both Chen Luohong and Bai Chun stared at the masked man with an incomprehensible look, wanting to see who he really was. No wonder they couldn't defeat him. Facing an emperor-level powerhouse as an opponent, how could they possibly fight back? Emperor! Chen Daoxuan's gaze dropped, his fists trembling with rage. Mother took the 6 Hall Lords of the Azura clan to the Dragon Domain. The Qing Emperor and the other dragon ancestors will undoubtedly be waiting. In other words, in this era, only one emperor-level powerhouse is still free. Facing Chen Daoxuan's furious gaze, the masked man smiled with red eyes. Xianer, what do you want to say? Xianer. The masked man's voice suddenly changed, becoming so familiar to Chen Daoxian and Chen Luohong's ears. Father. Chen Luohong stared blankly at the yellow-patterned mask before her, tears welling in her eyes. Is it really you, Dad? It is I. The masked man responded just as Chen Daoxian suddenly shouted thunderously. He is not. Not. Chen Luohong couldn't possibly mishear. She was the eldest daughter, having spent the most time with her father. Xiao Lu, it turns out we were all wrong. Father really intends to swallow the Azura Emperor clan and even the Dragon Domain. But Mother would never forgive such a thing. What do you plan to do about Mother? Chen Luohong looked tearfully at the masked man, questioning him. The masked man smiled coldly, his eyes filled with endless indifference. Who knows? Chen Daoxuan's expression changed slightly, darkly saying, He is not our father. Big sister, don't be fooled by his disguised voice. He isn't? Chen Luohong was confused. Her father's voice was right there. The aura of the great emperor's power was also revealed. How could it not be? Chen didn't understand, but he wasn't troubled by it. Instead, he kept a close watch on the masked man, trying to find a flaw. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate. Under the mask, the voice was unmistakably similar to Chen Songyuan's. Xin'er, can't you accept this reality? Chen Daoxuan replied, stop calling me Xin'er. It makes me sick. If you want to prove you're my father, take off the mask and let me see. The masked man fell silent. His eyes clearly trembled for a moment. That was a look of shock. Once captured accurately by Chen Daoxuan, it further solidified his suspicions, and he immediately shouted, if he is my father, then with my father's thunderous methods, he would definitely have brought my 3 great saint servants from the Shure Emperor Palace and sent Chunmei and the others over to stabilize me, including Daoxuan, who would also be sent to the battlefield to resolve this conflict as quickly as possible. But as it stands now, the battlefield is still under control. So I'm certain that this person cannot be my father. His thunderous shout reverberated throughout the Rakshasa Emperor realm, making countless people recognize the reality. This person, actually trying to impersonate the Shura Emperor and provoke a war between the 2 great imperial clans. Under Chen Daoxuan's furious rebuke, the masked man's gaze turned increasingly fierce. The overwhelming murderous aura and imperial might burst forth from him without reservation, engulfing the entire universe in a moment of terrifying pressure. The imperial might suppress all realms. An unstoppable force, countless beings prostrated on the ground, and many supreme beings in forbidden zones trembled in fear, secretly coveting. The 4th great emperor powerhouse had truly appeared. Who could he be? This was what everyone wanted to figure out at this moment. The masked man's cold red eyes, filled with endless hatred, stared at Chen Daoxuan. Xin'er, I regret not being able to witness your birth back then. Otherwise, I would never have let you grow up. Chen Daoxuan suddenly took out the ancient emperor's star compass and aimed it at him. What a pity today you will die by my hand. What? By Chen Luoyang, and Ling Yuan all dropped their jaws at the same time. What is he saying? He wants to kill a great emperor powerhouse. Chen Daoxuan's madness made the masked man let out a mocking laugh. If your father were here, I might fear him a little. What are you even worth? In the eyes of a great emperor, all things were like ants. Even though he had sensed the strange compass in Chen Daoxuan's hand, which seemed to be an extreme emperor weapon, he felt no fear. The current emperors were all incredibly strong existences. Setting aside the primordial era, they were much more formidable than past emperors. A mere emperor weapon, what could it do to me? Today, I will let you know that the so-called invincible leverage you think you have is nothing but a mayfly shaking the heavens in front of me. For some reason, the masked man's words made Chen Daoxuan feel strangely familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. However, the arrow was already knocked and could not be retracted. Chen Daoxuan was no longer afraid that he couldn't kill this self-righteous great emperor. After all, the ancient emperor's star compass was the first divine mechanism of the god of destruction. It was not something those so-called extreme emperor weapons could compare with. What he feared was his current state, unable to successfully summon the ancient emperor's star compass. Moreover, his older sister was still in his hands. The masked man stepped through the void, one hand grasping Chen Luohong's delicate neck, lifting her high as if showcasing a trophy to Chen Daoxuan. His cold, domineering gaze carried unmatched arrogance, looking down on all living beings. Go ahead, I want to see how far you can float after killing an old dragon. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's gaze turned indifferent, and he asked him a single question. You are the master behind the Sacred Soul Palace, right? The masked man's red eyes narrowed. Unable to help himself, he laughed in praise. What a smart kid, you could guess this. But I hold your older sister's life in my hands. Let's not talk about whether you can kill me. I just want to ask, do you dare? Dade. Chen Daoxuan suddenly raised his head, aimed at the masked man, and poured all his spiritual energy into the ancient emperor's star compass. An unprecedented, transcendent power roared through the heavens. Under this ultimate destructive divine might, everyone present was horrified. Chen Luohong's eyes sparkled with surprise, as if she saw the shadow of her younger sister from Little Lu. Back then, Little Lu was just as stunning. shocking the three great imperial clans. I'm sorry, older sister. Rather than being threatened by him and accompanying you to the grave, it's better to sacrifice you alone to save millions of our clansmen. A drop of blood tear fell from Chen Daoxuan's eyes. The ancient emperor's star compass finally radiated supreme, destructive divine might. It was ruthlessly thrown out. Chapter 83. The true identity of the masked man, the proud sky emperor. You bastard! How could you disregard your sister's life? The masked man clearly did not expect that Chen Daoxuan would throw out that extreme emperor weapon without hesitation. Above the heavens, space began to collapse on a large scale. The masked man fixed his gaze on Chen Luohong, his expression evidently conflicted, and at a critical moment. He actually tossed her toward the edge of the sky with one hand. The overwhelming imperial might enveloped his body. The vast starry river trembled incessantly. Facing this unparalleled strike, the masked man couldn't help but laugh 3 times, tightening his fist, and behind him, a colossal beast appeared, standing in the starry sky, emitting an immense and terrifying imperial might. The giant beast was surrounded by thunder, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a radiant golden Xuanwu. On its back, the golden soaring snake radiated a brilliant light. The turtle and snake seemed to be controlling the endless laws of the universe, condensing all natural forces of the cosmos onto the masked man's fist. The Xuanwu clan. At this moment, countless people were horrified. When did the Xuanwu Holy Land produce a great emperor powerhouse? They were completely unaware. It was him. Chen Luohong stared blankly at the familiar figure. Memories surfacing of a spirited man sitting at her home, dining with her sister, vaguely visible. God King dominating heaven fist. The masked man's black robe rustled, and the surrounding airflow surged into the depths of the starry river, causing the myriad realms to tremble continuously. It seemed to transcend the supreme power of the great Tao. Gathering from the starry sky, it was all condensed into the punch he threw. Laws filled the sky, and the great Tao resonated. In the cracks of the shattered cosmic starry sky, the supreme fist collided fiercely with the ancient emperor's star compass, unleashing a storm of destruction that swept outward. The closest way you was the first to turn to ashes under the storm's sweep. As the destructive storm approached the Rakshasa emperor realm, the sky collapsed, the laws vanished, and the sight of shattered starry rivers left countless people in despair. Chen Daoxuan also did not expect that the clash between the ancient emperor's star compass and a great emperor powerhouse would lead to such a world-ending disaster. But he was already exhausted. In his blurred vision, he saw the collapse of the heavenly Tao and countless people's cries of despair. Was everything about to end? Chen Daoxuan swayed unsteadily, and in a daze he lay on the soft, fragrant couch, burying his face deep in the pillow, and just fell asleep like that. Young master. Looking at the young master who had collapsed in her arms and completely fainted, Ling Yuan's previously fearful emotions suddenly dissipated. The Dark Moon 28th radiance had existed since birth to protect the future young master who was about to be born. So she shouldn't be afraid of death. At least at this moment, being able to die together with the young master here was enough to comfort her life. Young master, if there's a next life, I still want to protect you by your side. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Facing the overwhelming aura of destruction pressing down on the entire Rakshasa emperor realm. Amidst the countless cries and despair of the clansmen, only Ling Yuan held the young master tightly, fearless of life and death, unwavering in her resolve. Bitch, let go of our young master. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the heavens. The originally tranquil scene was shattered. Chumei. Ling Yuan suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking up at the sky. And sure enough, Chunmei, Xiaolon, Qiuzhu, and Dongji had all arrived, and behind them stood that invincible figure, the most powerful emperor of the age, the Azura Emperor, Chen Songyuan. In the sky, Chen Songyuan's appearance gave countless people in the Rakshasa emperor realm a renewed sense of hope in their moment of despair. Those who had previously harbored doubts about him felt ashamed at this moment. Chen Songyuan was not the culprit invading their Rakshasa emperor realm, but had stepped forward at a critical moment to save them. Facing the descending destructive energy, Chen Songyuan's usually elegant and scholarly face finally turned cold. As he formed seals with his palm, the speed of the collapsing starry sky suddenly began to slow down significantly. A mysterious and terrifying imperial might rapidly spread from the heavens and the earth, as if 3,000 paths were fused into one, easily manipulated by Chen Songyuan, enforcing rules that no one and no method could break, forcefully suppressing the destructive might sweeping across the myriad realms. The fifth style of the myriad phenomena. The extreme negation brings forth the positive. As Chen Songyuan reached out his hand, a grasp through the void, endless divine breath rolled out from the depths of the universe. Almost in the blink of an eye, completely enveloping the vast starry sky, caught in the storm of destruction in a peaceful scene. Within the domain of the extreme negation, bringing forth the positive, all violent forces extinguished. All things returned to silence. The heavens and earth were silent. Whether it was the masked man's power or the ancient emperor's fixed star disk's power, they both nearly became ineffective within this terrifying domain. However, the tranquil atmosphere lasted only a moment before being violently shattered by the rapidly rotating ancient emperor's fixed star disk. Crack! A crack actually appeared in the domain. Under Chen Songyuan's incredulous gaze, the crack gradually widened, ultimately crashing through the domain barrier with a terrifying power that even made him feel a sense of panic. Directly colliding towards the masked man. No. The masked man looked at the ancient emperor's fixed star disk with despair, which carried the overwhelming power of destruction. Roaring towards him, the mask on his face gradually shattered, finally revealing an incredibly terrified face, which shocked Chen Songyuan. "Yi Out Yin!" Chen Songyuan exclaimed. But just then, the starry sky trembled violently again. An extremely domineering, mysterious power transformed from the void into a colorful energy vortex, descending upon the starry sky. Within the vortex, a strange black iron long pillar slowly descended. Finally, everyone saw clearly that it was a gigantic black iron cross. The cross descended before Yi Out Yin, forcefully blocking the destructive blow from the ancient emperor's fixed star disk. What left everyone in disbelief was that even though the cross's power seemed to not come from this world, transcending all paths, it still could not withstand the power of the ancient emperor's fixed star disk, beginning to shatter upon impact. However, its arrival bought Yi Out Yin a fleeting moment to escape. Seeing this, Yi Out Yin's face twisted in rage as he glared at Chen Songyuan and the unconscious Chen Daoxuan in Ling Yuan's arms, before transforming into a beam of light, fleeing towards the infinitely twisted, colorful vortex. "Yi Out Yin, is Xiao Mai's disappearance related to you?" Chen Songyuan's anger surged, his imposing aura overwhelming enough to suffocate the entire universe. His fury showcased an astonishing might, perfectly embodying what it meant to be the most powerful emperor of the age. Even the people of the Rakshasa Emperor realm deeply recognized the terrifying extent of this man. Yi Out Yin rushed towards the vortex, his figure slightly paused. With an extremely ferocious face full of endless hatred, he said, "If you want to know, then come chase after me. Also, don't call my name directly anymore. Now, I am the Out Yin Emperor." Chapter 84. Brothers turn against each other for longevity. Flashback. The Out Yin Emperor saw that familiar face, now twisted in madness, laughing maniacally from within the colorful vortex. Chen Songyuan's sorrowful gaze flickered slightly. 500 years ago, at the Xuanwu Sacred Land. As a sacred land that had loyally served the Azura Emperor realm for generations, today, the sudden arrival of the Azura Emperor Chen Songyuan left the entire Xuanwu Sacred Land stunned. The Holy Master Yi Wuwen personally led over 1,000 elders from the clan to welcome the Emperor's arrival. When the imperial might poured down from the depths of the heavens, countless people in the sacred land worshipped and knelt. Among the crowd, there were two brothers who simultaneously looked up, shocked by the two figures descending from the sky. First, they were stunned by Chen Songyuan's towering figure. Then, they unconsciously set their sights on the lotus-clothed girl next to this emperor-level powerhouse. The girl was pure and elegant, like a snow lotus descending from the heavens, only to be admired from afar, not to be profaned. "Big brother, look, she's so beautiful." Don't talk randomly. That one is the Azura Emperor. He might have already heard us. "Ah, I didn't mean anything else. I just think she's really beautiful. Absolutely no disrespect. Lower your head. Although the brothers' conversation was quiet, it was easily caught by Chen Songyuan in this incredibly solemn scene. Those who had reached the emperor level possessed senses that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. Just like hearing the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings, an emperor-level powerhouse could distinguish its gender immediately. Chen Songyuan glanced at the two trembling boys kneeling in the crowd and did not punish them. Then, following Yi Wuwen's lead, he headed straight towards the sacred altar. The sacred altar was a place only used for significant ceremonies. Now, with the Azura Emperor personally present, Yi Wuwen, following custom, had to let the most talented young generation from their clan take the stage to demonstrate their skills to Emperor Chen. Next up, the young master, Yi Aoyan. As a white-clothed young man took the stage, the atmosphere instantly heated up. Sitting next to Chen Songyuan, Chen Changel, who was yawning, initially thought this would be just as mediocre as the so-called geniuses from before. Little did she know, just as she was about to take a sip of water, an extreme energy storm swept out from the sacred altar. Xianzong. Chen Changel put down her cup, unable to hide her shock. The young man on the altar had actually reached the 6-star Xianzong realm, just like her. A mere sacred land had actually produced a super genius on par with her, the proud daughter of the imperial family. This completely reshaped her previous perception of the sacred land. Sensing her daughter's competitiveness rising, Chen Songyuan calmly said, "This is the bloodline of the ancient gods. Among the 7 sacred lands, only the Xuanwu and Zhuke clans have the potential to produce emperor-level powerhouses. Now you understand?" MHM. Chen Changel fixed her gaze on the spirited young man, nodding seriously, then proposed a request. "Dad, I want to go on stage and compete with him." This caught Yi Wuwen off guard. To his surprise, Emperor Chen decisively agreed. As this imperial daughter stepped onto the sacred altar, Yi Wuwen shot a look at Yi Aoyan, who was confused, hoping his son would understand. This young lady is the imperial daughter, extremely noble. Unlike them, you must not harm her in the slightest. As for Yi Aoyan, although he didn't grasp his father's deep meaning, he was indeed infatuated with Chen Changel and held back during the competition. Ultimately being kicked off the sacred altar by Chen Changel, drawing cheers and applause from the elders. Yi Aoyan was captivated by the charming Chen Changel. However, his younger brother completely didn't understand any of this. Upon hearing the clansmen praising each other in a childish manner, he rushed onto the stage and fought fiercely with Chen Changel. The entire process was extremely dangerous. The two fought to the end with nearly every move being fatal. Fortunately, Yi Wuwen intervened in time, stopping his youngest son and kneeling publicly to apologize to Chen Changel. At that moment, Yi Aoyan, who was confused, along with the youthful Yi Aohai, finally understood that their status was completely different from that of the imperial clan's young lady before them. The master-servant relationship finally gained a basic definition in their minds. Later, due to the holy altar competition, Chen Changel became the best of friends with the Yi brothers. The 3 practiced together and traveled together, becoming close friends who shared everything. Chen Changel even disregarded their status difference, frequently inviting the two to play at the Shura Imperial Palace. In the palace, they truly felt what it meant to have the foundation of an imperial clan. An old man raising fish, a gardener wearing a hat, and a chef all had cultivation levels far surpassing their father's. Even a dog in the imperial palace had an astonishing half-saint cultivation level. Such a disparity made the two increasingly respectful of Chen Changel. However, as time passed, Chen Changel became more enchanting and beautiful. Her originally straight figure subtly developed alluring curves, and her stunning beauty captivated both of them. It is often said that there is no pure relationship between men and women. It is all about romantic involvement. Sure enough, the two brothers successively pursued Chen Changel across status and class. For this, they fought fiercely multiple times, turning against each other for Changel. The elder brother Yi Aoyan primarily tried to flatter her, while the younger brother Yi Aohai, in contrast, was much bolder, declaring he would walk the supreme path with Chen Changel. Women often say that only warm men are considerate. Ironically, the facts showed that a sycophant would ultimately end up with nothing. when Chen Chang'e confirmed she would marry Yi Aohai within 3 days. A huge change occurred in the Xuanwu sacred land. The Lord Yuwen was assassinated by a mysterious strongman, leading to his demise. Just before his death, he unexpectedly left a will stating that his second son Yi Aohai would take his place. This brought the brothers' bond to an end. Yi Aohian left in anger. Hundreds of years later, he returned, having dramatically increased his cultivation, shocking the sacred land. To prevent him from destroying the Xuanwu sacred land, the unparalleled genius Chen Tianmai, who had already entered the Xian Emperor realm, went alone. However, unexpectedly, he disappeared without a trace along with Yi Aoyan. Chen Sangyuan, I could have called you father-in-law, but you influenced Chang'e's choice, causing your Shura imperial clan to lose me, the great Emperor Aoyan. Do you regret it? Hearing Yi Aoyan's frenzied roar, Chen Sangyuan stood indifferent, shaking his head helplessly. I never influenced Chang'e's choice. The one she has always liked is your brother. I don't believe it. You can't deceive me. The man Chang'e loves most in her heart must be me. It's me. It's me. Yi Aoyan laughed wildly, venting his dissatisfaction. But just then, a golden hand suddenly emerged from a colorful vortex behind him. Like grabbing a chick, it seized him and forcibly pulled him inside. The terrifying scene left everyone present trembling in fear. Even Chen Sangyuan's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 85. The 9 heavens and 10 earths may not encompass the entirety of this world. That golden hand seemed to come from a higher dimensional world, showcasing a terrifying power that even the so-called strongest emperor, Chen Sangyuan, felt a vague sense of palpitations. However, his intuition told him that perhaps the mysterious world within that vortex held traces of Xiaomai. Chen Sangyuan clenched his fists, watching as the vortex gradually disappeared, finally unable to resist stepping forward. But at that moment, a figure suddenly flashed and blocked his path. It was the awakened Chen Daoxuan. Xiaoxian, your third sister might be over there. Let me go. Chen Sangyuan said resolutely. Their eyes met. Chen Daoxian said firmly, no, you cannot go. Chen Sangyuan. Chen Daoxian pointed to the vortex and said, Father, can't you see the speed at which that space is disappearing is unreasonable? The spatial vortex, if it wants to disappear, should do so in an instant. But that colorful vortex is disappearing very slowly, as if it is intentional. The purpose is to lure Chen Sangyuan in. To this, the meticulous Chen Sangyuan naturally understood. But he really wanted to find Xiaomai. He wanted to see her alive or dead. Just as he was about to force his way through, Chen Daoxian suddenly shouted, if you want to find your third sister, you must remain calm and not fall into their trap. Chen Sangyuan's forward step paused slightly, looking at his son with a complex expression. Seeing that his father had finally calmed down, Chen Daoxian let out a sigh of relief and said, moreover, since the aura inside is so strong, why don't they come out directly to battle us? Very simply, because in this world, there are also existences they deeply fear. Chen Sangyuan incredulously asked, you mean? Chen Daoxian thought of the ancestor he had once seen on the Tianxian continent and couldn't he help but smile. Who knows? He believed the ancestor was definitely watching quietly from somewhere. As long as the enemies in the colorful vortex dared to cross the line, the ancestor would appear in time to eliminate them. On the surface, people believed that the strongest existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths was his father. But in fact, Chen Daoxian was very clear that their Shura clan's ancestor, Chen Luanian, was still alive. That was a legend from the primordial era. Perhaps his cultivation had already surpassed that of an emperor, even reached the realm of a god. The god of destruction, isn't that a god? Under his son's strong persuasion, Chen Sangyuan finally suppressed his unwillingness and regained his composure. The father and son quietly watched the slowly rotating colorful vortex gradually turn to nothingness, disappearing from their sight. Their gazes were resolute. With Chen Sangyuan's arrival, the crisis of the Rakshasa Emperor realm was completely resolved. Bai Luoyin had not yet returned. To avoid suspicion, Chen Sangyuan naturally would not step into the Rakshasa imperial palace. Instead, he took his son and eldest daughter to a nearby island of a hall. This was the island where the Kirin Rakshasa Mei Changshu resided. On the island, amidst the green mountains and clear waters, there was a hidden small dwelling, exquisite like a fairyland. Chen Songyuan entered without the owner's permission, walking on the floating wooden bridge, when he saw two red koi happily chasing each other in the pond. With a glance, the two fish immediately died, flipping onto their backs. This scene fell into Chen Daoxuan's eyes, causing 3 black lines to appear on his forehead. "Dad, I'm sorry." At this moment, Chen Luohong suddenly spoke up. Chen Songyuan retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Dahong, why are you apologizing for being fine?" Chen Luohong lightly bit her lip, feeling ashamed. "When Yi Yin claimed to be you, I believed his words." Chen Luohong closed her eyes in pain, unable to face her father. Her fists trembled as she looked at her daughter's guilty expression. Chen Songyuan smiled warmly. "I thought it was something serious." Saying this, he walked straight to his daughter, raised his hand, gently pressing on her forehead, revealing a loving, fatherly smile. "Many people have misunderstood me in my life, but I don't like to explain myself to the world. Because the strong never need to explain anything to anyone, nor do they care about being misunderstood by anyone." Chen Luohong's eyes welled up with tears as she gently raised her head. "But I have accompanied my father for thousands of years, yet in the end, I am no match for Xiao Lu, who gets to spend every day with you. As the eldest daughter, I truly feel like a failure." "Eldest sister, you are mistaken." Chen Daoxian suddenly interrupted her. "I also had my doubts about father at first, but in Yi Yin's words, I heard something illogical, and he admitted it too eagerly, which is unreasonable." Chen Luohong was slightly taken aback. "You, too?" Chen Daoxian replied. "Well, a normal person would have doubts in such a situation. After all, father is indeed too powerful. It is only logical that someone so strong would have ambitions to unify the 3 great imperial clans." "Ha ha!" Chen Songyuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, looking at his son with fondness. "You little rascal, you are quite straightforward." Chen Daoxian shrugged. "Perhaps I inherited my mother's straightforward temperament. But speaking of being calm and rational, I am quite like father, am I not?" Chen Songyuan beamed. "Good. You are taking the best traits from both your parents. With you like this, you will definitely manage the 2 great imperial clans with ease. Father also intends for Xiao Lu to manage the imperial clan." Chen Luohong was taken aback. She knew her mother had this idea, as she had always been by her mother's side. But it seemed that they had all misunderstood father. Chen Daoxian took a deep breath, looking up at the blue sky, his deep eyes flashing with a hint of fiery brilliance. Setting aside the matter of managing the imperial clan, the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace should not be underestimated. At that time, the imposing Xiantai cross that descended from the sky was extraordinarily powerful, rare in the world. Chen Daoxian truly cared about the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace. Could it be that the reason that force was so wary and did not dare to reveal itself was truly because of the ancestor? Or could there be another mysterious force specifically suppressing the otherworldly strong beings in that colorful vortex? The primal universe is vast and boundless. The so-called 9 heavens and 10 earths, all realms, may not encompass the entirety of this world. At this moment, Chen Songyuan suddenly asked Xian'er, "What about your extreme Dao imperial weapon?" "Father, even if you ask me about it, I won't answer." Chen Daoxian firmly refused, his tone unyielding. The god of destruction was the strongest inheritance he considered himself to have. It surpassed all known and unknown powers in the world. So this secret, he would never disclose to anyone. Not telling his family meant he would never be betrayed by them. This was not a matter of distrust, but rather a precaution. All right, Chen Songyuan decided not to press further. He turned his gaze to the small pavilion in the center of the azure pond and sighed. Back then, the owner of this island and your mother played music together, envied by countless people. If it weren't for me acting quickly in a moment of crisis, you two might not have had the chance to come into this world. Chen Daoxian, Chen Luohong, Chapter 86. The 4th sister and brother-in-law gather at the imperial palace in the end. Father still couldn't let go. Regarding the matter between father, mother, and Mei Changchu, it seems that only when Mei Changchu returns can Chen Daoxian personally confirm it. Moreover, even if we take 1,000 steps back, even if Mei Changchu really likes mother, so what? In the end, didn't father win? There is really no need to be so childish. At least for Chen Daoxian. he would never care so much. The news of the mysterious force attacking the Rakshasa Empire shocked all realms. In the side room, Chen Daoxuan sat in the bathtub, while Ling Yuan and Chun Mei competed to scrub his back. Baiji sprinkled flower petals into the tub, leaving him dumbfounded. I say, are you two fighting like roosters? Why do you start arguing as soon as you meet? Chen Daoxuan was truly impatient. With one word, he made the two women obedient, both lowering their heads. At that moment, the voice of the eldest sister came from outside. Xiao Lu, are you there? Chen Daoxuan, I'm bathing. Chen Luohong, hurry up and clean up. Your fourth sister and brother-in-law are here to see you. Fourth sister, brother-in-law. Okay. Chen Daoxuan immediately got up and stepped out of the bathtub. The three women helped him get dressed. After a bit of grooming, he stepped out looking handsome and soon met with his eldest sister in the imperial palace's side hall. As soon as he entered, a man and a woman in the hall turned to look. The man was handsome and bore a striking resemblance to Yi Aoyan. He was clearly Yi Aoyan's younger brother, Yi Aohai, the current holy master of the Xuanwu sacred land. The beautiful woman beside him, dressed in celestial garments, was none other than fourth sister Chen Changle. Although Chen Daoxuan had met 3 of his 5 sisters, he had to admit that compared to the eldest and 5th sisters, this 4th sister was the most enchanting. Despite being married, she still exuded an ethereal charm, her spirit graceful and restrained. You are Xiao Lu? Chen Changle quickly walked up to Chen Daoxuan, sizing him up from head to toe, her bright eyes filled with affection. Chen Daoxuan was moved, yes. Little brother has met sister and brother-in-law. All right. Our Xiao Lu is handsome, yet retains masculine energy, truly a talented individual. Yi Aohai laughed heartily. His laughter was bold and unrestrained. Although his cultivation was not as strong as his brother's, his aura was much more powerful than the eccentric Yi Aoyan. Chen Changle lightly pursed her red lips, saying with difficulty, It's all my fault, sister. The debt of gratitude I owe back, then almost caused you to lose your life. Upon hearing this, Yi Aohai was furious. That scoundrel not only killed my father, but also endangered many others. How could our Yi family produce such a beast? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was a bit surprised. He killed your father? Yi Aohai sighed. Yes, back then my father wanted to pass the position to me, but he was unwilling and secretly poisoned my father. Afterward, when it was exposed, he fought fiercely and seriously injured several elders of our clan. Such a rebellious scoundrel is not my brother. If I encounter him in the future, I will definitely fight him to the death. Chen Daoxuan helplessly said, If you really meet him, I hope you don't fight him to the death. Chen Daoxuan's directness instantly silenced Yi Aohai, setting aside the angry words. What Chen Daoxuan said was undeniably true. Now, Yi Aoyan had become the 4th great emperor in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, titled the Aoyan Emperor. However, Yi Aohai, although the holy master of the Xuanwu, currently only had the cultivation of a peak 9-star Xiansheng, not even touching the threshold of the great sage realm. Such strength, even among saint-level experts, was considered extremely strong. Yet, it must be said that in the eyes of a great emperor, he was nothing but a speck of dust on the ground, no different. Chen Daoxuan had already experienced the terror of great emperors. If it weren't for the ancient emperor's star-determining disk, based on his current self, he would also be merely inconsequential in the eyes of the Aoyan Emperor. Chen Luohong continued, Yi Aoyan betrayed his kin and lost his humanity, and the world is outraged. But Xiao Lu is right. He has now become an emperor. And if we want to deal with him, we still need to rely on the strength of father and mother, as well as Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, Chen Changle, and Yi Aohai looked at each other in shock. Faced with their astonished gazes, Chen Luohong was moved. You may not know, but Xiao Lu has a trump card that nearly killed Yi Aoyan. What? The two exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Lu was actually that terrifying. A few days ago, father had left the Rakshasa Empire, which allowed them youngsters to let loose. In the imperial palace, the 4 of them were in high spirits. Upon hearing that Xiao Lu had learned a remarkable skill that greatly enhanced his cultivation as long as he practiced with women of special bloodlines, Yi Aohai immediately praised. This technique is great. Huh? Chen Changle glanced sideways. What are you talking about? The terrifying gaze instantly caused Yi Aohai to break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly put down his wine glass and anxiously explained, Haha, my lady. I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say that our Xuanwu divine clan is indeed of ancient divine blood. As long as we find someone to cultivate dually with Xiao Lu, wouldn't he be able to achieve a huge increase in his cultivation? Seeing his brother-in-law's strong desire to survive, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. It's good, but is this really appropriate? Isn't it said that ancient divine clans are most averse to close relatives? Yi Ao Hai waved his hand. What does that have to do with anything? How can you consider this close relatives? Moreover, our clan has a legacy of millions of years, and even though we still share the same surname, the majority of people are already far removed from each other, beyond the galaxies. Xiao Lu, remember, you don't need to think too much here with your brother-in-law. Just tell me what kind you like, and I guarantee I will arrange it clearly for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Chong Li's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him angrily. What are you talking about? Xiao Lu is still young. Yi Ao Hai waved his hand again. Hey, he's back from training, so he must have matured. He knows the rules of the imperial family's descendants going down a train. The fact that Xiao Lu could return to the upper realm proves that he has already seen through love. Faced with his brother-in-law's concerned inquiry, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat embarrassed and casually said, as long as it's a girl. What? How can that be? Unexpectedly, both Chen Luo Hong and Chen Chong Lu stood up and slammed the table. The two men were stunned, looking at each other in confusion. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chong Lu said, Husband, what do you think of Yi Wu Jiao? Yi Ao Hai was taken aback. She's good, but her temper. Chen Chong Lu interrupted. What about her temper? In front of my Xiao Lu, she must learn to restrain herself. If she can't even handle a little girl like that, what do you expect to be, the Xuanwu Holy Lord? Chen Luo Hong chuckled, gesturing for her younger sister to give her brother-in-law some face. However, the marriage between the Holy Land and the imperial family has always been unequal. The fact that Yi Ao Hai could marry Chen Chong Lu was a blessing from the heavens. Even Yi Ao Hai himself admitted that he had climbed the high branch of the Chen imperial family, under the stern words of his wife. Yi Ao Hai no longer shirked. All right, I will arrange this matter when I return. I will make that little pepper serve our Xiao Lu obediently. Chen Daoxuan asked, Little pepper? What the heck? ISNT it called Yi Wu Jiao. Chapter 87. The Remnant Divine Power of the God of Destruction at Night. The few of them drank themselves into a stupor. Chen Daoxuan returned to his room, leaving Bai Ji alone, and instructed her to close the door. When Bai Ji returned after closing the doors and windows, she was shocked to see him lying on the couch, his complexion fluctuating between warm and cold. Young master, what happened to you? Shoo! Chen Daoxuan raised a finger to silence her, signaling her not to make a sound. Help me sit up. Chen Daoxuan said weakly. With Bai Ji's assistance, he barely sat up and then began to meditate, circulating his spiritual energy repeatedly. Even now, his body remained weak, showing just how massive the consumption was from using the ancient emperor's star disc twice in a row. This was also because he bore the Rakshasa bloodline. Otherwise, others would have long since perished. After a night of adjusting, Chen Daoxuan's complexion improved slightly. To avoid worrying his eldest and fourth sisters, he went out to chat and laugh with them as usual, saving his focused recovery for the night. The only one who knew the truth was Bai Ji. Seeing the young master so persistent, and with no signs of improvement after several days, she anxiously sought out Chen Luo Hong and informed her of Chen Daoxuan's condition. In the room, Chen Luo Hong, dressed in a pharmacist's white robe, sat at the edge of the bed, lightly placing her fingers on Chen Daoxuan's wrist. Eldest sister, I'm fine, Chen Daoxuan said with a faint smile. However, Chen Luo Hong's expression grew increasingly serious. After a moment, she suddenly stood up, her expression changing. Xiao Lu, you are simply being reckless. The sudden shout startled Bai Ji, causing her heart to skip a beat. Eldest miss, what about the young master? Seeing her elder sister trembling all over, her eyes reddening in an instant, Chen Daoxuan was also surprised. I just used the ultimate imperial weapon twice and overexerted myself. It shouldn't have caused any injuries, right? Shouldn't have? Chen Luo Hong suppressed her anger, her gaze filled with more concern. Xiao Lu, although I don't know what that ultimate imperial weapon is, your current physical condition is truly terrible. Inside you, there are many powers that do not belong to you, and those powers are extremely violent and uncontrollable. entangled with various spiritual meridians, unable to be dispelled. In recent days, you've been acting on your own, forcefully suppressing it with meditation. But do you know? What you are doing will only backfire and make the problem worse. Chen Daoxuan had a bewildered expression. Why? Chen Luo Hong's voice trembled. Because suppressing that power will only strengthen its adaptability within you. Later, it will be even harder to force it out. Chen Luo Hong closed her eyes in tears, shaking her head in pain, on the verge of collapse. Seeing her like this, it seemed the problem was indeed very serious. Chen Daoxuan forced himself to sit up, feeling a chill run down his back. No wonder I was puzzled before. Isn't our Rakshasa clan supposed to have infinite spiritual power? How could we be consumed by an imperial weapon to the point of being unable to recover? It turned out that this was not mere consumption. Baiji's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Chen Luo Hong. Eldest miss, what should we do now? Can you cure the young master? Chen Luo Hong clenched her delicate hands tightly against her chest, raised her head, and closed her eyes. It had come to this. She had to face it, no matter how unacceptable it was. After struggling for a long time, she finally reopened her eyes, her gaze becoming exceptionally resolute. In all the world, the only one who can save you is me. No matter what, I have to give it a try. She was the most powerful alchemist in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If even she was at a loss, Xiao Lu's life would surely be in jeopardy. The situation was actually this serious. Chen Daoxuan was greatly alarmed. What exactly had the ancient emperor's star disk left in my body? Chen Luo Hong said, Baiji, this matter must not be known to anyone for now, understand? The anyone she referred to naturally included Chen Songyuan. Baiji nodded heavily. Chen Luo Hong instructed Baiji to leave, and once the door was closed, she looked at her brother with a serious expression. Take out that ultimate imperial weapon for me to see. Chen Daoxuan replied, I understand. Chen Luo Hong urged, I know the thing is very important to you. If possible, I also want to respect your wishes. Chen Daoxuan said, I understand. With a flip of his hand, the void twisted violently, and in the next second, an ancient star disk suddenly hovered above his palm. Seeing this unparalleled ultimate imperial weapon, Chen Luo Hong, whose mental strength was already formidable, felt a wave of dizziness. She hurriedly stepped back, her eyes filled with absolute horror as she looked at the ancient emperor's star disk. This. Since Chen Daoxuan took it out, he chose to trust his elder sister and immediately explained. It's called the ancient emperor's star disk, a kind of inheritance of mine. Ancient emperor's star disk? Chen Luo Hong's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Throughout history, the ultimate imperial weapons that existed in legends, many of which had already disappeared into the river of history. She knew their names, such as the Ninely Map, Infinite Ruler, Dao Yin Immortal Garment, Void Sword, Primordial Bell, Desolate Tower, and Transforming Sky Dragon Tooth. But the ancient emperor's star disk, she had never heard of it. With various doubts, Chen Luo Hong forced herself to suppress the fear deep within her soul and stepped forward to examine it. However, as soon as she approached, an extremely terrifying power from the ancient emperor's star disk surged towards her mental strength. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan reacted quickly and immediately retracted it back into his body. Meanwhile, Chen Luo Hong was overwhelmed by the incoming murderous aura, directly collapsing to the ground, as if her body had been shattered into pieces in an instant. Unexpectedly, the thing his brother used to strike at Aotian was such a terrifying object, compared to the power it displayed on the surface. The true terror of the ancient emperor's star plate lies in the damage it inflicts on the soul. Upon thinking of this, Chen Luo Hong suddenly raised her eyes and asked with a trembling voice, how is your mental strength now? Mental strength? The sea of consciousness? Chen Daoxuan replied, ever since I obtained the ancient emperor's star plate, the sky and ocean in my sea of consciousness have changed color. Ocean? Chen Luo Hong was immensely shocked. Your sea of consciousness is an ocean? How big is this ocean? Chen Daoxuan scratched his head. I don't know exactly how big, it's boundless. Chen Luong, although her cultivation is only at the great sage level, in terms of the strength of her sea of consciousness, she would definitely rank in the top 5 across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But even so, her sea of consciousness is merely a visible lake, not particularly vast. I didn't expect that Xiao Lu's sea of consciousness could be so terrifying. Chen Luohong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, your mental strength is enough to defy the heavens. Otherwise, you might not have survived until now. Now, you should come with me to the Shura Emperor Palace. There are the richest resources of imperial spirit herbs in the world there. Young master, something bad has happened. Suddenly, a shout from outside the door called out. Chen Luohong's expression changed slightly, signaling Xiao Lu to stay silent. Then she pushed the door open and stepped outside. She saw Bai Ming rolling and crawling his way into the courtyard. Just now, someone from the Songlong Emperor realm sent over a broken sword. It's the broken sword of Lord Evil Luocha, Bai Kuei. What? Chapter 88. Killing towards the dragon domain, creating chaos. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chun Daoxuan was furious. Are you saying it's the broken sword of Evil Luocha? Xiao Lu, you go back inside. Chun Luohong shook her head at him. But with his mother in trouble, how could Chun Daoxuan remain at ease? Seeing Bai Ming's cowardly appearance, Chun Daoxuan lowered his voice and asked again, "Who delivered the broken sword? Have they left?" Bai Ming replied, "It was Lei Xiaonan. She just left and shouldn't be far." Chun Daoxuan asked, "Which direction?" Bai Ming pointed towards the horizon. Upon seeing this, Chen Luohong immediately blocked him. "Xiao Lu, you told father to stay calm earlier. Why are you not flexible now that something has happened?" Implicitly, she meant that his current physical condition was already very poor. Not to mention that it would be impossible to use the ancient emperor's star plate again. Even his own strength might only be at 20 to 30%. Chen Luohong hoped he would listen and return to the Shura Emperor Palace with her. As for saving their mother, that should be left to their father. However, the current situation was completely different from when they faced Yi Outyan. The evil Luocha sword was already broken. The situation was clearly out of control. Chun Daoxian tried to maintain a calm tone and countered, "Elder sister, you must have heard the phrase delay causes change. If mother is currently in a fierce battle with the Dragon Clan, then every minute he arrives earlier increases her chances of survival. This is an undeniable fact. Otherwise, if we tell father and waste several days going back and forth, even if father rushes to the Songlong Emperor realm, it might be too late." Chun Luohong fell silent, because Xiao Lu's judgment was not wrong. Now, their mother might still be fighting fiercely, or she might have already been defeated. Regardless of either possibility, arriving early at the Dragon Domain was the most beneficial decision for their mother. When Chun Daoxian first arrived in the Luocha Emperor realm, their mother had accompanied him every day, imparting all her skills without reservation. Even if she had not been by his side in recent years, he could truly feel how warm this maternal love was for him. If the roles were reversed, I believe mother would go to any lengths to save me. "Elder sister, I've made up my mind. Are you staying to guard the Imperial clan, or are you coming with me to the Dragon Domain?" Chen Daoxian asked. Their eyes met. Looking at her brother's incredibly resolute gaze, Chan Luohong's tumultuous emotions suddenly calmed down. "Of course, I will go with you," Chen Luohong said emotionally. "All right, then let us siblings create chaos together." Chen Daoxian turned to the trembling Bai Ming and scolded, "Stop shaking. Go tell fourth sister about this matter and have her and brother-in-law stay behind to guard the Imperial clan in case this is another scheme of Yi Outyan." Bai Ming responded shakily. Okay, what about Bai Chun? Bai Chun has already gone to the Dragon Domain." A voice suddenly spoke up. The three turned to see Qin Changle, and Yi Aohai had already arrived outside the courtyard. "Elder sister, Xiao Lu, you can go with peace of mind. We will take care of things here in the Imperial clan." Qin Changle, knowing that his strength was not enough to confront the Dragon clan, said this to avoid becoming a burden. Chun Luohong nodded. However, she was still very worried about Xiao Lu's physical condition. Yet, this matter was highly confidential and involved too much. She could not speak of it. She could only hope that this trip would successfully bring their mother back. That way, they could devote themselves to treating Xiao Lu. Otherwise, if it dragged on any longer, it would truly become a matter beyond even divine intervention. Chen Daoxian and Chen Luohong, following the direction pointed out by Bai Ming, tore through the void and directly entered the space tunnel. In a vast universe, the two hurried through the space tunnel. Looking at her brother's tense profile, Chen Luohong pondered, "When we encounter Lei Xiaonan later, if we need to fight, I will go first. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Lei Xiaonan was just a 4-star profound saint. Elder sister could handle her without any issue. After 3 days of traversing through space, the siblings finally arrived at the Songlong Emperor realm. However, the scene before them shocked them. The teleportation platform was in ruins and the ground was scarred. The scorched earth was littered with the corpses of Dragon Clan powerhouses. From the state of some of the burned bones, Chen Luohong could deduce that this was all done by Chen. Strange. Chen Daoxian stroked his chin, his brow deeply furrowed. Chen Luohong tilted her head in curiosity. What's wrong? Chen Daoxian stated directly. Lei Xiaonan's cultivation is only at 4-star profound saint. Bai Ming clearly said she just left. Why did Bai Chen set off before us, but still manage to chase her to the Songlong Emperor realm? Bai Chen was a great sage powerhouse, with the same cultivation level as elder sister. There was no reason he couldn't catch up to Lei Xiaonan. After he said this, Chen Luohong also found the matter somewhat suspicious. But there was no time to think too much now. Since Bai Chen had already acted, the sooner they found him, the better they could combine their strength to carve a bloody path in the dragon domain. In the realm, there was no sound of fierce battle. However, Chen Daoxuan's mental strength was incredibly terrifying, considered the strongest existence across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With his eyes closed, he sensed the various faint auras left by Bai Chen. Following these auras, the two continued their pursuit. In the Tsangming realm, the old ancestor of the underworld dragon personally led over 10,000 elders to surround Bai Chen in a valley. Seeing the former little black dragon, who had now become a great sage powerhouse, the redness in the eyes of the underworld dragon old ancestor was intense. You, a stray dog, dare to come back. Back then, it was the underworld dragon old ancestor who wanted to kill Bai Chen, but the fire dragon clan intervened, allowing the little black dragon Bai Chen to escape. Now, facing his old enemy, there was a burning animosity, confronted by so many old dragons, covering the heavens and earth. Bai Chen's thin lips slowly curled into a bloodthirsty arc. Old thing, I don't have time to waste with you here. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. The underworld dragon old ancestor replied. What did you say? This little black dragon isn't here to find me? The underworld dragon old ancestor was somewhat surprised. Then why are you in my dragon domain? Bai Chen coldly raised his eyes. You know the answer, yet you ask. Bang! With a stomp that shattered the ground. His figure instantly appeared in front of the underworld dragon old ancestor. Boom! The two fists collided heavily. A terrifying energy storm swept out in the aftermath. Being of the same great sage level, the underworld dragon old ancestor was completely outmatched and was forced to step back after being struck by Chen's punch. Old ancestor. The other old dragons were all taken aback. At this moment, the ancestor of the underworld dragon raised his hand, signaling them not to act. Cough, cough. The ancestor of the underworld dragon's blood surged, and he coughed violently a few times, puzzled. Explain clearly. What is your intention in coming to my dragon domain this time? Bai Chen casually waved his hand, indifferently replied. Of course, it's to take my adoptive father and the lord of the realm back. The lord of the realm, a dragon, actually willingly fell from grace, serving by Luo Yin as the lord of the realm. The ancestor of the underworld dragon snorted coldly. Haven't they already left? Boom! A monstrous killing intent instantly spread from Bai Chen's body. Old thing, still pretending with me. It seems that your underworld dragon clan wants to be exterminated today. The ancestor of the underworld dragon couldn't help but widen his eyes. What am I pretending about? Chapter 89. One person slaughters through the ancient Songlong realm. The words of the ancestor of the underworld dragon not only failed to calm Bai Chen down for reflection, but instead intensified his violent aura. The ice demon by Liu was his adoptive father, who had shown him kindness and saved his life. He would never allow any accidents to happen to his adoptive father. With a whoosh, as Bai Chen spread his hands, the domineering, chaotic black flames suddenly appeared. In the world, the temperature soared crazily. Countless Dragon Clan powerhouses showed expressions of terror. The ancestor of the underworld dragon knew that today's little black dragon was no longer something he could contend with. But as one of the 7 ancestors of the Dragon Clan, his pride would not allow him to bow to Bai Chen. Today, If you want to force your way into my dragon domain, you must first pass through the underworld dragon clan's gate. The ancestor of the underworld dragon angrily raised his hand. The overwhelming dragon might press down fiercely towards the ground. Faced with this unparalleled pressure of the great sage realm, Chen couldn't help but want to laugh, his calm eyes indifferently gazing at the old dragon standing like a mountain in the storm, wielding the wind god's sword, and forcefully slashing down with the fierce sword energy carrying the chaotic black flames. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Luohong flew over, leaving scorched earth and corpses in their wake. It was simply a merciless massacre. From the characteristics of those corpses, even women and children had not been spared. This guy Chen seemed to have gone crazy with killing. Chen Luohong frowned and sighed. To be honest, she was very curious. Although Chen was usually taciturn, a solitary person who disliked interacting with others, he didn't seem like a cold-blooded killer. How could he wipe out all the ordinary people in the Songlong Emperor realm? At this moment, Chen Daoxian suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Chen Luohong stopped as well. Chen Daoxian glanced around at the scarred dragon domain land, his cold face revealing a hint of confusion. Sister, have you noticed that the aura here is a bit off? Chen Luohong was taken aback. Off. She shook her head in confusion. Chen Daoxian, think carefully when you and Chen fought against the Emperor Awaken. The black flames Chen used had a destructive aura that was so fierce, but here, something is not right. Chen Luohong looked at the endless scorched earth in confusion. Still not understanding. It's already been destroyed to this extent. What could be wrong? Chen Daoxian didn't say anything more. Instead, he put his hands in front of him and began to rapidly form seals. The dazzling and intricate Dao seals were almost formed in one breath in his hands. The sealing of the Dao Gate is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Unexpectedly, little Six, who had only followed his mother for a few days, was already able to master it proficiently. It seems that he is not only astonishing in soul power, but his talent in any cultivation method is also extraordinary. Heaven and Earth Xianzong, 10,000 Qi origin. Chen Daoxian suddenly moved his hand seal, and the endless scorched earth revealed a gigantic spirit array tens of thousands of feet long. The area covered by the spirit array was astonishing. What shocked Chen Luohong even more was that within this shocking large spirit array, there was a majestic unknown flame aura. The wisps of black aura looked similar to chaotic black flames, seemingly black flames. But it lacked the evil and fierce aura possessed by chaotic black flames. Clearly, it was not the same kind of flame. How could this be? Chen Luohong stared in shock at the black auras rising slowly within the array, and her heart couldn't help but surge with waves of shock. In other words, all of this was not done by Chen. Could it be that after Chen arrived here, someone else followed closely, wantonly slaughtering innocents, intending to pin everything on Chen? Who on earth would do such a thing? Is it Yi Aoyan? Chen Luohong found it hard to believe. Yi Aoyan. That boy had received a lot of care from her as an elder sister when he went to the Shura Emperor Palace. It was precisely because of this that Yi Aoyan did not kill her that day. It was probably him. Chen Daoxian said solemnly. Yi Aoyan first invaded the three major holy places, trying to disguise himself as a member of the Shura Emperor clan, to provoke a conflict among the three major imperial clans. Afterwards, it would not be impossible to stir up the conflicts between the Rakshasa and Songlong, two major imperial realms. In any case, let us catch up and see what is going on. The Dragon Domain's core territory is said to be divided into 7 major realms. This was Chen Luohong's first time here, so even she, like Chen Daoxian, could not tell the direction at all. But when they arrived at a valley, looking at the endless black sea of fire and the countless ashes scattered within it, feeling the extreme, gloomy aura inside, Chen Luohong couldn't help but change her expression in shock. This is the territory of the Underworld Dragon Clan. Chen Daoxian. Underworld Dragon Clan? Chen Luohong nodded seriously, yes. The Underworld Dragon Clan has the coldest bloodline in the Dragon Domain, and this bloodline power can exhibit strong control in battle, even if they are already dead. That cold aura has not dissipated to this day. It is a power that can freeze the void. It is the exclusive power of the Underworld Dragon Clan. Seeing this unbearable sight, Chen Luohong could confirm that this was done by Chen. Here, the endless black sea of fire is the true, chaotic black flames. It seems Bai-Chen has already slaughtered through the Tsaming realm. Perhaps the ancestor of the underworld dragon has already. The Dragon Clan. The ancestor of the yellow dragon mysteriously disappeared with the third sister 100 years ago. And the ancestor of the thunder dragon was recently killed by Little Six with the ancient emperor's starplate. Now the ancestor of the underworld dragon has also died at Bai-Chen's hands. Of the 7 dragon ancestors, only 4 remain. This is a severing of half of the dragon clan's roots. Chen Luohong couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, staring blankly at her younger brother. Little Six. You say mother and the others won't. No way. Yi Aoyan could never be a match for my mother. Chen Daoxuan gritted his teeth. Mother has the unbeatable Roshan gate. Even among emperors, the only one who could defeat her would probably be father. Yi Aoyan is far from having that qualification. But when Chen Daoxuan said this, he clearly felt somewhat guilty, because that day, within the strange 7-color vortex, there was evidently an unknown power that seemed to surpass Yi Aoyan. It didn't dare to come out, probably because it feared the ancestor behind the Shura clan, Chen Luanian. But what about their mother? Was there also some unknown, terrifying existence behind the Rakshasa Emperor clan? If not, with their mother's abilities, could she really deal with that level of monster? Now, Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to think further. The more he thought, the more afraid he became. Mother, wait for me. You must hold on until I find you. Chen Daoxuan unleashed all his power and accelerated his flight, with Chen Luohong following behind him, looking at his back with great worry. She didn't know how much longer his body could hold on. After all, the power within him was stronger than she could comprehend. Clearly not a power belonging to this world. Chapter 90. The little black dragon battles the ancestor of the white dragon. The Pale Realm. Divine Shadow Great Green Flat. The sky was shrouded in black flames, blocking out the sun, moon, and stars, reducing this realm to a complete apocalypse. Yet, even in such a dire state, the Xinyu Daikingping remained lush and vibrant, showcasing a scene full of life. Daikingping could withstand the power of the chaotic black flames because of a spiritual herb called Xinyu Longshu grass, which is the most fire-resistant spiritual herb in the world. It could even be considered the nemesis of all flames. Similarly, the ancestor of the white dragon from the Pale World was also a dragon clan powerhouse unafraid of any flames. The white dragon ancestor stood in the air, gazing at the bloodthirsty Bai-Chen ahead, his cold gaze sweeping across his sword. Indifferently, he asked, "What have you done to the ancestor of the underworld dragon? To arrive here, it must have been through the Tsaming realm." He knew the skeleton of the underworld dragon ancestor. Bai-Chen casually crossed his sword, intrigued as he stared at the white dragon ancestor, his indifferent voice suddenly ringing out. Killed him. Boom! A terrifying aura, overwhelming to the point of suffocation, instantly surged from the body of the white dragon ancestor. As a great sage, he was far stronger than the underworld dragon ancestor. The white dragon ancestor clenched his fists, his eyes gradually turning red. As a member of the dragon clan, how dare you come to the dragon domain to kill indiscriminately? This is unforgivable. The Pale World? Chen Luohong saw 3 prominent characters on the cliff ahead and couldn't help but gaze into the distance. It seemed the front was indeed the territory of the white dragon clan. It was said that the underworld, wind, and thunder clans were the outer realms of the dragon clan, while the yellow, flame, and white clans were the inner realms. Beyond the inner realm lay the core, Sanqing realm. Mother should be in the Sanqing realm. Boom! In the sky, the azure waves rippled in the frantically twisted void, along with the fierce battle between the white dragon ancestor and Bai-Chen, sent vast holy might soaring into the clouds, shaking the entire star domain with frequent tremors. The sweeping black flames completely engulfed the white dragon ancestor. But in a moment, he burst out, enduring it with his body. At this moment, the white dragon ancestor's clothes had been burned to ashes, but what shocked Bai-Chen was that his body was glowing. To be precise, strange spiritual patterns on his body emitted a golden flow, shining brilliantly. It felt as if he had forcibly absorbed the power of the chaotic black flames with his body. This left Bai-Chen utterly astonished. The white dragon ancestor looked down at him indifferently and shouted, "Little black dragon, your flames are indeed strong, but before me, They will only become my nourishment. Nourishment? Bai-Chen did not believe it. He casually summoned his sword. The black sword energy rushed toward the white dragon ancestor. Faced with such a level of sword attack, the white dragon ancestor didn't even bother to defend. Bang! One sword struck his chest. As the sword energy vanished, Bai-Chen was astonished to discover that the chaotic black flames contained within that sword energy were actually absorbed by the strange golden patterns on the white dragon ancestor's body. In this world, such a physique actually existed. Bai-Chen was completely shocked. When he was younger in the dragon domain, he often heard others say that the white dragon ancestor was extremely mysterious. Unexpectedly, this old fellow actually had such a defiant special bloodline. The white dragon ancestor, with his towering physique, seemed even more robust, his pair of cold and ruthless eyes staring fiercely at Bai-Chen. As one of the 3 talents of this generation, you had the potential to break through to the Emperor realm in a few thousand years. At that time, apart from the Azure Emperor and Huangchang, there would be no one in our dragon clan who could compete with you. It's a pity that you should not have come to my dragon clan to kill indiscriminately before reaching the Emperor path. Clearly, the white dragon ancestor was an elder who cherished talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to Bai-Chen. However, upon hearing these words, Bai-Chen's expression turned cold, and his eyes ignited with fiery rage. Stop speaking so grandly. You all want to force me to come here because of your grievances against the Lord of the Azure realm, right? I have come as you wished. What did you say? The white dragon ancestor's snowy brows furrowed deeply. The Lord of the Azure realm, Bai Luoyan, left the dragon domain 3 days ago. Why we ever troubled her? Bai-Chen, what's going on? Why is this guy echoing the old underworld dragon? The white dragon ancestor continued. Moreover, she has reached a marriage agreement with Lord Qingdi. What reason do we have to trouble her further? Bai-Chen, marriage? The white dragon ancestor looked at him in confusion. Our dragon clan's strongest prodigy, Huangchang, is about to become a partner with your Azure god's son, Chen Daoxuan. This is the best choice to resolve the conflicts between our 2 clans. The astonishing news left Bai-Chen wide-eyed. Huangchang and Chen Daoxuan had set a marriage contract. If that's the case, the Azure Imperial clan would be allied with both the Shura and the Tsanglong Imperial clans. If that were true, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful for the Lord of the Realm. Bai-Chen was puzzled. Then why did Lei Xiaon and hold the broken sword of the evil Azure ancestor and come to our Azure Imperial realm to humiliate us? Upon hearing this, the white dragon ancestor's expression darkened instantly. He suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and at that moment, his lofty and grand old body finally swelled with exaggerated muscle contours, and the aura surging from him was several times more intense than before. He had actually been holding back. Was this his full strength? The white dragon ancestor's fists trembled, veins bulging on his arms, and his old face gradually twisted in rage. When he opened his blood-red eyes again, the overwhelming holy might completely suppressed by Chen's aura, the old man's furious roar echoed through the heavens. Knowing that Lei Xiaonan fell ill and died from humiliation on the way back after fighting with Chen Daoxuan. You still dared to make such a joke with me. Little black eel, it seems you're indeed not of my race. Your heart must be different. Boom, boom, boom. Thick bolts of lightning, as wide as barrels, rained down furiously from the depths of the sky. The white dragon ancestor's words left Bai-Chen unable to believe it. Lei Xiaonan was dead? Impossible. Many people in our clan saw her that day. She was definitely not dead. You're clearly the ones humiliating her. Bai-Chen gritted his teeth, the chaotic black flames swirling at his feet, forming a storm. There was no point in saying more. Little brat, come and take your life. The white dragon ancestor slapped down, and the void of the sky was suddenly torn open, revealing a massive black scar, during which a white dragon claw, enormous as 10,000 zhong, struck angrily toward Bai-Chen. Bai-Chen raised his eyes coldly, fury surging. Not only did he have no intention of dodging, but he also charged forward with his sword toward the sky-blocking white dragon claw. 5 elements, sword formation. Suddenly, Bai-Chen's other hand formed a seal. A blue spiritual array appeared beneath his feet, causing the sword edge he thrust out to radiate dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, it collided fiercely with the white dragon claw. If you don't accept it, then fight. I have no regrets in death. As a junior, he dared to come here alone and would not fear anyone. Chapter 91. Encountering reinforcements from the Dragon Clan, the chaotic Black Flames. Once the strongest exotic fire in the world, lost their deterrent power in front of the White Dragon Ancestor. Left with no choice, Chen had to abandon the idea of using flames and switch to close combat. However, after a fierce battle, he was astonished to find that the White Dragon Ancestor was actually best at close combat. This old fellow was completely different from the old underworld dragon who had died at his hands. When Chen Daoxuan and the others arrived at the pale ancient realm, the sky here had been dyed with an unshakable layer of ink. The fierce wind swirled with dark clouds, occasionally howling in from a distance. In his line of sight, the layers of energy ripples spread out. Chen Daoxuan could clearly sense Chen's aura descending. Chen was in a tough battle. Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, concentrating to perceive. The opponent was also at the Great Sage level, but it seemed different from ordinary Great Sage powerhouses. Upon hearing this, Chen Luohong helplessly said, "The Great Sage, the Xian Emperor, and the Great Emperor do not differentiate between star levels. It is precisely because of this that those who are stuck at these three realms have such a significant gap between each other. Just like the Thunder Dragon Ancestor you killed. In the Dragon Domain, there's an ancestor named the White Dragon Ancestor, who is also a Great Sage like him. But if they truly fought, the White Dragon Ancestor could easily kill the Thunder Dragon Ancestor with just one move. Chen Daoxuan, the same realm. Yet the gap can be so vast. Chen Luohong. So, looking across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, in all realms, there are only 14 Great Sage powerhouses. But most of them, in their entire lives, can only look up at the Xian Emperor realm without hope of reaching it." When Chen Luohong said this, her sadness was hard to conceal. She was actually reflecting on herself, a person who could not break through the Great Sage realm. In this world, to enter the Xian Emperor realm, not only must one have a strong background, bloodline inheritance, and relentless effort, but there is also an indispensable element: fate. This is the qualification. This is what people refer to as the way of heaven. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts were entirely on Chen. Not noticing the sorrow in his sister's eyes, that aura, could it be the White Dragon Ancestor you mentioned? Chen Luohong, I hope not. The White Dragon Ancestor is an extremely formidable existence of the Dragon Clan. If we encounter him, without the ability to use the ancient Emperor's star plate, even if the three of us join forces, we might not be able to contend with that old White Dragon. Whoever it is, let us go take a look. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to move, the faint glow under his feet suddenly dissipated. Then, he and Chen Luohong looked in another direction together. A large number of auras surged like waves, rolling in from the horizon. Among them, 3 auras were exceptionally powerful, 1 Great Sage and 2 Xian Sages. It seemed to be reinforcements from the Dragon Clan. What should we do? Chen Luohong's delicate face became extremely serious. The number of strong individuals from the Dragon Clan was simply too great. They had already ventured deep into the Dragon Domain, which was extremely dangerous. If these reinforcements joined forces with Chen's opponents, their situation would become even more perilous. What should we do? Just fight them here. Chen Daoxuan clasped his hands in front of him, making cracking sounds. Upon hearing this, Chen Luohong also drew her sword from her waist, infusing spiritual power into the sword body in advance. The sound of the sword rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Soon, the dark mass of the Dragon Clan army appeared in the sight of the two. The leading elder, dressed in white, exuded an aura of immortality, with golden whirlwind energy swirling around him. A great sage, the golden whirlwind is unmistakable. He should be the Wind Dragon Ancestor, Chen Luohong concluded. Chen Daoxuan nodded, his gaze briefly pausing on the Wind Dragon Ancestor before shifting to the young man in a blue robe walking beside him. Chen Daoxuan was very concerned about him because the Wind Dragon Ancestor seemed to show great respect towards this young man. Just based on this attitude, this young man must hold a significant position in the Dragon Clan. While Chen Daoxuan was observing the young man in the blue robe, the latter was also sizing him up. The two seemed to develop considerable interest in each other. Soon, the Dragon Clan army halted midair at the gesture of the young man in the blue robe. The orderly formation stretched endlessly, exuding immense pressure. The young man in the blue robe lazily stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Chen Daoxuan. "Kid, state your name." "Chen Daoxuan." Chen Daoxuan's voice boomed like thunder, instantly changing the expressions of those from the Dragon Clan. Even the previously arrogant young man in the blue robe and the seemingly invincible wind dragon ancestor were particularly shocked at this moment. The elder and the young man stared with eyes wide open like copper bells. After a moment, the young man furrowed his brows in confusion. "Since you are Huang Jie's fiancé, why are you here to cause a massacre in my dragon clan? What exactly are you trying to do?" "Fiancé? Who is Huang Jie?" Chen Daoxuan couldn't understand the other's words. However, the young man continued, "Forget it. Asking you the reason now is meaningless. Since you have barged in, you're seeking death. Wind Dragon Ancestor, do not hold back." The Wind Dragon Ancestor was taken aback. "Do not hold back?" The young man nodded. "Yes, if anything happens, I will take responsibility." The Wind Dragon Ancestor slowly nodded. "Understood." "Young master. Young master." He called the young man that. Chen Luohong leaned closer to her brother and whispered, "That young man should be the son of the Dragon Clan's divine son, the Azure Dragon Emperor, Qing Li." "Oh." Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up, as if he had spotted a delicious and plump snow rabbit. At this moment, the Wind Dragon Ancestor stepped forward, and with each step, the immense aura of a great sage surged forth, shaking the entire sky, threatening to collapse. "This person is mine." Chen Luohong stepped forward, her own great sage aura bursting forth without reservation. The auras of the two great sage powerhouses clashed across the air, creating two energy barriers, one red and one purple, that violently collided. Under the overwhelming force of this energy clash, the Dragon Clan army trembled in fear, afraid that even a trace of that aura would blast them into spiritual dust, disappearing from existence. "Miss Chen, can we begin?" The Wind Dragon Ancestor recognized Chen Luohong's identity at a glance. After all, she was wearing the attire of a ninth-grade alchemist, which was too conspicuous. Their gazes met. Chen Luohong stared into his eyes, where the unmasked killing intent ignited her blood. "Of course, old man." As her words fell, the spiritual light beneath her feet flashed, and her figure suddenly transformed into an arrow shot towards the Wind Dragon Ancestor. "Delighted. I wanted to eliminate your Chen Imperial clan for a long time." The Wind Dragon Ancestor had always been a warlike faction. Now that the young Master Qing Li had given the order, he could finally act without worrying about the consequences. He waved his hand, unleashing all his power, causing the entire void to explode, striking down towards Chen Luohong with the force to shatter the heavens and the earth. Chapter 92. Bury you and the 100,000 Dragon Clan army behind you. Trivial skills. Chen Luohong looked at the massive palm print descending from the sky and couldn't help but lightly bite her red lips. She summoned her sword, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that cleaved through the heavens. In an instant, that imposing giant hand was split in two. The sword energy roamed between the heavens and the earth, unmatched, and under Chen Luohong's perfect control, it swept back in a half-arc. "Go!" Chen Luohong flung her sword out. The rain of swords fell like a silver dragon entering the world, continuously attacking the Wind Dragon Ancestor. Seeing this, the Wind Dragon Ancestor hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him. Thunder and lightning rumbled, and amidst the terrifying scene of the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking, a layer of golden armor actually formed on his aged body. The golden spiritual armor shone brightly, exuding infinite Tao rhythm. As a relentless rain of swords fiercely collided with the spiritual armor, the sound of hammering echoed alongside the incessant sparks, as if maple leaves swept through the starry river. The vast void was torn apart, leaving endless black traces in space. However, in the eyes of countless shocked onlookers, the Wind Dragon Ancestor ultimately managed to withstand it. Is this all the capability of the Chen Imperial clan's young lady? The Wind Dragon Ancestor patted his chest, sneering in disdain. Upon hearing this, Chen Luohong's eyes burned with fury. Holding her spiritual sword, she angrily raised it to the sky. "Old man, if you have the capability, take this move." Throat-sealing sword technique. the heavens suddenly trembled. In the depths of the sky, a terrifying sword roar shattered the heavens, causing countless people to hurriedly cover their ears, with some weaker individuals even collapsing their Dao hearts, spitting blood. In an instant, countless cries of agony erupted from the Dragon Clan army, echoing endlessly. At that moment, under the feet of the Wind Dragon Ancestor, a mysterious law quietly appeared. A strange force compelled him to remain frozen in place, forcing him to raise his head and open his mouth. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Seeing the Wind Dragon Ancestor's strange demeanor, Qing Li's heart tightened. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder roared through the sky once again. Everyone looked up in shock. They saw dark thunderclouds swirling in the depths of the sky, and a giant sword's phantom, suspended in midair, had already descended. The overwhelming sword pressure dominated the realm, clearly aimed at the motionless Wind Dragon Ancestor. Wind Dragon Ancestor? Qing Li felt a chill run down his back. But no matter how he called out, the Wind Dragon Ancestor seemed to be deaf to his words, still standing there. Head tilted back, mouth agape motionless. This was too bizarre. As a fellow great sage, even if Chen Luohong had reached the pinnacle of manipulating spatial powers, she could never have immobilized another great sage to such an extent. No wonder his father often said that one must never confront the Azura clan's throat-sealing sword technique head-on. As Chen Luohong was about to strike, Qing Li, in a moment of desperation, disregarded everything and flew to shield the Wind Dragon Ancestor behind him. Overestimating oneself, Chen Luohong didn't care what kind of Dragon Clan divine son he was. She directly swung her sword down. At that moment, Qing Li's face showed a wild expression. He pulled out something from his storage ring and raised his hand to block. Boom! When a massive sword chi was shattered into countless fragments by that unknown object, Chen Luohong's stunning face changed in shock. What? Only then did the Wind Dragon Ancestor finally break free from his restraints, kneeling weakly in midair, gasping for breath. His old eyes were filled with shock. This feeling was too terrifying. If it weren't for the young master taking out the Dragon God Jade Pendant in time, the Wind Dragon Ancestor turned to look and saw that the